Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 2256 to Chapter 2342. Lin Feng did not participate in the battle between the two towers. He only watched from afar. The two old men from the Snow clan did not participate in the battle either. Similarly, they stood in the distance and watched quietly. The two of them knew that they were powerless to reverse the situation, so they did not interfere. "You want to sacrifice me? Don't even think about it." The first tower spirit's furious voice rang out. Following that, numerous runes flickered. The shocking runes emitted violent fluctuations, shaking the void and obliterating the power of sacrifice. "It's useless. No matter how you struggle, you can't escape the fate of being sacrificed," the second tower spirit said coldly. The 5 devils of Sungming Mountain flew out and helped the second tower spirit deal with the first tower spirit. "That's an immortal Grand Dao. It can disintegrate all resistance." Suddenly, low voices rang out one after another. The 5 devils of Sungming Mountain had used the Great Disintegration Art, one of the 3,000 Grand Daos. The 3,000 Grand Daos were rather strange. It had no offensive power. However, it could disintegrate all sorts of willpower. Originally, the 5 devils of Sungming Mountain were filled with the will to resist. But now, they were slowly being disintegrated by the Great Disintegration Art. "No. I can't accept this," the first tower spirit roared unwillingly. He wanted to break the Great Disintegration Art, but after many attempts, he failed every time. "The 5 of us joined forces to use the Great Disintegration Art. Is it still not enough to disintegrate your willpower? There's no need to resist. Any resistance is useless before us. You're destined to become a thing of the past. You'll die here," the 5 devils of Sungming Mountain said coldly. Now, they had joined forces. They were very confident in their own abilities. The first tower spirit continued to struggle. He was unwilling to die just like that. However, his struggles and resistance seemed to be futile. "Why is it like this?" the first tower spirit roared unwillingly. His struggles grew weaker and weaker. His resistance grew weaker and weaker. Is the first tower spirit really going to be killed? Lin Feng could not help but frown when he saw this from afar. He felt that something was amiss, but he could not pinpoint what was wrong. The spirit of the first demonic tower might have been very powerful in the past, but it was no longer its era. A new devil tower spirit was born. Furthermore, the new devil tower spirit had powerful existences like the 5 devils of the Azure Underworld Mountain to help it refine the first devil tower spirit. It seemed like it was only a matter of time. No matter how one looked at it, the fate of the first demonic tower spirit had already been decided and could not be changed. Unless someone helped the spirit of the first devil pagoda deal with the spirit of the second devil pagoda and the 5 devils of Sungming Mountain. However, the spirit of the second devil tower and the 5 devils of Azure Underworld Mountain were so powerful. Who would help the spirit of the first devil tower? Moreover, whether it was the spirit of the first or second devil tower, neither of them were good people. Since none of them were good people, who would help them? In this place, only Lin Feng and the 2 old men could fight. Obviously, it didn't matter if it was Lin Feng or the 2 old men. He had no intention of making a move. The reason why Lin Feng didn't leave was because he wanted to see if there would be a situation where the sandpiper and the clam fought and the fisherman reaped the benefits. If such a situation really happened, it would be for the best. If it didn't appear, it wouldn't be too late to leave. Lin Feng believed in his ability. It wouldn't be difficult for him to leave this place. "I curse all of you to die a horrible death. I curse all of you to have a fate 10 times more miserable than mine. I curse all of you to fall into the 18 layers of hell, never to be reincarnated. I curse all of you." The spirit of the first devil tower seemed to know that its fate was irreversible, so it began to curse. It kept on cursing the spirit of the second devil tower and the 5 devils of Azure Underworld Mountain. The spirit of the second demonic tower said sinisterly, "The curse of a dying man like you is of no use to us. After you die, we will become even stronger and achieve hegemony. But obviously, you won't live to see that day, because you will turn into dust and disappear from this world. O great Tao of sacrifice, please send down your supreme power. I will inherit the great will of the Tao of sacrifice and destroy all lowly beings who dare to blaspheme the great Tao of sacrifice." The spirit of the second devil tower held. Rumble, a long river formed from the power of sacrifice was formed. It flowed in the void. The long river of sacrifice surged toward the first devil tower. Such a majestic sacrificial power was simply too powerful and terrifying. The spirit of the first devil tower was already having a hard time resisting the joint attack of the spirit of the second devil tower and the 5 devils of Azure Underworld Mountain. Now, the spirit of the second devil tower was displaying its might. The spirit of the first devil tower found it hard to resist. No. 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 I can't accept this. The spirit of the first devil tower roared in fear, full of unwillingness. However, no matter how much it roared, the outcome was already decided. It was impossible to change it. The spirit of the first devil tower's resistance grew weaker and weaker. Bang! Finally, the spirit of the first devil tower exploded, turning into a ball of origin energy. Just as the spirit of the second devil tower was about to devour the origin energy of the first devil tower spirit, unexpectedly, the spirit of the first devil tower, which had turned into an energy source, began to burn fiercely. Damn it! Damn it! You would rather destroy your own origin energy than leave it to me. The spirit of the second devil tower couldn't help but roar in anger. In just a few breaths of time, the energy source of the first demonic tower spirit was annihilated. It died just like that. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The spirit of the first devil tower had followed the devil lord back then and was considered a famous figure. It had schemed for so long. It had thought that it would be able to escape. It had never imagined that it would be schemed against by the spirit of the second devil tower and end up dead. If I die, then so be it. Although I didn't get your origin energy, I got the tower body. Now, the 2 towers will merge into one. Ha 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 ha, the spirit of the second devil tower laughed heartily. Clang! 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 Next, the spirit of the second devil tower made its move. The tower body it controlled crashed into the 9 chains that bound the first devil tower. The sound of violent collisions rang out one after another. The 9 chains shattered completely. The 9 emperor runes on the 9 chains were also destroyed. 2 towers merge into one. The spirit of the second devil tower roared in excitement. However, at this moment, inside the first devil tower, a cold voice rang out. Nirvana, rebirth, undying, and indestructible. When this voice rang out, everyone present was stunned. Wasn't this the voice of the first tower spirit? Hadn't this fellow been reduced to ashes? Why was he resurrected? Buzz. Waves of terrifying fluctuation spread out from the spirit of the first devil tower. Immediately after, powerful waves of energy blasted toward the second tower and the 5 demons of Ashen Mountain. Bang! Sounds of violent collisions rang out one after another. The second tower and the 5 demons of Ashen Mountain were sent flying. The second tower's body was sturdy, so it didn't suffer too much damage. However, the 5 demons of Ashen Mountain were made of flesh and blood. Although they were powerful, they couldn't withstand the first tower's attacks. Wah! The 5 demons of Ashen Mountain spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces as pale as paper. Isn't this too dramatic? Lin Feng watched this scene with his mouth agape. He originally thought that the first tower spirit had died. He didn't expect that it wasn't the second tower spirit that had schemed against the first tower spirit. Instead, the first tower spirit had schemed against the second tower spirit. He had faked his death to confuse the second tower spirit. When the second tower spirit destroyed the first tower's chains and emperor runes, it had immediately undergone nirvanic rebirth and launched a counterattack. What a good plan. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. This saying was true. No matter what, the first tower spirit had followed the demon lord for such a long time. It had probably seen too many storms. What kind of schemes hadn't it seen before? Scheming against others, it was an extremely simple matter. The second tower spirit thought that its plan was flawless, but it had been schemed against by the first tower spirit. From this, one could see how powerful the first tower spirit was. There was nothing it couldn't calculate. Attack together and destroy it. The second tower spirit roared in exasperation. This was because the second tower spirit was essentially an artifact spirit. The first tower spirit was a god that surpassed artifact spirits. The second tower spirit had always felt inferior in front of the first tower spirit. This was a sense of inferiority brought about by the difference in status. Originally, the spirit of the second devil tower thought that it had successfully plotted against the spirit of the first devil tower, and the spirit of the first devil tower had also fallen. Only then did his sense of inferiority lessen. However, only now did he realize that he wasn't the one who had schemed against the spirit of the first devil tower. Instead, it was the spirit of the first devil tower that had plotted against him. In terms of life, it couldn't compare to the spirit of the first demon tower. In terms of strategy, he couldn't compare to the spirit of the first devil tower. This was a heavy blow to the spirit of the second demonic tower. This blow was hard for the spirit of the second demonic tower to accept, so much so that it became a little crazy. Boom, a great battle instantly broke out. The spirit of the second devil tower joined forces with the 5 devils of Azure Underworld Mountain to launch a frenzied assault on the spirit of the first devil tower. How can a lowly artifact spirit control the demonic pagoda? How can it display the might of the demonic pagoda? Today, I'll let you know just what kind of power the fiend pagoda has. The cold voice of the spirit of the first devil tower suddenly rang out. Immediately after, inside the first devil tower, waves of terrifying energy surged out. Buzz. Terrifying ripples swept out from the first devil tower. Those ripples seemed to be the ripples of death. They could cause indiscriminate attacks, and any cultivator who was enveloped by them would only have a path of death. Run, run, run. After sensing those terrifying ripples, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly rushed into the distance. The spirit of the first devil tower was simply too terrifying. After escaping, no one could suppress this fellow anymore. This fellow's combat strength was so strong that it made one's heart tremble. Fortunately, Lin Feng was already quite far away from the spirit of the first devil tower. Coupled with his fast speed, he quickly escaped more than 10 miles away. Therefore, he wasn't affected by the ripples. However, the densely packed cultivator army was in trouble. Bang! 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 The sound of bodies exploding could be heard one after another. The densely packed cultivator army's bodies exploded one after another. None of the cultivator army who was enveloped by the ripples were spared. Over 1 million cultivator army's bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. The scene before them was like the end of the world. When the cultivator army outside saw this scene, they were so frightened that they quickly retreated, not daring to get close to the center of the battle. These cultivator army were incomparably fortunate. Fortunately, they didn't get close to the battle. Otherwise, they might have received the same order as those who died, and their souls would have already returned to the 9 heavens. Even the spirit of the second devil tower and the 5 devils of Xianxia Mountain were injured. The spirit of the second devil tower had its body pierced, and its demonic aura was greatly reduced. As for the 5 devils of Xianxia Mountain, their origin was directly injured. This caused the 5 devils of Xianxia Mountain to have extremely ugly expressions. Once any cultivator's origin was injured, it wasn't a small matter. It was enough to take their lives. Go, the spirit of the second devil tower shouted. It tore through the void and swept up the 5 devils of Xianxia Mountain and the remaining 3 million cultivator army. Then, it quickly left. Where do you think you're going? The spirit of the first devil tower sneered. Then, it chased after it. Too savage. This spirit of the first devil tower is simply too savage. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't know how strong the spirit of the first devil tower was. It was so strong that it made people despair. Lin Feng and the 2 old men guarding the tower gathered together. At this moment, a dense meteor shower fell from the distant sky. This was a meteor shower, and it was extremely rare. However, the meteor shower before them was somewhat different from ordinary meteor showers. Looking from afar, one could see that the meteor shower had a faint blood-red glow. When the meteor shower fell, the blood-red glow seemed to want to devour the earth. The green-robed old man said, "The stars fall from the sky, the blood-red glow descends upon the world. The 5 decays of heaven and man appear, and monsters and demons appear." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He heard the words 5 decades of heaven and man from the old man's poem. This era had already gone through 2,999 great eras, and the current era was the 3,000th great era. Based on time, it was indeed time for the 5 decades of heaven and man to appear. This era had also come to an end. Countless races and living beings would disappear with the end of this era. Only a very, very small number of people could survive. Senior, what do you mean by this? Lin Feng asked. This is a poem on the heaven-shaking stone steel. This poem reveals the signs of the 5 signs of Deva's decay. When the 5 signs of Deva's decay appears, it is also the time when the myriad worlds are at their most chaotic. At this time, all kinds of characters will appear, including immortals, demons, gods, devils, Buddhas, ghosts, and so on. Even those terrifying existences that have been suppressed will break out of their suppression and come into being, just like how the spirit of the first devil pagoda broke out of its suppression and came into being. The 5 signs of Deva's decay, which will destroy the myriad worlds, should officially appear now. Lin Feng's expression became solemn. The 5 decay of the celestial being was too terrifying. The myriad worlds were destroyed, the old era was destroyed, and the new era began. Death and despair were everywhere. Such a scene, it made people despair. If one wanted to kill someone, they would first go crazy. Perhaps it was because the day of the apocalypse was getting closer and closer. That was why all kinds of monsters would appear one after another. In the last period of time, it was crazy. They might be able to become the lucky ones and survive until the next era began. If they could survive until the next era began, that would be amazing. They would simply become a supreme existence. Just like the living beings in the black fog, they were existences that did not die after the previous era was destroyed. For a very long period of time after the beginning of this era, the living beings in the black fog were all high and mighty existences. Even now, the living beings in the black fog were also existences that were almost impossible to contend with. The 5 decay of the celestial being has appeared. It seems that the myriad worlds are about to enter a period of turmoil. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. He would not complain about anything. He was born in this era. This was his fate. Lin Feng had always been a person who was unwilling to be controlled by fate. Therefore, he would work hard to seek a chance of survival, even if the real apocalypse came. As long as he grasped enough power, he could also protect his family, loved ones, and avoid the 5 decay of the celestial being. Then, he would live until the next era began. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that this was not an easy task. But so what if it was not easy? As long as he worked hard, even if he failed in the end, he would have no regrets. It seems that the great era of cultivation is about to begin again. The gray-robed elder said. Since the end of the ancient era, the world has changed greatly. The laws of the world have become more and more unsuitable for cultivation. For such a long time, there hasn't even been a new great emperor. But now, the 5 decay of the celestial being has appeared. This is the last period of cultivation before the apocalypse. Before death, it is often the craziest, so the golden age of cultivation will definitely come. However, in this golden age of cultivation, perhaps only a very small number of people can grasp that trace of luck and become the lucky ones of this era. Yes, cultivators go against the heavens. We are born in this era. If we want to live, we can only madly seize luck. I hope that we won't die when the apocalypse arrives and the era collapses. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. The 3 were very emotional. The appearance of the 5 decay of the celestial being made them feel a sense of urgency. If they could survive. No one wanted to die. Even though the 2 old men guarding the pagoda had lived for a very long time. They did not want to die. The spirits of the first and second demon towers had already left, and the crisis of the Snow Clan had been resolved. Lin Feng contacted the poison ancestor and the others who had escaped. Many ships flew back to him. Everyone returned to Snow City again. The people of the Snow Clan who had returned to their ancestral land quickly received the news. Shui Zihua left some of the talented members of the Snow Clan in the ancestral grounds to cultivate, then led the rest back to Snow City. The spirits of the first and second devil towers were engaged in a battle to the death. The second great emperor of. He sacrificed more than 3 million cultivators. through the sacrifice, the second great emperor of. With the help of the 5 devils of Tsangming Mountain, the second great emperor of. However, in the process of the battle, the second great emperor of Tsangming Mountain and the 5 devils of Tsangming Mountain were severely injured. As a result, both sides ended up with a lose-lose situation. In the end, they all left and disappeared, each looking for a place to heal. This caused quite a stir in the Arctic tundra. Many cultivators in the Arctic tundra watched the battle from afar and saw this unprecedented battle. The Devil Tower. It's actually the legendary Devil Tower. The Devil Lord of the Ancients. Is he the son of the Lord of Gods? I think he's called the Sky-Devouring Demon Master. Back then, he was also a peerless figure. Together with his father, he led an army of 10,000 worlds and launched a peerless battle against unknown and terrifying creatures. It's said that if they hadn't stopped those terrifying creatures, the 10,000 worlds would have been destroyed long ago. That seems to be the case according to the rumors. However, it was too long ago. There are only a few clues about what happened back then. As for what happened in that battle, it has become a mystery now. But the Sky-Devouring Devil Lord is definitely the strongest Devil Lord of this era. Yes, but later on, I heard that the Sky-Devouring Devil Lord's descendant was called the Sky-Devouring Devil Emperor. He controlled the Devil Tower for a short time, but it's said that the Sky-Devouring Devil Emperor suffered a backlash from the Devil Tower. Otherwise, he could have become the new Devil Lord. However, he died prematurely because of that injury. Now that the demonic pagoda has been split into 2 and is heavily damaged, it is time to suppress the demonic pagoda and refine it. This is a supreme treasure refined by the demonic lord. Once it is under our control, we can even dominate the 9 states. Let's go and find the Devil Tower. After hearing about the Devil Tower, many cultivators from the major factions began to search for the Devil Tower. At this time, Shuizihua and the others had already returned to Snow City. The Snow Clan launched an attack on the Ice Clan. The current strength of the Ice race was extremely weak. In the previous battle, most of the Ice race's cultivators and the cultivator army they recruited had been sacrificed by the spirit of the second Devil Tower. With the Ice Clan weakened, it was the perfect time for the Snow Clan to deal with them. The 2 clans had a deep grudge against each other. The battle ended with the Ice Clan's defeat. The Ice Clan became the Snow Clan's slaves. The Arctic tundra fell into the Snow Clan's territory. At the celebration banquet, everyone toasted each other. From time to time, the higher-ups of the Snow Clan would come to propose a toast to Lin Feng. They thanked Lin Feng for helping the Snow Clan. If Lin Feng hadn't helped, many people would have thought that the Snow Clan would have been destroyed. This time, the Snow Clan would have been destroyed. Lin Feng didn't refuse anyone. He drank until he was dead drunk. He didn't even know who carried him back. When he woke up the next day, he still had a headache. He stayed in Snow City for a few days. Lin Feng planned to go to the Netherworld Sea. When he subdued the Snake Empress, he had her help him recruit soldiers in the Netherworld Sea. He didn't know how the Snake Empress was doing. The Arctic tundra was only a month's journey from the Netherworld Sea. It wasn't very far, so Lin Feng could go and see how the Snake Empress was doing. After leaving the Snow Clan, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretical holiness saint flew towards the Netherworld Sea. Soon, they left the Arctic tundra and entered the boundless Netherworld Sea. On this day, the originally clear skies of the sea were suddenly covered with dark clouds and thunder rumbled. On the sea, huge waves rose to the sky. No one knew what happened. It's not good to continue traveling in this weather. Let's find an island to take shelter. Lin Feng ordered his deity realm clone. The deity realm clone immediately changed direction and looked for an island where they could rest. Could it be that some terrifying existence is about to come into being? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. Soon, they stopped on a huge island. Lin Feng put the Xianxia away and found a cave with Du Zhu and the heretic diviner saint to take shelter from the rain. The heavy rain obscured their line of sight, and visibility became extremely low. Lightning dragons and snakes swam about in the sky, emanating a monstrous divine might. It seems like a lightning tribulation, Du Zhu said. Lin Feng nodded and said, but if it's a lightning tribulation, it's really too powerful. I wonder what kind of expert is undergoing the tribulation. The heretic diviner saint said, there are many hidden experts in the overseas world. Many of them have heaven-defying cultivation bases, but no one knows about them. The heretic diviner saint's words coincided with Lin Feng's thoughts. The situation in the overseas world was indeed as the heretic diviner saint had said. Swoosh, suddenly, a figure flew over from the ocean and entered the cave Lin Feng and the others had taken shelter in. It was a woman. After entering, she glanced at Lin Feng and the others. It's you. When she saw Lin Feng, she immediately cried out in alarm. Fairy wifey, it's you, Lin Feng grinned. Lin Feng had seen that little celestial girl in Thunder God City. She was a fairy born from a green lotus. She was a sacred spirit. Lin Feng hadn't thought he would meet little celestial here. Humph. She snorted and said, you're not allowed to call me fairy wifey. Otherwise, I'll beat you up, said the little celestial girl, waving her fists and looking at Lin Feng ferociously. However, she didn't look threatening at all. Lin Feng grinned. Alright. I won't call you that for now. I'll call you that when you become my wife. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Feng, but she didn't refute Lin Feng. What's your name? Lin Feng asked. She frowned and said, I don't have a name. She had been born from a green lotus, so it was quite normal for her to not have a name. Of course, what surprised Lin Feng the most was that after such a long time, she hadn't given him a name yet. Said Lin Feng. Do you want me to give you a name? Alright, said little fairy, looking at Lin Feng with her big, sparkling eyes. Her eyes were pure and clean. They could calm one's heart with a single glance. Lin Feng said, we met in the sea today, and it's raining heavily. We're fated to be water and rain. Why don't we call you Xianxia? What do you think? Xianxia? Xianxia? Little fairy muttered the name. A smile appeared on her face. Thank you, big brother, for giving me a name. I really like this name. I'll be called Xianxia from now on. Little fairy said happily. Lin Feng smiled. As long as you like it. Little fairy looked at Lin Feng and asked, what's your name, big brother? Lin Feng, you can call me big brother Feng from now on. Lin Feng said with a smile. Big brother Feng. Little fairy blushed and called out. Lin Feng smiled and asked, why did you come here? Little fairy said, I walked around and looked around. I've been to many places. You're alone outside, so you have to be careful. In the martial arts world, people are sinister. Lin Feng reminded her. Little fairy's beautiful eyes instantly curved into crescents. She said, big brother, you don't have to worry about me. I can feel what you're thinking. What the? Lin Feng was shocked. What kind of ability was that? Wasn't it too scary? She could peek into other people's thoughts. If anyone had bad intentions towards little fairy, they definitely wouldn't be able to hide from her senses. Little fairy said, if anyone has bad intentions towards me, I'll beat them to the ground with one punch. Little fairy waved her fist as she spoke. Lin Feng was starting to wonder if his little fairy had violent tendencies. Little fairy looked at Lin Feng with a giggle and said, but big brother Feng has never had bad intentions towards you. Big brother Feng is a good person. Lin Feng couldn't help but sweat inwardly. Fortunately, he was a gentleman and wouldn't have any bad intentions. Otherwise, he might have already been beaten to the ground by little fairy with one punch. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the sound of thunder shook the heavens. Lightning bolts as thick as mountains came crashing down. The sky darkened, turning from day to night in an instant. When I came here earlier, I saw someone. Little fairy said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, who did you see? Little fairy said, a very mysterious person. I've seen him before, and I vaguely heard others call him His Excellency. His Excellency? Lin Feng frowned slightly. This was the first time he'd heard of this name. However, since this person dared to call him His Excellency, it could be seen that this person was definitely not a simple character. Lin Feng said, is this His Excellency undergoing his tribulation here? I don't think so. I think he's refining a treasure. Little fairy said. Poison Ancestor cried out. Refining a magic treasure can cause such a huge commotion? What kind of magic treasure is the sky refining? Little Fairy shook her head and said, I don't know either. When I saw this person, I ran far away. He's too scary. As a sacred spirit, Little Fairy was innocent, but her strength was incomparably terrifying. She was so powerful that Lin Feng couldn't even tell what her current cultivation level was. To be able to make Little Fairy so wary, it was clear how powerful this His Excellency was. Rumble, rumble, lightning bolts came crashing down from the sky one after another. Between heaven and earth, not a sound could be heard. Only the lightning bolts descended. They became the only thing in the world, as if they wanted to destroy the entire world. Over 3,000 lightning bolts came crashing down. Only then did the tribulation dissipate. F***ck. What kind of treasure is so freakish that it can actually attract over 3,000 lightning bolts? Duzu cried out in shock. Lin Feng muttered, it can't be some sort of primordial killing weapon, right? At that moment, a man walked over from afar. He stepped forward in the void. The man was shrouded in darkness, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, the aura emanating from his body was suffocating. Little Fairy made a shushing gesture. She hurriedly retracted her aura. Lin Feng, Duzu, and the heretic holiness sage retracted their auras as well. Only after the mysterious man left did they let out a long sigh of relief. That man just now was simply too terrifying. He's the legendary Venerable One. Little Fairy said with lingering fear after the man left. Duzu took a deep breath and said, that guy's cultivation is too terrifying. For someone as fearless as Duzu to say something like that, it was obvious how powerful the Venerable One was. This world is really full of experts. Lin Feng sighed. He then looked at Little Fairy and asked, see you, where do you plan to go? I heard that the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom is holding an overseas insect exchange. I want to go and take a look. Little Fairy said. Insect exchange? What kind of exchange is that? Lin Feng asked in surprise. It said that it's the most popular gathering for cultivators who rear spiritual, poisonous, immortal, demonic, and other insects. At that time, many legendary insects will appear. If you're lucky, you might even be able to buy some powerful insects to cultivate. Moreover, you'll be able to buy all kinds of insect materials. Therefore, many cultivators who rear insects will choose to participate. Even if they don't buy other insects, they'll try their best to buy the materials they need. Little Fairy said. After hearing Little Fairy's explanation, Lin Feng's interest in the insect exchange was piqued. Lin Feng had two kinds of powerful insects. The first was the primordial ancestor insect. He had been cultivating it for a very long time and had thought that it would hatch soon. However, after such a long time, the primordial ancestor insect still hadn't hatched. It seemed that if he wanted to hatch the primordial ancestor insect, he would need to find some precious insect materials to cultivate it. Apart from the primordial ancestor insect, Lin Feng had also obtained a primordial demon refining insect. The primordial ancestor insect was an insect with heaven-defying individual combat strength. As for the primordial demon refining insect, it was a terrifying swarm of insects. The primordial demon refining insect was already powerful enough. Once they formed a huge swarm, they would be even more terrifying. He would be able to create a world-destroying momentum. He would eat gods, devils, ghosts, immortals, and Buddhas. He would be able to eat gods, devils, ghosts, immortals, and Buddhas. This was the great desolate demon refining insect swarm. No matter how terrifying an expert was, they would be devoured by these great desolate demon refining insects. However, Lin Feng only had one mother worm at the moment. If he wanted the mother worm to lay eggs, he needed to find enough materials to cultivate the mother worm. Only by providing sufficient nutrients to the queen insect would they be able to survive. Only then could the queen insect lay new eggs. Therefore, Lin Feng was very interested in this insect path exchange. If he could obtain the insect materials he needed, it would not be difficult to cultivate the ancient ancestral insect and primitive demon refining insect swarms. Lin Feng said. I also plan to head to the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom to participate in the Insect Dao exchange. Why don't we go together? Sure. Little Fairy's beautiful big eyes curved into crescents. At this moment, the sky outside was once again clear and boundless. Lin Feng brought out the ancient starship Xianyuan. The four of them boarded the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan. Then, the ancient starship set off for the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom. The Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom was the #1 power in the Dark Ocean realm. Experts were as common as clouds. The last time he came to the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom, it was because Fairy Clear Snow wanted to step on the ancient starry sky path to the Undying Realm. The news spread like wildfire, so Lin Feng came to the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom to pay his respects to Fairy Clear Snow. 10 days later, the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom appeared in his sight. Little Fairy said, "I've long heard that a fairy sister was born from an immortal lotus." She stepped on the ancient starry sky path from the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom and headed to the Undying Realm. It's a pity that I didn't get to meet her. Fairy Clear Snow was born from an immortal lotus and was also a holy spirit. As for Little Fairy, she was born from an immortal lotus and was also a holy spirit. Both of them had the temperament of someone who could rise from the mud without being stained. The only difference was that the lotuses that gave birth to them were different. Lin Feng asked, "What kind of lotus can give birth to a holy spirit like you?" Little Fairy said, "It takes root in the world's origin energy and absorbs its energy." "That's the prerequisite." Lin Feng said, "That's the immortal root of heaven and earth." "That's right. Lotuses like that aren't common, but when they appear, they can give birth to powerful holy spirits," Little Fairy said. Lin Feng put away the Xianyuan ancient starship, and the four of them entered the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom's main city, the Dark Ocean Ancient Capital. As the largest gathering place of cultivators in the Dark Ocean, the Dark Ocean Ancient Capital was always bustling with activity. Now, the insect Dao exchange was about to begin. It attracted even more cultivators, so the Dark Ocean Ancient Capital became even more lively. "It's so lively here." Little Fairy looked around. "Selling spirit origin bugs. They can help you find origin crystal veins. Selling evil-eyed demon queen bugs. They can be raised into a swarm with terrifying offensive power. With the help of these evil-eyed demon queen bugs, fighting those stronger than you is no longer a dream. Selling 8-armed scorpion bugs. These bugs are extremely poisonous. Once bitten, no matter how high your cultivation is, your soul will die." The streets were filled with incessant hawking. Many people were selling all kinds of bugs. Lin Feng hadn't even heard of many of these bugs, so he gained a lot of knowledge. There were several times when Lin Feng couldn't help but want to buy some bugs, but Little Fairy stopped him. "The bugs these vendors are selling are all lies. They're not as powerful as they say," Little Fairy said. Little Fairy was able to see what others were thinking. Therefore, the vendors couldn't hide their thoughts from Little Fairy. They might be able to deceive many cultivators who didn't know much about the insect Dao. However, they couldn't deceive Little Fairy. Boom! A violent shockwave came from the distance. Many people were alarmed and looked over. There were cultivators fighting in the distance. Tens of cultivators had surrounded a cultivator shrouded in black robes. "Let's go and take a look. They're about to fight," many cultivators shouted. It was human nature to watch a show. Therefore, many people rushed over when they saw that there was a show to watch. "Let's go and take a look," Little Fairy said excitedly. Clearly, she was also very interested in watching a show. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage followed. "The Poison Immortal sect is here to do something. Unrelated people should quickly back off. Otherwise, don't blame us for not warning you if we accidentally kill you." Seeing that many cultivators had gathered around to watch the show, a blue-clothed cultivator immediately said coldly, "What? The Poison Immortal sect? Hurry up and back off." Many people paled when they heard the words Poison Immortal sect. They quickly backed off as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. "Poison Immortal sect?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He had never heard of this faction before, but seeing how these people were scared out of their wits after hearing the name, he knew that this faction was definitely not simple. It was very likely to be an extremely terrifying faction. Lin Feng, Little Fairy, Du Zhu, and Evil Sovereign Saint did not get too close. They were watching the show from the periphery. Seeing the surrounding cultivators retreat, the Poison Immortal sect's cultivators were clearly pleased. Many people did not know much about the Poison Immortal sect, so some cultivators asked the cultivators around them what kind of faction it was. A Poison Immortal sect cultivator said, "It's a hidden sect that belongs to the evil faction. It's very powerful and is most proficient in using poison. They rear all kinds of poisonous insects." "How is it compared to the Gu Evil sect?" someone asked. The Gu Evil sect was an evil faction that was quite famous. It was very proficient in rearing all kinds of poisonous insects. The Gu Evil sect is nothing in front of the Poison Immortal sect. Although the Poison Immortal sect is not as famous as the Gu Evil sect, that's because they keep a low profile. In terms of strength, the Poison Immortal sect is many times stronger than the Gu Evil sect. This Poison Immortal sect is so powerful. Lin Feng also heard some of the discussions around him. So this Poison Immortal sect was a sect that reared insects and was proficient in using poison. Few people dared to provoke such a faction. This was because such a faction could kill without a sound. Once provoked, there was an 80% chance of ending up in a bad situation. Now that the Poison Immortal sect's cultivators were making a move, it was inevitable that they would use poison. That was why everyone retreated like they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. They did not want to be caught in the crossfire. "Hand over that item and we'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, we'll make you suffer a fate worse than death," the blue-robed Poison Immortal sect cultivator said coldly. "What item?" Many people looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't help but reveal their interest. A treasure that could catch the attention of the Poison Immortal sect was definitely a great treasure. However, the people of the Poison Immortal sect obviously didn't intend to reveal what kind of treasure it was in front of everyone. And the mysterious person shrouded in a black robe didn't intend to reveal it either. Therefore, even though many people wanted to know what kind of treasure it was, they didn't know what it was. However, no one told them, so they could only guess what kind of treasure it was. If you want it, feel free to try. If you have the ability, then the treasure will naturally be yours. If you don't, then all of you will die in my hands today. A hoarse voice came out. This voice was very unpleasant to the ears, like the mournful cry of an owl. It was very ear-piercing. It was unknown if this mysterious person's voice was originally like this, or if this person had deliberately altered his voice. "Since you don't know the difference between life and death, we'll send you to the Western Paradise today," the blue-cloaked cultivator shouted coldly. This group of people from Poison Immortal sect clearly viewed him as their leader. Boom, a group of people besieged the black-cloaked cultivator. Colorless poisonous smoke spread out and shrouded the black-cloaked cultivator. "It's the five-colored poisonous smoke." Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Multicolored poison smoke, this was a terrifying and highly toxic poison. It was refined from the 5 poisons. There were many ways to refine the 5-colored poisonous smoke. Depending on the type of 5 poisons, the power of the 5-colored poisonous smoke would also be different. For a powerful sect like the Poison Immortal sect, the 5-colored poisonous smoke that they controlled was definitely extremely terrifying. Many people quickly retreated, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Insignificant skill. Facing the 5-colored poisonous smoke, the black-cloaked cultivator sneered with disdain. Whoosh, then, he took a deep breath. All of the 5-colored poisonous smoke surged towards the black-robed cultivator, who then devoured all of it. Heavens, the 5-colored poisonous smoke is such a terrifying poison, but he swallowed it just like that. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the poison ancestor let out a cry of surprise. Obviously, Duzu was also quite surprised. "Now it's my turn to attack," the black-robed cultivator said sinisterly. His wide black robe suddenly fluttered and a dense swarm of poisonous insects flew out. The poisonous insects landed on the faces of the cultivators. It was a 7-colored poisonous insect that looked like a ladybug. It emitted an evil power. 7-colored ladybug. Someone recognized the poisonous insect, and his expression became extremely solemn. The 7-colored ladybug was an extremely terrifying poisonous insect. It contained 7 different poisons. Once bitten by the 7-colored ladybug, the 7 different poisons would enter the victim's body from the wound and the victim's body would quickly fester. This poisonous insect was extremely rare and difficult to cultivate. It hadn't appeared for many years. But now, everyone saw the seven-colored ladybug again. Ah! The group of people let out shrill screams. They reached out to grab the poisonous insects on their faces. Bang! But in the next moment, the cultivators of the Poison Immortal sect fell to the ground and died. Come back! The black-cloaked cultivator reached out a pale hand and waved at the poisonous insects. All the poisonous insects flew back. Then, he left into the distance. He didn't even take the storage rings of the dead cultivators of the Poison Immortal sect. It was as if he disdained to take them. The storage ring is mine, many people shouted loudly and pounced over. The black-cloaked cultivator didn't care about the storage rings of the Poison Immortal sect cultivators. But in the eyes of the other cultivators, the storage rings of the dead cultivators of the Poison Immortal sect were definitely worth fighting for. Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu and said, "What do you think that person's level is?" "He's an expert in using poison. He's very scary. Also, I feel that he has more than one type of poisonous insect on him. It seems like there are even more terrifying ones that he hasn't released yet," Du Zhu said. Lin Feng nodded and found an inn with Little Fairy, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage to rest. They rented a small courtyard in a high-end inn's Biyuan district. After resting for a day, Lin Feng planned to go to Insect City to take a look. At night, Du Zhu grinned and said, "The Dark Ocean ancient capital has many exotic places. Why don't we go and have some fun tonight?" The big zombie said coldly. "Not going." Du Zhu pursed his lips and said, "I didn't invite you. I invited young master to have some fun together. As for you, you can go wherever you want. I don't care what you do. The Dark Sea ancient capital is a city that never sleeps. There are indeed many decent brothels here." Lin Feng smiled. He wasn't a pure and simple person. On the contrary, Lin Feng was a very open person. When it was time to cultivate, he was more hardworking than anyone else. When it was time to relax, he was more relaxed than anyone else. "Then let's go now," Du Zhu said impatiently. Lin Feng nodded and walked out with Du Zhu. The heretic sovereign sage followed them. Du Zhu said, "Didn't you say you weren't going? Why are you following us now?" "To protect master," the heretic sovereign sage said. Du Zhu rolled his eyes and cursed, "Shameless bastard. If you want to go, then go. Stop looking for excuses. I think you're the most shameless among us." The heretic sovereign sage knew that even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for Du Zhu when it came to talking, so he ignored Du Zhu. The poison ancestor was annoyed, so he didn't say anything else. Instead, he started talking to Lin Feng about where they should go. "What are you going to do?" asked Little Celestial when she saw Lin Feng and the others come out. "We're going to drink," Lin Feng said. "Then I want to go too," Little Fairy said excitedly. Du Zhu said, "That kind of place isn't suitable for you. Girls should sleep early. That way, your skin will be better and prettier. You should stay here and sleep." Little Fairy said with a smile, "Are you going to do some shady business? That's why you're not bringing me along." At this moment, Du Zhu remembered that Little Fairy could read other people's thoughts. Du Zhu swallowed the words he was about to blurt out. Lin Feng said, "Of course not. We're just going to drink. If you want to come, you can come with us. Big Brother Feng is the best." Little Fairy giggled. With Little Fairy in the group, they naturally couldn't go to the brothels. Instead, they went to the Myriad Flower Building. This place was more formal. Lin Gongzi, as soon as he entered the Myriad Flower Building, he heard someone calling out to him. Lin Feng turned his head and saw a beautiful woman walking over. Northern Fairy Court. Lin Feng had a rather deep impression of this woman. The last time he came to the Dark Sea ancient capital, he had some interactions with this woman. On the surface, this woman was the owner of the Monarch Gazing Restaurant, an extremely famous restaurant in the Dark Sea ancient capital. But behind the scenes, there were obviously some extraordinary identities. It was just that Lin Feng didn't know the identity behind the Northern Fairy Court. "So it's Fairy from the Immortal Park. I didn't think that I would meet Fairy here." Lin Feng smiled and cupped his fists. He didn't have a deep relationship with the Northern Fairy Garden. At most, they were just acquaintances. "Ha ha ha ha, maybe this is fate." Northern Fairy Yuan giggled as she stared at Lin Feng. No one knew what she was thinking. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's my honor to be able to meet you, celestial being. You really know how to talk, young master." Northern Fairy Yuan giggled and said, "Tomorrow, some good things will appear in the insect market. I wonder if young master has the time to accompany me to take a look. How could I dare to refuse Fairy's invitation?" Lin Feng smiled and said. Northern Fairy Yuan revealed a beautiful smile and said, "Then I won't disturb young master's gathering with your friends. I'll take my leave." Northern Fairy Yuan bowed as she said that. Then, she left. After Northern Fairy Yuan left, Duzu grinned and said, "Young master really loves everyone. Casting a wide net, catching fish diligently. You have a confidant everywhere." Lin Feng said, "That woman can't be considered a confidant. She's very mysterious." Lin Feng knew very little about the Northern Celestial Court. So, he didn't talk too much about her. Little Fairy said, "This big sister seems to be plotting against Big Brother Feng. Big Brother Feng, you have to be careful." "Plotting against me? How is she plotting against me?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. "I don't know. I wanted to investigate carefully, but there was a mysterious force that prevented me from probing into the depths of her heart." Little Fairy said. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his chin. He wasn't familiar with Northern Fairy Yuan. They didn't have much interaction with each other. He really couldn't understand what Northern Fairy Yuan was plotting against him. Lin Feng had always been an optimistic person. He wouldn't be troubled by things he didn't understand. Soon, he threw this matter to the back of his mind. Since he knew Northern Fairy Yuan was plotting against him, he had to be careful. He just had to be on guard against her. With his abilities, he had to be careful. It wasn't particularly difficult to guard against her schemes. Late at night, the four returned. The next day, Northern Fairy Yuan sent someone to pick up Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Little Fairy, Duzu, the Heretic Sovereign Sage, and Lin Feng arrived at June Gazing Pavilion in a beast carriage. After seeing Northern Fairy Yuan, Lin Feng said, "Fairy, you wouldn't mind if I brought a few friends with me, right?" Northern Fairy Yuan smiled. "Of course not. Young master's friends are my friends." Northern Fairy Yuan was very good at winning over people's hearts. With just a few words, she was able to close the relationship between two parties. However, Lin Feng already knew that Northern Fairy Yuan was plotting against him. Thus, Lin Feng was feigning civility with Northern Fairy Yuan on the surface, but he was secretly on guard against her. He smiled and said, "When should we depart?" "Let's depart now," Northern Fairy Yuan said. The group set off for Insect City. Insect City was located northwest of the Nether Ocean ancient capital. Right now, the insect market was very lively. One could see many shops and stalls here. Some of these shops and stalls sold all kinds of insect eggs and mother insects. There were also many stalls selling insect materials. "Young master, are you rearing insects?" Northern Fairy Yuan asked. Lin Feng said, "Yes, I'm rearing some insects. I'm looking for some insect materials." "May I know what kind of insects you're rearing?" Northern Fairy Yuan asked. Lin Feng did not hide anything. "An archaic ancestral insect egg. It's about to hatch, but I feel like it's still lacking. There's also a great desolate demon refining insect queen." Northern Fairy Yuan was shocked. These two types of insects are not simple. The insect materials required to rearing them are extremely difficult to find. "Fairy, you seem to be very familiar with this place. Do you know where I can buy such insect materials?" Lin Feng asked. "Young master, come with me. Perhaps you can find them there," Northern Fairy Yuan said. "Thank you very much for showing me the way," said Lin Feng. The group headed toward the place Northern Fairy Yuan had mentioned. Finally, Northern Fairy Yuan stopped in front of a huge palace. The words Nether Ocean Ancient Insect Palace were written on the palace. This place is backed by the imperial family of the Nether Ocean Divine Kingdom, so there are many good things for sale, Northern Fairy Yuan said. Lin Feng nodded. The group entered the palace. Just as they entered, a cultivator walked in. When he saw the cultivator, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. The cultivator who had entered was the mysterious black-robed cultivator who had killed the cultivators from the Poison Immortal sect earlier. The black-robed cultivator seemed to sense something and looked at Lin Feng. His eyes met with Lin Feng's. The black-robed cultivator looked deeply at Lin Feng, then retracted his gaze and walked deeper into the palace. Lin Gongzi, do you know that person? Northern Fairy Garden smiled and asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head. I don't know him. But I've seen him before. Northern Fairy Garden smiled. That person's background is not simple. I'd like to hear the details. Lin Feng looked at Northern Fairy Garden. Northern Fairy Garden chuckled and said, this is a secret. How can I reveal it so casually? If young master wants to know, then wait for us to return to the June Gazing Pavilion. Just the two of us, then we can discuss this matter. Lin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. He did not know what Northern Fairy Garden was up to. However, he was confident in his skills and was not afraid that the Northern Fairy Garden would plot against him. Lin Feng smiled and said, all right, it'll be just the two of us. We can talk and do whatever we want without anyone knowing. The Northern Fairy Garden laughed and said, yesterday, I told you that there would be some good stuff for sale today. The place where the good stuff will be sold is in the ancient worm palace of the Dark Sea. When the time comes, I will bring you there to take a look. Maybe there will be something that you like. But before that, let's see if we can buy some insect materials that you need. Please follow me. Thank you for leading the way, Fairy Garden. Lin Feng said with a smile. Northern Fairy Garden laughed and said, young master, you don't have to be so polite. Otherwise, I'll get angry. Said Lin Feng smiling. He didn't reply to Bei Xianyuan. Bei Xianyuan's words were ambiguous. Lin Feng had no intention of flirting with this woman. Under Northern Fairy Garden's lead, Lin Feng arrived at the 4th floor and met an elder in the ancient worm palace of the Netherworld Ocean. This elder was called Lu Jianzhong. Lin Feng took out a piece of paper from the Northern Celestial Yuan and took out a piece of paper. There were more than 10 insect materials written on the paper. They were all used to cultivate Archean insect eggs and primitive demon refining insects. Blood Jade Dew, Chilean Immortal Grass, Dao Spiritual Fruit. Lu Jianzhong looked at the dozen insect materials listed on the list and frowned slightly. Elder Lu, do you not have any of these insect materials here? Northern Xianyuan asked. Lu Jianzhong said, these insect materials are very precious. Originally, there were some, but a lot of them were bought during this time. Now, there are only 2 kinds of insect materials left in the treasury. Lin Feng was slightly disappointed, but being able to collect 2 kinds of insect materials was already a good harvest. He said, I'll have to trouble Elder Lu to bring these insect materials here. Lin Gongzi, wait a moment. I'll go look for it. Lu Jianzhong smiled, then got up and left. About an hour later, Lu Jianzhong returned. Lin Gongzi, these are the remaining 2 insect materials in the treasury. They are Blood Jade Dew and Spirit Breath Fruit. As Lu Jianzhong spoke, he took out 2 kinds of insect materials. Blood Jade Dew was a type of dew that was blood-colored. It was used to nurture archaic ancestral insect eggs. The Spiritual Breath Fruit was a type of fruit. It was used to nurture archaic demon-refining insects. Lu Jianzhong took out a total of 3 bottles of Blood Jade Dew and 10 Spirit Breath Fruits. Although there were not many things, they were extremely expensive. Lin Feng paid a total of 1.72 million origin crystals. I'll have to trouble Elder Lu to continue to inquire about these insect materials. If they arrive, please inform me as soon as possible. I'll definitely buy them at a high price. Lin Feng said. Lin Gongzi, don't worry. If they arrive, I'll definitely inform Lin Gongzi. Lu Jianzhong said with a smile. He liked doing business with people like Lin Feng the most. Doing business with others. Many people liked to haggle. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was rich and imposing. There was no haggling at all. This made Lu Jianzhong have a very good impression of Lin Feng. Thank you, Elder Lu. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Elder Lu, we still have to go up to the trade fair. We won't stay here for long. Northern Xianyuan said with a smile. I'll send you off. Elder Lu said. After leaving Elder Lu's place, Lin Feng and the others headed to the 7th floor. The trade fair's destination was the 7th floor. It seems that these things are far from what you need, young master. Northern Xianyuan said. Lin Feng nodded and said, if there were 10 times more things, the ancestral insect eggs might be able to hatch, and the great desolate demon refining insect queen might start laying eggs again. However, these materials are extremely rare, and it's not easy to find them. Perhaps they'll be available at the trade fair. Northern Xianyuan said. Lin Feng nodded. I hope so. The group arrived at the trade fair on the 7th floor. This trade fair's standards were extremely high, and not just anyone could participate. However, with Northern Xianyuan around, Lin Feng and the others were able to smoothly enter the trade fair. There were about 1,000 people in the trade fair. Everyone was scattered throughout the hall. Many people took out the things they wanted to trade. Then, they placed them in front of them. If they took a liking to something, they could negotiate. Are those ancient god-eater insect eggs? Duzu pointed at a stall with some insect eggs. The ancient god-eater insect was one of the top 10 ancestral insects. It was said that these insects fed on gods. That was why they were called god-eater insects. Lin Feng and the others walked over and asked around. Sure enough, they were ancient god-eater insect eggs. What would you like to trade? Duzu asked. He seemed very interested in the ancient god-eater insect eggs. The stall owner said, I need 3 flame fiend hearts. Flame fiend hearts? Could it be the heart of an ancient flame fiend? Duzu frowned and asked. Ancient flame fiends were known as divine beasts of fire born from flames. Flame fiends looked like scorpions that had been enlarged tens of thousands of times. However, the flame demon had wings, and its entire body was a fiery red color, wreathed in flames. These divine beasts of fire were extremely powerful and evil. After the end of the primordial era, they had never appeared again. It was unknown whether or not their race had been wiped out. That's right. They're ancient flame fiends' hearts. The stall owner nodded. I don't have flame fiend hearts, but I have many other treasures. Perhaps I can use them to trade for your ancient god-eater insect eggs. Duzu said. Sorry, I only want the flame fiend hearts. The stall owner said. Then, he narrowed his eyes and stopped talking to Duzu. Lin Feng said, let's go to the other stalls to take a look. The few of them walked toward the other stalls. Northern Fairy Yuan said, these people usually barter. If they can't find something they like, they won't trade with others. Lin Feng and the others knew this as well. Everyone nodded. Everyone, I would like to sell an Emperor Archaic insect egg. I wonder if anyone can afford it. At this moment, a cultivator spoke. His words caused a huge commotion. The Emperor Archaic was a legendary existence. An adult Emperor Archaic could even fight against a great emperor. There were even rumors that the primordial Emperor Butterfly had once killed a great emperor with a flap of its wings. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Emperor Archaic was. The strength of such a being was unimaginable and shocking. Lin Feng had heard of the Emperor Archaic countless times. In the long years, the Emperor Archaic had only appeared a few times. Every time he appeared, it would cause a huge commotion. It was because of this that the Emperor Archaic was remembered by the world. The Emperor Archaic's strength was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Even though the number of times the primordial Emperor Butterfly appeared was extremely few, every time the name of the primordial Emperor Butterfly appeared, everyone would feel a bone-chilling feeling in their hearts. This was because such a being was too terrifying. Now, someone was actually selling the Emperor Archaic's beast egg. This made everyone feel incredulous. Is this person crazy? He's not hatching the Emperor Archaic's egg himself and is actually selling it. He probably hatched it for a long time without success. For a heaven-defying being like the Emperor Archaic, hatching it would be extremely difficult. Yeah, how could such a terrifying being be hatched so easily? It would probably consume countless precious insect materials. Normal people wouldn't be able to afford such a huge consumption. Many cultivators were discussing spiritedly as they looked at the beast egg in the cultivator's hand with shining eyes. The beast egg was sealed in a transparent glass bottle. The beast egg was about the size of a thumb and had a golden luster. It was surrounded by countless runes. Is that the Emperor Archaic's beast egg? After seeing the beast egg, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He really wanted to rush up and snatch the Emperor Archaic's beast egg from the cultivator's hand. Such a treasure. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. Fellow Daoist, what are you planning to exchange the Emperor Archaic's beast egg for? Someone asked aloud. Everyone, you can bid. The highest bidder will get it. I don't have much interest in cultivating insects. If you have any other treasures, you can take them out and bid. The cultivator said indifferently. The cultivator wore a long green robe and had a square face. He had a scholarly aura and looked like a well-read scholar. Nature energy. Lin Feng was surprised. He had indeed sensed the vital energy of righteousness from that cultivator's body. Righteous energy was the power cultivated by Confucian cultivators. Confucian Taoist cultivators were relatively rare. Lin Feng and Ning Xiaozai were rather familiar with each other. The old Xiaozai had been studying for 80 years. Although he had never cultivated before, he had an aura of righteousness around him. At the age of 84, he directly went through the tribulation to become a God realm expert. It was truly amazing how extraordinary the path of Confucianism was. However, Lin Feng had not seen elementary scholar Ning for many years. When he had returned to the Tianwu continent, he had heard that elementary scholar Ning had come to the 9 prefectures. However, the land of the 9 prefectures was vast and boundless. It was simply too difficult to find a single person. I bid 10 pieces of sun gold essence. Soon, a cultivator shouted out his bid. Sun gold essence was a supreme divine material born from the sun. It was said that it could be forged into an emperor weapon. I bid 15 pieces of star-setting moon iron. Immediately after, another cultivator shouted out his bid. I bid a set of giant divine soldier-level equipment. There are a total of 13 pieces of various magic treasures. I bid a boundary emperor weapon. I bid one of the top 20 great Tao of the 3000 great Tao. I bid an emperor technique. More and more people participated in the bidding. The price also rose. There was no lack of rich cultivators here, and the treasures they took out were also varied. Many of the treasures were extremely precious. Lin Feng was a little moved. Many people had put in a lot of effort to get this Emperor Archaic egg. I'll offer a damaged monarch weapon. Perhaps there is a chance to repair it. The black-robed cultivator said aloud. As soon as he said that, the entire trading hall became silent. Although the Emperor weapon was broken, it was still an Emperor weapon. It was not something that could be casually compared to any magic treasure. A broken Emperor weapon. There was indeed a day when it could be repaired. Once it was repaired, it would become a true Emperor weapon. At that time, it would still be incomparably heaven-defying. Who would take out such a treasure? Who would be willing to take it out? The black-robed cultivator did not hesitate to take it out. Lin Feng had a very deep impression of this person. Previously, when he killed a group of experts from the Poison Immortal sect, this black-robed cultivator displayed a very terrifying ability. Is there anyone else who wants to trade with me? The Confucian expert asked. For a moment, no one in the trading hall made another bid. I bid 4 divine abilities. Lin Feng said. The Confucian cultivator looked at Lin Feng and asked. What divine abilities? Lin Feng said. These 4 divine abilities are one of the 3000 Great Tao and 3 Emperor techniques. The Great Disaster technique is ranked 9th among the 3000 Great Tao. The 3 Emperor techniques are the 4-armed Sacred Demon Fist, 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor, the 10,000 Demon Reincarnation Fist. Hiss. The Great Disaster technique is ranked 9th among the 3000 Great Tao and 3 Emperor techniques. Who is this young cultivator? His moves are extraordinary. Many people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone looked at Lin Feng and guessed Lin Feng's identity. I've been trying to cultivate both Confucian and demonic recently, so I can use these 3 demonic emperor techniques. The Great Disaster technique is a divine ability that everyone dreams of. Not bad. Not bad. The Confucian cultivator nodded in satisfaction. The black-robed cultivator said, how can a few great Tao compare to my emperor weapon? Even if the emperor weapon is broken, its value is far greater than a few great Dao. The Confucian cultivator said. Your emperor weapon is naturally precious, but I don't lack powerful protective treasures. No matter how good your emperor weapon is, it's not destined for me. Humph. Hearing the Confucian cultivator's words, the black-robed cultivator could not help but snort coldly. His expression was indifferent, but he did not say anything else. Young man, I'll trade with you. The Confucian cultivator said. Lin Feng took out a jade tube and said, the cultivation methods of the four great Dao are recorded in this jade tube. Please take a closer look. The Confucian cultivator said, the emperor archaic egg is here. Please take a look. Both sides exchanged items. Lin Feng mainly checked if the emperor archaic egg was still alive. The Confucian cultivator checked if the cultivation methods of the four great Dao were broken. Both sides checked and found that there were no problems, so they smiled. No problem. The Confucian cultivator said with a smile. I have no problem here either. Lin Feng smiled. Congratulations, young master, for obtaining the emperor archaic egg. Congratulations, master, for obtaining the emperor archaic egg. Congratulations, big brother Feng, for obtaining the emperor archaic egg. Duzu, the evil sovereign sage, and little fairy all thanked Lin Feng. They were sincerely happy for Lin Feng. He. Xianxia also congratulates young master for obtaining the emperor archaic egg. Northern Xianxia said with a charming smile. Haha, I still have to thank fairy for bringing me here. Otherwise, how could I obtain the emperor archaic egg? Lin Feng said with a smile. The emperor archaic was a terrifying existence that could kill great emperors. To be able to obtain the emperor archaic egg, Lin Feng was naturally very excited. Now, Lin Feng already had the archaic ancestral worm egg, the chaos demon refining insect queen, and now he had obtained the emperor archaic egg. Once the archaic ancestral worm, the emperor archaic, and the chaos demon refining insect swarm hatch successfully. When the time comes, they will form an insect army. Wouldn't they be able to kill anyone in their way, if anyone dares to blindly jump around in front of him? He wouldn't even have to do anything. He could just summon the insect swarm and take the opponent's life. Northern Xianxia said with a charming smile, if young master really wants to thank me, then when we are alone later, young master will have to perform well. Northern Xianxuan's words were very flirtatious. But Lin Feng only laughed it off. Lin Feng said with a smile, when the time comes, I will definitely follow fairy's wishes. Then it's a deal. Northern Xianxia winked at Lin Feng. After the emperor archaic egg transaction was completed, the trading hall returned to normal. Cultivators gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, discussing the price of the insect eggs, insect queen, or insect materials that they wanted to purchase. Lin Feng noticed that the black-robed cultivator would occasionally glance in his direction with a cold glint in his eyes. Clearly, the black-robed cultivator was still brooding over what happened earlier. However, Lin Feng did not care about what the black-robed cultivator was thinking. It was fine as long as this person didn't provoke him. If he dared to provoke him, would he be afraid of him? Now, Lin Feng had extraordinary means, and he also had a pseudo-emperor-level puppet. Unless it was an extremely heaven-defying character, Lin Feng was not afraid of anyone. Lin Gongzi, come and take a look. Is this the heavenly orchid grass you want? Bei Xianyuan stood in front of a stall and waved at Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked over and found that the stall was indeed selling geraniums. This kind of heavenly orchid grass was a material used to cultivate the mother worms of demon refining insects of the Great Desolate Era. The effect was excellent. There were a total of 36 stalks. Lin Feng asked, what's the price for your heavenly orchid grass? The other party was a cultivator with an aura of death around him. He should be an evil cultivator. When he saw Lin Feng, he grinned. He had a deep impression of Lin Feng. Give me the great calamity technique, and the heavenly orchid grass is yours, the evil cultivator said. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. No matter how precious the heavenly orchid grass was, it was not worth mentioning compared to the great calamity technique. This guy was obviously trying to extort Lin Feng. Duzu rolled up his sleeves and said, you want to exchange a few stalks of grass for the great calamity technique? Do you believe that I won't punch you? I'll let you see a fist bigger than a sandbag. The evil cultivator said calmly, there are people from the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom maintaining order here. If you want to fight, I'm afraid you'll be thrown out. Lin Feng patted Du Zhu's shoulder, indicating that he didn't need to be angry with this person. It was not worth it. Let's take a look at the other stalls. Lin Feng said. He turned and walked towards the other stalls. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, the evil cultivator immediately said, why are you leaving so quickly? Everything can be discussed. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. The four-armed sacred demon fist, the 9 slashes of the demon emperor, and the 10,000 demon reincarnation fist are very useful to evil cultivators like you. You can choose any one of these 3 emperor techniques, and the heavenly orchid grass is mine. Lin Feng said indifferently. The evil cultivator originally wanted to stop Lin Feng and exchange the heavenly orchid grass for Lin Feng's 3 emperor techniques. However, when he saw that Lin Feng was very firm and only wanted to exchange 1 emperor technique for the heavenly orchid grass, he felt a little depressed. However, he could only compromise in the end. This evil cultivator's instinct told him that if he made any new requests, the deal would end early. He could obtain 1 emperor technique of the demon Dao. In truth, the evil cultivator was quite satisfied with the result. Okay. I'll exchange it with you. The evil cultivator said, I want the 9 slashes of the demon emperor. No problem. Lin Feng nodded and took out a jade tube. After imprinting the 9 slashes of the demon emperor, he handed the jade tube to the evil cultivator. Lin Feng took 36 stalks of heavenly orchid grass. Everyone. I want to sell a queen insect. This queen insect is called the blue scorpion queen insect. It's a type of poisonous blue scorpion. Friends who are interested can bid. At this moment, another cultivator came to the middle of the transaction hall and shouted. Blue scorpion queen insect? That's a highly poisonous creature. It's said that 10 drops of blue scorpion queen insect's poison can kill a great emperor. So poisonous. Yes, this is a poisonous insect that only appeared in the chaotic ancient era. It's said that this poisonous insect came from the foreign realm. The foreign realm. Things are really scary. I'll offer a heavenly Dao origin crystal. I'll offer 3 heavenly dragon inner cores. After a short discussion, many cultivators started to participate in the bidding. In the end, the blue scorpion queen insect was bought by a mysterious woman wearing a veil. Lin Feng collected 2 more insect materials. They were fire snake crystal and dark demon spirit grass. Fire snake crystal was used to nurture immemorial ancestral insect eggs. Dark demon spirit grass was used to nurture desolate era's demon refining insect queen insect. Cultivating the primordial emperor butterfly's eggs also required many precious insect materials. However, Lin Feng was slightly disappointed that no insect materials for nurturing Emperor Archaic appeared in the transaction hall. The first day of the transaction hall ended. Everyone dispersed. Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu, evil sovereign sage, and little fairy and said, you guys can go back first. I will follow Fairy Yuan to June Pavilion. Little fairy winked at Lin Feng. Clearly, she was reminding Lin Feng to be careful of Northern Fairy Yuan. Lin Feng nodded without leaving any trace behind. Young master, you must have fun. Du Zhu said with a grin. His eyes swept back and forth between Lin Feng and Northern Fairy Yuan. Then, he let out a mischievous smile. Lin Feng nearly kicked Du Zhu into the foreign realm. This fellow's personality was one of wanting to stir up trouble. Young master, let's go. Northern Fairy Yuan said and walked towards the beast carriage. Lin Feng followed behind Northern Fairy Yuan and boarded her beast carriage. They headed towards June Pavilion. On the 5th floor of June Gazing Pavilion, the sound of a zither could be heard. A group of beautiful dancers were dancing gracefully. Northern Fairy Yuan was playing the zither herself. The sound of the zither lingered in the air. It was beautiful. Lin Feng was enjoying the music as he drank. He had a smile on his face as he tried to guess why Northern Fairy Yuan had called him here. Since Little Fairy had sensed that this person was harboring ill intentions towards him, Lin Feng believed that Little Fairy's senses would not be wrong. However, Northern Fairy Yuan's performance was too perfect. Even if she wanted to deal with him, she did not show any hostility. Her tolerance. Lin Feng admired her. However, a fox's tail could not be hidden forever. There would be a time when it would be exposed, just like now. She might even expose her hidden intentions. Northern Fairy Yuan's zither music was very pleasant to the ears, and Lin Feng could not help but marvel at it. The zither music ended. The dancers stopped as well. The Northern Immortal Garden waved at the dancers. The dozen or so dancers quickly retreated. Young master, what do you think of the zither music just now? Northern Fairy Yuan asked with a smile. Lin Feng said, it was sweet and melodious. It made me feel as if I was in a charming environment with a small bridge and a bamboo forest. I also saw a beautiful fairy standing on the bridge. She looked like a fairy who had descended from the 9 heavens. She smiled at me. Young master, do you still remember what that fairy looked like? Northern Fairy Yuan asked with a smile. She was so far away, yet so close. Lin Feng looked at Northern Fairy Yuan. Northern Fairy Yuan smiled and said, young master, you only know how to make me happy. How can I compare to a fairy in your artistic conception? Lin Feng smiled and said, fairy, you don't have to be so modest. Your beauty is enough to shock the world. Although I have never seen a fairy from the immortal world, I believe that there are very few fairies who are as beautiful as you. Northern Fairy Yuan said, young master, you're praising me so well. Could it be that you're attracted to me? Lin Feng smiled and said, my ambition is to cultivate. I'm not interested in romantic relationships, so I'm sorry to disappoint you. Lin Feng could not help but blush when he said such untrue words. It seemed that he was not thick-skinned enough. He should have trained with Duzu more. Northern Fairy Yuan sighed and said, there are many beautiful sceneries on the path of cultivation. Young master, you can stop and admire them. Life is not just about cultivation. There are many things to do. Lin Feng smiled and said. But I'm interested in cultivation. Other things can hardly arouse my interest. Bei Xianyuan looked even more sad. People who didn't know better would have thought that Lin Feng and Bei Xianyuan were in love. Moreover, Northern Fairy Yuan's young master, you have truly hurt this servant's heart. Northern Fairy Yuan said with tears in her eyes. Continue. Keep acting. Lin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. He did not believe Northern Fairy Yuan's pitiful expression at all. Women were born actresses. This saying was not false at all. Of course, Lin Feng did not express his thoughts. He had always been calm and collected. He did not appear too distant from Northern Fairy Yuan, but he also did not appear too close to her. I don't have the fortune to enjoy the grace of a beauty. I can only reject Fairy Yuan's kind intentions. I hope Fairy Yuan will be able to find a good home in the future. Lin Feng said. Northern Fairy Yuan rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, the future is long. Who knows how things will develop in the future? Who knows? Maybe we'll be able to work together in the future. Lin Feng smiled and said, if that day really comes, I will remember the conversation between you and me today. I will definitely remember it. After a pause, Lin Feng said, Fairy Yuan, you said you knew that black-robed cultivator. Can you tell me who he is? Northern Fairy Yuan said, that black-robed cultivator is not simple. He's from the Demon Severing Sect. Demon Severing Sect? What sect is that? Asked Lin Feng. He was surprised. Northern Fairy Yuan said, the Demon Severing Sect is a very ancient sect. This sect has a unique trait, which is that it only accepts one disciple in each generation. Lin Feng said in surprise, there's actually a sect like that? Aren't they afraid of losing their legacy? Northern Fairy Yuan said, some of the older members of the Demon Severing Sect are still alive, so there's no need to worry about losing their legacy. If any of their disciples are killed, they can just find a new successor. Could that black-robed cultivator be the successor of the Demon Severing Sect's younger generation? Lin Feng could not help but ask. That person's methods were terrifying. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. Now that he thought about it, Lin Feng was extremely scared of that person. This sect is too mysterious, so outsiders don't know much about them. However, I do know that that person shouldn't be the successor of the younger generation. Northern Fairy Yuan said. Why do you say that? Lin Feng asked. About 7 or 8 years ago, the Severing Demon sect was looking for a new generation of disciples. Usually, these disciples are 5 or 6 years old and have just started cultivating. Although they are still young, they are in the beginning stage. This stage is often very important. There is a saying that goes, victory at the starting line. Therefore, the disciples of the Severing Demon sect are raised from a young age. If the Severing Demon sect had found a new disciple 7 or 8 years ago, the current disciple of the Severing Demon sect would be 13 or 14 years old, not that black-robed cultivator. Northern Fairy Yuan said. That makes sense. Lin Feng nodded. Northern Fairy Yuan continued, you took the Emperor Archaic's egg. Obviously, that black-robed cultivator is very unwilling to accept it, so you have to be careful. The Demon Severing sect is very terrifying. As a demonic sect, their inheritances are the best. Apart from that, they're also very good at rearing insects. It's said that they're also very good at refining all kinds of poisons. Lin Feng said. You have to be careful of that person. Thank you for the warning, Fairy Yuan. Northern Fairy Yuan smiled. We're already so familiar with each other. You don't have to be so polite. Actually, I invited you here because I need your help with something else. Oh? What is it? Lin Feng asked calmly. He knew that Northern Fairy Yuan's fox tail was about to be exposed. She had bad intentions towards him. But how could it be so easy to get rid of him? She needed to create an opportunity for her to make a move. It's like this. I obtained a relic from the Moon Palace Fairy. This relic hides a huge secret. It vaguely leads me to a secret place. I know that you're proficient in formations, so I wanted to invite you to accompany me. Northern Fairy Yuan smiled. The goddess of the Northern Immortal Garden said with a smile. Her tone was filled with a hint of pleading. Her pitiful look was truly pitiful. Finding the secret area that the Moon Palace Fairy's relic led her to was a lie. She wanted to scheme against him. Of course, what the Northern Fairy Yuan said could also be true. First, he had to find the secret area that the Moon Palace Fairy's relic led him to. After that, he would think of a way to get rid of him. Lin Feng said, of course, but I have some matters to attend to, so I can't leave for now. I'm afraid it'll be some time before I can accompany you. The Northern Fairy Yuan smiled. As long as you can accompany me, I'm willing to wait for you at any time. The Northern Fairy Yuan knelt in front of Lin Feng and poured some wine for Lin Feng. Please have some wine, sir. The Northern Fairy Yuan said sweetly. Thank you, Fairy Yuan. Lin Feng downed the wine in his cup. He didn't stay at the Northern Fairy Yuan for too long. After discussing the matter, Lin Feng left. That woman knows how to endure. It seems that we have to be on guard against her. If we really go to that secret area, we have to be on our guard. The Demon Lord said. Said Lin Feng. I'll be careful. I want to see which influential group the Northern Xianyuan belongs to. Now that I think about it, the Northern Xianyuan woman is really good at plotting against people. When I first met her, I had a good impression of her, but I didn't think she would set me up for such a long time. She plotted against me for such a long time. If you hadn't been able to read her mind, I would have been killed and I wouldn't even know how I died. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh coldly. The Demon Lord said, the human heart is sinister. That's how the world is. When Lin Feng went back to his room, the Poison Ancestor, the Evil Zun Saint, and Little Fairy hadn't gone to bed yet. When they saw Lin Feng, the Poison Ancestor smiled. What a beautiful night, how come you came back so quickly? Wouldn't you be letting down the beauty of the moon? Lin Feng pursed his lips. What else could I do? Are we going to spend the night there? Duzu smiled and said, looks like the other party didn't keep you here, so you have to return in disappointment. Lin Feng said, who said you didn't ask me to stay? It's just that I'm a gentleman, not a casual person. Little Fairy asked, what did that bad woman say to Big Brother Feng? Lin Feng said, she wants me to follow her to a secret place to explore. I guess she wants to attack me in that secret place. Big Brother Feng can reject her. Little Fairy said. Lin Feng said, I promised her. Little Fairy asked in confusion, since Big Brother Feng already guessed that she was going to make a move in that secret area. Why did Big Brother Feng still agree to her request? Isn't that the same as putting yourself in danger? Lin Feng replied, because I want to know who this woman has been plotting against me for such a long time. I want to know who is behind her. Little Fairy nodded her head. Although she was naive, she understood the meaning behind Lin Feng's words. In the next few days, Lin Feng went to the insect market several times, but he couldn't find the insect materials he wanted. Little Fairy, on the other hand, had bought some insect eggs. She wanted to cultivate a batch of insects. Big Brother Feng, I have to go. One day, Little Fairy said to Lin Feng. Where are you going? Lin Feng asked. I want to go to the ancient demon continent because my roots are there. Little Fairy said. Ancient demon continent. One of the 9 provinces. It was the main base of the 9 provinces Yao clan. As for Little Fairy, she was born from the Green Lotus. From a certain perspective, she could indeed be considered a demon. Now, Little Fairy was going to the ancient demon continent to find her roots. That was reasonable. Lin Feng was reluctant to part with Little Fairy. Little Fairy waved her hand and smiled sweetly. Goodbye, Big Brother Feng. When we meet again, Big Brother Feng has to make a lot of delicious food for you. Lin Feng smiled. I guarantee you'll be very satisfied. After Lin Feng sent Little Fairy off, he decided to leave with Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign holy sage, and the next day. When they returned to their residence, they saw that the street was very crowded. It was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The 3 of them walked over. After asking around, they learned that an old immortal had appeared in the ancient capital of the Dark Sea. This old immortal was not simple. He was good at divination. Many people who sought out this old immortal for divination had their wishes come true. It was said that even the imperial family of the Dark Sea divine nation had sought out this old immortal for divination. Could it be that we met an expert? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The 8 trigrams technique, the 9 palaces technique. Of course, there were many other techniques. They could be used to divine many things. This old immortal seemed to be proficient in these arts. Divine, when will I become an emperor? Make way, Poison Ancestor yelled loudly and then began to squeeze his way in. I want to ask, when will I become an immortal? Stop daydreaming. Many people curled their lips and said. You can't become an immortal, but I'll become an emperor sooner or later. Du Zhu said confidently. Your skin is thicker than the city walls. Many people curled their lips and said. The old immortal's divination can't be done for free. The rules are written here. If you want to seek out the old immortal for divination, you have to show enough sincerity. There's no free lunch in this world. A middle-aged cultivator stood in front of a shop and said. There was a signboard in front of the shop. The signboard was filled with words. Divination of marriage, 100,000 origin crystals. Divination of fate, 1 million origin crystals. Divination of the future, 10 million origin crystals. Du Zhu read the contents of the signboard. F*CK, isn't this too expensive? Is he a scammer? Du Zhu shouted. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a scammer. The middle-aged cultivator immediately glanced at Du Zhu and said, Friend, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. Who doesn't know about the old immortal's abilities? You're insulting the intelligence of everyone here by doubting the old immortal. The middle-aged man was good at stirring up the atmosphere. The poison ancestor immediately felt the vicious gazes from all around him land on him. Du Zhu smiled awkwardly and said, I'm not doubting the old immortal. I'm just lamenting. The middle-aged cultivator said, since the old immortal dares to charge such a high price, it proves that he's really capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to scam people here. Lin Feng agreed with the middle-aged cultivator's words. Could there really be such a powerful divination technique? Could he ask the old immortal to divine Dugia's whereabouts? Are you guys divination or not? If not, hurry up and make way. Don't block the people behind you. The middle-aged cultivator said. Fortune-telling, of course, said Lin Feng, walking into the shop. Du Zhu and the heretic dominator sage followed him in. The moment they entered, they saw the old immortal. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Why are you here? Kid, why are you here? You're still alive?" The old man could not help but jump when he saw Lin Feng. This old immortal was none other than Grandpa Martin, the old swindler that Lin Feng had met in the forbidden grounds of Tianhuang. "You're not dead yet, so how can I die?" Lin Feng said indifferently. Grandpa Martin rolled his eyes and said, "Grandpa Martin has a long life ahead of him." Lin Feng said, "You're going to swagger around like this? Didn't someone capture you and make you into a mink coat?" Grandpa Martin put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Grandpa Martin is an old immortal. Who dares to offend an old immortal?" Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Old immortal? He was more like a swindler. Grandpa Martin glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Your glabella is dark. I'm afraid a bloody calamity is about to befall you. Don't you have anything good to say?" Lin Feng said unhappily. Grandpa Martin said meaningfully, "Honest advice grates on the ear. Good medicine tastes bitter." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Grandpa Martin. Sometimes, Lin Feng even felt that Grandpa Martin, this old swindler, had some extraordinary abilities. Divination might not be reliable. However, Grandpa Martin had stayed in the forbidden area of Heaven Wasteland for such a long time. Without a bit of strength, it was impossible for him to stay in there for so long without dying. Of course, the most important thing was that Grandpa Martin knew a lot of secrets. Lin Feng said, "Since you're an old immortal, why don't you do a divination for me?" Grandpa Martin immediately grinned. He stretched out his paw and patted a sign beside the table, saying, "We may be close, but business is business. If you want a divination, everything has a price. Of course, as an old friend, I can give you a 20% discount." Lin Feng said, "I want to find someone." Grandpa Martin said, "Find someone for 8 million, 20% discount, 4 million. Lin Feng took out 4 million origin crystals and handed them to Grandpa Martin. For other people, 6,400,000 was an incredible amount of wealth, but for Lin Feng, it was just a drop in the ocean. If he could really obtain information about Duguya, he would be willing to pay 4 million. Even if it was 64 million, it was still worth it. However, Lin Feng did not have confidence in Grandpa Martin, this old swindler. Because he really could not see through Grandpa Martin. Previously, Lin Feng's impression of Grandpa Martin was that it liked to brag. Anyway, as long as he had the time, he would brag about how awesome he was. However, in reality, Lin Feng was able to send Grandpa Martin flying with a single palm strike. As for whether Grandpa Martin was outstanding in other aspects, Lin Feng was not sure. After all, he was not very familiar with Grandpa Martin. "If you want to find out the whereabouts of someone, write their name on a piece of paper for me," Grandpa Martin said. Lin Feng wrote Duguya's name on a piece of paper and handed it to Grandpa Martin. Grandpa Martin crumpled the piece of paper with Duguya's name on it into a ball and threw it into a black jade tube. Then, it released a ball of flame. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The flame burned. The ball of paper turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Urgent as the law commands, Grandpa Martin muttered mysteriously, "Open the heaven's eye." His paw tapped on the jade tube, then he opened his eyes wide and looked at the jade tube. Grandpa Martin seemed to be very serious. It was as if he really did have some powerful abilities. "How is it?" Lin Feng asked. Grandpa Martin grinned and said, "I've already done my calculations. You can rest assured that the Duguya you're looking for is fine. He won't die." Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes and say, "I'm asking you where he is. Can you not give me an irrelevant answer?" Grandpa Martin smiled embarrassedly and said, "He is in the land of the 9 prefectures." Lin Feng rubbed his forehead. He already knew that Grandpa Martin was unreliable. Was this really a divination? Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "Fine. Take that 6,400,000 gold coins as my treat." Grandpa Martin grinned and said, "Kid, you're quite generous. Now that we're done with the divination, shouldn't we talk about the temple?" Back then, Grandpa Martin had taught Lin Feng how to refine the 5-dragon wheel, and Lin Feng had promised to build a few temples for Grandpa Martin to worship him. who knew that Grandpa Martin, a swindler, would see the divine servants appear. Afraid of getting Lin Feng into trouble, he did not warn Lin Feng and quietly slipped away. After Grandpa Martin slipped away, Lin Feng was blocked by the divine servants. Thus, Lin Feng had always thought that Grandpa Martin was a swindler. Grandpa Martin was just like his cheap master. However, since Lin Feng had promised Grandpa Martin to help him build a temple, he would not go back on his word. He said, "Once I return to the Dragon Gate, I'll help you with this matter." Grandpa Martin immediately became happy and said with a smile, "Kid, just based on the fact that you keep your word, Grandpa Martin thinks highly of you. You will definitely have a bright future." "Ha ha ha ha, thank you for your praise. I still have things to do, so let's part ways here," Lin Feng said. "Brat, you have water in your 5 elements. Too much water is a disaster. That's why there's a bloody disaster. If you listen to me, I advise you to leave the Netherworld Sea as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble," Grandpa Martin said. "Are you telling the truth? You're not tricking me?" Lin Feng looked at Grandpa Martin seriously. "Look at how scared you are. Grandpa Martin was just joking with you. Don't forget to build a temple for Grandpa Martin." Grandpa Martin grinned. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with Grandpa Martin anymore. He left with Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage. TSK, this kid's money is really easy to earn." Grandpa Martin grinned. The next day, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage left the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom. They boarded the ancient starship Xianxia and headed to Thunder Dragon Island. This was the Snake Empress headquarters. He wondered how the Snake Empress had been doing all these years. 5 days later, Lin Feng saw Thunder Dragon Island from afar. The surrounding 30 li of Thunder Dragon Island was covered in lightning. Thick bolts of lightning swam through the void. Even the Thunder Dragon Island was sealed by lightning. Many cultivators were patrolling around Thunder Dragon Island. Thunder Dragon Island's defenses were very tight. "Snake Empress, why aren't you coming out to see me?" Lin Feng sent out his divine will. The Snake Empress, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened her eyes. Its master's voice. The Snake Empress opened her eyes, revealing an extremely shocked expression. She quickly flew out of her seclusion room. "Greetings, Island Lord." Seeing the Snake Empress come out of seclusion, many cultivators on Thunder Dragon Island bowed to her. The Snake Empress didn't care about them and quickly flew out. "Island Lord, why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going?" Many people looked at each other in dismay. They followed the Snake Empress and flew out of the island. When the Snake Empress arrived outside the Thunder Dragon Island and saw a figure floating in the void in the distance, she immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. She quickly flew towards Lin Feng. She hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. "Master." When the other people on the Thunder Dragon Island heard how the Snake Empress addressed Lin Feng, they were all dumbfounded. The Snake Empress actually called that young cultivator her master? How was this possible? The famous Snake Empress was actually someone else's servant. This made everyone feel a sense of disbelief. "Get up," Lin Feng said. "Thank you, master." The Snake Empress responded and got up. "It's been hard on you to manage the forces in the Netherworld Sea all these years," Lin Feng said. "It's Qin'er's fortune to be able to share master's burden," the Snake Empress said. Qin'er was the Snake Empress's name, and not many people knew about it. As the Snake Empress's master, Lin Feng naturally knew about it. "Alright, let's go back to the Thunder Dragon Island to take a look," Lin Feng said. "Master, please," the Snake Empress hurriedly said and then accompanied Lin Feng as they flew towards the Thunder Dragon Island. "Yang Zhong, gather everyone above the level of Hall Master to the main hall," the Snake Empress said to a middle-aged cultivator. "Yes." The middle-aged cultivator called Yang Zhong responded. Lin Feng arrived at the main hall accompanied by the Snake Empress. He sat on the main seat while the Snake Empress stood beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile. "It seems like your harvest is not small. You actually broke through to the giant god realm," the Snake Empress said. "It's all thanks to the many natural treasures that Master left behind that I was able to break through. You can't break through to the giant god realm just by relying on natural treasures. The reason you can break through is because your comprehension is strong enough. This is the result of your own hard work. Lin Feng said. At this time, people entered the hall one after another. Everyone was slightly stunned when they saw Lin Feng. In particular, the island master, the Snake Empress, was now standing beside Lin Feng as if she was Lin Feng's maid. This caused everyone to feel shocked and moved. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Lin Feng was such a young cultivator, so how could he make the Snake Empress act so servile? Now that everyone is here, let me introduce the young master beside me. The man beside me is also my master. He's the disciple of Lord Turtle of the Reincarnation Immortal sect and the sect leader of the Dragon Gate. He holds an army of 10 million cultivators. The Snake Queen began to introduce Lin Feng. In recent years, Lin Feng's reputation had gradually risen. It wasn't difficult for the Snake Empress to find out about Lin Feng's whereabouts. When he heard that the young master in front of him was Lin Feng, who had recently been the talk of the town, everyone was quite surprised. However, many people frowned slightly and didn't take Lin Feng seriously. Apart from the fact that he was the disciple of Lord Turtle, who was worth paying special attention to. As for the other identities, they dismissed them with a smile. For example, they didn't take Lin Feng's identity as the sect leader of the Dragon Gate seriously. To many people, Lin Feng's position as the sect leader of the Dragon Gate was just a puppet supported by the Reincarnation Immortal sect. As for why Lin Feng was the Snake Queen's master, many people guessed that it might be because Lord Turtle, who was behind Lin Feng, suppressed the Snake Queen and forced her to recognize Lin Feng as her master. If it was Lin Feng who suppressed the Snake Queen, no one believed that. After all, Lin Feng was too young and pitifully weak in front of the Snake Queen. Come and greet Lin Gongzi. The Snake Queen's expression darkened when she saw that no one had any reaction. Yang Zhong hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng and said, "Subordinate Yang Zhong greets Lin Gongzi." Lin Feng had some impression of this Yang Zhong. Previously, the Snake Queen had ordered this person to gather everyone. This person was very likely the Snake Queen's confidant. After Yang Zhong bowed to Lin Feng, then, more than 10 cultivators bowed to Lin Feng. However, there were still more than 20 people who stood still and didn't move. What is the meaning of this? The Snake Queen's expression turned ugly. A white-robed cultivator said, "Island Lord. We are here to seek refuge with you, not this brat." The cultivator who spoke looked to be in his 30s. He was called the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord and was a cultivator of the Thousand-Eyed clan. Moreover, his cultivation level was even higher than the Snake Queen's. The Snake Queen was now at the first firmament of the Giant God realm. The Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord was at the third firmament of the Giant God realm. The Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord had sought refuge with the Snake Queen because he had always coveted her beauty. He wanted to subdue the Snake Queen. That was why he sought refuge with the Snake Queen. After joining the Lightning Dragon Island, the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord had gathered many experts because of his powerful cultivation level. He had expressed his intentions to the Snake Queen several times, but he had been rejected by the Snake Queen. Now that Lin Feng had appeared, the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord was not only unwilling to accept Lin Feng, but he also felt a strong sense of jealousy towards Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng was the Snake Queen's master, didn't that mean that the Snake Queen had already served him? Thinking of this, the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord had the urge to tear Lin Feng apart. Fortunately, he was still trying his best to control himself. Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord, don't go overboard. The Snake Queen looked at the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord with an ugly expression. At this moment, Lin Feng waved his hand, indicating for the Snake Queen to stop talking. Then, Lin Feng stood up. He looked at the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord and said, "It seems that you are not convinced by me." The Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord looked at Lin Feng with contempt and said, "You should have some self-awareness." Lin Feng said indifferently, "It seems that you are very confident in your cultivation level. At the very least, suppressing you will be as easy as flipping my hand." The Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord looked at Lin Feng with contempt. "Who else is not convinced by me?" Lin Feng glanced coldly at the people below. The group of cultivators standing beside the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord looked at each other. Although they did not say anything, they did not distance themselves from the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord. Clearly, their actions had made their stance clear. Lin Feng said, "All right, since you are not convinced by me, I will give you a chance." I will take 7 steps. If you can stand still, you can continue to stay. Otherwise, you can leave the Lightning Dragon Island. Because you people lack something called loyalty. Humph. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant? The group of cultivators could not help but be angered by Lin Feng's contempt. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he took a step forward. He did not even release his qi. He only released his aura. Thump. Thump. Thump, thump. Thump. The cultivators could not withstand Lin Feng's aura. They all knelt on the ground. When Lin Feng took 3 steps, only the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord remained kneeling. Even though the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord was at the 3rd layer of the giant god realm, his face was turning paler and paler. Kneel! Lin Feng shouted. He took 3 steps forward. Thump! The Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord could no longer withstand the powerful aura emitted from Lin Feng's body and knelt on the ground. How is this possible? How is this possible? This can't be real, it can't be real. The Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord roared hysterically. He couldn't accept what was happening before him. He was a giant god realm 3rd heaven cultivator. With such a cultivation, he could be considered an overlord even in the entire 9 prefectures. But now, in front of Lin Feng, he couldn't even withstand the aura emitted by Lin Feng. How could the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord accept this? To the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord, this was a deep blow that made him feel endless humiliation. He's too strong, everyone else was dumbfounded. Even the Snake Queen looked extremely shocked at this moment. She knew that Lin Feng had extraordinary means, especially after so many years. She knew that his cultivation must have improved by leaps and bounds. Even so, in the Snake Queen's opinion, it was already not easy for Lin Feng to contend with the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord. How could he suppress the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord with just the aura emitted from his body? This was too unbelievable. It was shocking and moving. Many people couldn't believe what they were seeing, including the Snake Queen. They felt like they were in a dream. As a subordinate, the most important quality is loyalty. But all of you lack loyalty. Lightning Dragon Island won't keep people like you. Get lost. Lin Feng waved his right hand. Bang bang bang, more than 20 people were sent flying by him. These people were obviously close to the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord, and they were the upper echelons of Lightning Dragon Island. If they joined forces, wouldn't they be able to make the Snake Queen a mere figurehead? Lin Feng guessed that the Snake Queen wouldn't be able to fully control Lightning Dragon Island. Humph, this place won't keep me, but there will be a place for me. Let's go. The Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord looked coldly at Lin Feng, then led his group away. Young Master's strength is unparalleled, and he is wise and mighty. Yang Zhong and the others quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Feng. Previously, they had bowed to Lin Feng because of the Snake Queen, but now they were completely convinced of Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng's display of strength had deeply shocked them. Said Lin Feng. Everybody, stand up. Thank you, young master. Yang Zhong and the others stood up. Lin Feng asked, what's the situation like on Lightning Dragon Island now? Snake Empress said, currently, Lightning Dragon Island has a total of 530,000 cultivators. These cultivators are basically all in the true god realm, the elites of the elites. A small portion of them are in the heavenly god realm. The only giant god realm cultivators are me and the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord. Now that the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord has been chased away by Master, there is only me, the giant god realm cultivator left. That's right. You managed to recruit so many strong cultivators in such a short time. Praised Lin Feng. The Snake Queen revealed a beautiful smile and said, it is Qin'er's honor to be able to share Master's burden. That night, Lightning Dragon Island held a celebratory feast to welcome Lin Feng. News of what had happened during the day also spread among the Lightning Dragon Island's cultivators. Everyone knew that an extremely terrifying expert had come to Lightning Dragon Island. Even an expert as powerful as the Thousand-Eyed Evil Lord was as weak as an ant in front of him. Currently, the Lightning Dragon Island's cultivators were excitedly discussing this matter. They had joined Lightning Dragon Island because they wanted to fight for a good future. Naturally, they hoped that Lightning Dragon Island had a powerful backer. Leaning against a big tree was the best way to enjoy the shade. After the feast ended, Lin Feng went to the sealed area in the depths of the island. The seal had already been closed. This seal had been added by the celestial master past ancestor, and it was connected to the forbidden god world. Back then, when he had opened the seal, the 5 Yazis and Song Ming Mountain's 5 devils had escaped. However, he did not know if there were any other living beings that had escaped from the forbidden god world. The next few days passed by in a carefree manner. During the day, Lin Feng would help strengthen the Lightning Dragon Island's restrictions. At night, he would be accompanied by a peerless beauty, the Snake Queen. Naturally, they would enjoy the beautiful moonlight. Rumble. Rumble. On this day, waves of terrifying fluctuations surged from afar. Ancient warships were sailing towards Lightning Dragon Island. There were a total of 100 ancient warships. There were 10,000 cultivators on each ancient warship. The other party had a total of 1 million cultivators. Snake Queen, why aren't you coming out to see me? At this moment, a cold voice was transmitted to Lightning Dragon Island. Lin Feng hovered in midair and saw the huge fleet in the sea. He looked at the Snake Queen and asked, "Who are these people?" "They are from Devil Swarm Island. The cultivator leading them is called Young Master Wu Hen. He is the son of Devil Swarm Island's island master," the Snake Queen said. Devil Swarm Island? When did such a power appear in the Nether Sea? Lin Feng asked in astonishment. There were many powers in the Nether Sea, but most of them were small. Since Devil Swarm Island could mobilize so many warships and cultivator armies, it was obvious that they were a terrifying power. Such a power should not be so unknown. Lin Feng had stayed in the Nether Sea for a period of time, but he had never heard of Devil Swarm Island. The Devil's Islands is a force that has just prospered in recent years. This force has gathered a large number of experts in a short period of time. Moreover, these people are simply unscrupulous. They are incomparably ferocious. They even dared to rob the fleets of the Dark Sea Divine Nation and the Mermaid race. The Nether Sea Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk race once mobilized their armies to wipe out Devil Swarm Island. However, Devil Swarm Island was much stronger than they had imagined. Therefore, both the Nether Sea Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk race failed. Instead, Devil Swarm Island's reputation grew. Now, Devil Swarm Island has become a giant that can contend with the Nether Sea Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk race. Lin Feng said, "Who is backing Devil Swarm Island? If there is no one backing them, it won't be easy to establish such a huge power." "His honor is Devil Swarm Island's backer," said the Snake Queen. "It's him." Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had seen his honor before. He knew how terrifying his honor was, but Lin Feng did not expect his honor to be Devil Swarm Island's backer. "Why did young Master Wu Hen come to Lightning Dragon Island?" Lin Feng asked. "He wants to subdue Lightning Dragon Island," said the Snake Queen. Lin Feng nodded. "Snake Queen, this young master's patience is limited. If you don't know what's good for you, this young master will have no choice but to attack Lightning Dragon Island." At this moment, young Master Wu Hen's voice sounded again. There was a strong sense of threat in his voice. "Let's go meet this person," said Lin Feng as he took the lead and flew out. The Snake Queen, Du Zhu, and the heretic Reverend Saint followed closely behind and flew out of the island. Lin Feng and the others arrived outside the Thunder Dragon Island. From a distance, Lin Feng saw young Master Wu Hen. This person looked to be in his 30s. He was rather handsome, but his complexion was somewhat pale. His entire person gave off a cold and unkind feeling. Young Master Wu Hen's eyes were fixed on the Snake Queen. That pair of cold eyes revealed an incomparably fiery gaze. "Snake Queen, I haven't seen you for a while, but you've become even more charming. This young island master has always known how to take care of women. If it wasn't for you, this young island master would have already attacked the Thunder Dragon Island. So, you'd better be tactful and obediently become this young island master's 99th concubine. Moreover, you should also obediently offer the several 100,000 cultivator army of the Thunder Dragon Island to this young island master. This way, this young island master will dote on you even more. If you don't know what's good for you, this young island master can give an order to capture the Thunder Dragon Island. The cultivator army of the Thunder Dragon Island will eventually be taken over by this young island master. You don't even have the qualifications to be this young island master's concubine. You'll become the lowest concubine in the world, young Master Wu Hen said sinisterly. You're going too far. The Snake Queen's face turned ashen. If an ordinary person dared to speak to her like this, she would have already taken action. However, the power behind this young Master Wu Hen was too great. She didn't dare to offend him. If a fight really broke out, the Thunder Dragon Island wouldn't be a match for the Devil Pack Islands. It's early in the morning to hear a male dog barking in heat. What a bummer. Scram back to where you came from. Otherwise, we can only close the door and beat the dog. Lin Feng sneered. This young Master Wu Hen dared to covet his woman. He was simply courting death. Originally, young Master Wu Hen didn't notice Lin Feng. It wasn't until Lin Feng spoke that he looked at Lin Feng. It was a pair of cold eyes that made one's heart turn cold. They were filled with dense killing intent. Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you humiliate this young island master? I think you don't want to live anymore. Young Master Wu Hen's expression was indifferent, revealing a biting cold killing intent. Now that he was the young master of the myriad Devil Islands, young Master Wu Hen could be said to be complacent and aloof. Only he could humiliate others. Who dared to humiliate him? That would be courting death. Lin Feng revealed a mocking expression. Even a lowly character like you dares to be so presumptuous in front of me. Slap yourself 10 times and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die today. Courting death, dense killing intent burst out from young Master Wu Hen's eyes. He stepped out of the ancient ship. Then, he looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, "Little boy, don't be stupid. Get out here. Within 3 moves, this young master will take your dog life. Young island master, let us do it. Your body is precious, there's no need to be angry with such lowly people." Immediately, many experts said. These experts from the Devil Swarm Island were clearly worried that young Master Wu Hen would have an accident. If such a thing really happened, they would also be punished when they returned to the Islands of Devils. They were very clear about the punishment of the Devil Swarm Island. It was simply a fate worse than death. When young Master Wu Hen heard these people's dissuasion, his face turned incomparably gloomy. "Do you think I'm not a match for that brat?" Young Master Wu Hen said with a gloomy expression. Young Master Wu Hen had cultivated for 37,500 years. His talent was astonishing. Therefore, he was currently at the 5th heavenly layer of the giant god realm. Although they could not sense Lin Feng's cultivation, they could sense Lin Feng's life aura. Lin Feng's life aura was simply too young. Clearly, he had not cultivated for many years. One could conceal one's cultivation through some special means, preventing others from probing. However, one's life aura could not be concealed. Such a young cultivator, presumably, he did not have much cultivation. Thinking of this, the experts from the Devil Swarm Island felt somewhat relieved. They did not continue to dissuade young Master Wu Hen. "Brat, why aren't you coming out and fighting with me? Are you afraid? If you are, then kneel on the ground and kowtow to me for mercy." Young Master Wu Hen sneered as he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, "I disdain to make a move. Do you think a trash like you is worthy of me making a move? You're simply dirtying my hands." This brat is too arrogant. The cultivators from the Devil Swarm Island could not help but mutter. They had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Feng. However, since Lin Feng did not accept the challenge, everyone felt that Lin Feng might just be shooting his mouth off. His mouth was powerful. But in reality, he did not have much ability. The cultivators from the Lightning Dragon Island were also muttering. Everyone had already guessed that Lin Feng was that mysterious expert. However, Lin Feng's arrogance had clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. Moreover, Lin Feng was still so young. Many people could not help but mutter. Could the rumors about that mysterious expert be false, brat? If you don't dare to accept the challenge, then just say it. Why put on an act? Young Master Wu Hen sneered. It's not that I don't dare to accept the challenge, but that I disdain it. If I were to make a move, I would only need one move to kill you. Lin Feng raised a finger as he spoke. Many people had bitter smiles on their faces. Young Master Wu Hen was a 5th celestial stage giant god. Yet, this brat actually said that he would only need one move to kill young Master Wuhan. This bragging was a little too much. Please, can you stop bragging? Many people wailed inwardly. Young Master Wuhan was so angry that he laughed and said, "Fine. I want to see how you're going to kill me in one move." Lin Feng said, "I really disdain to make a move. Why didn't you listen to me? However, since you're so determined to throw away your life, I can only fulfill your wish." After saying that, Lin Feng walked toward young Master Wuhan. This brat is so good at bragging. If he claims to be second in the world, no one would dare to claim to be first. Now, he's probably going to reveal his true colors. Do you guys think that this brat will be killed by the young master in one move? That's very possible. The cultivators of the Devil Islands discussed fervently. Is that young master really capable, or is he just bragging? Isn't he a little too young? I feel like he's just bragging. I also feel like he's just bragging. Young Master Wuhan is a 5th celestial stage giant god. If that young master is just bragging, won't he be killed by young Master Wuhan in one move? The cultivators of the Lightning Dragon Islands discussed fervently. Everyone looked at Lin Feng and young Master Wuhan. Everyone was looking forward to this battle. Boom. Young Master Wuhan's body emitted a terrifying aura. When the aura spread out, many cultivators' faces turned as pale as paper. Isn't this young Master Wuhan too strong? His cultivation is very likely beyond the 5th celestial stage. Many people exclaimed. Young Master Wuhan's aura was so terrifying that it was suffocating. Before he even made a move, he had already shocked the hearts of the surrounding cultivators, giving them a feeling that they could not resist. Young Master Wuhan's black hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a demon or a god. On his face, there was a look of superiority. My cultivation has already broken through, and I'm only one step away from the 7th layer of the giant god realm. I'm dozens of times stronger than when I was at the 5th layer. Young Master Wuhan said indifferently. What? He's that powerful? Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect young Master Wuhan to be so powerful. Young Master is too strong. That brat is dead for sure. That's right. That brat will die miserably. The cultivators of the Devil Islands cried out excitedly. That young master is done for this time. Yeah, young Master Wuhan's cultivation is too strong. It's simply impossible to resist him. The cultivators of the Thunder Dragon Island had solemn expressions. Duzu curled his lips and said, not to mention that he hasn't reached the 7th layer of the giant god realm. Even if he did, so what? In front of young master, he's still an ant. Many people rolled their eyes. Their master knew how to brag. Even their master's guard knew how to brag. Limitless Thunderfire Art. At this time, young Master Wuhan made his move. Dense Thunderfire energy appeared in his right hand. In his left hand, flame energy appeared. The Thunderfire energy and flame energy fused together. They formed a powerful Thunderfire energy. The power of lightning and fire fused together, turning into a distorted ball of energy. The Thunderfire energy fused together. Waves of destructive energy rippled out from his body. This is a top-rate emperor art. Supposedly, it was created by an imperial monarch realm expert called the Heavenly Emperor of Lightning and Fire. It's simply invincible and invincible. Young Master used this top-notch emperor technique as soon as he arrived. It seems like he wants to kill that brat instantly. That must be his plan. With such a terrifying emperor technique, that brat will definitely die even if he has 9 lives. The cultivators of the Devil Islands discussed in low voices. The way they looked at Lin Feng, it was no different from looking at a dead person. In their opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure. On the other hand, the cultivators from Thunder Dragon Island wore solemn expressions. After Lin Feng was killed, the cultivator army of the myriad Devil Islands and the cultivator army of the Thunder Dragon Islands were bound to engage in a bloody battle. If Lin Feng was instantly killed, the momentum of the Hell Thunder Dragon Island would be greatly affected. Therefore, the cultivator army of the Thunder Dragon Island was in an extremely disadvantageous situation. Die, brat, young Master Wuhan grinned maliciously as he unleashed a peerless attack at Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng was still motionless. Don't tell me he's scared silly? The cultivators of the Devil Islands looked at Lin Feng with sneers. As for young Master Wu Hen, an arrogant expression appeared at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, Lin Feng would undoubtedly die today. No one could save Lin Feng's life. Just as the terrifying attack was about to reach Lin Feng's body, at this moment, everyone saw Lin Feng finally moved. His movements were very slow. So slow that everyone could clearly see Lin Feng's every move. However, that seemingly slow movement was as fast as lightning when it was condensed into an attack. This was a very strange feeling. Clearly, it was a very slow movement. But at the same time, it gave people a feeling of being struck by lightning. Lin Feng raised his right hand and gently slashed in the air. Buzz, a blade light condensed. That blade light cut through the sky. It directly slashed at young Master Wu Hen. PFFF. The divine ability condensed by young Master Wu Hen was directly torn apart. Impossible. Young Master Wu Hen's originally complacent expression instantly turned into horror as he shouted in disbelief. Feeling the terror of that blade light, young Master Wu Hen did not dare to take it head-on. He frantically retreated, wanting to avoid this terrifying attack. However, he was horrified to discover that no matter how he dodged, he could not avoid this attack. Quickly, save me! Young Master Wu Hen roared. Quickly, save the young master! Immediately, more than a dozen peak experts rushed toward young Master Wu Hen, wanting to save him. But it was already too late. PFFF, the blade light pierced through young Master Wu Hen's body. Young Master Wu Hen was directly split into two. Everyone had an incomparably shocked expression. Young Master Wu Hen had such a powerful cultivation. But he was actually killed in a single move. Just what level was that young master at? Wasn't this too terrifying? The young master is dead. Kill him. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the master. A seventh-layer giant god expert bellowed. They knew very well how terrifying the island master was. Young Master Wu Hen was the only son of the master. Now, he had died miserably. These people had an unshirkable responsibility, and when the time came, they would definitely be severely punished. But if they could kill Lin Feng, they would be able to change their situation. Kill! A deep roar was heard. More than 20 experts charged toward Lin Feng. These people were all the upper echelons of the Devil Isle. They were the peak experts of the Devil Isle. Each of them was a giant god expert. Even in a peak force like the Devil Isle, there were only slightly more than 30 of such experts. But now, young Master Wu Hen had brought more than 20 people with him. From this, one could see how much the master of the Devil Isle loved his son. He was afraid that something would happen to young Master Wu Hen, which was why he had sent so many experts to protect him. But in the end, young Master Wu Hen had died in Lin Feng's hands. Attack! The Snake Empress shouted, wanting to lead the cultivator army of the Lightning Dragon Isle to reinforce Lin Feng. No matter how strong Lin Feng was, a single person could not contend against more than 20 giant gods, right? At this time, Du Zhu curled his lips and said, "They're just a bunch of cats and dogs." For the young master, dealing with them is as easy as crushing a group of ants. Everyone, just watch the show. A bunch of cats and dogs? Crushing them is as easy as crushing a group of ants? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. That young master, was he really that terrifying? Then, these people saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. They saw him being besieged by more than 20 giant gods. The handsome young master with shoulder-length black hair casually stepped out. He used his palm as a saber. He shuttled through the crowd. Saber energy vibrated out one after another. Every blade aura that flew out could instantly kill a giant god powerhouse. In a few breaths of time, more than 20 giant god realm powerhouses were all slain. Between heaven and earth, not a sound could be heard. One after another, eyes turned pale with shock as they looked at the handsome young man standing proudly in the void. It was as if stormy waves had been set off in everyone's hearts. The combat strength Lin Feng displayed was simply too terrifying. It deeply shocked everyone, causing their expressions to change. Run! At this moment, the cultivators on the Devil Islands side finally regained their senses. No one knew who it was, but someone shouted. One after another, the ancient warships quickly changed their direction and fled into the distance. Lin Feng was too terrifying. With so many giant God Realm experts killed, the Devil Island side was like a group of dragons without a leader. They had turned into a pile of loose sand and were no longer a threat. Therefore, the cultivators on the Devil Island side fled in a sorry state. Kill, their roars shook the sky. Naturally, the cultivators on the Lightning Dragon Island would not let the cultivators on the Devil Islands off so easily. At this moment, the cultivators on the Lightning Dragon Island were full of vigor. At the same time, Lin Feng directly activated the grand formation he had set up previously. During the past few days, Lin Feng had strengthened the grand formation on the Lightning Dragon Island. The sea region within a radius of 30 li was enveloped by the grand formation. Powerful ripples shook the void. The formation runes intertwined and sealed the world. The surrounding heaven and earth were completely sealed off. The ancient ships of war were all locked in the formation. We are trapped by the grand formation. Break out. Break out with all your might. From the ancient ships of war, the panicked voices of countless cultivators from Fiend Islands could be heard. Over 100 ancient warships shot out a dense number of spirit stone cannons. They attacked the grand formation that sealed the surrounding sea region. However, ordinary spirit stone cannons were unable to break the grand formation set up by Lin Feng. It's over. The grand formation can't be broken. We're dead meat. I don't want to die. The cultivators on the Devil Island side were filled with despair. In fact, the number of cultivators on the Devil Island side was close to twice the number of cultivators on the Lightning Dragon Island. However, when two armies clashed, it was never said that one could win with numbers. When two armies clashed, momentum was the most important thing. If one's momentum was strong and worked together, they would be invincible. The morale of the army was slack. Each of them fought for themselves and were utterly defeated. Clearly, the cultivators on the Lightning Dragon Island had a strong momentum and were working together. On the other hand, the cultivators on the Devil Island side were utterly defeated. Before the battle even started, the cultivators on the Devil Island side had already lost. Just as the armies were about to clash, a deep roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Devil Island's cultivators, on account of the heavens' kindness, I can spare your lives. However, you must swear an oath to pledge your loyalty to me. When Lin Feng's voice, the cultivators on the Devil Island side. The cultivators on the Devil Island side of the Devil Island side was looking at each other. Soon, someone said loudly, Morong Wuhan is dead. If we go back, we probably won't have a good ending. Instead of going back and being punished, it's better to rely on this young master. We are willing to submit to young master. The cultivators on the Devil Island side knelt on the ground and swore their loyalty to Lin Feng. However, there was also a part of the cultivators who rebuked these people's actions. They would rather die in battle than submit to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, on the other hand, allowed this part of the cultivators to succeed. With a single order, this part of the cultivators were all killed. In the end, Lin Feng subdued 950,000 cultivators. The cultivators on the Lightning Dragon Island had reached about 1.5 million. Devil Islands. Inside the Primordial Spirit Lamp Hall. The Primordial Spirit Lamps of the Young Master, Morong Wuhan, and more than 20 giant God Realm upper echelons shattered. A few servants who were cleaning saw this scene and were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Quickly report this to the elder. The servants scrambled out of the room. Not long after, the elder of the Primordial Spirit Lamp Hall arrived. When he saw the shattered Primordial Spirit Lamps, his expression turned ugly. He personally went to see the island master, Morong Baiming. Outside the hall where Morong Baiming was cultivating, the elder of the Primordial Spirit Lamp Hall was stopped. I have an important matter to discuss with the island master. The elder of the Primordial Spirit Lamp Hall said in a deep voice. Please wait for a moment. We will go in and report. The guard commander said. The guard commander also knew the elder of the Primordial Spirit Lamp Hall. He knew that something big must have happened for the elder of the Primordial Spirit Lamp Hall to come in such a hurry. Therefore, he did not dare to delay. At this time, Morong Baiming's voice came from inside. There is no need to report this matter. Just come in. Elder, please. The guard commander said. The elder of the primordial spirit lamp hall cupped his fists and pushed the door open. He entered the hall. The huge hall was empty. A middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hall. That middle-aged man was like an ancient devil that had not moved since ancient times. Although he did not deliberately emit a powerful aura fluctuation. However, it still gave people a feeling of fear and trepidation. The man who looked like an ancient devil was the island master of the Devil's Island, Morong Baiming. After seeing Morong Baiming, the elder of the primordial spirit lamp hall knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Island master, something has happened to the young island master. Morong Baiming, who had his eyes closed, instantly opened his eyes when he heard that something had happened to Morong Wuhan. His eyes revealed two cold rays of light. What happened? Morong Baiming asked in a deep voice. The primordial spirit lamps of the young island master and more than 20 giant god experts have all shattered. The elder of the primordial spirit lamp hall said. What? Morong Baiming's eyes could not help but burst out with endless killing intent. The void in front of him was shattered by the killing intent bursting out from Morong Baiming's eyes. Lightning Dragon Island. The Snake Empress said, Master, young Master Wuhan and so many giant god experts have been killed. In addition, the Devil's Island has lost millions of cultivators. The Devil's Island will definitely not let this matter rest. This servant guesses that the island master of the Devil's Island, Morong Baiming, will personally lead the cultivator army here. What is Morong Baiming's cultivation? Lin Feng asked. It is said that he is a half-step emperor expert. The Snake Empress said. Half-step emperor? Lin Feng was very surprised. Morong Baiming was already so terrifying. How terrifying was the strength of the supremacy behind Morong Baiming, just thinking about it made people shudder with fear. If we want to kill Morong Baiming, we need to make some preparations in advance. Lin Feng could not help but narrow his eyes. Naturally, what happened on the Lightning Dragon Island could not be kept a secret. Soon, as if it had grown wings, it spread throughout the Netherworld Sea. The cultivators and the various cultivators gathering places were discussing this matter. Many people were waiting for the Devil's Island to respond. After all, ever since the Devil's Island was established, it had never suffered any losses. It had never suffered a loss. Even in the battle against the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom and the Mermaid Clan, the Devil's Island had always won. This time, the Devil's Island had suffered such a big loss. It was impossible for them to swallow this insult. Demon's Island, the army gathered. Morong Baiming planned to personally lead the army to attack Thunder Dragon Island. He vowed to destroy Thunder Dragon Island, then capture Lin Feng and cut him into pieces to avenge Morong Wuhan. At this moment, a cloud of black fog flew over from afar. A man stood vaguely in the black fog. Your Honor. Seeing the man, Morong Baiming hurriedly knelt on the ground and saluted him. Greetings, Your Honor. The 5 million cultivator army also saluted his honor. A mere Thunder Dragon Island can be destroyed with a flick of a finger. Is it worth it to make such a big fuss for such a small force? His honor looked at Morong Baiming. His honor looked directly at someone as powerful as Morong Baiming. Even Morong Baiming had a feeling of trepidation. His honor was his benefactor in the Forbidden God realm. Later, Morong Baiming became his honor's follower. A few years ago, Morong Baiming took his son and followed his honor to escape from the Forbidden God realm. Morong Baiming only had respect for his master. He didn't know his honor's cultivation level or origin. The only thing he knew was that his honor was too powerful. In the Forbidden God realm's 9th heaven, his honor was also in existence that no one dared to provoke. Now that he had returned to Jiuzhou, he was invincible. Not only that, no one was able to shake his honor's sharpness. In Morong Baiming's opinion, Lord Tortoise, the Red World Fairy, and other legendary existences. In front of his honor, they were as weak as ants. My honor, my son is dead. Morong Baiming said in a sorrowful voice. It doesn't matter. When I enter the Netherworld, I have a way to resurrect your son. His honor said. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Morong Baiming was overjoyed and quickly kowtowed to his honor. Morong Baiming didn't doubt his honor's words at all. In Morongbiming's heart, his honor was an omnipotent existence. Conquering the 9 prefectures. Let's start with conquering the Netherworld Sea. The Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk race have dealt with the Demon's Island several times. Now, it's time to destroy these 2 forces. As for the Lightning Dragon Island, after destroying the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk race, you can deal with the Lightning Dragon Island however you want, said his honor. Yes, your honor. This subordinate will remember your honor's teachings, Morongbiming said hurriedly. Swish. With a wave of his sleeve, his honor swept away the 5 million cultivator army. Such a huge army of cultivators flew above the sea in a grandiose manner. Wherever the cultivator army passed, the islands were plundered clean. Countless people were killed by the cultivator army. This news quickly spread throughout the Netherworld Sea. His Holiness has taken action personally. It seems that he wants to unify the Netherworld Sea. I wonder if the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk can stop you, my lord? Countless people were discussing this matter. Many people chose to side with the Island of Demons. As for the sea regions ruled by the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk, there were constantly cultivators fleeing. It was obvious that they did not want to participate in this war. Lin Feng also heard this news. Duzu said, this his honor's ambition is not small. Lin Feng nodded and said, this person is too terrifying. Now that he has taken action personally, I wonder if the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk can stop him? It would be best if they can defeat him. When that happens, the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk will definitely chase after him and the Island of Demons. It will save us a lot of trouble. Duzu said, it won't be that easy to deal with his honor. However, the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk definitely have a terrifying foundation. It's hard to say how this battle will turn out. Evil Dominator Saint said, we should still prepare for both sides. Lin Feng nodded and said, yes, we do need to prepare for both sides. We also need to pay attention to the situation over there at all times. Facing his honor's aggressiveness, the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk joined forces to fight his honor. The cultivator armies of both sides fought fiercely, and the sea was dyed blood red. The Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk both brought out their own foundation. The Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom had an ancient expert who sealed himself in a stone. His cultivation could be said to be heaven-defying. As for the Merfolk, they took out a broken ancient killing weapon. The ancient killing weapon was one of the 9 great ancient weapons. It was a terrifying weapon that surpassed Emperor weapons. Once it was activated, its power was boundless. Although the ancient killing weapon in the Merfolk's hands was broken, it was still unimaginably terrifying. Thus, the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk were full of confidence in this battle. However, no one expected that. Everyone had underestimated his honor's strength. His honor was too strong. He was so strong that even the ancient expert who sealed himself in the stone was not his match. His honor broke the other party's stone seal and heavily injured the ancient expert from the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom. And the most shocking thing was that his honor actually had an ancient demonic weapon. It was one of the 9 great ancient weapons. The ancient demonic weapon in his honor's hands was actually intact. That was too terrifying. The power of an intact ancient demonic weapon was incomparable to the broken ancient killing weapon of the Merfolk. In this battle, the Merfolk cultivators died one after another, and the ancient killing weapon was taken by his honor. Apart from the ancient expert who sealed himself in the stone and escaped with serious injuries, the allied forces of the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk died. The rest died in battle. The Dark Ocean had become a sea of blood, and there were corpses everywhere. Blood rained down like rain. After his honor attacked once, he did not attack again. It was as if he could not be bothered to continue attacking. Morongbiming led the army to attack the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk Empire that had just been established for a few years. Countless people were killed. Only a few people from the Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk escaped. The others had also died in this calamity. These were 2 colossal forces. They were destroyed in the blink of an eye. This matter quickly spread throughout the entire 9 regions. The 10 immortal sects. The upper echelons of many ancient sects, ancient sacred lands, and ancient families were also paying attention to this matter. The Dark Ocean Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk were both top powers. But they were destroyed so easily. Who exactly is that His Honor? Wasn't he too terrifying? Even the strongest person in the 9 states, the Red World Fairy, was probably not His Honor's match. His Honor was very mysterious. He disappeared again, and the matters of the Dark Ocean were left to Murong Biming to handle. Many major powers sent people to the Dark Ocean to gather information because they felt that something was amiss. Perhaps His Honor's ambition was not as simple as unifying the Dark Ocean. The signs of the 5 decay of heaven. Grandpa Martin walked on the sea. He frowned slightly. This is not a place to stay for long. I better escape. Grandpa Martin muttered and was about to leave quickly. At this moment, a man walked over from afar. That man was shrouded in black fog. Honor, His Honor. Grandpa Martin's expression changed when he saw that man. He turned and fled. Grandpa Martin, why are you in such a hurry? His Honor chased after Grandpa Martin step by step. His Honor's speed was simply too fast. Grandpa Martin ran frantically, but was unable to shake His Honor off. Being targeted by His Honor, Grandpa Martin felt like crying. Grandpa Martin shouted. His Honor, there is no enmity between us, please don't chase after me. There aren't many people from that era who are still alive. You are one of them. When old friends meet, shouldn't we have a good chat? Yet, you left so decisively, this is simply too heartbreaking. His Honor said. Go to hell, old friend. Grandpa Martin, are you close to me? Grandpa Martin thought fiercely. However, he did not dare to say these words in front of His Honor. Grandpa Martin said. I have an urgent matter, so I left in a hurry. How about we meet another day? At that time I will treat you to immortal tea. His Honor said. What could be more important than meeting an old friend? Tell me, let me hear it. Grandpa Martin felt bitter in his heart. What he said just now was just an excuse that he came up with. Grandpa Martin said. What I am going to do is extremely important, but it is not convenient for me to reveal it. Thus, I am unable to tell you about it. His Honor's expression became cold and indifferent. Grandpa Martin, it seems that you don't treat me as a friend. Since that is the case, there is no need for me to treat you as a friend. After saying that, His Honor increased his speed. Grandpa Martin saw that His Honor was chasing after him, and he was almost scared out of his wits. Grandpa Martin increased his speed to the limit, but he was still unable to shake His Honor off. Grandpa Martin was not good at fighting. What he was best at was divination and deduction, as well as all kinds of other arts. Very quickly, His Honor caught up to Grandpa Martin, then sent a palm towards Grandpa Martin. His Honor, can you not be impulsive? Impulsiveness is the devil. Grandpa Martin shouted. Bang, along with the fierce attack, Grandpa Martin was sent flying by His Honor. A line of blood was left behind in the air. Grandpa Martin's body was sent flying, and his face was deathly pale. He stood in the air with difficulty, and looking at his appearance, he was on the verge of collapse. His Honor said with a smile. Grandpa Martin, so many years have passed, why is your cultivation still so weak? What exactly have you been doing all these years? Even if a pig were to live to your age, its cultivation level would be much higher than yours, right? Grandpa Martin grinned and said, Grandpa Martin is not interested in cultivation. If Grandpa Martin were to cultivate properly, you would be the one vomiting blood from Grandpa Martin's palm today. Grandpa Martin coughed up blood as he spoke. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. His Honor smiled and said. Is that so? Your stubborn personality hasn't changed in the slightest after so many years. Let me ask you something. If you answer me honestly, I might let you live. Grandpa Martin said, feel free to ask. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. Those who suppressed me back then, where are they now? Asked His Honor. They went to the Undying World long ago. By now, they have probably become big shots of the Undying World, right? Grandpa Martin said. Undying World. Very good, very good. Wait until I get to the Undying World. I'm going to cut them into 1,000 pieces. Dense killing intent appeared on His Honor's face. Can I leave now? Grandpa Martin asked. The corner of his honor's mouth curled up into a cold smile and said, "Grandpa Martin, when you perform fortune-telling for others, have you ever divined what your own fate would be like?" Grandpa Martin said, "This. I've divined for myself, but my divinations aren't very accurate." "Is that so? That's truly a pity. If you had divined for yourself, you might have been able to avoid this calamity." His honor laughed lightly and lightly waved his right hand. Swoosh. A dazzling sword aura swept out. Pooh, that sword aura directly pierced through Grandpa Martin's chest. Grandpa Martin looked at his chest that was pierced through by the sword aura. He stretched out his hand, wanting to cover the wound that was continuously bleeding. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to stop the blood from flowing out. "This sword of mine has destroyed all of your life force. You can go on your way with peace of mind," his honor said indifferently. Grandpa Martin said, "You didn't keep your word. You said that you would let me go." His honor said indifferently, "I only said that I would consider letting you go, but I didn't say that I would definitely let you go. Just now, I had thought it through, and that is, I had decided to take your life." How ironic. Grandpa Martin, had just divined that a brat would have a bloody calamity. That brat hasn't even gotten into trouble yet, but I, Grandpa Martin, have already died. Grandpa Martin cried out miserably as his body fell into the sea and was instantly swallowed by the rolling waves. "Grandpa Martin, have a safe journey." His honor's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Following which, he stepped into the distance and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After the fall of the Netherworld Sea's divine nation and the Merfolk Empire, the majority of the sea region had been occupied by the demonic islands. Now, only the last piece of land was left, and that was the Lightning Dragon Island. Originally, Lin Feng had planned to let the Snake Queen continue to take root in the Netherworld Sea's divine nation, but now, he had changed his mind. Previously, when the divine nation of the Netherworld Sea and the Merfolk Empire were still around, there were two great powers that were restraining his honor and the demonic islands. But now, these two great powers had been destroyed. There was no one else that could restrain his honor and the demonic islands. Continuing to stay here was truly not a wise move. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to move the cultivator army of the Lightning Dragon Island away. He had set up a space-time shift formation on the Lightning Dragon Island, which could directly shift a long distance to the northern icefield. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that the space-time shift formation had just been set up. The cultivator army of the demonic islands had already heavily surrounded the Lightning Dragon Island. 5 million cultivator army arrived on the ancient war ships. Now, the Lightning Dragon Island was completely surrounded. The defensive restriction of the Lightning Dragon Island was activated. Lin Feng didn't plan to fight. Prepare to move. When we arrive at the northern icefield, rest and reorganize. Observe the situation in the Netherworld Sea. If there are any changes in the Netherworld Sea's divine nation, the army will come back and fight for the territory. Lin Feng said. The changes he was talking about were the 10 great immortal sects, those ancient sacred grounds, ancient families, and other forces that might make a move against his honor. After all, his honor's threat was too great. Those top forces would most likely not let his honor continue to grow. Otherwise, once his honor became a great threat, at that time it would be impossible to deal with his honor. Lin Feng was also waiting for those top forces to make a move against his honor. As long as his honor was killed, the 1.5 million cultivator army of the Lightning Dragon Island would immediately come back. By then, the authority of the Netherworld Sea would be in Lin Feng's hands. Let's go. Follow me to kill Murong Baiming. Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint. He had decided to kill Murong Baiming before leaving. It could be considered as a greeting gift to his honor. Lin Feng had set up an extremely powerful formation to deal with Murong Baiming. As for his honor, Lin Feng expected that this person would not casually make a move. His honor was too arrogant. Even when dealing with the two top forces, the Nether Ocean Divine Kingdom and the Mermaid Empire. After defeating the experts in the Nether Ocean Divine Kingdom and snatching the ancient killing weapon of the mermaid race, his honor did not make a move again. From this, it could be seen. His honor disdained to make a move on those forces. And Thunder Dragon Island paled in comparison to the Nether Ocean Divine Kingdom and the Mermaid Empire. Therefore, it was even more impossible for his honor to deal with Thunder Dragon Island. The person who dealt with Thunder Dragon Island must be Murong Biming. Although Murong Biming was powerful, it was not impossible to deal with him. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the quasi-emperor puppet. In addition to the formation set up by Lin Feng. In addition, Lin Feng had the 9 demons painting, the Wolverine mace, the 5 dragon wheel, and other top-grade treasures. With so many experts working together with the formation and so many top-grade treasures, how could he not kill Murong Biming alone? Lin Feng had a high chance of killing Murong Biming. Haha, I can't wait to make a move. Du Zhu could not help but laugh. Kill Murong Biming and snatch his wealth. As the island master of Demon's Island, this guy must be filthy rich. Du Zhu's eyes were glowing with green light. Master, you must be careful. The Snake Queen reminded. Don't worry. You just need to preside over everyone's transfer here. Lin Feng said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, then, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator saint flew out. Lord Island Master, 3 people flew out from Thunder Dragon Island. Seeing Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator saint flying out of the Lightning Dragon Island, someone immediately went to report to Murong Biming. Murong Biming walked out of the cabin and saw Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator saint standing in the void. He sneered and said, What? Is it just the 3 of you who came out to die? Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, Murong Biming, it seems that you still don't know me. I was the one who killed Murong Wuhan. What? Did you kill Wuhan? After hearing Lin Feng's words, Murong Biming's eyes suddenly burst out with killing intent. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have been cut into 1,000 pieces by Murong Biming's glare. Come out, Murong Biming. Let's fight. Life or death, victory or defeat. Lin Feng said indifferently. Brat, since you want to die, this island master will fulfill your wish. Murong Biming's eyes were filled with coldness. Island master, you can't do that. This brat is cunning. We have to guard against him. Our army of 5 million cultivators has already surrounded the Lightning Dragon Island. Island Master only needs to give the order and everyone on the Lightning Dragon Island will be annihilated. That brat won't be an exception. There's no need for Island Master to act personally. That's right, Island Master. We only need to give the order and the army of 5 million cultivators will immediately attack the Lightning Dragon Island. That brat will only die then. Many higher-ups of the demonic island tried to dissuade Murong Biming. Murong Biming's face suddenly sank and said, Wuhan was killed by this brat. How can I not avenge my son's death? The army will annihilate him to avenge young Island Master, said one of the higher-ups. Murong Biming's face sank and said, This Island Master will personally cut that brat into 1,000 pieces. Only then will I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Murong Biming then looked coldly at the higher-ups of the demonic island who were trying to dissuade him from taking action. He said coldly, This Island Master has been a half-step emperor for 720,000 years. Do you think that I'm not a match for that brat? After feeling Murong Biming's cold gaze, everyone felt a sudden chill in their hearts. They hurriedly said in unison, Of course we don't dare to have such thoughts. We're just worried that the boy is playing some tricks on you, Island Master. Humph, before absolute strength, any tricks are useless. Murong Biming sneered. He then continued, This Island Master will personally kill that brat. You all will attack the island with all your strength. Kill everyone on the Lightning Dragon Island. Leave no one alive. Understood. The higher-ups of the demonic island quickly replied. Murong Biming stepped forward and walked towards Lin Feng. Brat, have you thought about how you're going to die? Murong Biming sneered as he looked at Lin Feng. TSK, since I can kill Murong Wuhan, I can also kill you. Soon, you will go to hell to meet Murong Wuhan. Lin Feng sneered. Murong Biming said indifferently. Brat, do you really think that Wuhan is dead? Let me tell you, his honor has promised this island master that he will revive Wuhan in the netherworld. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the demonic holiness saint looked at each other. This guy couldn't be telling the truth, right? The dead can be revived. If his honor has such an ability, wouldn't it be too terrifying? What is his honor's cultivation level? Morong Biming sneered and said, Wuhan will be revived soon. As for you, you will fall into the 18 layers of hell and never be reincarnated. Asterisk Kong, asterisk a terrifying wave of energy was emitted from Morong Biming's body. The wave was so powerful that it was suffocating. So strong. This person is extremely powerful even among half-step emperors. Du Zhu's expression turned solemn. Lin Feng nodded. Morong Biming's strength was indeed too strong. However, this was also within Lin Feng's expectations. When he decided to deal with Morong Biming, Lin Feng had already anticipated all kinds of possible consequences. The current situation was also within Lin Feng's expectations. When Morong Biming rushed towards Lin Feng activated the space-time teleportation array outside the Lightning Dragon Island. The array enveloped Lin Feng, Du Zhu, the demonic holiness saint, and Morong Biming. Asterisk swish. Asterisk in the next moment, the four disappeared without a trace. Island Master has been teleported away. Should we go look for Island Master? Seeing Morong Biming being teleported away, one of the higher-ups of the Devil Isle frowned and said. The Island Master's strength is unfathomable. It won't be a problem for him to deal with those people. Moreover, the Island Master has already instructed us to attack the Lightning Dragon Island with all our strength. Let's attack the Lightning Dragon Island here and try our best to take down the Lightning Dragon Island before the Island Master returns. Another higher-up said. Alright, let's attack the Lightning Dragon Island. The rest of the higher-ups nodded. Asterisk woo woo woo, asterisk soon, the bugle horn for the attack sounded. Numerous ancient warships shot out a dense number of spiritual stone cannons toward the restriction of the Lightning Dragon Island. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng and the other three came to another sea area. This place was located 30 miles northwest of Thunder Dragon Island. As far as the eye could see, one could see numerous small islands densely distributed in the surroundings. Lin Feng set up a large formation here. This place looked ordinary, but in fact, it contained a mystery. The islands that were densely distributed like stars in the sky reflected the stardust in the sky, and they were able to attract the power of the stars. Lin Feng relied on this natural terrain to create the large formation here. He set up a total of 3 formations here. The first formation was called the Million Stars Slaughtering Gods Destroying Immortals formation, which was a top formation passed down from the Celestial Master sect. The terrain of this place. It just so happened that it complemented Lin Feng's great deployment spell perfectly. In addition, Lin Feng also set up the Immortal Slaying formation. These 2 formations were the main formations, one yin and one yang, and yin and yang were combined. It was mysterious and unpredictable. In addition to these 2 main formations, Lin Feng also set up a dozen auxiliary formations. For example, some maze formations, illusion formations, killing formations, and so on. These formations were powerful enough, and Lin Feng had many powerful magic treasures. Moreover, Lin Feng and the others were also very powerful. This was why Lin Feng was confident that he could kill Morong Biming. Morong Biming looked around coldly. Although he didn't see anything mysterious, his instincts made him frown slightly. Brat, do you think that by moving me to this place and playing some tricks, you'll be able to deal with me? It's just wishful thinking. Now, I'm going to kill you. Morong Biming's voice was indifferent. He walked toward Lin Feng step by step, and a 9-colored energy ball appeared in his palm. That ball of energy was truly terrifying. It actually caused the surrounding space to distort. Moreover, it emitted a powerful wave of energy that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Morong Biming began to condense his magical power to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng activated the large formation. Buzz. When the array was activated, white mist began to envelop the area. Morong Biming's expression suddenly darkened. He was experienced and knowledgeable, so he knew that Lin Feng was setting up a big array to deal with him. Therefore, Morong Biming hurriedly condensed an energy ball in his hand and blasted it towards Lin Feng. However, when the energy ball blasted towards Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil Dominator Saint, the 3 of them had already disappeared. Morong Baiming's attack missed and failed to cause any harm to Lin Feng, Du Zhu, or the evil dominator saint. Morong Baiming. You think too highly of yourself. Today is the day you die. Lin Feng said indifferently. Morong Baiming said coldly, Boy, do you think you can kill me by arranging a large array? That's simply a fool's dream. In the face of absolute strength, no matter what kind of conspiracy, it will collapse at the first blow. Lin Feng sneered and said, Morong Baiming, you think too highly of yourself. How dare you call the large array a conspiracy? Have you heard of the saying, don't enter the array? If you've heard of it, then you should know that you're trapped in the formation today. There's an 80% chance that your soul will die. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, the large array was completely activated. Streaks of divine light shot out from the islands that were as dense as the stars in the sky. Buzz, at the same time, the wind and clouds in the ninth heaven suddenly changed. The sky was originally clear. In the blink of an eye, night fell. In the endless darkness, stars appeared one after another. Those stars shone down beams of starlight. The islands in the sea and the stars in the starry sky reflected each other's brilliance. The streaks of starlight actually transformed into chains of order. Clatter. These chains of order were intertwined with the power of stars, and they made sounds of chains colliding with each other. The chains of order swept toward Morong Baiming. At the same time, the Immortal Execution Array and more than a dozen different arrays were activated. The Immortal Execution Array condensed billions of sword chi. They slashed toward Morong Baiming. The other killing arrays also condensed various powerful attacks, such as the Thousand Beasts Array condensing a dense herd of beasts. It was as if the evil flood dragon formation had formed an incomparably terrifying evil flood dragon. Wait, all kinds of large arrays were unimaginably powerful. Lin Feng also summoned the Pseudo-Emperor puppet at this time. After all, the Pseudo-Emperor puppet was just a puppet and not a real Pseudo-Emperor. Therefore, the cultivation of a Pseudo-Emperor puppet was lower than that of a real Pseudo-Emperor. However, the Pseudo-Emperor puppet refined by Lin Feng was a little different. Because this Pseudo-Emperor puppet was refined from the corpse of a demonic insect from another world, and this demonic insect was highly toxic. Therefore, the threat of the Pseudo-Emperor puppet containing highly toxic poison was no less than that of a real Pseudo-Emperor. Lin Feng didn't use the Pseudo-Emperor puppet before because he didn't want to expose his Pseudo-Emperor puppet. The Pseudo-Emperor puppet was one of his trump cards now. Now, in order to kill Morong Baiming, Lin Feng used all his means and summoned the Pseudo-Emperor puppet. In addition to the Pseudo-Emperor puppet, Lin Feng also summoned the 9 demons diagram and the 5 dragons wheel. These 2 magic treasures suppressed the core of the Immortal Execution Array and 1,000 Stars God Slaughtering Immortal Extinguishing Array respectively. They increased the power of the 2 large arrays. Lin Feng held the Wolf-Tooth Mace, Du Zhu held the Myriad Poisons Blade, and the Evil Dominator Saint held the Death Scythe. Together with the Pseudo-Emperor puppet, they began to besiege Morong Baiming. No matter how powerful Morong Baiming was, he was only one person. Lin Feng's various attacks were endless. As time went by, Morong Baiming's consumption continued to increase. Morong Baiming also encountered some trouble. Under the various attacks, Morong Baiming gradually revealed his fatigue and flaws. Lin Feng seized one of Morong Baiming's flaws and directly smashed the wolf-tooth mace toward Morong Baiming. Bang, a muffled sound of collision was heard. The wolf-tooth mace hit Morong Baiming hard. It directly sent Morong Baiming flying. Wah, after suffering such a heavy blow, Morong Baiming couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the 1,000 Stars God Slaughtering Immortal Extinguishing Array continued to show its power, summoning meteorites from outer space and smashing toward Morong Baiming. Break! Morong Baiming waved his fist and swept it towards the dense meteorites. Countless meteorites from outer space were directly shattered. But at this moment, the Pseudo-Emperor puppet silently lurked behind Morong Baiming and swept its sharp claws toward Morong Baiming. Morong Baiming's reaction was extremely fast. He quickly dodged the attack of the Pseudo-Emperor puppet. But Morong Baiming couldn't avoid it. Puff, the Pseudo-Emperor puppet left a deep wound on Morong Baiming's back, so deep that his bones could be seen. Ah, Morong Baiming could not help but let out a shrill scream as his wound quickly festered. The poison contained in the half-step emperor puppet was extremely terrifying. Morong Baiming was also made of flesh and blood. Since he was made of flesh and blood, it was natural for him to be poisoned. However, Morong Baiming did not have a heaven and earth spirit beast like the white jade toad that could detoxify poison. Therefore, the poison of the half-step emperor puppet poured into Morong Baiming's body in a very short time. Morong Baiming felt his spiritual power become sluggish and his body could not help but twitch. Bang! He slapped the quasi-emperor puppet with his palm and sent it flying. Ha 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 ha, Morong Baiming, it seems that you have been poisoned deeply. Now you can't escape even if you have wings. Lin Feng could not help but laugh. Little bastard. It's not that easy to kill me. Today, I've been tricked by you. I'll tolerate you for the time being. When I recover from my injuries, I'll skin you alive. Morong Baiming's resentful voice came out. Now he also knew that his situation was very bad, so he no longer had the intention to continue fighting with Lin Feng. He just wanted to escape as soon as possible. As long as there was life, there was hope. Morong Baiming naturally understood this truth. Whoosh, Morong Baiming quickly rushed out of the large formation. His body turned into a dazzling sword light. Whether it was the chains of order, the formation patterns intertwined by various large formations, or the attacks released. Anything that touched the sword chi of Morong Baiming was directly torn apart. Damn, this guy's ability is so terrifying. Du Zhu suddenly shouted. He is now holding a breath in his chest. As long as we can break this breath in his chest, Morong Baiming's vitality will inevitably be greatly damaged. Evil Dominator Saint said. Swish, at this time, Lin Feng waved his right hand. The primitive magic cauldron flew out. The primitive magic cauldron was a treasure that was not inferior to the four ferocious cauldron. Lin Feng said, activate the primitive magic cauldron with me. Let's forcibly break this person's state. Alright. Du Zhu and the evil dominator wholly nodded and followed Lin Feng into the cauldron. Buzz. Immediately after, the primordial magic cauldron was activated. The original demonic cauldron rose into the sky and quickly rushed toward the sword chi that Morong Baiming had transformed into. Soon, it reached Morong Baiming. Then, it fiercely collided with Morong Baiming's sword chi. Clang, the two sides collided. It sounded like a huge bell being struck. It was deafening. Morong Baiming's sword chi was invincible. However, the primordial magic cauldron was simply too sturdy. Although Morong Baiming's sword chi had cut through the chains of order and destroyed all kinds of formation runes, it was still not enough. However, they failed to destroy the primordial magic cauldron. The defensive power of the primordial magic cauldron was simply too astonishing. After being blocked by the primordial magic cauldron, Morong Baiming's sword chi also returned to its original form. After his transformation was interrupted, Morong Baiming's accumulated anger was also interrupted. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face had already turned black, which was a sign that he was deeply poisoned. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator wholly flew out of the primordial magic cauldron. Du Zhu cried out, son of a bitch, weren't you very awesome just now? It seems that you can't be awesome now. It's really like a dragon being played by a shrimp when he's in shallow waters, and a tiger being bullied by a dog when he's down. I didn't expect that I would end up like this today. Morong Baiming's face was extremely ugly. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator wholly scolded at the same time. You're the shrimp, you're the dog. Your whole family is shrimp, your whole family is dogs. We haven't reached the point of life and death between us. How about we each take a step back? This is a good thing for both of us. Morong Baiming suddenly changed his tone and said aloud. I have the chance to kill you. Why should we each take a step back? Lin Feng sneered. What's more, leaving you alive is really a big problem. If that's the case, even if I die today, I'll drag someone down with me. Morong Baiming roared, and his body began to burn. Ignite my demonic body and fight to the death. Morong Baiming roared. His body continued to burn. Morong Baiming's aura became stronger and more terrifying. He quickly pounced on Lin Feng. Obviously, he wanted to drag Lin Feng down with him. Morong Biming, give up. You're now a trapped beast. You can't change anything at all. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He waved his hand and the formation lines intertwined. Whoosh! 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 Light flickered. He, Duzu, and the evil dominator wholly disappeared without a trace. The pseudo-emperor puppet pounced on Morong Biming. Lin Feng, Duzu, and the evil dominator wholly did not fight Morong Biming in close combat. The three of them activated the formation and magic treasures to attack Morong Biming. Morong Biming was fighting back before his death. At this time, they should be more careful. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, the two sides fought fiercely for hundreds of rounds. Puff, the pseudo-emperor puppet seized the opportunity and pierced Morong Biming's chest with its sharp claws. Morong Biming roared in pain and slapped the pseudo-emperor puppet with his palm. The pseudo-emperor puppet quickly retreated and dodged Morong Biming's attack. Morong Biming looked at the wound that kept bleeding. He could not help but roar hysterically, "How can this be? I can't believe I'm going to die in the hands of ants like you. I can't accept this." Lin Feng said coldly, "You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. Your cultivation is strong, but you're not invincible. Brat, I want you dead." Morong Biming's face twisted and his body began to swell. At the same time, his body was emitting waves of destructive energy waves. Morong Biming is going to self-detonate. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The destruction caused by the self-detonation of a pseudo-emperor was unimaginable. He, Duzu, and the evil dominator wholly entered the primitive magic cauldron again. Lin Feng also put the pseudo-emperor puppet, the 9-demon diagram, and the 5-dragon wheel into the primitive magic cauldron. Boom, in the next moment, Morong Biming's body exploded. Destructive shockwaves swept out, surging between heaven and earth. The terrifying energy hit the primitive magic cauldron. Although the cauldron was protecting them, Lin Feng and the others were still shaken by the shockwaves and vomited blood. Fortunately, they managed to survive. The three of them flew out of the primitive magic cauldron and were about to leave. They saw the void crack. A cloud of black mist flew out. "Not good, it's his honor. Let's split up." When he saw that strong cultivator, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He'd seen his honor with Duzu and a heretical holiness before. He knew how terrifying this person was. Now that Morong Biming had been killed, his honor actually appeared here. This was troublesome. His honor's cultivation was too strong. He was so strong that it made people despair. So when he saw his honor, Lin Feng's first thought was to run. And he had to split up with Duzu and the heretical holiness. That would distract his honor. If they ran together, his honor would catch them all in one fell swoop. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Feng, Duzu, and the heretical holiness each took out a Void Dao platform. These Void Dao platforms were personally made by Lin Feng. He used precious Void Dao stones as the material and branded them with a Void Dao formation. It could teleport people 300 miles away. It was very precious. Lin Feng gave these Void Dao platforms to people close to him. They could save their lives at a critical moment. Lin Feng, Duzu, and the heretical holiness all activated their Void Dao platforms. They quickly flew in 3 different directions. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Void Dao platforms. Humph. You can't escape. His honor's eyes were cold. He spat out 2 breaths. Those breaths turned into 2 clones and chased after Duzu and the heretical holiness. The Venerable One chased after Lin Feng to kill him. He wanted to kill Lin Feng personally. His honor actually came. How unlucky. Lin Feng couldn't help but wail gloomily. Lin Feng didn't know how strong his honor was, but he knew that even someone as strong as Morong Biming was only his honor's subordinate. Not long ago, his honor had defeated an expert from Dark Ocean Divine Nation. I really don't know what kind of terrifying level his honor's cultivation has reached in order to be able to defeat an expert from the stone materials. Moreover, Lin Feng had heard that his honor still had a complete ancient demon artifact on him. The Merman Empire's ancient killing artifact had also been plundered by his honor. One was an ancient devil artifact, and the other was an ancient killing artifact. This guy was too terrifying. If I don't run away when I encounter his honor, I would be courting death. Swish. With a flash of light, Lin Feng rushed out of the void. Crack, crack. The Void Dao platform in his hand cracked open. This Void Dao platform could only be used once. After using it, it would be destroyed immediately. The Void Dao platform in Lin Feng's hands was no exception. After using it, it was destroyed. He did not stop and quickly flew in the direction of the Arctic tundra. However, not long after, a cloud of black fog flew out of the void. Within the black fog stood a man. This man was none other than his honor. F*CK, isn't that too fast? When Lin Feng saw that his honor was chasing after him, Lin Feng's face turned green. His honor's speed was truly too fast. After all, Lin Feng had used the Void Dao platform to teleport. In just a few seconds, he had crossed 100 miles. His honor had relied on his own speed to quickly travel over. You, Lin Feng looked at his honor somewhat incoherently. He hurriedly took out a second Void Dao platform. Swish, Lin Feng activated the second Void Dao platform, then disappeared without a trace. Lowly ant, do you think you can escape just by using the Void Dao platform? His honor's lips curved into a sinister smile. He disappeared once again. 100 miles away. Lin Feng appeared. However, as soon as he appeared in the void, his honor was already chasing after him. It's useless. It's utterly impossible for an ant like you to escape from my hands. His honor's expression was indifferent. Lin Feng said with a pale face. For an expert like you to deal with a junior cultivator like me, don't you think you're losing face? When I attack, I do as I please. Why would I care about anything else? His honor laughed coldly. Lin Feng's expression became even more unsightly. A thought flashed through his mind, and he said, My honor, I heard that you came out from the seal on Lightning Dragon Island. Did you know that I was the one who opened the seal on Lightning Dragon Island back then? For you to be able to escape, you should thank me. In the unseen world, you and I have some fate. So? You want me to let you go? His honor looked at Lin Feng mockingly. Hee, that's right. Can you let me go? Lin Feng grinned and asked. How about I send you to a good place? His honor laughed mischievously. Where? Lin Feng asked. The 18 levels of hell. His honor's mouth revealed a trace of cold killing intent, and he sent a palm towards Lin Feng. Whoosh. Lin Feng took out his Dao platform and dodged his honor's attack by a hair's breadth. Once again, he teleported 300 li away. However, he was still unable to escape from his honor. His honor chased after him once again. Lin Feng had a total of 8 Dao platforms on him. He activated all 8 Dao platforms. However, he was still unable to escape from his honor. This time, Lin Feng did not even have any Dao platforms left. Although his speed was very fast, his honor was even faster. The current situation was truly despairing. Lin Feng could not think of any way to fight against his honor. His honor sent a palm towards Lin Feng. When Lin Feng sensed that terrifying punch, his face turned pale with fright. He wanted to dodge, but he discovered that he was unable to dodge that terrifying palm. Heaven Mending Technique. At the moment of crisis, Lin Feng used Heaven Mending Technique and dodged that sure-kill attack. He escaped by a hair's breadth. Heaven Mending Technique, this divine ability is rather interesting. His honor looked towards Lin Feng in astonishment. However, soon after, he sneered. However, you can only use this Heaven Mending Technique once. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It was indeed like what his honor said, he could only use Heaven Mending Technique once. Lin Feng took out his 5-dragon wheel. He wanted to activate his 5-dragon wheel and fight his honor to the death. Broken immortal equipment, there are quite a few good things. His honor's expression was indifferent as he looked towards Lin Feng. Bang, Lin Feng was immediately sent flying, and his 5-dragon wheel flew out of his hand. Facing such a terrifying existence like his honor, Lin Feng did not even have the chance to activate his 5-dragon wheel. This was because his honor was simply too terrifying. Do you know what it means to live a life worse than death? His Honor's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. He flicked his finger. Sword Chi moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Puff, along with the sound of tearing, a series of tearing sounds could be heard. Numerous wounds could be seen on Lin Feng's body. His entire body was dripping with blood. Death by 1,000 cuts, nothing could be compared to this. Grandson, kill me if you have the guts. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and looked towards His Honor. You want to die? I can fulfill your wish. His Honor laughed sinisterly, then raised his right hand and was about to send a palm towards Lin Feng. Cough, cough, cough. Right at this moment, a coughing sound could be heard from afar. This sudden cough startled Lin Feng and His Honor. The two of them turned their heads to look. They saw an old man carrying a turtle shell on his back walking over from afar. Master, when Lin Feng saw this old man, he was so excited that he nearly cried. It was actually my cheap master, Master Tortoise. But soon, Lin Feng started to worry for Master Tortoise. He had never seen Master Tortoise fight before. Lin Feng was very clear about how powerful His Honor was. Master Tortoise appeared here at this time. Is he a match for His Honor? If he isn't a match for His Honor, he might even lose his life here. Brat, why are you running around all day? Isn't it good to stay in the sect? If you have nothing to do, you can talk about love with those beautiful female disciples in the sect. This is what a carefree and happy life is like. Master Tortoise scolded. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. What kind of situation is this? This cheap master of mine is actually still able to say such nonsense. However, this seems to be Master Tortoise's personality, and it will never change. After hearing Master Tortoise's words, His Honor couldn't help but sneer. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Master Tortoise, then said, Who are you? My good disciple, introduce your master to him. Master Tortoise said. Lin Feng first operated his immortal body to heal his injuries, then said, My master is the famous Master Tortoise of the 9 prefectures. Now, you know my master's identity, right? Now, you know fear, right? If you know, then hurry up and leave. His Honor directly ignored Lin Feng and looked at Master Tortoise. So, you are that Master Tortoise. I heard that you are one of the oldest experts in the 9 prefectures? His Honor said. Master Tortoise revealed a complacent expression and said, You have also heard of my name? Since you know how powerful I am, then hurry up and scram. I was just about to experience your divine ability and see how strong the cultivation of the most ancient expert in the 9 prefectures is. Lord Tortoise said, As a senior expert, I won't easily make a move. Before Lord Tortoise changes his mind, you'd better leave quickly. If you leave too late, only death will await you. His Honor sneered and said. Only death awaits me? I want to see who will die in whose hands today. Right after Yi Shiwen finished speaking, a frightening fluctuation was emitted out from His Honor's body. Bang! Lin Feng was unable to withstand the aura emitted from the body of the Supreme Being and was sent flying. Wow, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with horror. Isn't His Honor's cultivation a little too terrifying? It was just an aura, but it was enough to make him spit out blood. Just what realm is this guy at? Lin Feng looked at Lord Tortoise worriedly. Would my unscrupulous master be able to defeat His Honor? Lin Feng really didn't have any confidence at all. I can't even remember the last time I fought. Lord Tortoise said indifferently. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly realized that Lord Tortoise had changed. Previously, Lord Tortoise had a frivolous appearance. However, the current Lord Tortoise actually gave Lin Feng a sacred and dignified feeling. Then, did you think that after so many years, this would be the last time you fight? His Honor looked at Lord Tortoise with an indifferent expression. He didn't put Lord Tortoise in his eyes at all, and his words were filled with contempt and ridicule. Lord Tortoise said indifferently. Is that so? Then, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Chaotic Eternity. His Honor made his move and executed an extremely heaven-defying divine ability. This move, Uproar of Eternity. Endless demonic light surged out and blasted towards Lord Tortoise. The void collapsed. Heaven and earth shattered. Lin Feng was so far away, but when he sensed the chi of that attack, Lin Feng had the impression he was going to lose all hope. It was hard to imagine. Just how terrifying was this attack? Lin Feng felt that he was about to suffocate. He looked towards Lord Tortoise, wondering if Lord Tortoise would be able to withstand his honor's terrifying attack. What made Lin Feng astonished was, facing his honor's peerless attack, Lord Tortoise's body became illusory. That terrifying attack of his honor penetrated through Lord Tortoise's body, which had turned illusory, and exploded in midair. In the end, Lord Tortoise's body automatically dissipated. What kind of technique is this? Lin Feng was astonished. Lord Tortoise's technique had truly shocked him. After all these years of taking Lord Tortoise as his master, Lord Tortoise taught Lin Feng the 8-9 mysterious art, and didn't teach any other divine ability to Lin Feng. However, it was clear that Lord Tortoise indeed had some powerful techniques. After dodging his honor's attack, Lord Tortoise's body became more and more real. Lord Tortoise could be seen walking towards his honor step by step. With an indifferent expression, Lord Tortoise said, "Now, it's my turn to attack." Humph. His honor snorted coldly, and a mass of demonic mist appeared in his right hand. Within the demonic mist, an ancient demonic artifact floated. Ancient demonic artifact. After seeing that ancient demonic artifact, Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in alarm. That ancient demonic artifact looked like a pitch-black jade-type artifact. Although the ancient demonic artifact didn't deliberately emit its own aura, it was still so terrifying that it made one's heart tremble. Swish, a light flashed. The power of that ancient demonic artifact began to recover. "I have an ancient demonic artifact, what do you have to fight against me?" Endless killing intent burst out from his honor's eyes. That ancient demonic artifact quickly became bigger and bigger, and was held in his honor's hand. At that moment, it was as if his honor and the ancient demonic artifact had become one. The demonic might that was emitted from the ancient demonic artifact made Lin Feng's soul tremble. His honor was already powerful enough, and now that he had used an ancient demonic artifact, Lin Feng didn't dare to guess how powerful his honor's attack would be. "Go to hell." His honor laughed sinisterly. Holding on to the ancient demonic artifact, his honor charged towards Master Tortoise. Roar. That ancient demonic artifact vaguely turned into an evil dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Facing his honor's attack, Master Tortoise made his move. Master Tortoise could be seen raising his right hand, and lightly chopping through the air. Buzz. A ray of holy light slashed out. Clang. That ray of holy light collided with the ancient demonic artifact in his honor's hand, and a sonorous sound of collision rang out. Immediately after, the ancient demonic artifact in his honor's hand was actually sent flying. After receiving this attack, the ancient demonic artifact, which was originally filled with boundless demonic might, instantly dimmed down. Even the demonic might was scattered. After sending his honor's ancient demonic artifact flying, the ray of holy light condensed by Master Tortoise didn't dissipate. Instead, it continued to charge towards his honor. His honor retreated in horror, wanting to dodge this attack. However, he discovered that no matter how he tried to dodge, he was unable to dodge this attack. Pooh, the ray of holy light directly split his honor into two. Someone as powerful as his honor was insta-killed by Master Tortoise. Dead. His honor is actually dead. Lin Feng muttered to himself. His face was filled with disbelief. His honor, it was unknown just how terrifying this existence's strength was, but it actually died just like that. Lin Feng felt as if he was in a dream. A person like his honor should be a peerless expert that could stir up a storm and dominate a region. But now, he actually ended up like this. This fellow's luck was really bad. Life is really as lonely as snow. Lord Tortoise said faintly. His expression was that of a lonely expert. After Lin Feng regained his senses, he quickly flew towards the ancient demon treasure. This was an incredible utmost treasure. If he could get his hands on it, that would be way too awesome. It's mine. Don't snatch it. Lord Tortoise's figure flashed and arrived in front of the ancient demon treasure. He directly grabbed the ancient demon treasure and swept Lin Feng away with his right hand. As for Lin Feng, he pounced towards his honor's corpse that fell into the sea. He saw that there was a storage ring on his honor's hand. His honor definitely had a lot of treasures on him. Furthermore, he even had an ancient killing weapon. This is also mine. Lord Tortoise rushed over and collected his honor's corpse along with the storage ring. Master, don't go overboard. I don't want any other treasures. I only want that ancient killing weapon. Lin Feng shouted. If you can catch me, Master will give it to you. Lord Tortoise said with a smile. Then, he walked towards the distance. Lin Feng chased after Lord Tortoise. However, after chasing for 10 days and 10 nights, he was still unable to catch up with Lord Tortoise even though he could already see the Arctic ice field. F***ck, Master, are you really a tortoise? Didn't you say that tortoises are very slow? Lin Feng shouted. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Lord Tortoise scolded. Little bastard, how many times have I told you? Your master is also a sacred beast, Black Tortoise, the most ancient sacred beast, not some tortoise. Don't Black Tortoise and Tortoise look the same? Lin Feng muttered. Are you blind? Lord Tortoise scolded. Whoosh. Immediately after, Lord Turtle left the dust in the dust and disappeared without a trace. His speed was so fast that even Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. Are you toying with me these days? What a heartless master. Lin Feng laughed bitterly and helplessly before finding a place to rest. What is the cultivation level of this cheap master of mine? Lin Feng muttered. In fact, Lin Feng knew that the Demon Lord knew a little about Master Tortoise. However, the Demon Lord never told Lin Feng anything about Lord Tortoise, so Lin Feng was too lazy to ask the Demon Lord. Even if he asked, the Demon Lord might not tell him. Given the Yao Lord's personality, if there were some things that could be said, the Yao Lord would not hide anything from him. After resting for a while, Lin Feng went to look for the Snake Queen and the others. He quickly found the Snake Queen and the others. The Thunder Dragon Island's cultivator army moved out in time and set up camp in the Arctic tundra. Seeing that Lin Feng had returned, the Snake Queen was very happy. Lin Feng said, Everyone, I have good news. His honor and Morong Biming are dead. Now, we should immediately return to the Netherworld Sea. Right now, the major forces are still unclear about the situation in the Netherworld Sea. This is the best time for us to expand our territory. What? His honor and Morong Biming are both dead? Heavens, this can't be real, right? This is too unbelievable. No matter how I listen to it, it doesn't sound real. After hearing the news, the Thunder Dragon Island's cultivator army immediately started discussing. If only Morong Biming had died, everyone would not be so shocked. After all, although Morong Biming was strong, it was not impossible to kill him. However, his honor was also dead. This was too hard to believe. What kind of person is his honor? He was a terrifying expert who wielded an ancient demonic artifact. He was an existence who had almost killed the expert sealed in the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom stone. He was an existence who had single-handedly destroyed almost all of the top experts in the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom and the Merfolk Empire. In many people's eyes, his honor was an existence that no one could fight against. Even an expert like the Red World Fairy might not be a match for his honor. But now, his honor was actually dead. Everyone. I saw his honor being killed with my own eyes, so there is no doubt about this. As for Morong Biming, I killed him personally. Lin Feng shouted loudly. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Naturally, there was no need for a big shot like Lin Feng to lie about this. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Feng with a strange expression. First, everyone was shocked because Lin Feng killed Morong Biming. Second, everyone guessed that the expert who killed his honor was related to Lin Feng. Could it be Master Tortoise? Many people couldn't help but guess because everyone knew that Lin Feng's master was the famous Master Tortoise. Although Master Tortoise's reputation wasn't very good. But after all, he had lived for so long. Maybe he really could kill his honor. But no matter who killed his honor was now dead. Everyone was excited because they felt that following someone like Lin Feng would definitely lead to a bright future. Now, everyone was sincerely convinced by Lin Feng. Kill! Kill! The Dragon Gate Island's cultivator army suddenly roared, their voices shaking the sky. Lin Feng took out the glass bottle containing the ancient warships and released them one by one. Then, the Thunder Dragon Island's cultivator army all boarded the ancient warships. Under the leadership of the ancient starship Xianxia, they once again returned to the Netherworld Sea. The fleet went straight in the direction of the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom because the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom was originally the center of the Netherworld Sea. After the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom was destroyed, it changed its name to the Devil Horde Nation and became the headquarters of the Devil Horde Island. If they could occupy the territory that originally belonged to the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom, Lin Feng's force would become the dominant force in the Netherworld Sea. More than 60% of the resources and all kinds of businesses would belong to Lin Feng. When the time came, countless experts would come to join him. This would be the second super force that Lin Feng established in the 9 prefectures. Halfway through the journey, Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint returned. The two of them talked about their previous encounter. They had each been chased by a clone, but at the most dangerous moment, the 2 clones suddenly disappeared. Only then did they manage to survive. Lin Feng said, "That should be when his honor was killed." "How did his honor die?" Du Zhu asked curiously. Lin Feng didn't tell the Thunder Dragon Island's cultivator army how his honor died because Lin Feng wanted to maintain a sense of mystery. Naturally, he didn't hide anything from Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint. He said, "My master killed his honor." Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint's eyes widened. They couldn't help but exclaim, "It can't be, right? Lord Tortoise, that unreliable old man? He killed his honor?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. It was indeed him. He killed his honor with a single move. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint were shocked when they heard Lin Feng's answer. Lord Tortoise's strength was beyond their expectations. "Young master, where did your master come from? It's really inconceivable that such an unreliable fellow would actually have such formidable strength." Poison Ancestor smacked his lips as he spoke. Back then, when Du Zhu was at his peak, he was also a half-emperor expert. However, a half-emperor expert was probably like an ant in front of Lord Tortoise, not worth mentioning at all. Lin Feng said with a bitter smile, "I don't know either. The only thing I know about this cheap master is that he has lived for a long time. It is said that those who were in the same generation as him are all dead." The heretic sovereign saint said, "The turtle race has a long lifespan. The black tortoise is a saint beast and has the characteristics of a turtle. Therefore, it has an even longer lifespan." Lin Feng said, "That's right. I don't know how long this cheap master of mine has lived." The 3 of them talked about Lord Tortoise for a while. However, their knowledge of Lord Tortoise was limited. Thus, after chatting for a while, they stopped talking about this topic. Next, they mainly talked about the Netherworld Sea. Right now, his honor and Morong Biming had already fallen. Presumably, the people of Devil Isle already knew about it. Although Devil Isle had a lot of people, their island master and their backer, his honor, were dead. Devil Isle would definitely become a pile of loose sand. There was nothing to fear. Lin Feng guessed that Devil Isle's cultivator army would probably kill each other in order to fight for territory. After all, after his honor and Morong Biming died, the higher-ups of Devil Isle would definitely not submit to anyone. They would definitely declare themselves as kings and fight for territory. The situation of internal strife was already unchangeable. And at this time, it was time for Thunder Dragon Island's cultivator army to show off their might. The Netherworld Sea was such a big territory, Thunder Dragon Island naturally could not take it all. They had to be particular about which territory to take. The original territory of Netherworld Sea God Nation was definitely going to be taken. As for the other territories, which to take and which to let other forces fight for, they needed to carefully consider. 3 days later, the fleet arrived at the Dark Ocean ancient capital. After arriving at this place, there was a fierce battle going on in the Dark Sea ancient capital. It was a mess inside. More than 10 upper echelons of the Devil Islands wanted to occupy the Dark Sea ancient capital. These people also knew the importance of the Dark Sea ancient capital. The Dark Sea ancient capital was the imperial capital of the Dark Sea Divine Kingdom. It was also the economic center of the entire Netherworld Sea. Occupying this place was equivalent to controlling the Sea of Oblivion. Therefore, none of these people were willing to give in to each other. In the end, they started fighting. At this time, Lin Feng led the army over and joined the chaotic battle. The morale of the cultivator army of the Thunder Dragon Island was at its peak. Under Lin Feng's leadership, they were simply invincible. As for the dozen or so cultivator armies that had been fighting each other, they were completely routed. Part of the cultivator army was killed, part of the cultivator army fled, and part of the cultivator army chose to surrender. There were about 800,000 cultivators who surrendered, and Lin Feng divided them into various army groups. The cultivator army of the Thunder Dragon Island had also increased to about 2.3 million. It could be said that their power had increased greatly. In the next half a month, the cultivator army of the Thunder Dragon Island occupied many important territories in the Netherworld Sea. Countless experts in the surrounding waters of the Netherworld Sea heard that His Honor and Morong Baiming had died in the hands of the big shot behind the scenes of the Thunder Dragon Island. Many people came to join the Thunder Dragon Island. More than a dozen giant God Realm experts came. Heavenly God Realm and True God Realm cultivators came in an endless stream to join the Thunder Dragon Island. The power of the Thunder Dragon Island increased greatly. Not long after, the cultivator army reached 4 million people. Many top forces of the 9 prefectures also began to intervene in the affairs of the Netherworld Sea, plundering the various resources of the Netherworld Sea. Lin Feng changed the name of the Dark Sea Divine Kingdom to the Heavenly Snake Empire. The Snake Empress became the Empress of the Heavenly Snake Empire. However, everyone knew that the Snake Empress was only a figure pushed to the surface. The big shot behind the Heavenly Snake Empire did not appear. Everyone was guessing who was behind the Heavenly Snake Empire. There was news that His Honor was most likely killed by Lord Tortoise, and this matter caused a huge wave. Was this unreliable Lord Tortoise so powerful? Many people were muttering. Of course, many people were dismissive of this rumor. However, there was one thing that everyone recognized. That was the big shot behind the Heavenly Snake Empire. It was an existence that absolutely could not be provoked. Therefore, although many people were very envious of the territory and resources that the Heavenly Snake Empire occupied in the Netherworld Sea, however, they did not dare to make a move against the Heavenly Snake Empire. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the Heavenly Snake Empire's situation. Now that the Heavenly Snake Empire was getting stronger day by day, Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It might be hard for people to believe that the Heavenly Snake Empire was actually founded by a young cultivator. The most shocking thing was that the young cultivator had not only founded the Heavenly Snake Empire. He had also founded the Dragon Sect. One had to know that the Dragon Sect was even more powerful. Now, there were already about 50 giant God Realm experts in the Dragon Sect. The cultivator army had reached 15 million people. They could even compete with some ancient immortal sects. The matters of the Netherworld Sea had finally come to an end for the time being. Lin Feng planned to prepare for the Prodigy battle. The re-ranking of the Prodigy roll that happened once every 800 years would be held in less than a year. Lin Feng was naturally quite interested in the ranking of the Prodigy roll this time. He wanted to see what level the top prodigies of the 9 states were at. Of course, the thing that attracted Lin Feng the most was that the prodigies who entered the Prodigy roll could enter the 9 states immortal realm to search for opportunities. The 9 states immortal realm was considered one of the most mysterious immortal realms. The legend of immortal ascension, the door of eternal life, the heaven-shaking stone tablet, the great destiny technique, the 9 great ancient artifacts, and so on. Many things were inextricably linked to the 9 states immortal realm. It was said that the higher ones ranking on the Prodigy roll, the more providence they would receive. After entering the 9 states immortal realm, the more providence they received, the greater the opportunity they received. This was also the reason why so many people tried their best to rank higher on the Prodigy roll. Because every time they moved one place forward, the amount of karmic luck he obtained was different. The opportunities they received after entering the 9 states immortal realm were also different. Since Lin Feng wanted to participate in the ranking of the Prodigy roll this time, he naturally aimed for the first place. Lin Feng, let us out. We want to negotiate with you. As long as you let us out, we can negotiate any conditions. That night, Su Miaqing and Xue Qianwu's voices sounded from the 4 ferocious cauldrons. Su Miaqing and Xue Qianwu were suppressed in the 4 ferocious cauldrons. Lin Feng had not done anything to them previously because of various matters. Now, he had some free time. Hearing the voices of the 2 girls, Lin Feng said indifferently, I don't accept negotiations. I'll give you two options. The first option is to willingly become my maidservants. The second option is to become my female slaves. Lin Feng, don't go overboard. Su Miaqing gnashed her teeth. Su Miaqing couldn't help but gnash her teeth. Becoming Lin Feng's servant was worse than killing her. Lin Feng said, my sweetheart Miaqing. You're just a prisoner now. You're no longer the goddess of heaven. Do you really think you're still the goddess in the hearts of countless people? I'll give you some time to think carefully about your choice. Then, Lin Feng cut off the connection with Su Miaqing and Shui Qianwu. Lin Feng could convert the two girls at any time. However, Lin Feng did not do so now because he felt that it would be meaningless if he directly converted the two girls. After all, once they were converted, they would listen to whatever Lin Feng said and did. What was the point then? Lin Feng liked them to have their own thoughts. He didn't want them to become zombies. The next day, someone came to visit Lin Feng. He said that it was an old friend who came to visit and had a letter for Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Lin Feng asked the maidservant to bring the visiting cultivator in. Lin Feng found that it was a very young cultivator, but he did not recognize this young cultivator in front of him. When the cultivator saw Lin Feng, he quickly bowed to Lin Feng with a look of fear and trepidation. Although he did not know Lin Feng, when he saw that Lin Feng lived in the imperial city of the Heavenly Snake Empire and had a high status, he knew that Lin Feng was definitely a powerful figure. Lin Feng looked at the young cultivator and said, "Are you here to deliver a letter?" "Yes. Young master, the letter is here." The young cultivator handed a letter to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the letter and saw the handsome boy written on it. "It has been many years since we last met. Do you still remember the uninhabited ancient country in the deep sea?" This was the only sentence on the letter. There was nothing else. Angel, Lin Feng was surprised. When he first came to the 9 states, he had explored the ancient country in the deep sea with Angel. Angel was beautiful, kind, and innocent. So many years had passed, but Lin Feng had never forgotten. "Where is she?" asked Lin Feng. Asked. "On Plum Island, 3,000 miles to the northwest of the Heavenly Snake Empire," said the young cultivator. Lin Feng nodded and rewarded the young cultivator with some origin crystals before letting him leave. Lin Feng decided to go to Plum Island to see Angel. He had not seen Angel for many years, and he missed her a lot. This time, Lin Feng set off alone and soon arrived at Plum Island. Plum blossoms bloomed all over the island. It was very beautiful. Lin Feng entered Plum Island and walked through the plum forest. Soon, he saw a beautiful figure. A perfect figure. Long, light blue hair. Beautiful eyes as blue as the Mediterranean Sea. A face so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Who else could it be other than Angel? "Big brother Lin, long time no see." Angel smiled beautifully when she saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked over and smiled. "I didn't expect you to send me a letter. Some time ago, something happened in the dark sea. Later, I heard from the beasts in the sea that the Heavenly Snake Empire is related to Big Brother Lin, so I sent someone to send you a letter. I was waiting for Big Brother Lin here," said Angel. Angel was from the Mermaid clan. When he killed Murong Baiming and the Supreme One, no other cultivators saw it. However, it was inevitable that some of the beasts in the sea saw it. Lin Feng did not find it strange that Angel could hear the beasts in the sea talking about it. Lin Feng said, "Actually, I've been wanting to contact you. A few years ago, I saved a little mermaid. That little mermaid seems to be a lost member of your mermaid clan. I was planning to let you two get in touch and have a good chat." "Oh? Little Mermaid? Do you know where she is now?" asked Angel curiously. Lin Feng said, "She's with the princess of the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom now," said Angel. "When the time comes, we can get in touch with the Mermaid clan. If she wants to return to the clan, that's even better. If she doesn't want to return to the clan, she can live outside, but she must ensure her safety." Lin Feng said, "You don't have to worry about her safety. As for whether she wants to return to the Mermaid clan, I'll ask her in detail the next time I see her." "Okay." Angel nodded. After Lin Feng and Angel met for a short while, Angel returned to the Mermaid Clan, while Lin Feng returned to the Heavenly Snake Empire. Now that the matter in the Dark Sea had come to an end, there was less than a year left until the Prodigy Role battle. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to return to the Reincarnation Immortal sect and cultivate in seclusion for a while. Then, he would participate in the Prodigy Role battle with the disciples of the sect. This time, the Prodigy Role battle would be extremely lively. All kinds of powerful existences would be present. The attraction of the 9 states celestial realm was incomparably huge. No one could resist the attraction of the 9 states celestial realm. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil sovereign holy sage returned to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Oh, my good disciple is back. Recently, you have established the Heavenly Snake Empire. Most of the territories in the Dark Sea have been seized by you. You must have obtained a lot of treasures. Hurry up and take out some treasures to be filial to your master. When Master Tortoise saw Lin Feng return, he suddenly grinned. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. He was speechless and said, "Master, you have the nerve to say this. I feel ashamed for you. Don't other masters pass down powerful treasures to their disciples? You have an ancient demon weapon and an ancient killing weapon. I don't want the ancient demon weapon anymore. At the very least, you should pass the broken ancient killing weapon to me, right? It would be good for me to protect myself." Master Tortoise patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said earnestly, "My good disciple, your words make me very sad. I didn't give you the ancient killing weapon because I was afraid of harming you." Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "Master, if you don't give it to me, you will be harming me." Master Tortoise said, "Boy, what do you know? With your little cultivation, you can't control the ancient killing weapon. If you carry it with you, you will be controlled by the ancient killing weapon. Therefore, I can't give you such a treasure for the time being. But don't worry, when your cultivation increases in the future, not to mention the broken ancient killing weapon, even the intact ancient demon weapon will be passed down to you." "Really?" Lin Feng looked at Master Tortoise with a doubtful look. "Of course it's true." Master Tortoise grinned and said, "Master is so good to you, so you must be filial to him. Hurry up and hand over your storage ring so that he can choose some treasures." The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. This old swindler had said so many good words just now, but he had painted a big pie for him that he could not eat. It turned out that his main purpose was to obtain the treasures on his body. Lin Feng said, "Master, I am so poor that I don't even have any cultivation source stones. How can I have any treasures? Master's wish to obtain treasures from me has failed." "I don't believe you. Let me see your storage ring." Master Tortoise rushed towards Lin Feng. Seeing Master Tortoise pounce on him, Lin Feng turned around and ran. Master Tortoise shouted, "Brat, where do you think you're going?" Master Tortoise quickly chased after Lin Feng. Along the way, he happened to see Xia Shiyun carrying little Meng Meng back. Big brother, hug." Little Meng Meng was very happy to see Lin Feng. She had been thinking about Lin Feng all this time. She quickly opened her arms and let Lin Feng hug her. Lin Feng hugged little Meng Meng. Master Tortoise, who originally wanted to snatch Lin Feng's treasures, immediately revealed a smile when he saw little Meng Meng. "Grandmaster, little Meng Meng saw you chasing Big Brother. Did Big Brother do something wrong?" Little Meng Meng asked innocently. Master Tortoise always paid attention to his image in front of little Meng Meng. He smiled and said, "I was playing hide and seek with your big brother Feng." "Ah, hide and seek. Little Meng Meng wants to play too." Little Meng Meng said happily. Master Tortoise said, "Let's play hide and seek later. Right now, let's have your big brother Feng cook a big meal. Let's eat first." Little Meng Meng's eyes lit up when she heard the word big meal. Then, she looked at Lin Feng eagerly. She was about to drool. "Big brother, little Meng Meng wants to eat a lot of good food." Little Meng Meng said. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course, no problem. Big brother will definitely cook a lot of good food for little Meng Meng later." Lin Feng said as he rubbed little Meng Meng's head dotingly. "That's great. There's a lot of good food to eat." Little Meng Meng smiled happily. Master Tortoise finally stopped trying to snatch Lin Feng's treasures. At night, Lin Feng cooked a big meal. Xiaoshiyun also stayed behind. After eating, little Meng Meng fell asleep. Lin Feng sent Xiaoshiyun back. He held Xiaoshiyun's lily-white hand. Xiaoshiyun's pretty face suddenly turned crimson. She gently struggled and said, "Don't be like this. It's not good to be seen by others." Lin Feng said, "What are you afraid of? So what if they saw it? Unmarried man and unmarried woman. If others see me holding your hand, they will be envious." Xiaoshiyun snorted twice and stopped struggling. She let Lin Feng grab her hand. The next day, Lin Feng heard that Shui Linglong had come out of seclusion, so he went to pay a visit to this senior sister Linglong. Shui Linglong's clothes were as white as snow. She was as beautiful as ever. Moreover, Shui Linglong's body now had a faintly discernible immortal aura. This feeling was very strange, and it shocked Lin Feng. In this period of time, this mysterious senior sister Shui Linglong must have made great progress. Back then, I vaguely sensed several evil powers on junior brother's body. However, I was unable to determine what those powers were. Now, the evil powers on junior brother's body are even stronger. Those evil powers should be curse powers, right? Shui Linglong looked at Lin Feng. She did not hide anything from Lin Feng. Daring to mention the curses on Lin Feng's body was a huge risk. Because the Tao of curses was too strange, casually mentioning the curses on someone else's body might cause one to be implicated. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I have several curses on my body. Originally, there were 3 curses on my body: the Heavenly Master Path's curse, the Human Skin curse, and another curse that I do not know about. Later, another curse appeared, the curse from the Boat of Curses." Shui Linglong said, "The Tao of curses is the most strange. In the past, there were some experts who comprehended the Tao of fate, but they could not get rid of the Tao of curses. However, I can vaguely see that the 4 curses on your body are suppressing each other. Therefore, the 4 curses are now in a relatively balanced state. It is also because of this that the 4 curses have not erupted with their most terrifying power." Lin Feng stroked his chin. These curses did not come to find him all the time. Was it because the 4 curses were competing with each other? Was the winning side responsible for dealing with him? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more likely it was. "Senior sister, do you have a way to deal with these curses?" Lin Feng asked. Shui Linglong was too mysterious. It was rumored that she was the reincarnation of an extremely ancient expert. Therefore, Shui Linglong said that she might have a way. Shui Linglong thought for a while and said, "In the past, I have seen some experts break their own curses, but I do not know how they did it. How about this? I will give your junior brother an item. At a critical moment, it may be able to change your destiny." Shui Linglong said and took out a stone. "This is?" Lin Feng looked at the stone in his hand and could not help but look at Shui Linglong with some doubts. This cyan stone looked ordinary. Lin Feng really could not find out what was so mysterious about this stone. Shui Linglong said, "This stone has the power of destiny integrated into it. I call it the Stone of Destiny. Many times, a person's destiny can be changed. Wear this stone on your body. If you encounter something that you cannot solve, crush this stone. The power of destiny inside will help you." Stone of Destiny. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. This was a good thing. It could change one's destiny. This senior sister of his was getting more and more mysterious. Lin Feng had a kind of reverence for her. Lin Feng suddenly felt apprehensive. Previously, he still wanted to win the beauty's heart. But now, it seemed that the gap between him and this senior sister was getting bigger and bigger. However, Lin Feng was not discouraged. Although there was still a big gap between him and this senior sister, as his cultivation increased, he would be able to catch up with Shui Linglong sooner or later. Such a strange woman. He must not miss this opportunity. Of course, Lin Feng would definitely not say these words to Shui Linglong now. That would be overestimating himself. "I am going to leave," Shui Linglong said. "Senior sister, are you going out to train? The 9 prefectures is so big. There are many places that you can visit to increase your knowledge," Lin Feng said. Shui Linglong smiled and did not say anything. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Then, he understood the deep meaning in Shui Linglong's words. Shui Linglong was obviously not going to leave the sect. She probably wanted to leave the 9 prefectures. Senior sister, where are you going? The Undying World? Or other great worlds? Lin Feng asked. The Undying World was the only place where one could become an emperor among the 3,000 great worlds. Lin Feng thought. Shui Linglong was very likely to go to the Undying World like Fairy Qing Shui. Shui Linglong said, the world is very big. I want to see everywhere. Maybe one day, I will go to the Undying World. Once senior sister leaves, I don't know when we will be able to meet again. Lin Feng said. Shui Linglong said, if fate allows, we will meet again sooner or later. Lin Feng nodded and said, when does senior sister plan to leave? In a few days. Shui Linglong said. I will send senior sister off at that time. Lin Feng said. Shui Linglong hesitated for a moment. She was used to being alone. However, Shui Linglong thought about it and nodded. Perhaps, before leaving, someone would send her off. It was also a good feeling. On a drizzling day, Lin Feng sent Shui Linglong off. This senior sister of his had a very special place in Lin Feng's heart. Now that Shui Linglong had left, he was filled with emotions. Everyone had their own life, their own pursuits, and their own Tao. The only thing we can do is to wish them a brighter future. Lin Feng returned to the sect, and old devil Mo sent someone to summon Lin Feng to the Reincarnation Valley. After arriving at the Reincarnation Valley, Lin Feng sensed the aura of the Reincarnation Everlasting Fire. This heavenly fire ranked 17th made Lin Feng's heart pound. However, he did not have the ability to refine this heavenly fire. This was a treasure of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, and it was sealed in the Reincarnation Pagoda by the Reincarnation Emperor. Old Devil Mo was one of the oldest experts in the 9 prefectures, and he was also a powerful alchemist. He had an extremely strange temperament. He and Lord Tortoise had been plotting something all these years. Back then, Old Devil Mo had told Lin Feng something. Lord Tortoise had told him to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. It was because he wanted Lin Feng to do something extremely important. And this matter seemed to require someone who had cultivated the 8-9 arcane art to do it. However, Lin Feng still did not know what this matter was. Old Devil Mo kept his mouth shut. Naturally, Lord Tortoise would not tell Lin Feng about this in advance. When Lin Feng arrived at Old Monster Mo's place, he was studying a mysterious reagent. Old Devil Mo stopped when he saw Lin Feng. He grinned and said, "Kid, long time no see. Looks like you've improved a lot over the years." Lin Feng looked at Old Devil Mo warily. The last time he came, he was thrown into the 9 hells purgatory by Old Devil Mo. That was a fate worse than death. Lin Feng instinctively felt that Old Devil Mo did not have good intentions for calling him here. Therefore, Lin Feng asked straightforwardly, "Senior, why have you summoned me?" Eccentric Mo's smile grew even more brilliant as he said, "Look at what you're saying. Can't I call you over if there's nothing important?" Lin Feng said, "Of course. What this junior means is that if senior has something to say, you can tell this junior directly. Brat, your awareness is really high. No wonder you were able to cause so much trouble outside all these years." Old Monster Mo grinned as he said, "Actually, I've called you here today because I have something to discuss with you." Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Just as he had guessed, there must be a reason why Old Monster Mo was looking for him. If there's nothing else, this guy won't think of me. Lin Feng asked, "What is it?" "You should know about our Reincarnation Immortal sect's Reincarnation Everlasting Fire, right?" Upon hearing Old Monster Mo mention the endless reincarnation flame, Lin Feng's mind jolted. Lin Feng was all too familiar with the endless reincarnation flame. Ever since he found out about the Reincarnation Immortal sect's Reincarnation Everlasting Fire, he had been searching for it. In fact, he had even searched for information regarding the endless reincarnation flame. Lin Feng had been keeping an eye on the endless reincarnation flame. If he had the chance to refine it, Lin Feng would not care if it was the Reincarnation Immortal sect's ultimate treasure. He would refine it without hesitation. However, Lin Feng had never had the chance to come into contact with the endless reincarnation flame, let alone refine it. Lin Feng said, "I've heard of the endless reincarnation flame before. Is it suppressed on the 7th floor of the reincarnation pagoda? Old Monster Mo narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lin Feng and said, "Brat, you seem to know quite a lot about the endless reincarnation flame. Could it be that you have designs on it?" Old Monster Mo was guarding the reincarnation pagoda. Lin Feng guessed that Old Monster Mo was most likely guarding the endless reincarnation flame. Naturally, Lin Feng would not admit to spying on the endless reincarnation flame in front of Old Monster Mo. If he were to admit it, who knew how Old Monster Mo would react? Lin Feng said, "This junior does not dare to spy on the endless reincarnation flame. Moreover, it is such a high-ranked heavenly flame. This junior can't refine it even if he wanted to. Moreover, this junior knows about the endless reincarnation flame, so there's nothing to be surprised about, right? There are many people in the sect who know about the endless reincarnation flame, alright?" Old Monster Mo stared deeply at Lin Feng and did not continue to dwell on the matter. He said, "This old man knows that you have several types of heavenly flames. Now, this old man wants to borrow your heavenly flames to suppress the endless reincarnation flame. After that, this old man will enter the 7th floor where the endless reincarnation flame is suppressed to retrieve an item." "Retrieve an item? What item?" Lin Feng looked at Old Monster Mo curiously. If Old Monster Mo was willing to take the risk to enter the 7th floor where the endless reincarnation flame was suppressed, then the item must be extraordinary. However, Old Monster Mo clearly had no intention of telling Lin Feng anything. He said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Is this the attitude of someone who is asking for a favor? Who said that this old man is asking for a favor? Old Monster Mo cackled a few times before continuing, "Regardless of whether you want to do it or not, you can't escape today." Lin Feng said, "So you're forcing me to do something, right?" "That's right." Old Monster Mo waved his right hand, and the door to the 1st floor of the reincarnation pagoda closed. Lin Feng was speechless. There's no need for this, right? Isn't it just helping Senior suppress the endless reincarnation flame? It's not a big deal. This junior will do as you say. I closed the door to prevent anyone from disturbing us. Come with me. Let's go take a look at the 7th floor. Old Monster Mo grabbed Lin Feng, and the two of them vanished. A moment later, they arrived in a forest. The 7th floor of the reincarnation pagoda is actually a mountain and river? Lin Feng was astonished. Old Monster Mo said, "What's there to be surprised about? A treasure of this level already contains the power of a world. What's so strange about it forming a mountain and river?" Lin Feng nodded and followed behind Old Monster Mo. At that moment, the demon's voice entered Lin Feng's mind. "This Old Monster Mo is not human." "Not human?" Lin Feng was astonished. The demon lord would not be mistaken. If Old Monster Mo was not human, could he be the reincarnation pagoda's artifact spirit? Lin Feng suddenly recalled how Old Monster Mo had instantly teleported him from the 1st floor to the 7th floor. It was as though he had teleported. This was a treasure forged by the Reincarnation Emperor. The Reincarnation Emperor had no problem teleporting through the Reincarnation Pagoda, but Old Monster Mo should not have been able to do it so easily. Of course. If Old Monster Mo was the Reincarnation Pagoda's artifact spirit, then it would be a different story. This Old Monster Mo has hidden himself quite well. He is probably transformed into a powerful artifact cultivator, right? However, I wonder if he has transformed into a god. Lin Feng could not help but ponder. Lin Feng followed Old Monster Mo into the depths of the sea. He asked, "Where's the place where the endless reincarnation flame is suppressed?" Old Monster Mo replied, "It's in the Reincarnation Sea of Flames." The Reincarnation Sea of Flames was originally a sea of extreme cold, and it contains the laws of extreme cold. Later, the Reincarnation Emperor moved it into the Reincarnation Pagoda to suppress the endless reincarnation flame. Lin Feng said, "The endless reincarnation flame was ranked 17th in the past. Suppressing it must have been extremely difficult, right?" "Of course it's extremely difficult. Back then, the great Emperor of Reincarnation didn't extinguish the fire of reincarnation." Mr. Mo started talking with assurance, but then he stopped and stared at Lin Feng. "Little boy, you want to make me tell you something, right? Don't even think about it. I won't fall for it so easily." Lin Feng said, look at what you're saying. I'm just casually chatting with you, and you're already so wary of me. It's really sad to see you like this. Old Monster Mo pursed his lips and said, forget it. How can a disciple taught by Lord Tortoise be anything good? I know that very well. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, look at what you're saying. Everyone loves me. Flowers bloom when they see me. Old Monster Mo said, Lord Tortoise is thick-skinned, but you're even more thick-skinned than Lord Tortoise. I won't submit to anyone except you. Lin Feng and Old Monster Mo continued to mock each other along the way. An hour later, Lin Feng sensed that the temperature was getting lower and lower. Clearly, it was because they were gradually approaching the reincarnation sea of flames. The reincarnation sea of flames contained the powerful laws of extreme cold, and it was an extremely cold place. Another 4 hours passed, and Lin Feng finally arrived at the reincarnation sea of flames with Old Monster Mo looking into the distance. He could see a huge ocean. This ocean was a fiery red ocean. One could even vaguely see flames burning in the ocean, but what was shocking was that the temperature around the ocean was extremely low. Lin Feng shivered in fear. However, the temperature was so cold that it did not freeze. Heavenly flames were the hottest. The law of absolute frost was the coldest of all. Two completely opposite forces were working together to create the strange situation before his eyes. Do you see that ball of fiery red light? That ball of fiery red light is the samsara everlasting fire that's being suppressed within it. Old Monster Mo said as he pointed to a gigantic ball of fiery red light in the depths of the samsara sea of flames. Lin Feng had already seen that fiery red ball of light. He frowned slightly and asked, is the reincarnation ever-extinguishing fire spirit still alive? Old Monster Mo replied. Alive. That's why it's extremely dangerous. If the fire spirit of the endless fire cycle were to die, I wouldn't need your help. Lin Feng nodded and said, alright, let's go take a look. Next, the two of them flew into the reincarnation sea of flames. They entered the sea. There was a huge ball of light in the sea. The ball of light was formed from the laws of absolute frost and countless monarch runes. Huh? Suddenly, Lin Feng cried out in surprise. Among the many laws, he saw a law that stood out from the rest. The law was wrapped in immortal energy, and it contained an extremely terrifying and powerful immortal energy. Upon sensing the power of the law, Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. An immortal law, it was actually an immortal law. Isn't the Samsara Emperor a great emperor? How did he manage to grasp an immortal law? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. If you can grasp an emperor law with your cultivation, what's so strange about the Samsara Emperor grasping an immortal law? Old Devil Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. It was indeed as Old Monster Mo had said. There was no lack of monstrous geniuses in this world. As for great emperors, they could no longer be described as monstrous geniuses. Great emperors. Their methods were so terrifying that others could not even begin to imagine them. Suddenly, the sealed samsara everlasting fire seemed to have sensed something and emitted a shocking heat wave. Lin Feng felt as if a pair of eyes had opened within the samsara everlasting fire. The pair of eyes was currently staring at him. It was an extremely strange feeling, but it was also very intense. Lin Feng could not help but frown. Could it be that the fire spirit of the samsara everlasting fire has awakened? He could not help but mutter inwardly. However, when Lin Feng carefully tried to sense the gaze, he could not sense anything. Old Monster Mo looked at Lin Feng and said, let's begin. How should I deal with the samsara everlasting fire? Lin Feng looked at Old Monster Mo in confusion. Old Eccentric Mo said, just send your heavenly flames into these laws. These laws will transfer your heavenly flames into the internal space. At that time, these laws will strengthen your heavenly flames and suppress the samsara incandescent flame. Without hesitation, Lin Feng brought out the 4 heavenly fires. The purple earth core fire, the black blazing god incinerating fire, the netherworld hellfire, and the golden dragon divine flame flew out and poured into the dense array of laws. The laws that sealed the samsara everlasting fire were very intelligent and could differentiate between friend and foe. Therefore, the laws were extremely friendly towards Lin Feng's 4 heavenly fires. The four heavenly fires entered the internal space. Next, powerful laws surged into the internal space. All the power surged into the four heavenly fires, and the might of the four heavenly fires was unleashed. Then, the laws began to suppress the samsara everlasting fire. The samsara everlasting fire tried to resist, but under the combined suppression of the laws and the four heavenly fires, the samsara everlasting fire failed to resist. Old Monster Mo quickly entered the internal space. The internal space that sealed the samsara everlasting fire was extremely huge. Lin Feng did not enter. Instead, he waited outside quietly. What else is in this internal space apart from the samsara everlasting fire? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. There are many things in this internal space. There are some mysterious immortal origin stones, immortal sources, and even blood, immortal scriptures, and so on. Kid, do you want them? Suddenly, a voice rang out in Lin Feng's mind. The voice was filled with temptation. You're the fire spirit? When he heard the voice, Lin Feng could not help but frown. The fire spirit continued, that's right. I'm the fire spirit of the samsara everlasting fire. Kid, why don't we work together? As long as you find a way to release me, those treasures will be yours. If you can obtain those treasures, you'll definitely soar and become a peerless expert in the future. No one will be able to defeat you. Lin Feng remained unmoved. With an indifferent expression, he said, even if I can't obtain those treasures, I'll still become an amazing person. Brat, that's not self-confidence, it's arrogance. In my long life, I've seen too many amazing talents. They were young, gifted, and powerful. But in the end, those people were annihilated. But don't worry, as long as you can get those things, you won't fall prematurely. I guarantee that you'll become a peerless and invincible figure. Hualing continued to entice Lin Feng, wanting to cooperate with him. How could Lin Feng believe Hualing's nonsense? Heavenly flames could evolve by devouring each other. If samsara unextinguished fire escaped, the first thing it would do would be to kill him and devour his four heavenly flames. As the 17th ranked heavenly flame, samsara unextinguished fire would definitely complete a transformation after devouring his four heavenly flames. At that time, no one knew what level of heavenly flame it would evolve into, but one could imagine that it would definitely evolve into an extremely heaven-defying heavenly flame. Therefore, Lin Feng would not cooperate with samsara unextinguished fire at all. Moreover, once samsara unextinguished fire was released, Old Monster Mo might die. This was naturally something that Lin Feng did not want to see. No matter what you say, I won't cooperate with you. So, don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Brat, do you know that opportunities in life are often fleeting? When an opportunity descends and you can't grasp it, it'll be too late to regret it in the future. Hualing said. Lin Feng sneered and said. Is that so? Those words won't be able to sway my heart. Save it. Instead of wasting time persuading me, why don't you rest more? Hualing wanted to persuade Lin Feng again, but Lin Feng took the initiative to cut off the connection with Hualing. This fellow was not a good person, so Lin Feng could not be bothered to pay attention to him. 6 hours later, Old Monster Mo flew out. Hee, I finally got the thing out. It took a lot of effort. I was worried that you and Hualing would come to some agreement and trick me. Old Monster Mo said with a grin. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at Old Monster Mo and said, am I that kind of person? Ha 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 ha. Old Monster Mo laughed loudly and said, I know you're not that kind of person, so I asked you for help. This thing is your reward. Old Monster Mo said as he handed an origin crystal to Lin Feng. This origin crystal was milky white in color. It was very different from ordinary crystal origin crystals. When Lin Feng grabbed the crystal, he felt a very special feeling. He felt as if he had grabbed a heavenly immortal chi. Immortal treasure was a treasure. Immortal treasure precious treasure it. This was a supreme treasure, an origin crystal that contained the essence of the immortal Tao. It was not something that ordinary origin crystals could compare to. The rarity of immortal stones could be described as hard to find. Old Monster Mo said, back then, the great emperor sealed some things in this space, including some extremely precious treasures and even some immortal techniques. However, it is very difficult to break the seal and retrieve those things. Even I have to put in a lot of effort to retrieve those things. This surprised Lin Feng. Old Monster Mo should be the reincarnation pagoda's artifact spirit. Wouldn't he be able to retrieve the things placed in the reincarnation pagoda as he wished? However, that did not seem to be the case. Moreover, the reincarnation immortal flame's fire spirit had said that it would give him all the treasures sealed in the reincarnation pagoda if he let it out. It seemed like it was lying to him. Even Old Monster Mo found it difficult to retrieve those things, let alone the reincarnation immortal flame's fire spirit. Why did the great emperor seal those things in here? Could it be that he was waiting for a successor to appear? Lin Feng could not help but ask. He pointed at himself and continued, look at me. I'm handsome, young, promising, upright, talented, and calm. Don't you think that I'm the most suitable successor to the great emperor? I feel that these treasures are all mine. Let me refine the reincarnation pagoda. Old Monster Mo rolled his eyes and said, don't be so shameless, alright? Scram as far away as you can. Whoosh. Old Monster Mo waved his right hand and threw Lin Feng out of the pagoda. F***ck, you're chasing me away after using me? You can't be so shameless. Lin Feng could not help but curse. However, Old Monster Mo did not appear again. Lin Feng asked for a snub, so he left. He had helped Old Monster Mo a little and received an immortal stone in return. Lin Feng was very satisfied. After returning to the barren mountain, Lord Tortoise looked at Lin Feng and said, did Old Monster Mo summon you? Lin Feng nodded and said, he asked me to help him suppress the undying reincarnation flame. He entered the space where the undying reincarnation flame was suppressed to retrieve something. However, Senior Mo did not tell me what he retrieved. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lord Tortoise nodded and said, alright, you can go and rest. Lin Feng acknowledged and returned to his residence to rest. He began to adjust his state of mind. This was because Lin Feng planned to refine the immortal origin stone he had obtained from Old Monster Mo. Immortal origin stones were the highest grade of origin crystals. They contained immortal origin energy and had a huge effect on a cultivator's cultivation. Currently, Lin Feng's cultivation was at early stage 7th heavenly layer true god. As he gradually refined and absorbed the energy within the immortal origin stone, Lin Feng's cultivation also began to rise. Soon, it reached mid-stage 7th heavenly layer. Not long after, it broke through to late-stage 7th heavenly layer, followed by peak 7th heavenly layer. After his cultivation reached peak 7th heavenly layer true god, after a slight delay, he broke through to 8th heavenly layer true god. In the end, Lin Feng's cultivation stopped at mid-stage 8th heavenly layer true god. This immortal origin stone's effects are too good. It's a pity that there's only one. If there were more, wouldn't I be able to directly break through to the heavenly god realm? Lin Feng could not help but smack his lips. After breaking through, Lin Feng chose to go into seclusion. In the following half a year, Lin Feng had been sorting out the various divine abilities that he cultivated. He was consolidating his own cultivation. While Lin Feng was in seclusion for half a year, the 9 prefectures was extremely chaotic. First, a ball of blazing heavenly flame appeared. After hearing this news, many people went to subdue that ball of heavenly flame. However, when they found that ball of heavenly flame, they discovered that the ball of heavenly flame actually had an owner. The owner of the heavenly flame was a very young cultivator. However, that young cultivator was abnormally terrifying. The most hair-raising thing was that the young cultivator had a Tao protector shrouded in flames beside him. A giant god realm expert wanted to kill that young cultivator and snatch the heavenly flame. However, that Tao protector killed the giant god realm expert who wanted to snatch the heavenly flame with just a glance. It was simply unimaginable how strong that Tao protector was. Soon, the news spread. The heavenly flame that appeared was the 8th-ranked god-devouring black flame. As for the young man, he had mastered the god-devouring black flame. His origin was very mysterious, and he was known as the son of the heavenly demon emperor. Many people were shaken by this. The heavenly demon emperor was an extraordinary existence. He was an expert from the Desolation era and came from the Heavenly Demon clan. The Heavenly Demon clan was one of the strongest clans among the demon clans. They possessed heaven-defying talent. Not to mention the demon race, even among all the races in the universe, this race was one of the most powerful races. Back in the day, the Heavenly Demon Emperor reigned supreme in his era and was nearly invincible. He had left behind countless legends in the dazzling Desolation era. Later on, the Heavenly Demon Emperor passed away for unknown reasons, and the Heavenly Demon clan vanished without a trace. Many people guessed that the Heavenly Demon clan might have encountered some unforeseen event. Who would have thought that after countless years, the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son would be born? The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son's talent must be heaven-defying in this era. The Heavenly Demon Emperor is someone who has slaughtered immortals. No one knows how strong his bloodline is. Now that his son has been born and inherited the strongest bloodline in the world, one can imagine how strong the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son is. He must be a supreme existence among the younger generation. I'm afraid many of the older generation won't be a match for him. Many people were discussing the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. Not long after the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son was born, another powerful existence was born. It was said that it was a young girl who looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. She went out alone. Someone wanted to attack her, but she easily killed them. The other party's accomplices gathered over 1,000 experts to capture the mysterious girl. There was no lack of top experts among them. There were even 2 giant gods among them. However, so many experts were easily killed by the girl. You dare to provoke the daughter of the Devil Emperor? Are you tired of living? The girl's voice resounded through the forest, shocking and moving many of the spectators. A blood-marked demon. An old cultivator recognized the girl's identity. Blood-marked demons were an extremely ancient clan. It was said that this race was even more ancient than the Heaven Devil race. The blood-striped demons had a blood-red rune between their eyebrows. This was the symbol of the blood-striped demons and the most terrifying part of them. It was said that the blood-colored rune contained the most terrifying power. As long as the rune lightly swept across it, it would be destroyed. The void collapsed in an instant. Heaven and earth were destroyed in an instant. The power was so strong that it was shocking. The blood-marked demon clan was a clan that had disappeared over the years. Now, a young woman from the blood-marked demon clan had appeared, and she claimed to be the daughter of a great emperor. I remember now. 10 years ago, someone dug out a piece of stone from the ancestral land of the blood-marked demon clan. There was a little girl sealed in the stone. Later, someone wanted to cut the stone open, but the stone ran away. Could it be that the girl in front of him was the little girl from back then? She broke through the stone and walked out. A cultivator said. I remember that too. Now, it seems that the girl might be the little girl from back then. I didn't expect her to become so powerful in just a few years, someone said with a sigh. The blood-marked demon clan is a clan that existed before the primordial era. Back then, some of the peak demon emperors of the demon clan were strong enough to fight against immortals. Could this girl's father be a demon emperor of that level? Who knows? Countless years have passed. It's hard to find out. Many people were talking about the daughter of a demon emperor. Now that the prodigy ranking was about to begin, many peak experts of the younger generation had appeared in the 9 prefectures. This made many people very excited. Because with the appearance of these top experts among the younger generation, the battle for the prodigy list would be even more intense and exciting. Have you heard? Someone found a sacred stone at the shore of the East Sea. The sacred stone absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and the spiritual energy of the sun and moon. It seems to have given birth to a sacred fetus. Many people have gone to fight for the sacred fetus. If they can refine the sacred fetus into an avatar, it will be amazing. What? It gave birth to a sacred fetus? That's unbelievable. Let's go and take a look. Many cultivators went to the shore of the East Sea to see the sacred fetus. At the shore of the East Sea, there was an immortal stone on a reef that faced the sea. It was that immortal stone that gave birth to the sacred fetus. Previously, the immortal stone was surrounded by a huge rock. Therefore, the people who passed by didn't notice anything special about it. However, some time ago, sacred light soared into the sky. the rock cracked open. The immortal stone was revealed. Countless cultivators rushed over and started a crazy fight for the immortal stone. Rivers of blood flowed in this place. No one noticed that the essence of the blood that flowed out was quietly absorbed by the immortal stone. The cultivators fought for 3 days and 3 nights. The immortal stone absorbed the essence of the blood for 3 days and 3 nights. Crack! Crack! Finally, the immortal stone seemed to have absorbed enough essence of the blood and began to crack. When they heard this voice, the cultivators who were fighting stopped and looked towards the immortal stone. Crack! Crack! The immortal stone cracked more and more violently. Not long after, the immortal stone shattered. A man stepped out. That man was surrounded by cyan light. The green energy eventually turned into a green robe that covered the man's body. The sacred fetus has been born, many people cried out in surprise. Then, they were filled with unwillingness. If they had obtained the sacred fetus before, they might have refined the sacred fetus into their external incarnation. But now, the sacred fetus had been born. They could no longer refine it into an external incarnation. Since I can't refine it into an external incarnation, I'll kill the soul of the sacred fetus today and refine it into a sacred fetus puppet. An expert walked over from afar. The aura that emanated from the expert's body was simply suffocating. Thousand Hands Devil Monarch, Chu Wuming. Someone recognized the expert. He was a Devil Dao expert at the 5th celestial stage of the giant god realm. Seeing him make a move, the people who wanted to attack stopped. They didn't dare to fight with Chu Wuming for the prey. Die. Chu Wuming sent a palm strike toward the man who had transformed into the sacred fetus. The eyes of the man turned cold. He raised his right hand and gently slashed across the void. A sword chi flew out. Puff, with a ripping sound, Chu Wuming, a 5th celestial stage expert, was cleaved in half. Everyone looked at the man who had transformed into the sacred fetus in shock. He had killed a 5th celestial stage expert with a single move. Wasn't that too terrifying? Remember my name. I am Qing Emperor, the sacred fetus said with an indifferent expression. Qing Emperor. Many people muttered this name. They felt their hearts tremble. Countless years ago, there was an existence called Qing Emperor who had swept through the world and was invincible. He was an expert of the devil race. Rumor had it that Qing Emperor had even killed the living beings in the black fog. Since the fall of Qing Emperor, there was no Qing Emperor in the world. No one dared to call themselves Qing Emperor. But countless years had passed. The man who had been born from the sacred fetus actually called himself Qing Emperor. Where did he get the courage to call himself Qing Emperor, or perhaps, there was another possibility. Was he the reincarnation of the dead Qing Emperor? In the half a year before the prodigy ranking, the entire 9 states was bustling with activity. Firstly, it was because the prodigy ranking had attracted a lot of attention. Secondly, it was because of the drastic changes in the world. Many powerful existences sealed in stone had come out. Some of the creatures born from the stones had also come out. There were many people like the son of the heavenly demon emperor, the little witch, and the Qing Emperor. The prodigy ranking would definitely be unprecedentedly intense. This is the 3000th era after the beginning of this era, also known as the Age of Destruction. When this era ends, all the worlds will be destroyed. Only a few lucky ones will be able to survive. The creatures that were sealed in the past will sense the changes in the world and come out one after another. In fact, not only the younger generation of cultivators, but the older generation of cultivators sealed in stone will also choose to awaken in this era. The prodigy ranking is already extremely intense. With the appearance of these creatures, there will be even more excitement. When the time comes, the prodigy ranking will be unprecedentedly intense. It's not just the prodigy ranking. The sovereign ranking is about to begin. It'll definitely be exciting. Countless cultivators were talking about the prodigy ranking, the sovereign ranking, and the experts who had broken the seals and come out. It didn't matter if they were the younger generation, the older generation, or the younger generation. They had all reappeared in front of the world. Any one of them was enough to cause a huge uproar. Lin Feng finally came out of seclusion after half a year. During this period of seclusion, he had sorted out his various divine abilities and gained a clearer understanding of the Tao. Although he hadn't made a breakthrough in his realm, his strength had greatly increased. The disciples participating in the prodigy ranking were about to set off. The prodigy ranking would be held in the Holy Ground realm of the Holy Ground Sea. The Holy Ground Sea was located in the western part of the 9 states. It was a vast sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was extremely dangerous and famous because of the existence of the true Holy Ground world. The true Holy Ground world was an extremely dangerous place. It was divided into 2 parts. The first part was called the Original Ruins world. This was where the prodigy ranking would be held. The second place was called the Sky Ruin world. This was where the Sovereign Leaderboard battle took place. The Original Ruins realm and the Sky Ruins realm were connected, but there were powerful laws that separated the 2 places. Therefore, it was impossible to travel freely between these 2 places. Whether it was the Original Ruins realm or the Sky Ruins realm, there were many opportunities. The Genius Roll battle was a large group of people entering the Original Ruins realm to search for the Dragon Chi. Draconic Chi. It was a special kind of energy produced in the Xianxia realm. The dragon energy was very important. In order to enter the Heaven's Chosen Dojo, one had to collect enough Dragon Chi. The Heaven's Chosen Dojo had a total of 5 levels of heaven. There were many opportunities in each Heaven's Chosen Dojo. If one wanted to obtain the opportunity inside, they would have to spend enough dragon energy to exchange for it. Therefore, the importance of the dragon energy was evident. To enter the Heaven's Chosen Dojo, one needed to spend dragon energy. To obtain the opportunities within the Heaven's Chosen Dojo, one also needed to spend dragon energy. Therefore, the most important thing to do after entering the Original Ruins realm was to collect Draconic Chi. Draconic Chi was precious, and it was not easy to obtain it. Of course, there were countless opportunities in the Heaven's Chosen Dojo. In fact, there were also many opportunities outside the Heaven's Chosen Dojo. The opportunities outside the Heaven's Chosen Dojo did not need to consume dragon energy. However, the most heaven-defying opportunities were inside the Heaven's Chosen Dojo. So many people were keen to participate in the Genius Roll battle. Firstly, it was because of the 9 states paradise. Secondly, it was because of the various opportunities in the Original Ruins realm. Cultivators who participated in the Genius Roll battle had to be less than 1,000 years old. For cultivators who had a lifespan of hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, 1,000 years of lifespan passed in the blink of an eye. Therefore, many people were unable to participate in the Heaven's Pride List battle. Of course, there were also many experts of suitable age who were not interested in participating in the Heaven's Pride List battle. Such people would not participate in the Heaven's Pride List battle. As for the young cultivators who walked out of the stone materials, their age was fixed at the moment they were sealed by the stone materials. As long as they were under 1,000 years old when they were sealed, they could participate in the Genius Roll battle after they were born. The life of the living beings born in the immortal stones, sacred stones, and other stones was also calculated from the moment they broke out of the stone. As long as they were under 1,000 years old, they could participate in the Genius Roll battle as usual. There were about 2,000 young cultivators from the Reincarnation Immortal sect participating in the Genius Roll battle this time. However, Lin Feng did not know many of these disciples. For example, young Master Hans Han, young Master Mingyue, and the others were in the previous Genius Roll battle. 800 years had passed. Their lifespan had exceeded 1,000 years. Therefore, they could no longer participate in the new Genius Roll battle. Lin Feng boarded the ancient ship and waited for it to depart to the Original Ruins realm. Why can I go up, but not my donkey? Is there a rule that says I can't bring my pet beast? Curses could be heard from below. It attracted the attention of many people. Ahaha. Ahaha. A fatso started arguing with a few disciples who were in charge of maintaining order on the ancient ship. Little Donkey, on the other hand, started yelling from the side. The leader of the disciples said in a low voice, "Junior brother, we didn't say you can't bring your pet beast. We're saying that your pet beast must be kept in your imperial beast pouch or other dharma treasures. The ancient ship is where the disciples, deacons, elders, and even the sect's patriarchs rest. You can't let your pet wander around." Fatso said. "My pet is very obedient. It won't wander around. Hurry up and let us go up." Otherwise, I'll let you have a taste of my punch-bag-sized fist. The faces of the few disciples sank. Just as they were about to throw the troublemaker out, a voice came from the ancient ship. Hey, hey, hey. Hey. Senior brothers, please make an exception. I know little donkey quite well. It's very obedient and won't disturb the rest of the sex cultivators. Everyone turned to look at the person who spoke. When they saw that the person who spoke was actually Lin Feng, the disciples revealed looks of awe. Lin Feng didn't have a good reputation in the sect. Many people still secretly slandered Lin Feng as the scum of the sect. But who didn't know Lin Feng's strength? Who didn't know? They still had to give face to Lin Feng. So it's junior brother Lin. Since junior brother Lin has stepped forward, we'll make an exception this time, the leader of the disciples said. Brother Donkey, let's go up. Fatso said with a grin. Ahaha. Ahaha. Little Donkey yelled twice, then boarded the ancient ship to the original ruins realm with Fatso. Where the hell have you been all this time? Lin Feng asked Fatso. Fatso said mysteriously, some time ago, I accidentally came across a treasure map. Then, I went to dig for treasures with brother Donkey. Guess what we found? Fatso said mysteriously. His eyes were still looking around cautiously. Said Lin Feng. Could it be that you really found some rare treasures? Lin Feng asked curiously. Yes, we really found something good. Fatso grinned. What is it? Take it out and let me see. Lin Feng said. Fatso took out a black metal ball. The black metal ball was about the size of a fist. Lin Feng held it in his hand and carefully observed it, but he could not find anything special about it. What is this? Lin Feng shook it forcefully. Fatso's face turned pale. He quickly grabbed Lin Feng's hand and said, Brother, don't shake it like that. If it explodes, all of us will die. Lin Feng was shocked and asked, What is this thing? Why is it so terrifying? Fatso said, This is called the Chaos Lightning Ball. It was refined by ancient alchemists. Its destructive power is incomparably terrifying. It is said that a Chaos Lightning Ball of this size can kill a true dragon. Damn, it's so powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The might of the Chaos Lightning Ball shocked even him. How many of these do you have? Lin Feng asked. Fatso looked warily at Lin Feng and asked, Why are you asking? Lin Feng put his arm around Fatso's shoulder and said with a smile, Aren't we good brothers? Yes. Fatso nodded. Shouldn't good brothers share blessings and misfortunes together? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Yes. Fatso nodded again. Then shouldn't you share the Chaos Primordial Thunderball with your best friend? Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent way. Fatso asked, What was your first question again? Lin Feng asked, Aren't we good brothers? Fatso said. No. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. I'll buy your primal chaos lightning balls, alright? Fatso revealed a wretched smile and said, If you help me, big brother, with a favor, I'll give you 10 chaos lightning balls. What is it? Tell me, said Lin Feng. Do you remember that female disciple, Xianxia? Fatso asked. Lin Feng shook his head and said, Who's that woman? I don't know her name, but I don't know her name. Why don't I remember her? Fatso said, It's that time when I followed you to Xiaxia Palace, and you carried Xiaxia, Baiyusan, and Nangong Qiming back to the Barren Mountain. Weren't we blocked by a group of female disciples from Shiyun Palace? That petite and adorable female disciple who pointed a sword at me. She was Xiaxia, Xiaxuyan's cousin. Her? That tigress, Lin Feng slapped his forehead as he recalled that female disciple. She had a fiery temper, but of course, she was also quite good-looking. Yes, that's her. I wanted to carry her back to be my wife, but that girl didn't care about me at all. Help Big Brother deal with her. Big Brother's future happiness depends on you. Fatso looked pitifully at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, How can I help you deal with her? I'm not familiar with her. Fatso said, You're familiar with Xiaxia. She's Xiaxuyan's cousin. Get Xiaxuyan to matchmake the two of us. Lin Feng said, That's not a problem. Leave it to me. The fat man hugged Lin Feng and gave him 10 balls of primal chaos lightning. He said, "You have to be careful. Don't blow yourself up. Don't blow other people up. Don't blow yourself up first. Don't worry, there won't be any problems," Lin Feng said. 2 hours later, the sex teleportation array opened. The ancient ship soared into the sky and flew towards the teleportation array. Then, he disappeared into the teleportation array. Whoosh! It disappeared without a trace. The ancient ship flew through a space-time wormhole that led directly to Coiling Dragon Island in the Holy Ground Sea. Coiling Dragon Island was a famous power in the Holy Ground Sea. It was an island controlled by the Heavenly Dragon clan. There weren't many members of the Heavenly Dragon clan left. The Heavenly Dragon Patriarch that Lin Feng had met earlier was the clan's master. He was also the Red World Fairy's best friend. On this day, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Brother Donkey were eating in a restaurant. A male disciple walked over. "Senior Brother Lin." The disciple bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the disciple. He didn't know him, so he asked, "Junior brother, there's no need to be so polite. Why are you looking for me?" The disciple said, "It's like this. A friend of mine wants to get to know you. Is that okay?" "Your friend?" Lin Feng looked at the disciple in surprise. The male disciple pointed at a table not far away. There were more than 10 disciples around the table, both male and female. They were all participating in the genius rankings. The disciple pointed at a white-robed female disciple. The female disciple had a graceful figure and fair skin. Her palm-sized face was exquisite and beautiful, and her big, watery eyes were very attractive. She had a delicate temperament. That female disciple is Xianxia, right? She's ranked 12th in the sect. In terms of beauty, she's not inferior to the top 10 fairies. The only thing she can't compare to them in is her cultivation," Fatso said. Fatso only wanted to bring back a few fairies as his wives. Thus, he had done a lot of research on the female disciples. Fatso was very familiar with the beautiful female disciples in the sect. There wasn't a single one that he didn't know. The male disciple said, "The reason why Junior Sister Chu's cultivation is inferior to the top 10 fairies is because Junior Sister Chu's cultivation time is much shorter. Junior Sister Chu's talent isn't inferior to the top 10 fairies. It's good to be handsome. To have such beautiful girls throwing themselves at you," Fatso said sourly. "Ahaha. Ahaha." Brother Donkey shouted at the side. Fatso patted Brother Donkey's head and said, "Let's continue relying on each other." Fatso had such a weird personality. Lin Feng was used to it and ignored Fatso. He looked at the male disciple and said, "If you need any help in the future, Junior Sister Chu is always welcome to find me. We still have some things to do here, so we won't stay here any longer. Junior brother, please send my regards to Junior Sister Chu." When the male disciple heard Lin Feng, he understood what Lin Feng meant. Lin Feng didn't intend to have any further contact with Xianxia, that's why he said that. "Fuck, such a beautiful girl is throwing herself at you, and you don't even want her? What are you thinking?" Fatso said enviously. Big Brother Donkey said, "Big Brother Feng has walked through a field of flowers, but not a single leaf has touched him." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Big Brother Donkey knows me best." Ahaha. Ahaha. Little Donkey made 2 strange sounds and said, "Of course, I'm Big Brother Feng's best friend." Fatty said, "Oh heavens, oh earth, please give me a beautiful fairy sister to pursue me. I'm willing to pay the price of a beautiful girl that little Lin Feng will never be able to get in his life in exchange for my wish to come true." Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This damn Fatso was truly shameless. He kicked Fatso a dozen meters away. "Why did you kick me?" Fatso asked while rubbing his butt. "I've been practicing this but flattening wild goose landing style recently. I'll use you to test its power. What do you think?" Lin Feng said with a half smile. Fatso said, "Lord Fatty won't lower himself to your level. If Lord Fatty really wants to fight you, even 10 of you together won't be a match for Lord Fatty." Fatso bragged a little before lying down on the bed. Lin Feng said, "How can you not get fat when you lie down after eating? What do you know?" Lord Fatty's cultivation technique is very special. As long as I lie down and sleep, my cultivation will continue to soar. Fatso said. There's such a cultivation technique? Lin Feng looked at Fatso in surprise. Fatso said, of course. Back then, I was lazy, so I searched many places before I found this cultivation technique. I have to say, this cultivation technique is tailor-made for Lord Fatty. As soon as the fatty finished speaking, he fell into a deep sleep. This guy can really fall asleep just like that. Furthermore, while he was sleeping, his cultivation had also increased. Who knew how many people were envious and jealous of this kind of cultivation method? Lin Feng spent most of his time cultivating. After that, he saw Qu Yashuan a few times. Every time, Qu Yashuan looked at Lin Feng with hidden bitterness. Her big, watery eyes looked so delicate and pitiful. People who didn't know better would think that Lin Feng had abandoned her. Lin Feng's hair stood on end when he saw Qu Yashuan's gaze. After spending a month in the space-time wormhole, the ancient ship finally arrived at Coiling Dragon Island. The Coiling Dragon Island was bustling with people. Many young cultivators who were participating in the prodigy ranking would come to the Coiling Dragon Island. For example, many large forces would send many experts to escort their disciples. Therefore, the Coiling Dragon Island was incomparably lively. Because there was still a month before the prodigy roll contest, it would take about 20 days to travel from Coiling Dragon Island to the Xianxia realm. Therefore, they decided to rest on Coiling Dragon Island. The Reincarnation Immortal sect had a huge mansion on Coiling Dragon Island. In fact, many major forces had bought properties on Coiling Dragon Island so that the cultivators participating in the Heaven's Chosen rankings and the Sovereign rankings could have a quiet and comfortable place to rest. The leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect was Wu Yong. Wu Yong was the supreme elder of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. He was in the giant god realm and was in charge of everyone's safety. They entered the mansion of the Reincarnation Immortal sect on Coiling Dragon Island. Wu Yong said, "We'll be resting on Coiling Dragon Island for about 10 days. During this time, you can do whatever you want. But remember, don't cause any trouble when you're outside." Yes. The disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect answered immediately. Wu Yong and the other higher-ups went to rest. Then, someone arranged accommodations for the disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. "We'll eat wherever we go. I heard that the Holy Ground Ocean is rich in sea monsters. Many restaurants on Coiling Dragon Island specialize in the Holy Ground Ocean Monster Feast. Shall we try it?" Fatso said with a smile. Lin Feng was also a foodie. His eyes lit up when he heard that there would be a special feast. The two of them and Little Donkey left their accommodations together. Then, they found the most famous restaurant. This restaurant was called the Origin Heaven Restaurant. It was said that a character was taken from the original Ruins world and the Sky Ruins world. The current Origin Heaven Restaurant was formed. The Origin Heaven Restaurant was very lively. When Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey arrived, it was almost full. There was no need to think about the private rooms. All the private rooms had been booked. Fortunately, Lin Feng and the others were lucky. A guest sitting by the window left after finishing his meal. Fatso asked the waiter to tidy up the table. Then, she sat with Lin Feng. "Young masters, what would you like to order?" the waiter asked. Fatso said, "I heard that the specialty here is the Holy Ground Ocean Monster Feast." "What are the Holy Ground Ocean monsters?" Fatso could not help but ask. The waiter said, "The Holy Ground Ocean monsters are ferocious beasts in the sea. These beasts are very strange. They look like octopuses, squid, and squid. Their meat is smooth and delicious. They can be made into soups, stir-fried, stewed, or even barbecued. There are dozens of ways to eat them." Fatso was almost drooling. He hurriedly said, "The Holy Ground Ocean Monster Feast and the best wine. Quickly bring it up." "All right, please wait for a moment, young masters." The waiter quickly went to prepare the food. Soon, the delicacies were served one after another. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey immediately began to eat. Originally, their table was ordinary and wouldn't attract too much attention. However, because of Little Donkey, their table attracted a lot of attention. Little Donkey did not eat grass. He only ate meat. Not only did he eat meat, but he also drank wine. Many people were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. At this moment, a dozen cultivators walked up. They were originally going to the private rooms upstairs. One of them saw the situation at Lin Feng's table and said with a smile, "Humans, beasts, don't separate tables. Guess what it is?" "Haha, this is interesting. I guess it's beasts. Am I right?" A young master said with a smile. "Brother Dong, your meaning is too obvious." "It's obviously wrong," another young master said with a smile. The young master called Brother Dong said with a smile, "What is Brother Nalan's opinion?" "I guess it's a bastard." The young master with the surname Nalan said with a smile. "Bastard, bastard, human and beast. Ha 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 ha, Brother Nalan, you're really something. This bastard guessed it well." The group of people burst into laughter. The young master Nalan looked at the young master who came up with the question and asked, "Brother Fan, I wonder if my guess is correct?" Brother Nalan is really quick-witted. I'm impressed. The cultivator with the surname Fan said with a smile. The group was about to head upstairs. Fatso sneered and said, "Stop. Did Lord Fatty allow you to leave?" Hearing Fatso's voice, the group of young masters turned to look at Lin Feng and Fatso. "Are you talking to us?" One of the young masters asked with an indifferent expression. "If I'm not talking to you, do you think I'm talking to animals?" "Of course, if you admit that you're animals, just pretend I didn't call you and go do whatever you're supposed to do," Fatso said with a wave of his hand. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Fatso was quite sarcastic with his words. Those with weaker mental fortitude would definitely be angered to death by Fatso's words after hearing Fatso's words. The group of young masters in front of him were obviously infuriated by the fatty. Their gazes towards the fatty were filled with cold intent. "Do you know what you're saying?" One of the young masters asked coldly. "Of course I know what I'm saying, but I don't know if you can understand it. If you can't understand human language, I can get Brother Donkey to translate for you. Brother Donkey is proficient in both beast and human languages," Fatso said indifferently. "Ahaha. Ahaha." Little Donkey immediately cried out. Little Donkey then said seriously, "You have to pay to be a translator." The group of young masters' faces turned green after being ridiculed by a human and a donkey. "Ha ha ha ha," Lin Feng couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Fatso and Little Donkey really had a tacit understanding. The only reason he didn't suffer internal injuries from being angered by them was because his mental fortitude was too good. "You're courting death. How dare you mock us like that? Do you know who we are?" The group of young masters roared angrily. They quickly rushed to the table where Lin Feng was sitting and surrounded Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey. Lin Feng said faintly, "Your mouths are smelly. You're allowed to mock others from the side, but others aren't allowed to mock you. If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and scram. If we really fight, you people don't even have the qualifications to carry our shoes." This group of young masters were used to being high and mighty. He had never been mocked like this before. In an instant, they were all enraged. "Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? Today, we must break the bones of the two of you and your donkey." The group of young masters clamored. "Everyone, calm down. We can talk this out." The shopkeeper came to mediate and tried to persuade them. "Don't worry, we'll compensate you 10 times the amount of the damages," the young master surnamed Nalan said. When the shopkeeper heard this, he immediately gestured with his mouth. It would be best if he could tear down the entire restaurant. "When the time comes, I won't be afraid that you won't compensate me." The most important thing for the people of the major powers was their reputation. If they didn't compensate 10 times the amount in front of everyone, they would lose all their reputation. "Do it," the group of young masters shouted loudly and directly pounced on Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey. "Brother Donkey, it's up to you," Fatso shouted. "Ahaha. Ahaha." After Little Donkey received the order, he immediately rushed out with his but facing the group of people. Then, a pfff sound was heard. Seeing this scene, Fatso quickly covered her mouth. Lin Feng, on the other hand, held his breath. Brother Donkey used a smelly attack. The group of young masters who were originally pouncing over fiercely all had a drastic change in expression. It was as if they were poisoned and their eyes turned white. The surrounding diners also covered their noses. Many of them even began to retch. They had such a big reaction even though they were relatively far away, let alone the group of young masters who were hit by Brother Donkey's attack. It was already good enough that they didn't die from Brother Donkey's smelly attack. "I'll kick you to death." Brother Donkey shouted and raised his hooves to kick the group of young masters. Bang, 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 a series of violent collisions could be heard. The young masters were sent flying by Brother Donkey's kicks. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Many of them had their bones broken by Brother Donkey's kicks. They fell to the ground and wailed. "Damn, this donkey's fart smell is still lingering. I'm going to die from this smell. Let's leave." Many of them wailed and directly jumped out of the windows. "We're from the Middle Sage Continent's Gu clan. You humiliated us like this today. This matter won't end here," the group of young masters said viciously. Brother Donkey said, "A bunch of trash dare to make a fuss here. You're courting death. Do you believe that Brother Donkey won't trample you to death right now?" Fatso said, "Brother Donkey, there's no need to bicker with this group of trash. Otherwise, they'll dirty your hooves." "Hee hee. I like that," Brother Donkey said proudly. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey also jumped out of the window and left. The three of them didn't pay the bill. There were many people like Lin Feng and the others who didn't pay the bill. In any case, the unlucky ones would pay for them. Boom. At that moment, a series of violent fluctuations came from the sea, alarming many people. "There's a battle outside. I heard that the Sky Demon Emperor's son is fighting a six-eared macaque." "What? The Sky Demon Emperor's son? That's a big deal. I heard that he was born not long ago. His cultivation is heaven-defying. Six-eared macaques are also a heaven-defying race. Didn't they go extinct a long time ago? I can't believe that a six-eared macaque is still alive. This is unbelievable. Come, let's go take a look. I wonder what the result of this battle will be." The group of people discussed animatedly and then quickly rushed outside. Lin Feng said, "Let's go take a look as well." Swoosh, he, Fatso, and Little Donkey all flew outside. Soon, they arrived outside Coiling Dragon Island. The first thing that came into view was a spirit monkey that was entirely golden in color. The spirit monkey held a stone rod in its hand and was engaged in a great battle with a young master who was wearing a golden battle robe. The young man was surrounded by an emperor's aura. He looked like a young holy emperor. His aura was terrifying and powerful. Huh? Why does the Sky Demon Emperor's son give me a familiar feeling? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. In his memory, he didn't remember the Sky Demon Emperor's son. However, the familiar feeling was very strong. Suddenly, the four types of skyfire in Lin Feng's body emitted violent fluctuations. The four types of skyfire had sensed the existence of another type of skyfire. That type of skyfire should be very high level, because the fluctuations emitted by the four types of skyfire contained a sense of panic and uneasiness. At the same time, the Sky Demon Emperor's son emitted the aura of another skyfire. When Lin Feng sensed the skyfire's aura, he narrowed his eyes. "It's him." Lin Feng looked at the Sky Demon Emperor's son. When he realized who that person was, he couldn't help but be shocked. "P.S. I'm not feeling well, so my updates are a bit slow." Lin Feng thought of the black flames devouring fire. It was ranked 8th among the 72 types of heavenly fire. It was exceptionally heaven-defying and was located in the Fallen God Cliff. Lin Feng had wanted to refine this heavenly fire, but it was protected by a powerful golden crow. Hence, he was unable to refine it. Lin Feng remembered it clearly. The black flames devouring fire had wrapped around a mysterious beast egg. The origin of the beast egg was mysterious. Now, it seemed like it belonged to the son of the heavenly demon king. Lin Feng wanted to refine the black flames devouring fire when he was stronger. However, when he returned from the outer realm and returned to the Fallen God Cliff, the black flames devouring fire was nowhere to be found. Now that he thought about it, the heavenly demon king's son must have been born and controlled the black flames devouring fire. Lin Feng retracted the aura of the 4 types of heavenly fire. The black flames devouring fire's connection to the 4 types of heavenly fire disappeared. It also became silent. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he watched the battle. The 6-eared macaque's cultivation was very strong. The magic treasure in his hand resembled the legendary Rui Jingubang that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, wielded. The Rui Jingubang was a powerful killing weapon. The Rui Jingubang was one of the top 10 killing weapons of the Absolute Beginning era. It was only second to the legendary 9-toothed golden rake. The Rui Jingubang was later obtained by the great sage, Heaven's Equal. The power of this treasure was fully unleashed. In the hands of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, the Rui Jingubang was an invincible killing weapon. The ranking of these ancient weapons was also related to their owners. No matter how powerful a weapon was, if it did not find a suitable owner, it would be covered in dust. It would not be able to unleash its full power. Naturally, it would be difficult for it to make a name for itself. However, if it fell into the hands of a suitable owner, these ancient weapons would become famous. Of course, although the 6-eared macaque's stone staff was very similar to the Rui Jingubang, it was definitely not a treasure like the Rui Jingubang. However, even if it was not the Rui Jingubang, the stone staff's power was unparalleled. The 6-eared macaque swung its stone staff, shattering the very fabric of space itself. The weapon in the Sky Demon Emperor's son's hand was a blood-red saber with a dragon's head. The weapon was called the Blood Dragon Saber. It was a treasure passed down by the Heavenly Demon Emperor. It was said that the Heavenly Demon Emperor had killed a total of 99 blood dragons to refine this supreme treasure. Then, he used the blood dragon's soul essence to refine this treasure, turning it into an extremely terrifying killing weapon. The Heavenly Demon Emperor wanted to forge this treasure into an ancient killing weapon. However, before this treasure could be upgraded to an ancient killing weapon, the Heavenly Demon Emperor had already fallen. However, even though it was not at the level of an ancient killing weapon, it was still unimaginably powerful. Clang, 6-eared macaque swung his stone staff at Sky Demon King's son, and Sky Demon King's son swung his blood-red dragon knife at 6-eared macaque. Their attacks collided. Immediately, a muffled clanging sound rang out. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Even the surrounding void was shattered by the impact. The 2 of them were also forced to retreat. The fatty said, "Both of them are very powerful. Their bodies each contain 2 extremely terrifying forces. It's just that the 2 of them didn't circulate the terrifying forces dormant in their bodies." Lin Feng said. "It must be the power of their ancestral blood after the bloodline awakening. Of course, it could also be the power sealed within their bodies by the elites of their race. Both the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son and 6-eared macaque are not to be trifled with. I don't think there will be a winner in this battle," Fatso said. Lin Feng pointed to a spot in the distance. There stood an old man, surrounded by divine fire. The old man's aura was very familiar to Lin Feng. He was reminded of the ancient golden raven that guarded the egg. That old man should be the golden crow divine bird's transformation, Lin Feng said. If that old man doesn't make a move, this battle will end in a draw. However, if he does, 6-eared macaque will most likely be killed. Dao Protector. Fatso frowned when he saw the old man. There were many types of guardians. The first type was the guardian of a sect or family. Guardians of sects or families rarely made a move. In fact, they rarely appeared before the eyes of the world. The number of people who knew of their existence could be counted on one hand. Only when the sect, clan, was in danger would these Dao protectors make a move. The second type of guardian was the guardian of some of the more important members of the sect or family's younger generation. For example, the guardian of the sect or family leader's son, or the guardian of some of the more talented disciples. The reason why these forces would send Dao protectors to protect these juniors was because they were worried that these juniors would be killed before they could mature. Killing geniuses was a common occurrence in the world of cultivators. Therefore, they had to be extra vigilant. The one thing all guardians had in common was that they were very powerful. The guardian of the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son was an ancient golden raven. Its cultivation was unfathomable. Six-eared macaque did not seem to have a guardian by his side. Therefore, if the guardian of the heavenly demon emperor's son were to make a move, six-eared macaque would be in big trouble. I wonder why the two of them are fighting each other. Someone asked curiously. They did not understand why the two of them were fighting each other. The father of the heavenly demon emperor's son once dominated the world. Back then, when he reached immortality, he killed a six-eared macaque expert. In the end, he succeeded. This is a feud between the two races, a cultivator said. So there's a relationship like that. No wonder they're fighting each other to the death. The six-eared macaque expert killed by the heavenly demon emperor must be the ancestor of this six-eared macaque. However, he did not know how close the blood relationship between them was. If this six-eared macaque is also a creature that came out of the stone, then this six-eared macaque might be directly related to the six-eared macaque that was killed. Many people were discussing the matter. Since there was such a deep grudge between the two sides, it was only natural that they would fight each other to the death. So, you're that little bastard. I remember now. Back then, that old monkey had a grandson. Later, my father killed that old monkey and wiped out the six-eared macaques, but I didn't see that little monkey. Since you're so hostile to me, it seems like that little monkey is you, right? The heavenly demon emperor's son looked at six-eared macaque with an arrogant expression. His arrogant demeanor came from deep within his bones. He did not think much of the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaques used to be a very famous race. They were known as the psychic tribe. What was the psychic tribe? Simply put, the first race to gain sentience was the psychic tribe. The six-eared macaques were the first to gain sentience. They were extremely intelligent, and were said to be proficient in the art of transformation and learning. The six-eared macaque's greatest power was their ability to learn other people's techniques. No matter how powerful a technique was, the six-eared macaques would be able to figure out how powerful it was after watching it a few times. Then, they would be able to master it. Lin Feng did not expect the six-eared macaques to encounter such a disaster. The celestial demon king was an ancient and terrifying expert. Countless years had passed, and there were still many legends about the celestial demon king. Who would have thought that the six-eared macaques had been destroyed by him? When your father was young, he suffered from qi deviation during his cultivation. All of his meridians were broken, and he was abandoned by the heavenly demon tribe. He was severely injured and on the verge of death. It was my grandfather who happened to pass by and saw your father. He saved him and searched for all the divine materials in the world to heal your father's injuries. He taught your father divine abilities. But your father killed my grandfather and wiped out the entire six-eared macaque tribe. This grudge cannot be washed away even if the four seas are washed away. The six-eared macaque's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Many people were shocked. They did not expect such an unbelievable turn of events. Did that mean that the celestial demon king was the kind of person who repaid kindness with enmity? The hatred between the two sides was so deep that it would not end until one of them was dead. My father killed the demon in his heart in order to improve himself. What's wrong with that? The celestial demon king's son looked indifferent. In the past, the celestial demon king wanted to prove his Tao, and he chose to kill his own teacher. The six-eared macaque and the celestial demon king fought. Because of his old age, he could not win and was killed by the celestial demon king. Killing one's teacher to prove one's Tao was shameful, but it was not uncommon in the world of cultivators. Some people believed that their teacher was their demon. With the teacher around, they would always be suppressed. They could not complete the ultimate transformation. So they killed their teacher to prove their Tao. In fact, in the world of cultivators, there was more than just killing one's master to prove one's Tao. There was also killing one's father to prove one's Tao, killing one's mother to prove one's Tao, killing one's brothers and sisters to prove one's Tao, killing one's family to prove one's Tao, killing one's wife to prove one's Tao, and so on. Shoujo were merciless. Many people wanted to go further on the path of cultivation. There was no one they couldn't kill. The heavenly demon emperor walked the path of killing his master to prove his Tao. After killing his master, the heavenly demon emperor he knew how powerful the six-eared macaques were. This clan could give birth to a peerless expert at any time. As such, in order to prevent future troubles, Sky Evil King had killed the entire six-eared macaque because he was worried that the next generation of six-eared macaques would seek revenge. But man proposes, God disposes. In the end, the six-eared macaque race was still alive. Many years ago, this little six-eared macaque was born from the mountain of flowers and fruits. As his cultivation base continued to rise, his bloodline continued to awaken, and many of his memories returned. He also learned about the tragic events that had happened to the six-eared macaque family. Countless years had passed and the heavenly demon emperor had long since passed away. But the heavenly demon emperor's son did not die. After tens of thousands of years, the two sides met again. This battle was the continuation of the War of the Races. The six-eared macaque and the heavenly demon emperor's son were locked in battle. Both sides were very strong, and it would not be easy to defeat the other. More and more people came to watch the battle. Clearly, this battle had attracted a lot of attention. There were even peerless experts who had appeared in secret to watch the battle. The heavenly demon emperor's son and the six-eared macaque's bloodline were too strong. They could definitely be considered as the pinnacle of the younger generation. The two sides fought for over 1,000 rounds, but there was still no clear victor. At that moment, Lin Feng frowned. He could sense a murderous intent from the Golden Raven. It was clear that the Golden Raven wanted to kill the six-eared macaque. Clang! The six-eared macaque and the heavenly demon emperor's son clashed again. Both sides retreated a few hundred meters. The heavenly demon emperor's son's lips curled into a sinister smile. He shouted coldly, "Old man Jean, kill him." The old man whom the heavenly demon emperor's son addressed as Old Man Jean was none other than the Golden Raven. The heavenly demon emperor's son was vicious and merciless. He would do anything to achieve his goal. He did not care if he was the one who killed the six-eared macaque. He did not care if others pointed fingers at him. "Yes, young master," Old Man Jean replied, then walked toward the six-eared macaque. "Asking the guardian to kill him? That's too shameless, isn't it? That six-eared macaque is going to be killed this time, right?" Many people began to talk among themselves. They looked at the six-eared macaque with pity. The guardian had made a move against the six-eared macaque. Naturally, no one thought that the six-eared macaque would win. Boom! Old Man Jean slammed his palm toward the six-eared macaque. A giant energy handprint condensed in the void. The energy palm slammed toward the six-eared macaque. A terrifying aura emanated from the energy palm. That aura was enough to shock anyone who saw it. The six-eared macaque swung his stone staff at the palm. Bam! The two sides collided. With a loud crash, the six-eared macaque was sent flying. Barf! In midair, the six-eared macaque spat out a mouthful of blood. The guardian was indeed terrifying. His cultivation base had reached an unfathomable level. The six-eared macaque was strong, but there was still a big gap between him and the guardian. The heavenly demon emperor's son looked on coldly. His lips curled into a sinister smile. It was as if he could already see the six-eared macaque being killed by the guardian. Die! The guardian's voice was cold. Once again, he slammed his palm toward the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque could no longer dodge this attack. This battle is about to end. The six-eared macaque is going to be killed. They managed to avoid the annihilation of their race back then, but they can't avoid this one. The six-eared macaque race is going to be wiped out. Many people cried out in shock. Humph! Just as everyone thought that the six-eared macaque was going to be killed, a cold snort rang through the air. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. An earthing yellow palm formed and blasted toward the attack that Elder Jean had conjured. Bam! The attacks from both sides collided. Both sides were annihilated, but no one could do anything to the other. Who are you? How dare you stop the heavenly demon emperor's line? Have you thought about the consequences of offending us? Celestial demon royal family? What a joke. This is no longer the era of the celestial demon royal family. The title of celestial demon royal family is meaningless now. The expert in the dark sneered. How dare you insult the celestial demon royal family? The celestial demon royal son's eyes flashed with killing intent. Junior, do you have the right to speak here? If you weren't the celestial demon royal son, you would be dead by now if you dared to speak to me in such a tone. The expert in the dark said coldly. The celestial demon royal son's expression turned even uglier. However, he was very tolerant and did not say anything else. This celestial demon royal son is not simple. Many people whispered. The scariest people were not those who were strong but did not know when to stop. The scariest people were those who were strong but knew how to be tolerant. For example, the celestial demon royal son was strong, talented, and knew how to be tolerant. With such a character, it would be difficult for him not to rise. Very well. The celestial demon royal family will remember what happened today. Elder Jean said coldly. The expert in the dark did not say anything else. Six-eared macaque looked at the celestial demon royal son indifferently, then quickly left. Elder Jean and the celestial demon royal son left quickly as well. However, it was clear that the storm would not be over just like that. Many people were discussing the tragic fate of the six-eared macaques. They were also discussing the celestial demon royal son's ruthlessness. Even more people were talking about the conflict between the celestial demon royal son and the six-eared macaque. Today's battle was only the beginning. The grudge between the celestial demon royal son and the six-eared macaque would not end so easily. After the genius rankings begins, there will be a great battle. I'm really looking forward to it. This is a battle between the best of the younger generation. This year's prodigy ranking battle will definitely be exciting. Countless people were talking about it. After the commotion ended, everyone dispersed and returned to Coiling Dragon Island. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Brother Donkey also returned. They had thought that the princes who had been beaten up would not be satisfied and would even find someone to deal with them. However, those princes did not appear again. The next day, Fatso came to Lin Feng and said mysteriously, "Brother, I found something good. Let's go take a look." Lin Feng asked, "What is it?" "There's a stone shop on Coiling Dragon Island that specializes in selling stones dug out from the deep sea. I heard that the stone shop is selling a batch of extremely rare stones. It's said that those stones are very evil. Let's go and have a look." Fatso said. "The evil stones you mentioned are the good stuff you were talking about?" Lin Feng asked. "Of course. Look at how many creatures have come out of the stone recently. Maybe there are creatures sealed in the evil stones in the workshop as well. If we can find them, we can imprint them into their bodies before they awaken. Then, we'll be able to obtain an extremely powerful servant," Fatso said. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "It'll be heaven-defying if we can find such an opportunity. Let's go take a look at the stone shop." The two did not stop and headed towards the stone shop with Brother Donkey. There was only one stone shop on Coiling Dragon Island, opened by the Heavenly Dragons. Business was usually good. Some time ago, a heavenly dragon had dived hundreds of thousands of meters into the sea. That was a place where no one dared to go. Even a giant god would find it difficult to dive that deep. However, the heavenly dragons had no problem with that. The heavenly dragons were gods of the water. The sea was unknown and terrifying in the eyes of many, but the sea was like their own backyard to them. Many people went to look at this batch of strange stones. When Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey arrived at the stone shop, they happened to see someone cutting stones. Moreover, an ancient stone tool was found, shocking everyone. "We can't stay here for long. Let's go," the cultivators who had cut the stone tool conversed. They did not stay and quickly left. The stone tool was no small matter. They were worried that something would happen if they stayed, so they left in a hurry. However, they were attacked by a dozen mysterious cultivators as soon as they left the stone shop. Those cultivators were simply too powerful. They hid in the void and launched a sneak attack, catching these cultivators off guard. Screams of agony could be heard. Several cultivators died tragically, and their storage rings were taken away. Many people heard the commotion and went to check it out. Many people's expressions changed when they saw the cultivators die tragically. Aren't they too arrogant? They attacked outside the stone shop. Are they looking down on the heavenly dragons? If the heavenly dragons can't guarantee the safety of their customers, they'll only invite disaster by cutting precious things out of the stone shop. Who knows, those people might be related to the heavenly dragons. Rumors spread all over the place. Even the heavenly dragons were alarmed. A tall and slender woman arrived. That's the granddaughter of the heavenly dragons. Her name is Long Muying. She's in charge of many businesses on Coiling Dragon Island. She's probably here to deal with those cultivators who were robbed and killed, right? Deal with them? I think they're just trying to sell dog meat under false pretenses. Maybe they're just pretending to be a thief? Many people discussed this matter and did not trust the Heavenly Dragon clan. Ladies and gentlemen, I've learned about what happened outside the stone workshop not long ago. During this period of time, countless cultivators have swarmed into our Coiling Dragon Island because of the upcoming Heavenly Legends ranking battle. Our Coiling Dragon Island has issued a rule that no private fights are allowed on the island. Those who engage in private fights will be expelled from Coiling Dragon Island. Those who kill others for treasures will be killed without mercy. Our Coiling Dragon Island will definitely get to the bottom of these people today and give an explanation to those who died and the forces behind them. Long Muying said aloud. After hearing Long Muying's explanation, many people felt relieved. If it was an outsider who did it, they would not have to worry too much. However, if it was done by Coiling Dragon Island, they would have to be careful. Many people dispersed and continued to cut the stones. Do you see that? Those are the evil stones that the heavenly dragons retrieved from the ocean at a depth of over 100,000 meters. In the depths of the stone shop, there were many precious stones placed in a courtyard. Fatso pointed at the dozens of stones placed together. Those stones were extraordinary. They exuded an evil energy. They were the evil stones that Fatso had mentioned earlier. Lin Feng looked at the dozens of evil stones and could not help but frown slightly. What's wrong? Do you feel that something is wrong? Fatso asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, This place makes me feel very oppressed. Lin Feng and Little Donkey both felt uncomfortable. Clearly, it was because of those strange stones. Those stones were indeed not simple and made their hearts palpitate. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his chin and say, It seems that there really are living creatures sealed within those stones. Fatso's eyes suddenly lit up. If that's the case, then that's great. We can find those stones that seal living creatures. Seeing Fatso's excited expression, it was clear that he was itching to give it a try. At that moment, someone chose an evil stone. The price of this kind of evil stone was extremely high. Even the cheapest one cost 10 million origin crystals, so not just anyone could afford to buy an evil stone. There was one more thing. Even if one had enough origin crystals to buy an evil stone, how many people would be willing to spend an astronomical amount of money to buy an evil stone? After all, the probability of finding something good from the stone was very low. If nothing was found after the stone was cut open, then it would be a complete loss. Of course, there were also a few rich cultivators who didn't care about 10 million origin crystals. Lin Feng recognized the person who chose the stone. It was none other than the Sky Demon Emperor's son. He was obviously very rich. Sir, this is a stone-cutting knife. The shop assistant handed a stone-cutting knife to the Sky Demon Emperor's son. Swish, 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 the Sky Demon Emperor's son began to cut the stone. He was extremely skilled, and stone chips flew everywhere. The stone was continuously shrinking. Many people stared at the shrinking evil stone, wanting to see what the Sky Demon Emperor's son would find. However, the stone didn't move at all. It can't be that he won't be able to cut anything, right? If that's the case, then 10 million origin crystals will be wasted. Many people muttered, and they all had a gloating look on their faces. Buzz. Suddenly, an astonishing wave of energy emanated from the stone. Many people were shocked. The stone that the Sky Demon Emperor's son was about to cut had produced such an extraordinary fluctuation. Even the Sky Demon Emperor's son was shocked. Swoosh! What was shocking was that the stone chosen by the Sky Demon Emperor's son turned into a stream of light and flew outside. Many people tried to intercept it, but they were all sent flying by the stone. The stone has become a spirit. Many cultivators cried out in alarm. This piece of stone really did develop intelligence. It was extremely unordinary and strange, leaving everyone shocked and moved. Where do you think you're going? The Sky Demon Emperor's son shouted coldly and quickly chased after him. Many people chased after him. However, there were also many who continued to stay in the stone workshop. I choose this one. A middle-aged cultivator gritted his teeth and chose an evil stone, spending 12 million origin crystals. Originally, the middle-aged cultivator was still hesitating. This was because the price of over 10 million origin crystals for a single evil stone was simply too high. But when the middle-aged man saw the Sky Demon Emperor's son cut out something shocking, he really couldn't suppress the desire in his heart. The middle-aged man began to cut the stone. Many people gathered around to watch. The Sky Demon Emperor's son cut out something shocking. That stone came from the same batch as the middle-aged cultivator. Do you think the middle-aged cultivator will be able to cut out something good? This evil stone is so expensive. The chances of it being cut out should be much higher than other stones. I think he might be able to cut out something shocking. Many people whispered to each other, discussing whether the middle-aged man would be able to cut out something precious. Swoosh! Swoosh! The middle-aged cultivator was very skilled at cutting the stone. Pieces of the stone fell off. The stone continued to shrink. However, as the stone shrank, the middle-aged cultivator's expression became more and more solemn. In the end, sweat poured down his face. Clearly, the middle-aged cultivator had a bad feeling about this. It should be empty. Lin Feng sensed the last piece of stone and couldn't sense any special aura. That was why he said that. That's over 10 million origin crystals. Just like that? Fatso was speechless. 10 million origin crystals wasn't a small sum for countless people. If they didn't understand the concept of 10 million origin crystals, they could think of it as 10 million yuan. Wasn't 10 million yuan a lot of money? Of course it was. Therefore, if they spent 10 million origin crystals and couldn't cut out anything, who wouldn't feel the pinch other than someone as rich as Lin Feng? In the end, the middle-aged cultivator completely cut out the stone, but the stone was empty. He couldn't cut anything. Why is it like this? The middle-aged cultivator sat on the ground, his face full of unwillingness. Cutting stone was like this. The gambling was very big. The spending here was much higher than in casinos. Countless people had lost their family fortune in the stone workshop because of a single piece of stone. Lin Feng had been in the workshop many times, so he was used to seeing things like that. He wasn't surprised at all. Little Feng, which piece did you take a fancy to? Fatso asked. Lin Feng said. I need to take a closer look. Cutting stone isn't easy. Fatso naturally understood this. He and Lin Feng shuttled between the evil stones. Lin Feng touched the evil stones from time to time. He sensed the aura of the evil stones. Over here. Little Donkey called out. That donkey has become a spirit. Many people couldn't help but cry out in surprise when they saw Little Donkey speak human language. What are you talking about? Who are you calling a donkey? Are you looking for a beating? Little Donkey looked askance at the cultivators who called him a donkey. If you're not a donkey, then what are you? Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. You should call me Heavenly Donkey Holy Sovereign. Little Donkey said seriously. How shameless can you be? Many people cried out speechlessly. A donkey dared to call itself a holy sovereign? This world was too crazy. Lin Feng and Fatso walked to Little Donkey's side. Little Donkey ignored the people around him. He pointed at a stone with his hoof. This is it. It gives me a feeling that it's extraordinary. Little Donkey said. Little Donkey was extraordinary. Since he was sure that this stone was extraordinary, it was very likely that there was something extraordinary about it. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the stone. He stretched out his hand and touched it. How is it? Fatso looked at Lin Feng and asked. It's indeed a little different from other stones, but I can't tell exactly what it is. Let's cut this stone. Lin Feng said. Where do you think you're going? Fatty's eyes were sharp, and his hands were quick. He immediately grabbed the stone. Waha, I caught him. The stone has a spirit. We're rich now. Fatso was so excited that his entire body was trembling. Who would have thought that this stone material was not simple at all? It directly brought the fatty into the air. Then, it shook its body. Bang! A powerful force slammed into Fatso, sending Fatso flying. Thud. Fatso fell to the ground. Io, my butt is about to break into two halves. This damned stone, this fat lord will *ck your ancestors. Fatso rubbed his butt as he wailed. His eyes were filled with resentment. The stone soared into the sky, trying to rush out of the stone workshop. Buzz. At this moment, the ceiling of the stone workshop was densely covered with formation runes. They blocked the stone's path of escape. When the stone came into contact with the interweaving formation runes in the air, it was repelled. Ha 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 ha, the stone workshop is densely covered with powerful formation runes. The stone won't be able to escape this time. Fatso jumped up and was about to pounce on the stone. The stone is mine, bullshit, the stone is mine, many people roared and charged at the stone. Fatso cursed, *ck, the stone is ours, okay? You're snatching other people's things. Don't you have any shame? Immediately, a cultivator sneered and said, have you paid? How is it yours if you haven't paid? Fatso said, after cutting the stone, we'll naturally pay together. If you haven't paid, it's not yours. Someone else sneered. The rule of the stone workshop was to first select the stone. After the stone was selected, the stone was cut. Before leaving the stone workshop, all the stones had to be paid together. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others had only selected this stone but did not pay for it. If this stone was still in the hands of Lin Feng and the others, these cultivators could not openly snatch it. The rules had to be obeyed. However, the key problem now was that this stone was no longer under the control of Lin Feng and Fatso. Therefore, these people decided to act shamelessly and participate in the fight for it. Lin Feng and Fatso couldn't do anything about these scoundrels. Bang bang bang, the stones were very terrifying, knocking away cultivators one after another. Seeing that there was no way to escape from above, this piece of stone decided to find another way out. It could also escape from the entrance of the courtyard. However, with so many cultivators attacking, no matter how powerful the stone was, it was ultimately unable to break out of the encirclement. Finally, the stone material retreated to the depths of the cave. Just as the group of cultivators were planning to snatch the stone material, suddenly, cracking sounds could be heard from the stone. This is? Many people's eyelids twitched violently. The thing inside is coming out. Someone exclaimed. The thing that rushed out of the stone was too shocking. However, it was already too late for him to stop them. Crack, crack, crack. The stone continued to crack, and a terrifying wave of energy surged out from the stone. Everyone, please leave this courtyard as soon as possible. The owner of the stone workshop appeared. He was an old man in gray, and his aura was deep and terrifying. Why should we leave? Could it be that you see something coming out of the stone and want to take it for yourself? This stone material is for sale. Even if something comes out now, we can still buy it because we've been eyeing this stone material for a long time. Whoever snatches the thing coming out of the stone material will be able to buy it. A cultivator immediately said, and many people responded. The owner couldn't help but frown. He was worried that something terrifying would come out of the stone material, so he wanted to disperse the crowd. However, seeing that these cultivators were unwilling to leave, the owner simply stopped persuading them. Crack crack. The stone material continued to crack. Not long after, a stone saber appeared. The stone saber wasn't big, only a dozen centimeters long. Endless murderous aura came out of the stone saber. After sensing the murderous aura, everyone's expression changed. This stone saber was too terrifying. However, the surrounding cultivators soon became excited. The stone saber was so powerful. If they could snatch it later, they would be rich. Stone tools were precious and priceless treasures. 10 million origin crystals for a single stone tool was simply too worth it. Crack crack. The stone material continued to crack. Soon, a stone arm appeared in everyone's line of sight, causing everyone to reveal an incomparably shocked expression. Obviously, there was more than just a stone saber sealed in the stone material. The stone material cracked faster and faster. Soon, the stone material completely cracked. A stone man appeared in everyone's sight. This stone man was too small. It was only about 20 centimeters tall, and it was holding a stone saber in its hand. Now, the stone man looked at everyone with cold eyes, and there was a sense of arrogance in its eyes. Stone man, many people were shocked. They didn't expect the stone material to be so extraordinary. It sealed a stone man, and the stone man was holding a stone saber. Erase its soul, and we can refine the stone man into the most powerful stone man puppet. Many cultivators shouted excitedly. The stone man holding a stone saber was too attractive. Many people seemed to have gone mad as they charged towards the stone men. Swoosh, all kinds of Dharma treasures were brought out, and they all attacked the stone man. Lowly creatures. You blaspheme the supreme dignity of the stone clan. You all deserve to die. The stone man's voice was cold, and his eyes flashed with a dense killing intent. The stone golem brandished the stone blade in its hand and slashed at the group of cultivators. Puff. 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 The stone saber's power was too terrifying. One Dharma treasure after another was torn to pieces by the stone saber. Next, the stone saber cut the bodies of the cultivators in half. The stone saber was very strange. After killing the cultivators, it quickly devoured the flesh and soul essence of the dead cultivators. The stone saber's power increased crazily. It was like a demonic saber. Many people felt their scalps go numb at the sight. Let's go, Lin Feng whispered, and quickly ran outside with Fatso and Little Donkey. The stone man with a stone saber had appeared, and it was impossible to subdue it. Running away was the best choice. If they stayed, they might be killed by the stone man. Many cultivators were frightened by the stone man's attacks, and they turned to flee. That brat, Fatso, and that donkey, you can't escape. The stone man locked onto Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey. It ignored the others and chased after them. Many people heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. Damn it, I'm called Heavenly Donkey Holy Sovereign, not that donkey. Little Donkey shouted angrily. The stone man called Little Donkey that donkey. You're just a donkey. How dare you call yourself Heavenly Donkey Sage? Don't you have any shame? The stone man sneered. Little Donkey was furious. He turned around and wanted to fight the stone man. Fatso shouted, Brother Donkey, calm down. Lin Feng shouted, Brother Donkey, calm down. Impulse is the devil. Under Lin Feng and Fatso's persuasion, Little Donkey finally calmed down. He realized that he was no match for the stone man. He quickly followed Lin Feng and Fatso to escape. I'll slaughter your donkey and cook it. The stone man chased after them. His voice was cold, but there was a hint of mockery in it. Little Donkey was furious. He gritted his teeth, but he knew that he was no match for the stone man. He could only suppress his anger and continue to escape. However, the stone man had caught up. He waved his sword and was about to slash at Little Donkey. Pfft! Suddenly, Little Donkey shook his butt and released an attack that smelled good. Little Donkey's attack was obviously his trump card. Not only did it smell good, but the attack was also very powerful. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The stone man was sent flying dozens of meters away by Little Donkey's fart. Blurg, then, the stone man vomited. Damn, Brother Donkey, you're awesome. Lin Feng gave Little Donkey a thumbs up. Little Donkey's attack was too awesome. Lin Feng was stunned. That's Brother Donkey's trump card. Even if you don't die from the stomp, you'll die from the smell. Fatso said. Little Donkey said proudly, of course, that's Brother Donkey's specialty. It's a secret skill that I created myself. I even gave it a famous name. What's it called? Lin Feng asked curiously. It's called the Heavenly Donkey Holy Venerable Sky Blasting Thunder. The donkey said with a grin. What the? Lin Feng was shocked. The little donkey was truly a rare item. I'm going to slaughter you and roast you as a whole donkey. The stone man roared furiously. They quickly chased after Lin Feng and the others. Right now, the stone man was about to die from depression. What kind of powerful existence was it? He was actually sent flying by a donkey's fart. This was simply a great humiliation. Now that he thought about it, he was so depressed that he wanted to go crazy. Now, Little Donkey had become a thorn in the side of the stone man. The stone man only wanted to kill Little Donkey to vent his anger. After killing Little Donkey, he would kill Little Donkey's accomplices, Lin Feng and Fatso. That was the only way to completely calm the stone man's anger. The stone man pushed his speed to the limit and quickly charged toward Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey. Humph. However, at that moment, a cold snort was heard. As the cold snort was heard, dense formation runes appeared in the void. Those formation runes were like chains of order, locking down the world. One by one, the formation runes suppressed the stone man. The experts of the stone workshop made their move. They activated the formation, wanting to suppress the stone man. Lin Feng guessed that the person who made the move was the gray-robed elder, the workshop owner. The stone man was too powerful. The workshop owner did not dare to be careless, so he activated the monarch runes of the stone workshop to suppress the stone man. Bang, 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 after 3 consecutive collisions, the stone man was forced to retreat. As expected of monarch runes, they were very powerful. Even the stone man was unable to resist them. Looks like the stone man is about to be suppressed by the stone workshop. Many people gathered around to watch. Many people saw that the stone workshop was about to suppress the stone man. They all felt that it was a pity. They also wanted to suppress the stone man, but their strength was limited. They could not suppress the stone man. Bang, 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 the monarch runes continued to exert their power. The stone man was sent flying again and again. Slash. The stone man shouted coldly. He weighed the stone knife in his hand and slashed at the monarch runes that looked like chains of order. Clang. 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 A series of collisions were heard. However, the stone knife could not cut through the monarch runes. Instead, the stone man was sent flying by the monarch runes. The stone man was suppressed very badly. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before he was captured. You're still far from being able to suppress me. The stone man's eyes flashed coldly. He used the stone knife to cut his palm. His palm split open and a drop of stone man's blood flowed out. The stone knife quickly absorbed the drop of stone man's blood. Heavens, this is too unbelievable. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. The stone man could produce blood, the stone man was made of stone. How could he produce blood? It was unbelievable. However, the world was so big that nothing was too strange. Anything unimaginable had happened. It seemed to be understandable. After absorbing the stone man's blood, the stone knife's power increased greatly. Slash. The stone man wielded the stone knife and slashed at one of the monarch runes. The stone man unleashed his strongest attack. Puff, a tearing sound was heard. The stone man cut through the monarch rune. Originally, the emperor runes combined together to form the most perfect and flawless formation. However, after one of the monarch runes was cut, a hole appeared in the formation. Swoosh. The stone man turned into a stream of light and flew out from the broken monarch rune. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. After seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but gasp. The stone knife was stained with the stone man's blood. Its power was so terrifying that even the monarch rune was cut. It was unbelievable. A dragon has risen from the abyss. I'm afraid no one can suppress the stone man anymore. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. There are some amazing stones in this stone workshop. It's a pity that this stone was not able to suppress him. If it was suppressed before he was born, we might have been able to refine him into a stone puppet. Fatso could not help but sigh. It was a pity. Lin Feng said, let's go back and see if there are any more stones worth cutting. Fatso's eyes lit up. Hopefully, there are a few more heaven-defying stones. That would be great. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey returned. The people in the stone workshop were cleaning up the corpses of the dead cultivators, waiting for their companions to come and claim the bodies. Greed can often cause people to lose their lives. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the corpses. The stone workshop opened again, and the 3 of them entered. Little Donkey said, there's nothing good left. Let's go back. Lin Feng also felt that there was nothing good left in the evil stones. After hearing Little Donkey's words, he was even more certain. the three of them walked outside. "It's you." When they arrived at the gate of the courtyard, a young man walked towards them. That young man stopped Lin Feng and said in an ice-cold tone, "You're a genius." The young master was none other than the son of the Sky Demon Emperor. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son and Lin Feng could be considered old acquaintances. However, back then, the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son was still an unhatched egg. Now that the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son had hatched, his cultivation was extremely heaven-defying. Back then, Lin Feng wanted to refine the black flame god-devouring fire left behind by the Heavenly Demon Emperor. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son wanted to refine Lin Feng's heavenly fire as well. It was either you die or I die because they were both coveting the other's heavenly fire. TSK, that egg from back then, has hatched. Lin Feng glanced at the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son indifferently. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son looked at Lin Feng coldly. A demonic black light flashed in his eyes. It was the power of the heavenly fire. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son licked his lips and said, "You are quite lucky to have 4 types of heavenly fire in your body." The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son controlled the black flame god-devouring fire, which was ranked 8th among the heavenly fires. Therefore, he could sense the number of heavenly fires Lin Feng controlled. "I've always wanted to refine the 5th type of heavenly fire, but I couldn't find it. Now that you've appeared, I've finally found it. Why don't you give it to me? Name a price. No matter how much it costs, I'll satisfy you." Lin Feng looked at the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son with a faint smile. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son sneered. "It's been so many years, but it seems like you're still coveting my heavenly fire. Great, I also want your heavenly fire. You should be glad that you can't fight in private on Coiling Dragon Island. If that were the case, you would be dead by now. I'll let you live for a few more days. When we reach the Origin Ruins world and the Prodigy ranking battle begins, I'll trample you beneath my feet and cut off your head." "Is that so?" "I'm also waiting for that day to come. I wonder who will be the one to kill who then?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "Ha ha ha ha, someone with a lowly bloodline like you wants to kill me? What a joke." The Sky Demon Emperor's son laughed as he walked into the courtyard. He did not take Lin Feng seriously at all. In the eyes of the Sky Demon Emperor's son, with his current strength, killing Lin Feng was as simple as crushing an ant. "Who is that kid? You seem to have clashed with the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. I don't recognize him. His life aura is very young. Could he be the successor of some top power?" "That kid seems to be Lin Feng, the disciple of Lord Tortoise of the Reincarnation Immortal sect." "Master Tortoise? That infamous Lord Tortoise?" "That's right. It's that Master Tortoise. I know Lin Feng. It's said that he's not a good person. He's always idling around in the Reincarnation Immortal sect and harassing the fairies of the sect. That's why he's called scum. I heard that the Reincarnation Immortal sect has established a faction called the Dragon Gate in the Southern Sea region. With Lord Tortoise's prestige, the Dragon Gate was appointed as the Dragon Gate's leader. I've heard about that as well. It's said that the Dragon Gate is quite powerful. It has won several conflicts with the evil Dragon Palace. I'm guessing that the Reincarnation Immortal sect sent that kid to be the Dragon Gate's leader because they're worried that he'll continue to harm the sect's female disciples. That's why they sent him away. Out of sight, out of mind. Now that the kid has clashed with the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son, he's doomed. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son is too heaven-defying. He's almost invincible." "That's not necessarily true. That kid is Lord Tortoise's disciple. I'm sure he has many powerful techniques. Maybe Lord Tortoise gave him some powerful defensive treasures. That's a possibility. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son also has top-tier treasures. That's why the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son only needs to use his treasures to suppress that kid's treasures. Then, he'll deal with him. That kid will still die." Many people whispered among themselves. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with those gossiping cultivators. He returned to his residence with Fatso and Little Donkey. The next day, the Coiling Dragon Island captured the group of cultivators who killed and robbed outside the stone workshop. Moreover, the Coiling Dragon Island wanted to execute them in public. The incident caused a huge uproar. Those people are very strong. They must have an extraordinary background. The Coiling Dragon Island wants to execute them in public. Aren't they afraid of falling out with the factions behind them? So what if they fall out with them? The Coiling Dragon Island is backed by the Heavenly Dragon clan. The Heavenly Dragon Old Ancestor's cultivation is unfathomable. Besides, the Heavenly Dragon Old Ancestor is a good friend of the Red World Fairy. With such a powerful backer, who would dare to offend the Coiling Dragon Island? That's true. Even those immortal sects, ancient clans, and ancient factions wouldn't dare to offend the Coiling Dragon Island. The entire Coiling Dragon Island was discussing the incident. Many people rushed to the square. More than a dozen black-clothed men were tied up and lined up in a row. They were still masked. The Coiling Dragon Island didn't announce their identities. Clearly, the Coiling Dragon Island didn't go too far. They were still giving face to the factions behind these black-clothed men. However, it was hard to say whether the other party would appreciate it. Long Mewing personally supervised the execution. The time has come. Execute! Long Mewing shouted. More than a dozen executioners wielded large sabers and slashed down. Puff! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. All of the black-clothed men were killed. The Coiling Dragon Island has killed more than a dozen people. It's enough to shock everyone, Fatso said. Yeah, the Coiling Dragon Island is really decisive in killing, Lin Feng said. After watching the show, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey found a restaurant to eat and drink. At night, they went to a brothel to have fun. What made them speechless was that Little Donkey actually found a few beauties to massage him. This guy really knows how to enjoy life. On the 5th day of the Coiling Dragon Island, on this night, someone came to visit Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the person who had come to see him. It was an old man. He was extremely skinny and looked like a skeleton. He looked like an old ghost that had crawled out of hell. Even Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. May I know why Senior is looking for this Junior? Lin Feng asked. Lin Gongzi, you're too polite. This time, this old servant is under the orders of my master to invite you over for a chat. The old man said. Lin Feng was shocked. This old man actually called himself an old servant. Whose servant was he? A servant was actually so terrifying. What cultivation level was his master at? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel shocked when he thought of this. Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. Why did this old man's master invite him over? Could it be that he had some ulterior motive? He asked calmly, May I know who Senior's master is? Do I know him? Lin Gongzi, you'll know when you get there, said the old man. He did not reveal who his master was to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. The old man's origins were mysterious, and his cultivation was powerful. Moreover, he was only a servant. His master was obviously stronger. If he did not know who his master was, what would he do if he was plotted against? The old man seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Gongzi, are you afraid? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, Senior, there's no need to provoke me. I won't change my mind just because of a few words from others. However, since you've specially invited me, I'll go with you, said the old man. Since that's the case, let's set off now. Lin Feng nodded and left with the old man. He boarded a beast carriage. The old man chatted with Lin Feng. An hour later, they arrived at their destination. After alighting from the carriage, Lin Feng discovered that he had arrived at a huge mansion. There were cultivators patrolling the mansion. The island master's mansion, said Lin Feng with narrowed eyes. On the entire Coiling Dragon Island, except for the mansion of the island owner, there shouldn't be any other place that was so heavily guarded. Lin Gongzi's eyes are as sharp as pearls. This is indeed the island master's mansion, said the old man. Looks like Patriarch Tian Long invited me here for a chat, Lin Feng said with narrowed eyes. The old man nodded. That's right. My master is Patriarch Tian Long. Lin Feng did not say anything else. He followed the old man to see Patriarch Tian Long. Back then, during the Red World Fairy's birthday celebration, he had seen Patriarch Tian Long. However, Lin Feng had been looking at Patriarch Tianlong, who was standing beside the Red World Fairy. At that time, Patriarch Tianlong was an existence that Lin Feng had to look up to. Now, following the increase in cultivation, Lin Feng was approaching Old Ancestor Heavenly Dragon's cultivation. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that if he wanted to contend against Sky Dragon Old Ancestor, he still needed a certain amount of time to accumulate his own cultivation. I don't have any interactions with Patriarch Heavenly Dragon. Why is Patriarch Heavenly Dragon looking for me? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Suddenly, tens of cultivators walked forward. The one leading them was a woman. Surprisingly, it was Long Muying. Lin Feng had seen this woman several times before. Although Long Muying was young, his cultivation was powerful and was highly regarded by Old Ancestor Heavenly Dragon. Therefore, at a young age, he began to wield great power. Grandpa Hong, after seeing the old man, Long Muying hurriedly bowed. Lord Hong. The people around Long Muying all bowed to the old man. Although the old man called himself an old servant, but he had stayed by Old Ancestor Sky Dragon's side for such a long time, who would dare to treat him as a servant? Even the cultivators of the Heavenly Dragon clan were very respectful when they saw the old man. The younger generation even affectionately called the old man Grandpa Hong. This was a sign of respect for the old man. Greetings, young miss. The old man smiled with a kind expression on his face. Long Muying glanced at Lin Feng and asked, Grandpa Hong, who is this young master? The old man replied, this young master is Lin Gongzi, Lin Feng, a disciple of Lord Turtle of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. The Patriarch wishes to meet Lin Gongzi to discuss some matters. Lord Turtle's disciple? Long Muying looked at Lin Feng in surprise. She had naturally heard of Lin Feng, but she didn't pay much attention to him. She didn't expect to meet Lin Feng in person today. Why don't we find some time to have some tea? Chat? Talk about romance? Lin Feng looked at Long Muying with a smile. The people around Long Muying broke out in cold sweat when they heard Lin Feng's words. They rejoiced in Long Muying's misfortune and said, Brat, you actually dared to tease the Patriarch. You're dead meat, rumor has it that this fellow is scum. It seems like the rumors are true. Long Muying snorted coldly in her heart. However, a charming smile appeared on her face and she said, all right, I'll make an appointment with you when the time comes. However, I won't disturb you from meeting the Patriarch for now. Then, Long Muying looked at the old man and said, Grandpa Hong, Muying will take her leave. Go on. The old man said with a smile. After Long Muying left with the group, the old man looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile and said, What? Have you taken a liking to Muying? She hasn't been betrothed to anyone yet. If you've taken a liking to Muying, this old servant can put in a good word for you in front of the Patriarch. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. I was just joking with Long Muying. Senior, please don't take it seriously. The old man said meaningfully. Sometimes, what's true can be false, and what's false can be true. Lin Feng didn't say anything and just smiled. The old man didn't say anything else. He directly brought Lin Feng to meet Patriarch Tianlong. Patriarch Tianlong lived in a purple bamboo forest. The environment here was extremely quiet. When they arrived outside the purple bamboo forest, the old man said, I'll send you here. Lin Gongzi can go in by himself. Thank you, senior. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Lin Gongzi, you're welcome. The old man waved his hand and left. Lin Feng then walked towards the depths of the purple bamboo forest. Bang! However, just as he took 5 or 6 steps, an invisible force burst out from the void and swept towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was directly hit by the invisible force and flew out. He felt his qi and blood rolling, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng's face suddenly became gloomy. It was obvious that Patriarch Tianlong had attacked him. Lin Feng didn't know why Patriarch Tianlong attacked him. He didn't seem to have offended this old man, right? Senior, what is the meaning of this? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. Bang! In the next moment, Lin Feng was hit by the invisible force again. His body flew out again. Patriarch Tianlong was too powerful. Even without showing himself, the combat strength he displayed was already terrifying and shocking. It was hard to imagine how powerful Patriarch Tianlong's cultivation was. Therefore, Lin Feng had no intention of fighting with Patriarch Tianlong. He rushed outside, but the entire purple bamboo forest was intertwined with formation runes, trapping Lin Feng in the formation. Humph. Patriarch Tianlong, what is the meaning of this? If you don't show yourself, do you believe that I won't burn this purple bamboo forest to the ground? Lin Feng flicked his finger, and a ball of heavenly fire flew out. The surrounding bamboos were set ablaze, and the bamboos were instantly turned into ashes. Little bastard, stop it! Old ancestor Tianlong stepped out of the void and looked at the bamboo that had been burned to ashes. His heart was bleeding. These were all immortal bamboos. They were extremely rare. Every single one of them was a huge loss. Lin Feng had just destroyed over 100 of them. Patriarch Tianlong wanted nothing more than to chop Lin Feng into pieces. However, when he thought about how Lin Feng was the Red World Fairy's tribulation taker, he could only endure it. Why did you call me over? Lin Feng asked straightforwardly. Patriarch Tianlong glanced at the red dust thread on Lin Feng's wrist before retracting his gaze. What? Can't I invite you over for a chat if there's nothing important? Lin Feng said. TSK. We don't have any friendship. There's a saying that goes, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Patriarch Tianlong was furious. He glared at Lin Feng and said, Brat, what are you talking about? Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Lin Feng said, we gentlemen use our mouths, not our fists. Moreover, if we really fight and burn this precious purple bamboo forest to ashes, that would be too much of a pity. This purple bamboo was also known as the Enlightenment bamboo. It was an extremely rare species. In the past, Patriarch Tianlong had gone to great lengths to obtain this purple bamboo. Now that he was threatened by Lin Feng, he immediately lost his temper. Old ancestor Tianlong said, the reason I'm looking for you this time is to give you something. Oh? What is it? Lin Feng looked at Patriarch Tianlong in surprise. He did not have any interactions with the Heavenly Dragon Ancestor, but the Heavenly Dragon Ancestor wanted to give him something, which made him puzzled. Swish, Patriarch Tianlong's hand flashed, and an item appeared. Lin Feng looked over. When he saw the item, his eyelids twitched violently. It was a black piece of porcelain. Although it was incomplete, Lin Feng could tell at a glance that it was a part of the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar was broken into 5 parts. Lin Feng had already found 2 parts. He was still 3 parts away from completely repairing the heaven-devouring jar. Every time he found a part, the heaven-devouring jar's power would increase greatly. For me? He looked at Patriarch Tianlong in disbelief. Then, he became puzzled. How did this old man know that I have the heaven-devouring jar? Patriarch Tianlong had come looking for him. Lin Feng's heart was filled with too many questions. Patriarch Tianlong said. Of course it's for you. Why did you give me this? There doesn't seem to be any relationship between us, right? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at old ancestor Tianlong. Just as he had said before, one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Would old ancestor Heavenly Dragon give him the heaven-swallowing jar fragment for no reason? At the very least, Lin Feng did not think that an expert at the level of Heavenly Dragon old ancestor would do such a thing. I was entrusted by someone. Ancestor Tianlong said indifferently. Oh? Entrusted by someone? Who asked him to do this? Lin Feng asked in surprise. The Red World Fairy. The Heavenly Dragon Ancestor said. The Red World Fairy? Lin Feng immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. The Red World Fairy was a high and mighty existence. Logically speaking, the current him was not qualified to have any interaction with the Red World Fairy. However, Lin Feng found that he seemed to have some connection with the Red World Fairy. For example, when the boat of curses was chasing him, the Red World Fairy appeared and repelled the boat. Why would the Red World Fairy help him? At that time, Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. However, the Red World Fairy would not tell him the reason. Now, the Red World Fairy had obtained the heaven-swallowing jar fragment and asked old ancestor Tianlong to give it to him. This made Lin Feng even more puzzled. With the Red World Fairy's cultivation, Lin Feng was not surprised that she could see what kind of treasure he had. What really made him feel strange was that the Red World Fairy needed to give the heaven-swallowing jar fragment to someone she did not have any relationship with. What exactly was involved in all of this, Lin Feng could not figure it out even if he racked his brains. The Red World Fairy had helped him time and time again. What was the meaning behind it? What? You don't want it? It's better if you don't want it. As old ancestor Tianlong spoke, he was about to put away the heaven-swallowing jar fragment. Lin Feng snatched the heaven-swallowing jar fragment and said, "Why don't you want it?" "Of course I want it. This was given to me by the Red World Fairy. It belongs to me now." Humph. Old ancestor Tianlong could not help but snort coldly. Old ancestor Tianlong really did not like Lin Feng. Back then, the Red World Fairy's great emperor tribulation descended. It was actually the tribulation of the mortal world, and it was on Lin Feng. Old ancestor Tianlong's suggestion was to directly kill Lin Feng, and then successfully transcend the tribulation and become a great emperor. However, the Red World Fairy did not do so. The Red World Fairy had already comprehended the mysteries of fate. She knew many things that old ancestor Tianlong did not know. She even saw a trace of Lin Feng's future. She also saw her own future. It would be intertwined with Lin Feng's future, and it would be difficult to part with it. Although Lin Feng was not strong enough now. However, this was only temporary. The Red World Fairy believed that in the near future, Lin Feng would definitely be able to grow up. The mortal love thread was the connection between Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy. This was also the reason why the Red World Fairy helped Lin Feng. It was just that Lin Feng did not know about this matter. Back then, when Lin Feng's cultivation was weak, some experts could still see the existence of the mortal love thread. However, as Lin Feng's cultivation continued to increase, it was very difficult for people to see the mortal love thread on Lin Feng's wrist. Even a powerhouse of old ancestor Heavenly Dragon's level could no longer see the wisps of worldly emotions. "If there's nothing else, this junior will take his leave," Lin Feng said. Old ancestor Tianlong narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. In his opinion, Lin Feng was a demon that hindered the Red World Fairy's cultivation. However, no matter how much he disliked Lin Feng, there were some things that could not be changed. He said indifferently, "Kid, don't die too early. Otherwise, you will fail to live up to some people's expectations of you." Lin Feng felt that old ancestor Tianlong's words had a hidden meaning. Just as he was about to ask, he found that old ancestor Tianlong had disappeared without a trace. "This old man is so mysterious." Lin Feng could not help but mutter, then turned and walked outside. "Lin Gongzi, this old servant will send you back." The old man was waiting outside. When he saw Lin Feng come out, he said with a smile, "Thank you for your trouble, senior." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "Lin Gongzi, you're too polite," said the old man, leading the way. When they were halfway there, a beautiful maidservant came from afar. She bowed to the old man and said, "Master Hong, the young lady invited Lin Gongzi to visit her." The young lady that the maidservant was talking about should be Long Muying. The old man smiled and patted Lin Feng's shoulder, saying, "Young people should seize the opportunity well." "Go." Lin Feng was speechless. He guessed that the old man probably thought that he and Long Muying were lovers. "This junior will take his leave," said Lin Feng, then cupped his fists and bowed to the old man. Then, he followed the beautiful maidservant to see Long Muying. The old man did not stop and walked towards the purple bamboo forest. "Young master, our young miss is waiting for you inside." The maidservant brought Lin Feng to a palace and pointed at it. Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the palace. He pushed the door open and entered the palace. Rumble, following that, the door closed. Lin Feng looked inside and found that the interior of the palace was actually a huge training room. There were all kinds of weapons and training equipment placed in the training room. A woman was sitting cross-legged with her back facing him. That woman was none other than Long Muying. "You're here," Long Muying said indifferently. He stood up and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Little Ling Ying, the place you go for a date with someone is really unique." Other people would choose a beautiful garden or an elegant pavilion for a date, but you chose a training room for a date. That's really unique, but I like it. Shameless bastard, who wants to go on a date with you? Long Muying glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Lin Feng said, if you're not going on a date with me, why did you call me here? It's such a big room, and there's only the two of us. Don't tell me you have some bad intentions towards me? Let me tell you, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Don't act recklessly, because I'll scream. Long Muying almost died from anger when she heard Lin Feng's words. Long Muying had a lot of power, and she was not a good-tempered person. She also knew that Lin Feng was teasing her. However, Long Muying was unable to suppress the anger in her heart. She glared at Lin Feng fiercely and said, go ahead and scream. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will save you today. Speaking up to this point, Long Muying suddenly felt that something was wrong with her words. That sentence and Lin Feng's previous sentence made it sound like a heinous rapist was forcing a weak young woman to do something she didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed so hard that he was out of breath. You're courting death. Long Muying knew that she had been led astray by Lin Feng. Hearing Lin Feng's laughter, she became even angrier and couldn't help but coldly shout. Then, he shot up and rushed toward Lin Feng. A heaven-shaking dragon fist blasted towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng shouted, Long Muying. There's no grudge between us, right? Why did you attack me? Because you have a cheap mouth. Long Muying said coldly. Obviously, Long Muying hated Lin Feng because he had told her to drink tea, chat, and talk about love before. Long Muying had a fiery temper. Lin Feng's casual words made Long Muying think that Lin Feng was flirting with her. Of course, she couldn't tolerate it. Lin Feng swung his fist at Long Muying. Bang, the two of them punched each other. Next, they both took 3 steps back. Lin Feng said, Long Muying. You don't have a man, so what if I talk about love with you? Now, I want to ask you, if I want to flirt with you, will you let me? I'll smash your mouth. Long Muying shouted angrily and pounced at Lin Feng again. This girl's temper was quite fiery, and she belonged to the type of woman who was extremely strong. A man wanted to flirt with her, not a chance. Heaven-shaking dragon fist, second style, holy dragon soaring fist. Long Muying once again sent out a punch. Groan. A loud dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. A huge dragon condensed and hovered around Long Muying. The huge dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was lifelike, just like a real dragon. The power of the second fist of the heaven-shaking dragon fist was many times stronger than the first fist. It was used. Lin Feng was very surprised. Long Muying's cultivation was still very terrifying. As the dragon girl of the heavenly dragon clan, her talent was naturally innate. Naturally, there was no need to mention his talent, and he did not lack cultivation resources. Therefore, although Long Muying was young, his cultivation was already enough to suppress many of the older generation's experts. However, Long Muying was facing Lin Feng today. Lin Feng's cultivation was even more terrifying. Although Long Muying was strong, she was still not Lin Feng's opponent. Facing Long Muying's holy dragon soaring fist, Lin Feng also punched out. His fist was surrounded by yin and yang qi. This was a fist technique recorded in the great yin-yang art, called Supreme Yin-Yang Fist. Its power was also very tyrannical. Bang! With a second dull collision sound, Lin Feng and Long Muying collided for the second time. This time, Lin Feng did not move at all. Long Muying, on the other hand, was forced to retreat. Impossible! Long Muying screamed in disbelief. She was the pride of the heavenly dragon clan. Long Muying had always been very confident in her own strength. But now, she was actually suppressed by Lin Feng. Long Muying could roughly sense Lin Feng's life aura. It was because she could sense Lin Feng's life aura that she found it even more difficult to accept. Lin Feng smiled and said, with your little cultivation, it's really not enough. I'm so powerful and handsome, so you should be secretly happy. Now, do you agree? Agree my ass. Long Muying snorted and attacked Lin Feng again. Myriad dragons destroying the world. Long Mewing attacked again, and this time, the attack was even more terrifying. Dense dragon shadows condensed in the void. Those illusory dragon shadows were turning into real ones. A destructive aura was emitted from the shadows of the dragons. Roar, 10,000 dragons roared. As if they could shatter the world with their roars, they quickly pounced on Lin Feng. Long Mewing seemed to be very satisfied with this ability of hers. She looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Let's see how you block my myriad dragons destroying the world. I came from beyond the heavens, and I control the Tao of all worlds." Lin Feng continued walking forwards, his hands were constantly making hand seals. Rumble, a sacrificial river flew out and devoured the 10,000 dragons right away. The sacrificial river burned fiercely. The dragons' bodies were set ablaze. Lin Feng was becoming more and more adept at using this sacrificial technique. The dragons were sacrificed. Instead, they increased Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Long Mewing. He smiled and said, "Looks like your ability can't threaten me." As soon as his voice fell, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and lightly tapped Long Mewing's chest. Long Mewing's expression changed drastically. She wanted to quickly dodge Lin Feng's attack, but it was too late. Lin Feng's attack landed on Long Mewing's chest. In an instant, Long Mewing found that all the magic power in her body had been scattered. Lin Feng looked at Long Mewing and said with a smile, "Did you expect to fall into my hands in the end?" Long Mewing's expression kept changing. She had indeed not expected to be captured by Lin Feng. Long Mewing said, "I'm not as skilled as you, so I lost to you. I don't want to say anything. You can leave now." "I can leave now?" "Hee. Aren't you being a little too casual with your words? How do you think we should settle the grudge between us?" As Lin Feng spoke, his right hand brushed across Long Mewing's beautiful face. Apart from having a fiery temper, this woman could be considered a peerless beauty. "What are you trying to do?" Long Mewing was someone who had been through a lot. She did not panic just because Lin Feng had captured her. On the contrary, she was still very calm. "I want to." Lin Feng looked at Long Mewing's beautiful face and revealed a faint smile. Long Mewing snorted, "Don't even think about it. I won't agree to it." "Won't agree to it? Won't agree to what?" Lin Feng said in astonishment. "Didn't you want to hit on me?" "I won't agree to it." Long Mewing snorted. "Oh, damn. I was just joking, and you took it seriously? Look at you, a tomboy. You think I'll like you? Can you stop daydreaming? Even if you lie beside me, I won't have any reaction. In short, I don't like you." Lin Feng grinned. "Bastard, what did you say?" Long Mewing immediately exploded. She looked at Lin Feng angrily, as if she wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Long Mewing admitted that she had a bad temper, but she would not admit that she was not beautiful enough. As long as she was a woman, she loved to be beautiful. And of course, Long Mewing also loved beauty, not to mention that she was so beautiful. Now, she was actually called a tomboy by Lin Feng, and was even despised by Lin Feng. Naturally, she hated Lin Feng to the point of gnashing her teeth. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Am I wrong? You don't even have 2 tails of meat on your body. You call that a woman? I'll kill you." Long Mewing screamed and rushed towards Lin Feng. Although her current mana was imprisoned by Lin Feng, her body was still able to move. Now, she looked at Lin Feng with eyes that wished she could tear Lin Feng apart. Long Mewing directly used her 9 white bone claw to grab Lin Feng. Every woman probably knew how to use this move, and they were all very good at it. Lin Feng grabbed Long Mewing's hands and pushed her body against the wall. This position was really ambiguous, and Long Mewing's pretty face immediately turned red. "Let go of me, or I'll kill you. Do you believe me?" Long Mewing threatened. She had never had such contact with a man before, so at this moment, her heart was filled with panic. However, Long Mewing's strong personality still made her look very shrewish. She tried her best not to show the panic in her heart in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Threatening me is useless. Now, I realize that a tomboy like you actually has a different flavor. Humph, Long Mewing snorted lightly, feeling a little smug in her heart. This guy wasn't blind after all. She had finally discovered her beauty. Before Long Mewing could recover from her shock, Lin Feng's lips lightly touched Long Mewing's red lips. Ha 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 ha. Then, Lin Feng laughed and rushed outside. With a wave of his right hand, the tightly shut door opened, and Lin Feng quickly rushed out. It was only then that Long Mewing came back to her senses. Lin Feng, you bastard, you son of a bitch. Long Mewing's pretty face was so red that it almost dripped blood. She kept wiping her lips with her hand. It seemed that she wanted to wipe off Lin Feng's aura as well. She stomped her feet until Lin Feng was completely out of sight. Long Mewing stopped as well. Pfft, Long Mewing couldn't help but smile. This woman was born extremely beautiful. Now, she was smiling. She was as beautiful as a fairy who had fallen from the moon palace to the mortal world. This fellow is quite interesting. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Long Mewing couldn't help but mutter. After leaving the island lord's mansion, Lin Feng returned to his residence. For the next few days, everything was very peaceful. The genius ranking battle was about to begin. More and more people were heading to the original ruins realm. The people of the Reincarnation Immortal sect also took the ancient ship to the original ruins realm. Waves were rolling on the sea. The sea was blue as far as the eye could see. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey stood on the deck and admired the rolling waves. Fatso nudged Lin Feng and said, "Little Lin Feng, look. Isn't that Xianxia? This girl is really hot. She's looking at you." Lin Feng looked in the direction Fatso was pointing and saw Xianxia. She was standing on the deck with a few of her fellow disciples, looking at the sea. After seeing Lin Feng, Xianxia looked at Lin Feng with her big watery eyes. Just as the disciple had said, Xianxia's appearance was comparable to the 10 fairies. The only thing that Xianxia couldn't compare to the 10 fairies was her cultivation. After all, Xianxia hadn't been cultivating for long. If other male disciples were to be fancied by a goddess like Xianxia, they would probably faint from happiness. However, Lin Feng refused to interact with Xianxia. To Xianxia's friends, this was incomprehensible. However, there was a reason why Lin Feng refused to interact with Xianxia. Xianxia was a gentle and beautiful girl. A girl like her was suitable to find someone who would treat her well wholeheartedly. However, Lin Feng's personality was unrestrained. He wasn't suitable for Xianxia. Moreover, Lin Feng wasn't a pervert. He wasn't the kind of person who would chase after beautiful girls. Lin Feng retracted his gaze and looked into the distance. He said, "Look, there are ancient ships and cultivators everywhere. I wonder how many cultivators will be attracted to the prodigy ranking this time." The fatty said, "They will definitely be like carps crossing the river, countless. This time, the prodigy role competition will definitely be unprecedentedly lively. I wonder if I will be able to make it into the top 100 and enter the paradise of the 9 continents." Lin Feng grinned and said, "With Brother Donkey around, what are you worried about?" Little Donkey was amused. He said, "That's right. Follow Brother Donkey and you won't harm your teammates." Brother Donkey was a master of golden sentences. He could say a few golden sentences from time to time. 10 days later. The ancient ship of the Reincarnation Immortal sect finally arrived outside the Yuanshu realm. Looking into the distance, in the depths of the sea, a vast and ancient world appeared before their eyes. The world was shrouded in restrictions. It was hazy and mysterious. This world was the famous Yuanshu realm. The primordial ruins realm had its own rules. Those with a lifespan of more than 1,000 years could not enter. Therefore, only cultivators with a lifespan of less than 1,000 years could participate in the prodigy ranking. Currently, a large number of cultivators had gathered outside the primordial ruins realm, and there were countless experts of the younger generation. It was rare to see so many experts of the younger generation, but the prodigy ranking was too important. Therefore, many hidden geniuses had come this time. Asterisk rumble, asterisk a deafening sound came from afar as a huge ancient palace flew over. There was a golden plaque on top of the palace. The words Cloudy Palace were written on it. Cloudy Palace? Is that one of the 12 immortal palaces of the Taishang Immortal sect? someone said in surprise. The 12 immortal palaces of the Taishang immortal sect were said to have descended from the heavenly realm. Therefore, they had endless wonders. Moreover, the 12 immortal palaces were closely related to the supreme immortal artifacts of the Taishang immortal sect. Wherever the 12 immortal palaces passed, the gods would avoid them and the demons would bow their heads. The Taishang immortal sect will probably have many young experts this time. Every time the prodigy ranking is held, the Taishang immortal sect will have shocking geniuses. For example, during the previous prodigy ranking, Dugadi Tian was only in his 20s at that time, right? He actually made it into the top 20. How unimaginable. I wonder if there's another genius as monstrous as Dugadi Tian this time? It's said that the Taishang immortal sect found a few holy children more than 10 years ago. They are extremely talented and have been heavily nurtured. They are probably as monstrous as Dugadi Tian. I wonder if Dugadi Tian will participate in the prodigy ranking this time. He's just the right age to participate in the next prodigy ranking. I'm not sure. Whether he will participate in the prodigy ranking this time depends on what Dugadi Tian thinks. After the people of the Taishang immortal sect arrived, many people began to discuss among themselves. The people of the supreme immortal sect did not come out of the cloud palace. After the experts of the supreme immortal sect arrived, many cultivators from the top forces arrived one after another. Top forces such as the Heavenly Tao immortal sect, the Sunset immortal sect, the Undying immortal sect, the Red Dust immortal sect, the 10,000 Arts immortal sect, the Sword Saint immortal sect, the Longevity immortal sect, and many others had sent their experts. Lin Feng paid attention to the Ascension immortal sect and the immortal sect. He had paid attention to the Ascension celestial sect because of Huangfuqing Tian. After all, Huangfuqing Tian's mother held great authority in the Ascension celestial sect. If he killed Huangfuqing Tian's mother would not let him off. Lin Feng was very curious about what kind of person Huangfuqing Tian's mother was. It was said that she was also a peerless beauty whose name shook the 9 prefectures. She had a dream. In the dream, she had interacted with the heavens and became pregnant. What a ridiculous thing, but it happened to be real. Lin Feng also wanted to meet this former goddess of the heavens, but he didn't have the chance to do so. Of course, if they did meet one day, both sides would draw their swords and fight to the death. Lin Feng paid attention to the immortal sect mainly because he had heard that the immortal sect was related to the immortal clan. The immortal clan was a clan with immortal divine blood flowing in their veins. Lin Feng also had immortal divine blood flowing in his veins. Lin Feng could not help but wonder if he was related to the immortal clan. Or was his ancestor related to the immortal clan? Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to find out more about the immortal clan. He wanted to see if they were really related by blood. Moreover, Lin Feng wanted to know if the mysterious existence who descended from the sky and captured the members of the Lin clan was related to the immortal sect or the immortal clan. Moan. 9 flood dragons flew over from the distance. The 9-headed flood dragon pulled an ancient bronze chariot as it arrived. Around the bronze chariot were ancient war chariots. Several young cultivators stood on the ancient chariots. They're from the Mu clan of the divine realm of infinite desolation. Someone said. The Mu clan of the Heaven Desolate region was a top clan among the ancient clans. They had a long history and were very powerful. The ancestor of the Mu clan was also one of the oldest experts of the older generation in the 9 regions. Back then, Lord Tortoise lost a bet with the ancestor of the Mu clan and sold Lin Feng to form a marriage alliance with the Mu clan. The one who was supposed to marry Lin Feng was the pearl of the Mu clan, Mu Xianling. However, Mu Xianling said that she would marry a heaven-defying genius who would rule the world in the future. Lin Feng was not worthy of Mu Xianling's attention. Of course, Lin Feng was not interested in Mu Xianling either. Therefore, the two of them broke off the engagement. The ancestor of the Mu clan then betrothed Mu Xianxia to Lin Feng. Mu Xianxia's talent and background were not as good as Mu Xianling's, but she was gentle and considerate. Lin Feng liked her. The group of people from the Mu clan stopped in the void. Lin Feng saw Mu Xianling and Mu Xianxia on an ancient chariot from afar. Sister, isn't that Lin Feng? Mu Xianxia's eyes were sharp. He pointed at Lin Feng who was standing on the deck of the reincarnation immortal sect's ancient chariot. Mu Xianling glanced at Lin Feng and said indifferently, so what if he is? In my eyes, he has nothing to do with a passerby. Mu Xianxia had found trouble with Lin Feng before, but he was beaten up by Du Zhu. He was still traumatized. Said Mu Xiangu. Sister, I don't think Lin Feng is a piece of trash. His guards are extremely strong. Besides, since Mu Xianxia replaced you and got married to Lin Feng, her social status in the clan has risen. She's even practicing cultivation with the ancestor now. You can see how important Mu Xianxia is to the clan. In the past, Mu Xianxia didn't have any social status in the clan. She was just a servant's daughter, she couldn't even compare to the daughter of a concubine. Mu Xianling said, maybe it's because of his master, Lord Turtle. It's said that he's very strong. However, how can this Lin Feng be compared to those top geniuses? In my eyes, he's just a nobody. Mu Xianxia wanted to say something, but Mu Xianling said, alright, let's not talk about him anymore. Mu Xianxia could only nod and stop talking about him. More and more top powers arrived. There were even some hidden clans among them. The strength of these reclusive families was extremely terrifying. Ordinary people could not afford to offend them. Buzz, the magic lotus tore through the void and quickly flew out, surrounded by endless demonic qi. When Lin Feng saw the magic lotus, his eyes narrowed. The magic lotus should be Gongziyu's the magic lotus. He didn't expect that Gongziyu would also come. As the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, Gongziyu's talent was quite heaven-defying. This time, Gongziyu had secured a spot in the top 20. Lin Feng didn't think that there would be any problems. With Gongziyu's cultivation and treasures, even if Gongziyu entered the top 10 or even top 3, Lin Feng wouldn't make a fuss. It's the demon world's the magic lotus. It's a sacred artifact of the demon world. Many major figures looked at the magic lotus with burning gazes. The magic lotus was a supreme demonic root nurtured by heaven and earth. The magic lotus could even nurture the strongest demons. It was a treasure that could drive anyone crazy. Gongziyu stepped out of the magic lotus. The magic lotus kept shrinking until it flew into Gongziyu's body. Who is he? How can he wield the magic lotus? Many people were puzzled. They did not know who Gongziyu was. Back then, Gongziyu had stirred up a storm in the Sky Martial continent, turning it into a bloodbath. However, after coming to the 9 prefectures, he kept a low profile. Thus, very few people knew who he was. Lin Feng knew about Gongziyu's background, but he would not reveal it. He should be an extraordinary figure in the demon world, right? He seems to be a heavenly demon. A heavenly demon? Is the ancient demon race here? I heard that the heavenly demons were created by the ancient demon race. I wonder if that's true? Nonsense. No matter how powerful the ancient demon race is, they can't possibly create a race as powerful as the heavenly demons. However, the ancient demon race did enslave the heavenly demons for a very long time. Later on, the heavenly demons gradually broke free from the ancient demon race's control. Many people whispered among themselves. In another direction, many figures were standing in a cloud of demonic mist. Those people were the experts of the ancient demon race. Back then, the heavenly demons were only slaves of the ancient demon race. Even now, the ancient demon race is unable to control the magic lotus. A heavenly demon descendant actually controls the magic lotus. How ironic. Enter the battlefield of geniuses, kill that person, and snatch the magic lotus. Yes. Following that, a group of people quickly answered. Do you see that? That person is a top-tier genius. My future husband will definitely be a heaven-defying genius like him. Mu Xianling pointed at Gongziyu. She stared at Gongziyu without blinking. Mu Xianling was surprised to see Gongziyu flying toward Lin Feng. Sister, what's going on? Why is that person flying toward Lin Feng? Is he going to greet Lin Feng? Mu Xianling asked. How is Lin Feng qualified to be greeted by such a top-tier expert? Said Mu Xianling while smiling coldly. Maybe Lin Feng has offended that person. Because that person is Lin Feng. Mu Xianxia muttered in his heart. He instinctively felt that this matter wouldn't be so simple. Xianling Lin. Gongziyu looked at Lin Feng indifferently. If you're not dead, would I die before you? Lin Feng replied indifferently. In the Tianwu continent, the relationship between the two was like fire and water. Lin Feng's Samsara Devil Palace was even snatched from Gongziyu. However, so many years had passed. Now, in the 9 prefectures, Lin Feng and Gongziyu's relationship was no longer as bad as before. Furthermore, a few years ago, when they were celebrating the Red World Fairy's birthday, Lin Feng had once reached an agreement with Gongziyu. In the future, he would let Gongziyu use his the magic lotus to sense the location of Mose Tianzuan's the magic lotus. Lin Feng intended to snatch Mose Tianzuan's the magic lotus. Gongziyu had also agreed. Gongziyu glanced at Lin Feng and said indifferently, I heard that you've already met the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son? That's right. Why? Did he offend you? Lin Feng looked at Gongziyu and asked. No, he didn't. Gongziyu shook his head and said, however, the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son has something that I need. What a coincidence. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son has something that I need as well. Lin Feng smiled. Gongziyu smiled and said, all right, we'll contact each other when the time comes. No problem. Lin Feng nodded. Following which, Gongziyu flew off into the distance. Although Mu Xianxia had never seen Lin Feng in action, he had always felt that Lin Feng was not simple. When he saw Lin Feng chatting happily with Gongziyu, Mu Xianxia quickly said, Lin Feng. Said Mu Xianxia hastily. Sister, something's wrong. Lin Feng and the Demon Lotus Master are chatting happily. Are they friends? There's a saying that goes, like friends, like friends. Those who aren't in the same circle won't be able to blend in. Since Lin Feng is chatting happily with the Master of the Magic Lotus, doesn't that mean that Lin Feng is as strong as the Master of the Magic Lotus? Mu Xianxia sneered and said, you're overthinking things. Do you think someone like Lin Feng is worthy? Do you think that you're on the same level as those top-notch young masters just because you can chat with them? Mu Xianxia said gloomily, we're talking about Lin Feng. Why are you dragging me into this? 5 days later, a huge vortex appeared above the original ruins realm. Clearly, the gate to the original ruins realm was about to open. Wu Yong, the patriarch of the reincarnation immortal sect, gathered all the disciples who were participating in the prodigy ranking tournament. He began explaining the rules and things to take note of. Wu Yong said, the original ruins realm is divided into 3 parts. The first part is called the 8 heavens. There are many opportunities waiting to be found in the 8 heavens. Once you enter the 8 heavens, you must remember to collect as much draconic chi as possible. The draconic chi is equivalent to an entry ticket to the prodigy training grounds. There will be more opportunities waiting to be found in the prodigy training grounds. However, there are many treasures sealed in the prodigy training grounds. Opening the seals will require draconic chi. Therefore, no matter what, don't forget to subdue the draconic chi you see and collect it. The more draconic chi you collect, the better. As for the third part of the original ruins realm, it's called the Prodigy Tower. Very few people have made it this far. When the time comes, you must ascend the Prodigy Tower. Fatso asked, what are the rewards for those who rank at the top? You'll be rewarded with providence. The higher you rank, the more providence you'll receive. Wu Yong said. A cultivator's breakthrough required the support of providence. Some people had extremely strong accumulations, but they couldn't break through because they didn't have enough providence. It was too difficult to devour providence. Wu Yong continued, of course, there are other rewards aside from providence, such as the 3,000 great Daos, immortal techniques, immortal essences, and so on. Many people couldn't help but gasp when they heard Wu Yong's words. No wonder so many people were participating in the prodigy ranking tournament. The rewards were too amazing. Wu Yong continued, most importantly, the top 100 of the prodigy ranking can enter the 9 states paradise. Legend has it that the 9 states paradise can sense the door of everlasting life. The legend of the door of everlasting life had a long history. It was related to the secret of immortality, so it was naturally an ability that everyone dreamed of. Moreover, it was rumored that the door of everlasting life had many other secrets. It was rumored that even the Tao of Fate was related to the door of everlasting life. The various opportunities in the primordial ruins realm were extremely shocking. As long as one could obtain enough opportunities in the primordial ruins realm, even if one did not obtain anything in the 9 continents immortal realm, there would be no regrets. Now that Lin Feng and the others understood the various rules of the prodigy roll trial, they began to wait for the primordial ruins realm to open. The huge vortex above the primordial ruins realm became more and more real, gradually turning into a huge 8 trigrams array. The 8 trigrams array was connected to the first part of the primordial ruins realm, the 8 heavens. It was also the outermost region of the primordial ruins realm. The 8 heavens were like the 8 directions of the 8 trigrams array. They were scattered everywhere and somehow complemented the innate 8 trigrams. The cultivators who entered the 8 trigrams array would be teleported to a certain part of the 8 heavens. Another 3 days passed, and the 8 trigrams array in the sky was completed. Everyone can enter the primordial ruins realm in batches. A deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Feng was shocked. This sounds like a voice coming from the primordial ruins realm. Is there a guardian in the primordial ruins realm? Fatso said, I heard that it's not a guardian, but a realm spirit, a realm spirit? Lin Feng was very surprised. Dharma treasures had weapon spirits and deities. It was normal for a small world like the primordial ruins realm to have a realm spirit. It was just that realm spirits were very rare. Swoosh! Swoosh! A dense crowd of cultivators rushed into the sky, fighting to be the first to enter. You're blocking my way. You must have a death wish. Scram! Some of the cultivators there were more hot-tempered and they quickly rushed forward, slapping the cultivators blocking their way and sending them flying. How dare you touch someone from the Kanglin sect? Are you tired of living? The companions of the cultivators who were sent flying roared and immediately rushed forward to beat up the cultivator who attacked them. Barf! The cultivator who attacked spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet. Many people started fighting for the chance to enter the primordial ruins realm. Swish, 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 the 8 trigrams teleportation array activated. Divine light flashed and the first batch of cultivators who stepped onto the 8 trigrams teleportation array were teleported out. Immediately after, batch after batch of young cultivators flew towards the 8 trigrams teleportation array. After boarding the 8 trigrams teleportation array, they were teleported out. The Sky Demon Emperor's son stepped towards the 8 trigrams teleportation array. After seeing the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, many people avoided him like he was a snake or scorpion, not daring to approach him. The Sky Demon Emperor's son was just too intimidating. Lin Feng, I'll be waiting to meet you in the Origin Ruins world. At that time, I'll crush you like a bug. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor looked at Lin Feng indifferently. His eyes were full of contempt. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. Then, the Sky Demon Emperor's son stepped into the 8 trigrams teleportation array and was teleported into the 8 heavens of the primordial ruins realm. Lin Feng is being targeted by the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. Will he really be killed by the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son? Xianxia could not help but mutter. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor can crush him as easily as crushing an ant. Well, don't mention this person in front of me anymore. This person is just a passerby in my life. He doesn't have the qualifications to attract my attention at all. Mu Xianling said in a low voice. Mu Xianling then flew towards the 8 trigrams teleportation array. Mu Xianxia and many other young elites from the Mu clan followed suit. These people were also teleported away. Not long after, Lin Feng, Fatso, Little Donkey, and many other disciples from the Reincarnation Immortal sect also boarded the 8 trigrams teleportation array. Swoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Feng felt himself being enveloped by a strange energy. In the next moment, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. When Lin Feng reappeared, he found himself in a mountain forest. Towering trees could be seen everywhere in the forest. They were so large that it would take hundreds of people to wrap their arms around them. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here was extremely dense. It was 100 times denser than the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the outside world. Lin Feng was shocked. If he were to cultivate here, his cultivation speed would be 100 times faster than the outside world. The green grass adorns the mountain forest. The fresh flowers are so beautiful and moving. Today's sun is so bright and beautiful. I'm waiting for the arrival of my lover. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a beautiful song coming from afar. He was extremely shocked. Who was singing? Lin Feng followed the song and walked forward. The mountain forest was extremely quiet. Only the song that reverberated in the forest did not dissipate. Among the green mountains and clear waters, I'm holding the hand of my lover, enjoying this rare peace. If it's really possible. How I wish this moment would last forever. The song was so beautiful. Even though it was the most beautiful celestial music, it could not be compared to the song in front of him. Lin Feng finally saw the woman who was singing. She was sitting in front of a pool. Her back was facing Lin Feng. It was a beautiful back view, with a head of beautiful black hair draped over her shoulders. Her slender waist could be grasped. Her feet were bare. Right now, her fair, jade-like feet had reached into the pool of water, and she was playfully paddling the pool water. She did not seem to have sensed Lin Feng's arrival. She was still singing. The wind blows away the haze, bringing hope, the wind blows away the leaves, bringing away the song, but my voice brought me my lover. The woman was still singing. Lin Feng was infected by the woman's singing. He was very eager to see what the woman looked like. Lin Feng was also very curious. Was he the lover that the woman was talking about? My lover, please come and hold my hand. I want to walk with you in the mountain forest. My lover, please come and hold my body. I want to feel the sound of your heart beating. My lover, please kiss my lips. I want to feel your warmth. The song became more and more erotic. It was slightly seductive. Lin Feng's eyes became more and more confused. The song contained a terrifying power. It made people lose themselves in it and unable to extricate themselves. Even someone as strong as Lin Feng's willpower. After listening to the song, he gradually lost himself. At this moment, Lin Feng saw the woman stand up and turn around. It was a breathtakingly beautiful face. That woman was like a fairy from the moon palace that had fallen into the mortal world. She was so beautiful that when she opened her arms for a warm embrace, who could bear to refuse such a small request from such a beautiful woman? I've been waiting for my lover, and now you've finally come. Her voice was very gentle, and her beautiful face had a warm smile on it that could warm people's hearts. Lin Feng's body was no longer under his control, and there was only one thought left in his mind. He wanted to embrace the fairy-like woman into his embrace, giving her warmth and comfort. However, when Lin Feng was halfway there, his eyelids twitched violently, and the archaic dragonesque elephant art started circulating at an unprecedented speed. A high-level cultivation technique like the archaic dragonesque elephant art had the ability to automatically protect its owner, just like the situation before him. Therefore, Lin Feng came back to his senses and came back to his senses. He opened his eyes, and immediately saw a scene that shocked him. What was in front of him was not a peerlessly beautiful fairy, but an extremely ugly monster. The monster had a human-like body, but it was covered in pitch-black hair. Its head was extremely ugly and huge, like the head of a toad. Its eyes flickered with a sinister gaze, giving people a chilling feeling. Seeing that Lin Feng had recovered, the ugly and terrifying existence directly pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately used Sky Splitter, and a shocking saber light slashed out. The void was torn apart. Clang, along with a sonorous and powerful collision sound, there was a loud sound. The monster's sharp claws slammed onto Lin Feng's saber light, breaking it apart. Then, the monster turned into a cloud of black smoke and rushed into the distance, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. That should be a Huanma, the demon lord said. A Huanma? What kind of creature is that? Lin Feng asked in surprise. This was the first time he had heard of a Huanma. Huanma is a kind of extremely cunning and evil earth demon. Huanma is best at all kinds of bewitching techniques and creating illusions, making people fall into an illusion and unable to extricate themselves. And the Huanma will often attack when the opponent is trapped in the illusion, killing the opponent in one blow. The demon lord said. Lin Feng said, this kind of illusion demon is really quite strange. He didn't stop. He chose a direction and quickly flew away. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar came from afar. Lin Feng quickly rushed over. A black dragon flew out of a mountain range. The black dragon had locked onto a dozen cultivators. It's formed by dragon aura. Kill it. The dozen or so cultivators shouted excitedly. The black dragon was not made of flesh and blood. It was formed from the draconic chi of the Xianxia realm. The draconic chi of the primordial ruins realm was rather special. After fusing with the power of the primordial ruins realm, it took on a physical form. Apart from the fact that they didn't have bodies of flesh and blood, these dragons were no different from real dragons. The strength of the dragon race was extremely strong. Although the cultivation bases of the 10+ cultivators were not weak, there was still a considerable gap between them and the black dragon. 7 or 8 cultivators were killed by the black dragon. The remaining few people fled in a sorry state. The black dragon swallowed the corpses one by one. These huge dragons formed from dragon chi could devour cultivators to increase their own cultivation. The black dragon was the same. After devouring the cultivators' corpses, its aura became much stronger than before. There's another human. I can sense your aura. There's no need to hide anymore. The black dragon's perception was very strong. It let out a series of roars, then opened its bloody mouth and spat out a ball of dragon breath in a direction. Boom, the dragon breath exploded in the forest. Lin Feng rushed out. He looked at the black dragon with a cold smile and said, "Your perception is not bad, and your cultivation is not weak. But you've met me today. You're destined to die." Lin Feng quickly flew toward the black dragon and activated the draconic elephant arm. Then, he punched the black dragon. The black dragon looked at Lin Feng icily and said, "Despicable little human, surprisingly, you want to compete with a dragon in terms of physical strength? Do you want to die?" As the black dragon's voice fell, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. The black dragon's mountain-like claws slammed toward Lin Feng. A claw slammed down. It was as if it could shatter heaven and earth. Although the black dragon's physical body was not made of flesh and blood, its body was still formed from the origin of dragon energy. Therefore, it inherited the powerful characteristics of the dragon's physical body. Therefore, the black dragon was very confident in its physical body. Boom, the two sides collided fiercely. The violent sound of collision was heard. The black dragon's huge body was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng's draconic elephant arm was already terrifying enough to destroy a planet. Now, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly. The draconic elephant arm was even more powerful. Although the black dragon was tyrannical, it was still far from Lin Feng. Lin Feng took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. He punched 9 times in a row and directly blasted the black dragon's body. The black dragon's huge body turned into a ball of dragon energy. Lin Feng took out a spatial porcelain bottle and sealed the dragon energy inside. Ha 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 ha. I finally got a ball of dragon energy. Lin Feng could not help but smile. He continued to collect dragon energy in the forest. Not long after, Lin Feng came to the side of a waterfall. Below the waterfall was a huge pool. In the pool, there were gray dragons floating. These gray dragons were also formed from dragon energy. There were a total of 12 gray dragons. These gray dragons had powerful senses. As soon as Lin Feng arrived, the gray dragons sensed him. "The human is here, the human is here. Great, it's time for our hunt," the gray dragons began to roar loudly. The foreign cultivators wanted to collect dragon energy. And these dragons formed from dragon energy were also spying on the flesh and soul of the cultivators. This was because they could increase their strength by devouring the flesh and soul of the cultivators. Rumble, a series of loud noises were heard. The bodies of these gray dragons were abnormally huge. The shortest one was 300 to 400 meters long, and the longest one was close to 1,000 meters long. With so many gray dragons besieging him, Lin Feng's fighting spirit was also high. He rushed forward and engaged in a fierce battle with the 12 gray dragons. The two sides were locked in battle. Lin Feng's body was almost torn in half by the sharp claws of a gray dragon. The strength of these gray dragons was not bad. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng paid the price of being seriously injured. He killed the 12 gray dragons. After killing these gray dragons, he sealed all the dragon energy that they had turned into. At this time, streams of light flew over from the distance. A total of more than 20 cultivators descended from the sky. These people had powerful auras. They were clearly experts. In truth, which of the cultivators who dared to participate in the genius ranking contest wasn't an expert? Not bad, kid. You actually killed 12 gray dragons by yourself. A young master in a golden brocade robe said with a faint smile. This person was exceptionally handsome. Lin Feng felt the urge to punch this guy's face until it was crippled. What's the matter? Lin Feng asked calmly. Hand over the dragon aura, and we'll let you go. If you don't, we'll make this place your burial ground. The young master in golden robe said. Lin Feng was already used to seeing two people fighting over treasures in the world of cultivators. Therefore, Lin Feng was still very calm when he encountered such a situation. A bunch of small fries like you want to snatch the dragon energy from me? Did you guys get kicked in the head by a donkey? Do you believe that I can squash you to death with just a flick of my finger? Lin Feng looked at the group with an arrogant tone. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the group exploded with anger. They had the advantage in numbers, and each of them was an expert. On the other hand, Lin Feng, he had just gone through a huge battle and had yet to recover from his injuries. Yet, he dared to look down on them. Everyone lived with a face. Buddha fights for a jaw stick. Being looked down upon and ignored by Lin Feng, the group of young masters naturally couldn't tolerate this humiliation. A young master in blue coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of us? Lin Feng pointed at the young master in blue and said, just that sentence alone is enough for you to die 100 times over. However, on account of the heaven's benevolence, I won't kill you today. Kneel on the ground and kowtow to me 10 times, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, I'll beat you up so badly that even your mother won't be able to recognize you. Do you believe me? The corner of the young master's mouth twitched violently. He shouted angrily, Brat, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. The blue-clothed young master leaped out and punched towards Lin Feng. Smack, Lin Feng moved as fast as lightning. He slapped the blue-clothed young master's face and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. Pfff, the blue-clothed young master spurted out blood in midair. There were a few teeth mixed in with the blood. Then, he fell to the ground with a plop, occasionally letting out miserable howls of pain. Lin Feng's slap just now almost slapped the blue-clothed young master half to death. This kid isn't simple. Everyone, let's attack him together. The golden-clothed young master's face suddenly sank, and he couldn't help but shout sternly. The golden-robed young master was clearly the leader of this group of people, and he was very convinced by this person's words. After hearing the golden-robed young master's words, the group of people immediately rushed towards Lin Feng. Clap 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 clap, Lin Feng rushed into the crowd. Accompanied by the sound of slaps one after another, figures were sent flying backward. A bloody palm print appeared on each of their faces. Their faces were swollen, and they fell to the ground and wailed in pain. Lin Feng stepped on the golden-clothed young master's chest and looked down at him with an indifferent expression. You dare to snatch this young master's things with such little strength? You really don't know life from death. Now, tell me, how should I deal with you people? Should I just kill you? Or throw you into the beast lair to feed the beasts? Hearing Lin Feng's words, the golden-clothed young master and the others' faces turned green. Spare us, we were wrong. This young master, this big brother, this ancestor, please be magnanimous and forgive us. The golden-clothed young master and the others immediately begged. After all, there were a few experts in their group. For example, the golden-clothed young master was at the second layer of the giant god realm. Among the younger generation of cultivators, he could definitely be called a top-notch expert. Couldn't he walk sideways wherever he went? Aside from the golden-clothed young master, there were 2 other top-notch geniuses at the first layer of the giant god realm. The rest were also at the heavenly god realm. However, there were so many cultivators who could be called top-notch geniuses wherever they went. In front of Lin Feng, they didn't even have the strength to resist. These people weren't stupid. They naturally understood that this was because the gap between the 2 sides was too big, resulting in such an outcome. Now, the best thing to do was to beg for mercy. Although these people had powerful backing behind them, However, a power that could nurture a freakish genius like Lin Feng wouldn't be afraid of the power behind them. Moreover, using the power behind them to threaten Lin Feng was clearly a very stupid decision. If they angered Lin Feng and Lin Feng killed everyone in a fit of rage, then they would want to cry but have no tears. This kind of thing was not impossible. Therefore, these people began to beg for mercy. A real man knows when to yield and when not to. These people comforted themselves. Seeing that Lin Feng hadn't said anything, the golden-clothed young master immediately worried that Lin Feng had the intention to kill them. In the vast and boundless Yuanxi realm, they would have died in vain if they were killed. Therefore, the golden-clothed young master hurriedly said, "We are willing to contribute our dragon aura." "Just contributing dragon aura isn't enough," Lin Feng said indifferently. "What else do you want?" the golden-clothed young master asked. "How about this? Contribute your storage rings as well, and I will spare your lives," Lin Feng said. The group of people suddenly looked like they wanted to cry but had no tears. However, in order to live, they could only obediently contribute their storage rings. It was a pity that the various treasures and wealth inside would now belong to someone else. At the thought of this, everyone felt like vomiting blood. This group of people collected a total of 5 clumps of dragon aura. It was quite good to be able to collect so much dragon aura in such a short time. After taking the dragon aura and their storage rings, Lin Feng flew into the distance. After Lin Feng left, the group of people heaved a sigh of relief. "My storage ring. My family's heirloom is inside," Yi Futian murmured. Then, someone wailed. "That's all my savings over the years. The treasures I accumulated through many fortuitous encounters. All my wealth is in the storage ring." "Me too. That guy is simply a bastard. He didn't leave anything for us. Everyone, it's good enough that we are still alive. If we lose our treasures and wealth, we can still find more. If we lose our lives, then it's really over. Let's go and rob the next target. This time, we'll choose our targets properly." Lin Feng checked the storage rings of these people and found that there were really a lot of good things inside. There were all kinds of magic treasures, origin crystals, heaven and earth treasures, and so on. It could be considered a windfall. In the next few days, Lin Feng had been looking for dragon chi everywhere. Not all of the dragon chi had turned into a giant dragon. Only the most powerful dragon chi had successfully transformed. Many of the dragon chi had not been able to transform into a giant dragon. And the dragon chi that had not transformed into a giant dragon was obviously easier to deal with. There were a total of 5 levels in the Heaven's Chosen Dojo. Entering the first level of the Heaven's Chosen Dojo required 100 strands of dragon chi. Entering the second level of the Heaven's Chosen Dojo required 200 strands of dragon chi. Entering the third level of the Heaven's Chosen Dojo required 300 strands of dragon chi. Entering the fourth level of the Heaven's Chosen Dojo required 400 strands of dragon chi. Entering the fifth level of the Heaven's Chosen Dojo required 500 strands of dragon chi. Adding it all together, it required 1,500 strands of dragon chi. This was only the dragon chi required to pass through the fifth level of the Heaven's Chosen Dojo. There were many opportunities in the Heaven's Chosen Dojo. For example, some ancient cultivators' caves, secret treasures, and so on. To open the seals of these places and obtain the opportunities within, one would also need a large amount of dragon chi. Therefore, at this stage, countless cultivators were trying their best to collect as much dragon chi as possible. Dragon chi was hard to find. There were too many cultivators. In order to obtain dragon chi, one could see cultivators killing each other everywhere. Lin Feng had also been robbed 5 or 6 times, but each time, the person who robbed him was beaten half to death by Lin Feng, and the dragon chi on his body was plundered by Lin Feng. Lin Feng found that he had only found 20 strands of dragon chi after desperately searching for dragon chi for several days. But after dealing with those cultivators who robbed him, he had snatched more than 40 strands of dragon chi from them. Lin Feng made a decision. He decided to be a robber with integrity. When Lin Feng participated in the underground city lord trial, he and Xian Yueling formed the fearsome male and female duo. They robbed cultivators of their golem hearts everywhere. Therefore, Lin Feng was no stranger to robbing. Clang, 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 the sounds of an intense battle rang out from the distant mountain forest. Lin Feng quickly flew over and found two groups of cultivators engaged in a fierce battle. The corpses of more than 10 cultivators lay on the ground. The eyes of both sides were completely bloodshot. These two groups of cultivators now had a total of 60 to 70 people. Their strength was balanced. Therefore, it was not easy to determine a winner in a short period of time. By the time the outcome of the battle was decided, more than half of them would have died. Lin Feng jumped out of the forest with the wolverine-spiked mace on his shoulder. He shouted, "Stop robbing, stop robbing. Hand over everything you have. Draconic chi, magic treasures, origin crystals, and everything else. I want all of them." When the cultivators from both sides heard Lin Feng's words, they were all stunned. Then, many people couldn't help but be speechless. Was this kid courting death? One person actually wanted to rob all of them? Let's get rid of this brat first. A cultivator said. That's right. Let's get rid of this reckless brat first, then we'll settle our grudges. A cultivator from another group of cultivators also said coldly. Kill. Suddenly, the group of cultivators stopped fighting and roared as they charged towards Lin Feng. It seems like you guys don't know how powerful I am. Lin Feng snorted coldly. He grabbed the wolverine-spiked mace with both hands. He shouted loudly. He directly smashed the wolverine-spiked mace on the ground. Rumble, all of a sudden, waves of destructive energy surged out. With Lin Feng as the center. The destructive energy spread out in all directions. Bang, 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 the cultivators who surrounded Lin Feng were all sent flying. They all coughed up blood and their faces were as pale as paper. Lin Feng's attack was simply too powerful. It almost took the lives of these cultivators. Many people fell to the ground and wailed. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a demon. Come, come, come. If you want to live, line up and hand over your storage rings. Lin Feng grinned and said. Many people wailed in their hearts. Who the hell is this guy? Why was he so sick? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A few cultivators directly rushed into the sky, wanting to escape. They were obviously unwilling to hand over their storage rings. You're courting death. Lin Feng sneered and directly smashed the wolverine-spiked mace. An invisible force surged out from the wolverine-spiked mace. Then, it ruthlessly bombarded the bodies of those cultivators. Bang, 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 along with the dull sound of collision, there was a sound of collision. The bodies of those cultivators who tried to escape directly exploded, and they died on the spot. Lin Feng didn't feel pity for those cultivators. Cultivators had to go against the will of the heavens. Any cultivator who reached the pinnacle would have to step on white bones. Seeing that a few cultivators who tried to escape were instantly killed. The rest of the people also became much more obedient. Everyone obediently lined up and handed over their storage rings to Lin Feng. Many people's hearts were bleeding. But in order to live, they had to hand it over even if they didn't want to. The few of you, take off the storage rings of those dead cultivators and hand them to me. Lin Feng pointed at a few cultivators. A few cultivators hurriedly took off the storage rings of those dead cultivators and handed them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took these people's storage rings and left. After Lin Feng left, these two groups of cultivators looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Lin Feng did not kill them. It was a blessing in disguise. In the next half a month, Lin Feng went around snatching the storage rings of cultivators. In just half a month, he collected more than 4,000 balls of dragon chi. On average, he could collect about 300 balls of dragon chi every day. This was much easier than searching for dragon chi himself. And in this area, there was another cultivator who was abnormally powerful. He was also robbing the dragon chi collected by other cultivators. This cultivator also had many followers around him. This cultivator called himself Young Master Long K. Dragon sparrows were the most ancient sacred beasts. Legend had it that dragon sparrows had the bloodline of innate life forms flowing in them, so they were abnormally terrifying. Since ancient times, whenever a dragon sparrow was born, it would definitely alarm everyone. This young Master Long K was one of the best in the younger generation of the dragon sparrow clan. Even though he wasn't the #1 genius in the heaven-defying realm, he was still a genius. He was ranked in the top 3 among the Dragon Sparrow clan. Young master. It's said that someone discovered a mysterious dragon lake. There are many giant dragons living in that dragon lake. Those giant dragons are all transformed from dragon chi. Moreover, those giant dragons seem to be guarding a mysterious dragon cave. A cultivator said. Oh? Dragon cave? That's quite interesting. Young Master Long K soared into the sky and said, let's go and take a look at the dragon lake. Young master, please follow me. The cultivator said and led the way. At night, heavy rain poured down. Lin Feng was hiding in a cave to avoid the rain. Bestial roars could be heard from time to time, reverberating through the forest and shaking the void for a long time. A beast with spikes all over its body was engaged in a fierce battle with another beast covered in armor. It was hard to tell who was the winner. Large areas of the forest were destroyed in the battle between the two beasts. Why are these two beasts fighting so fiercely? Are they fighting for something? Lin Feng looked at the two ferocious beasts in the distance. Those two ferocious beasts were extremely strong. Lin Feng was scared of them. The original ruins realm was not a simple place. There were terrifying beasts everywhere, and the slightest carelessness could kill a cultivator in the original ruins realm. Roar, the two beasts roared. Every ferocious beast exuded a wave of destructive power. Bang! Bang, bang! The two beasts fought even more fiercely as their huge claws clashed again and again. Every time they collided, it was as if the earth quaked and mountains shook. The two beasts were fighting fiercely. They were fighting with their lives on the line. I'll go kill these two beasts and find out why they're fighting, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Just as he was about to take action, a ball of bloody light flew over from afar. It was a ball of demonic blood, emitting a terrifying aura as it shrouded the two beasts. Demonic blood, Lin Feng felt his scalp tingle when he saw the ball of demonic blood. This ball of demonic blood had chased after Lin Feng a few times before, so Lin Feng had a deep impression of it. Lin Feng did not know where the demonic blood came from, but it was extremely terrifying. Now that it had sneaked into the original ruins realm, it surprised him. However, demonic blood was not considered a living being, so it did not have a lifespan. This might be the reason why it could enter the original ruins realm. After seeing the demonic blood, Lin Feng concealed his aura completely. What would happen if the demonic blood saw him? It would definitely hunt him down all over the world. Roar! Roar! After being enveloped by the demonic blood, the two ferocious beasts roared furiously. The large number of ferocious beasts began to struggle violently, but their struggles were futile. Although the two ferocious beasts were powerful, they were unable to resist the demonic blood. Not only was the demonic blood powerful, it was also too demonic. He was an existence that was almost impossible to contend against. Under the attack of the demonic blood, the blood of the two ferocious beasts was completely devoured, and the two ferocious beasts turned into dried corpses. They are actually trying to snatch this item. A pleasantly surprised voice came from the demon blood. The demonic blood had a spirit. This should be the voice of the demon blood spirit. The demon blood spirit seemed to have obtained something inconceivable and was extremely excited. The demon blood flew into the distance. Lin Feng finally let out a long breath. But at this moment, the demonic blood suddenly stopped. Something's not right. I sense a familiar aura. The demon blood spirit's voice sounded again. Not good. He must have discovered my aura. This devil blood is really strange. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Shua, he used the void travel technique and directly traveled more than a dozen miles. Not long after, the demonic blood caught up. Keek keek, kid, so it's you. Looks like my senses were not wrong. Don't you think that we are fated? To think that we would actually encounter each other here. The demon blood spirit let out a sinister laughter. This laughter was even more unpleasant than the wailing of a malicious spirit, causing Lin Feng to shudder. Who the hell would be fated with you? I will walk my path, and you will cross your single plank bridge. Stop following me. Lin Feng shouted when he saw the demon blood chasing after him. The demon blood spirit let out a strange laugh. If I don't devour such a powerful bloodline, I will be punished by the heavens. Lin Feng could not help but feel speechless. Damn it, there are so many powerful bloodlines out there. Why do you keep staring at me? There are indeed many powerful bloodlines out there. However, after such a long time, your bloodline is the strongest I have ever seen. There is no other bloodline stronger than yours. If I don't devour you, who should I devour? The demon blood said sinisterly. He did not hide his desire for Lin Feng's bloodline in the slightest. Right now, the only thing the demon blood wanted was to devour Lin Feng's bloodline. He had a feeling that if he could devour Lin Feng's bloodline, his cultivation would recover substantially. The demonic blood was too eager to regain the strength of its former glory. With his current strength, there were many things he could not do. This made the demon blood feel extremely sullen. Lin Feng flew for a long time, but he still could not shake off the demon blood. In the end, he had no choice but to take out a Void Dao platform. Originally, Lin Feng had 8 Void Dao platforms. However, he had used all 8 in order to avoid the Supremacy's pursuit. Because the materials needed to refine a Void Dao platform were too difficult to find, Lin Feng had only managed to find 1 piece of divine jade. Thus, he had refined the Void Dao platform in front of him. Lin Feng had not wanted to use the Void Dao platform. It was a treasure that could save his life at a critical moment. But now, to get rid of the demon blood, he had no choice but to use it. Whoosh, the Void Dao platform was activated, and Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Void Dao platform. Damn it! Damn it! The demon blood roared angrily. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared in a cave 100 miles away. As soon as he appeared, a scorching aura filled the air. A giant claw the size of a mountain descended from the sky, heading straight for Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the owner of the claw. It was a huge fire dragon. The Void Dao platform was a random teleportation. This time, Lin Feng was sent to the fire dragon's lair. Because of this, Lin Feng was attacked by the fire dragon. Arm of the dragon elephant! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He then threw a punch at the gigantic fire dragon. Bang! With the sound of a violent collision, the fire dragon was sent flying by Lin Feng. There was a loud crash. The fire dragon's huge body slammed into the surrounding rock walls. The fire dragon couldn't help but roar furiously. It opened its mouth and spat out dragon breath at Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged the dragon's breath. The fire dragon spat out a dense cluster of fireballs at Lin Feng. The fire dragon was abnormally strong, but it was not Lin Feng's opponent. Lin Feng quickly rushed forward and punched the fire dragon 9 times in a row. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The fire dragon's huge body exploded, turning into a cloud of dragon chi. Lin Feng sealed the dragon chi formed by the fire dragon. What was in the passageway? It was actually emitting such a scorching power. Lin Feng walked towards the passageway step by step. The heatwave was monstrous and swept over. The closer he got to the passageway, the more intense the heatwave became. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. When he reached the passageway, balls of flames ignited in the void. Flames of the void. Lin Feng looked at the balls of flames. He revealed a shocked expression. Void fire was usually a void fire caused by some kind of external force. This kind of external force included many things, such as some terrain, magic treasures, natural treasures, and so on. They could all form void fire. Void fire was actually produced in this place. It was obviously not simple. Moreover, the temperature was so high. The void fire produced here was probably incomparably powerful. Lin Feng walked in step by step. As he went deeper, the surrounding void started to distort slightly. Ordinary cultivators would find it difficult to withstand such a high temperature. Because the void fire was densely packed in the void, ordinary cultivators would have been burned to ashes long ago. Only cultivators like Lin Feng, who could control heavenly fire, could move unimpeded in such an environment. The passageway was very long and very winding. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a rustling sound. It sounded like something was crawling quickly on the ground. After hearing this sound, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. It seemed like something was rushing out quickly. He looked inside warily and soon saw a dense crowd of fire scorpion ants crawling out. These fire scorpion ants had ant-like bodies and scorpion-like tails. Moreover, the scorpion tails were highly poisonous. Once stung by these ants, there was a high chance of death. The dense crowd of fire scorpion ants directly pounced on Lin Feng. There was an army of fire scorpion ants here. If he dared to barge in, he would definitely be eaten clean by the fire scorpion ants. Therefore, Lin Feng's expression turned solemn when he saw the scene. With so many fire scorpion ants, Lin Feng naturally had to be careful. He first took out the purple gold heavenly ball. The purple gold heavenly ball formed a defensive light shield, protecting Lin Feng from the fire scorpion ants' attacks. Then, Lin Feng took out 4 types of heavenly fire to attack these fire scorpion ants. What shocked Lin Feng was that the heavenly fire did not burn these fire scorpion ants to death. Fire scorpion ants were fire creatures born from fire. These fire creatures had a relatively big characteristic. These fire-type creatures could adapt to any kind of fire, even heavenly fire. Therefore, Lin Feng's heavenly fire could not burn the fire scorpion ants. The fire scorpion ants were already moving towards Lin Feng. They crawled all over Lin Feng's body. The fire scorpion ants were innumerable. Then, the fire scorpion ants started nibbling at Lin Feng's protective light. The teeth of the fire scorpion ants were extremely sharp. Gotcha! Lin Feng's protective layer was cracking bit by bit. These fire scorpion ants are actually so powerful. Lin Feng was shocked. Then, he frowned. These fire scorpion ants were not easy to deal with. You can try using the white jade toad. It might be able to disperse the fire scorpion ants, said the demon lord. Lin Feng nodded and summoned the white jade toad. The white jade toad's main ability was to expel poison. Of course, the white jade toad also had extremely powerful combat strength. However, it had only evolved twice. Many heaven-defying abilities had yet to be awakened. Therefore, Lin Feng did not have much confidence in the white jade toad's ability to repel the fire scorpion ants. Croak, 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 the white jade toad cried loudly after being summoned, as if trying to scare the fire scorpion ants away. However, the fire scorpion ants did not pay any attention to the white jade toad. Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. The white jade toad's deterrence did not seem to have any effect on these fire scorpion ants. If that was the case, he could only leave this tunnel. The white jade toad became angry. Croak, 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 then, the white jade toad cried out again. This time, the white jade toad used a special pronunciation rhythm. And this particular rhythm of pronunciation sounded very much like chanting an incantation. Of course, Lin Feng was not a toad, so he did not understand the toad's language. What he had just said was just his guess. However, Lin Feng seemed to have guessed correctly. As the white jade toad cried out, a terrifying fluctuation was emitted from its body. A mysterious magnetic field spread out. This magnetic field was called the poison domain. It was a powerful ability the white jade toad had obtained after its second evolution. The fire scorpion ants were enveloped by the white jade toad's poison domain. The fire scorpion ants' bodies began to dissolve. What a powerful ability! Lin Feng was shocked. The white jade toad was indeed worthy of being called a top-notch member of the Stone Clan. It had only evolved twice, and it was already so powerful. He really did not know how terrifying the white jade toad would be after its 9th evolution. The fire scorpion ants were severely injured, so they did not dare to continue attacking Lin Feng. Instead, they quickly scattered and fled in all directions. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The white jade toad looked at Lin Feng. It croaked 3 times, as if it was asking for credit. Lin Feng patted the white jade toad to encourage it. Then, he put the white jade toad into his mountain river ring. He continued to walk deeper into the tunnel. Without the threat of the fire scorpion ants, Lin Feng's path was unobstructed. Soon, he reached the deepest part of the tunnel. In the depths of the tunnel, there was a fiery red crystal floating in the void. The space around the fiery red crystal began to twist violently. Fiery sun crystal. The demon lord was shocked. What is this thing? Lin Feng asked in astonishment. This was the first time he had heard of the fiery sun crystal. The fiery sun crystal should be a very precious treasure. Otherwise, the demon lord would not be so shocked. The demon lord said, "This is a type of sun spirit. Moreover, it is an extremely rare sun spirit. It is also one of the best materials for refining magic treasures." "Oh? One of the best materials for refining magic treasures? Does that mean this fiery sun crystal can increase the grade of magic treasures?" Lin Feng said in astonishment. "That's right. The fiery sun crystal can increase the grade of magic treasures. This is a treasure that everyone dreams of. You can use this treasure to refine your natal magic treasure, the primal chaos ancient lamp," the demon lord said. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng's natal magic treasure, the primal chaos ancient lamp, was still at the heavenly divine weapon level. With this fiery sun crystal, the primal chaos ancient lamp should be able to break through to the giant divine weapon level. The primal chaos ancient lamp was different from ordinary magic weapons. Because the material used to forge the primal chaos ancient lamp was too extraordinary. The primal chaos origin chi was integrated into the mysterious yellow origin. Such a material was enough to make the great emperor go crazy. If the primal chaos ancient lamp was compared to a cultivator, then the primal chaos ancient lamp was undoubtedly the most appropriate comparison to Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng was able to challenge people of a higher level when his level was relatively low. The same was true for the primal chaos ancient lamp. Although Lin Feng's primal chaos ancient lamp was only a heavenly divine weapon, even a giant divine weapon was not a match for the primal chaos ancient lamp. Usually, Lin Feng rarely used the primal chaos ancient lamp when facing enemies. That was because he had his own considerations. First, the primal chaos ancient lamp was too precious. It was enough to make any cultivator go crazy. Although Lin Feng's cultivation was not weak, after all, it had not reached the point where he could look down on the heroes and be invincible. Now that the primal chaos ancient lamp was exposed, it would attract the attention of many experts. At that time, there would definitely be many experts coming to kill Lin Feng and snatch the primal chaos ancient lamp. Because the primal chaos ancient lamp had not become an emperor weapon yet. So the primal chaos ancient lamp had not been finalized. There was no imprint of the emperor's power. At this time, the primal chaos ancient lamp could still be dissolved and then turned into the purest primal chaos origin chi and mysterious yellow origin chi. At that time, he could use the primal chaos origin chi and mysterious yellow origin chi to temper his life source magic weapon. Many top experts would be very interested in this matter. Second, Lin Feng had always been using the primal chaos ancient lamp to protect his soul, because he knew that if the body was destroyed, there might be a chance to seize a body and be reborn. If Lin Feng was destroyed, he would be doomed eternally. He wouldn't even have a corpse to bury. The soul was the foundation of a cultivator. Therefore, no matter when, protecting one's soul from harm was the most important thing. Lin Feng's soul had been attacked by powerful cultivators several times, but in the end, it was Lin Feng who defeated those powerful cultivators' souls. Although there were many reasons. But there was an extremely important reason. That was, the primal chaos ancient lamp played a key defensive role. Without the primal chaos ancient lamp's defense, Lin Feng's soul might have already died. How could he resist those experts' soul attacks? Upgrading the primal chaos ancient lamp was naturally a very important matter for Lin Feng. This treasure was Lin Feng's life source magic weapon and was closely related to Lin Feng. For example, no matter how high the grade of the magic treasure Lin Feng had obtained through a fortuitous encounter was, it would still be extremely rare. To put it bluntly, it was just a worldly possession that could be snatched away at any time. Moreover, many high-grade magic treasures required a huge price to activate. However, the natal Dharma treasure was different. Activating one's natal magic treasure did not cost anything. A natal magic treasure was equivalent to a part of a cultivator's body. Unless the cultivator died, no one would be able to take away a cultivator's life source magic treasure. If Lin Feng's primal chaos ancient lamp could reach the level of a quasi-emperor weapon, the power released by Lin Feng's primal chaos ancient lamp was even greater than the power released by the Nine Devils diagram. This was the biggest difference between a natal magic weapon and a magic weapon obtained through a fortuitous encounter. Although the Nine Devils diagram's level was high, Lin Feng could only activate a part of the Nine Devils diagram's power. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's level was not as high as the Nine Devils diagram, but Lin Feng could completely release the power of the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Therefore, when Lin Feng activated the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp and the Nine Devils diagram, the power released by the natal magic weapon, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, was even more powerful. Lin Feng walked towards the fiery sun crystal step by step. Buzz, the fiery sun crystal vibrated and released a terrifying energy wave that swept towards Lin Feng. Each energy wave was extremely powerful. The fiery sun crystal seemed to be unwilling to be taken away by Lin Feng. Therefore, it began to attack Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and swept his fist forward, shattering the energy wave released by the fiery sun crystal. Then, he grabbed the fiery sun crystal in his hand. The fiery sun crystal was worthy of being called the Sun Spirit. The temperature was incomparably hot. Lin Feng sensed that the temperature of the fiery sun crystal had probably reached more than 30,000 degrees Celsius. If an ordinary cultivator touched the fiery sun crystal, they would immediately be burned to ashes. However, Lin Feng had refined the heavenly fire. He was now immune to flames and high temperatures. Therefore, he was not afraid of the terrifying temperature of the fiery sun crystal. Lin Feng took out the primal demon cauldron and threw the fiery sun crystal into it. Then, the heavenly fire gushed out and flew into the primal demon cauldron. He began to refine the fiery sun crystal. The first step in refining a magic weapon was to smelt the materials. Now, Lin Feng needed to smelt the fiery sun crystal into a liquid. Then, he would refine it into the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. The fiery sun crystal itself was a sun spirit with a scorching attribute. Therefore, smelting it was not an easy task. However, Lin Feng used the 4 heavenly fires to refine the fiery sun crystal. Although the fiery sun crystal was difficult to melt, under Lin Feng's repeated smelting, it was gradually dissolved. After the fiery sun crystal had completely melted into a liquid, Lin Feng then took out the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp flew into the Primal Demon Cauldron. The fiery sun crystal was poured onto the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Then, it was gradually absorbed by the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Time passed. In about a day's time, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp had transformed from a heavenly weapon to a giant god weapon. However, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp had only absorbed a small part of the fiery sun crystal's liquid. Clearly, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp could continue to evolve. This made Lin Feng very happy. The fiery sun crystal was indeed a top-grade sun spirit. Its effect was beyond imagination. Another 3 days passed. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was about to undergo the most crucial transformation. This transformation was to evolve into a quasi-emperor weapon. Evolving a giant god weapon into a quasi-emperor weapon was a huge leap. It was incomparably difficult. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Once the transformation was successful, its power would undergo an earth-shattering change. Therefore, Lin Feng was very excited about the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's transformation. Of course, he knew that this was an extremely crucial moment. He could not afford to be careless in the slightest. The slightest mistake could cause the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's transformation to fail. The failure of a magic treasure's transformation was the same as the failure of a cultivator's breakthrough. If he wanted to transform again next time, the difficulty level would increase by 10 times or even dozens of times. At this moment, runes began to intertwine on the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. These runes were called Emperor runes. Emperor runes would appear on a quasi-emperor weapon. Therefore, the quasi-emperor weapon was extremely powerful because of these emperor runes. If a quasi-emperor weapon transformed into an emperor weapon, the emperor runes would transform into emperor runes. The emperor weapon's power would also increase tremendously. A total of 7 days and 7 nights passed. Densely packed emperor runes appeared on the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. The more emperor runes a quasi-emperor weapon had, the more powerful the quasi-emperor weapon would be. As a magic treasure made of top-grade materials, the number of emperor runes on the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was unbelievable. Buzz, waves of terrifying energy surged out. The densely packed emperor runes shook and released billions of runes. Finally, Lin Feng stood proudly in the void. Not far away, there was a 10,000-meter-tall mountain. Lin Feng took out the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Swoosh, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp shot out a beam of Primal Chaos light. Bang, along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The 10,000-meter-tall mountain exploded. Ha 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 ha, not bad, not bad. The power of the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp is indeed strong, Lin Feng laughed out loud. He was overjoyed that the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp had evolved into a Boundary Emperor weapon. Of course, what excited Lin Feng the most was the transformation of the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. It had made a real leap. Next, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp might become a real Emperor weapon. If his natal treasure became an Emperor weapon, it would be terrifying. He would be able to kill gods and demons. Unless he met a great Emperor-level expert, Lin Feng would not be a match for him. Otherwise, it did not matter how many years he was an antique. It did not matter if he was the son of a great emperor or a saint emperor. He would kill all of them. Lin Feng kept the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Then, he flew into the distance. During this period of time, Lin Feng had been refining the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp in seclusion. He realized that his stomach was rumbling with hunger. Coincidentally, he saw an evil dragon and a ferocious tiger fighting by the lake. He rushed over and killed both of them. With the tiger in his hand, he carried the evil dragon on his shoulder. He quickly flew into the distance. A bonfire rose in the forest. The flames burned fiercely, illuminating Lin Feng's handsome face red. Lin Feng made barbecued meat, soup, and other delicacies that he was good at. He had all kinds of tools here, and they were all well stocked. So, as long as he had ingredients, he could cook delicacies anytime and anywhere. Lin Feng happened to be a glutton. Now that he had killed an evil dragon and a ferocious tiger, he naturally wanted to have a good meal. Bibi and the dragon rabbit could not help but fly out and start munching on the food. Swoosh! 5 cultivators flew over from afar. Smells so good. A female cultivator said. When they saw Lin Feng enjoying delicious food in the mountain forest, they quickly flew over. Eh? Isn't that Lin Feng? A cultivator said. That's right, it's him. Another person said. The group consisted of 2 women and 3 men. They were from the Mu clan. Among the 2 women, the one who spoke earlier was called Mu Xianyun. He was also a direct descendant of the Mu family. The other woman was Mu Xianling. It's really Lin Feng. Mu Xianyun said and stuck out her tongue. She had originally planned to freeload some food. But when he thought about the relationship between Lin Feng and Mu Xianling, he gave up on this idea. The other 3 male cultivators were called Mu Xiansen, Mu Xianfei, and Mu Xianchang. The 3 of them didn't say anything else. Why don't we leave? Mu Xianyun looked at Mu Xianling and said. These people were all led by Mu Xianling. Mu Xianling could be ranked in the top 5 of the Mu clan's younger generation. That was the reason why Mu Xianling was acting so high and mighty. Lin Feng glanced at Mu Xianling and the others, then retracted his gaze as if he didn't see them. He didn't have a good impression of Mu Xianling, so he naturally wouldn't greet her. Everyone else is searching for dragon chi and fortuitous encounters, but you're here cooking. Are you planning to give up on yourself? But thinking about it, people like you won't have any achievements no matter how hard you work. You might as well give up and enjoy life. Mu Xianling looked at Lin Feng with disdain. She was extremely glad that she had broken off the engagement with Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at Mu Xianling and said indifferently, what does what I do have to do with you? Don't think too highly of yourself. Hee hee. Continue to be stubborn. I can't be bothered to talk so much nonsense with you. This is an insult to my status. Let's go. Mu Xianling glanced at the others and took the lead to fly into the distance. The others looked at Lin Feng apologetically. They didn't have any grudges with Lin Feng. On the contrary. Lin Feng and Mu Xianxia were engaged, and they might be family in the future. Naturally, they didn't want their relationship with Lin Feng to be too strained. But they couldn't control Mu Xianling's thoughts. The few of them followed Mu Xianling and left quickly. What a self-righteous woman, Lin Feng shook his head speechlessly. After Mu Xianling left, Lin Feng continued to enjoy his delicacies. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit fell asleep after eating their fill. They were at an age that made people envious. Other than eating, they were either playing or sleeping. They were carefree. Lin Feng continued to search for Dragon Qi in the forest. He would rob any cultivators who didn't have eyes. A day later, there were intense fluctuations in the forest. There were cultivators fighting. Lin Feng flew over and found more than 10 cultivators attacking a woman. That woman had a graceful figure. She was so perfect that it was suffocating. Furthermore, she had a beautiful face that could be broken by a single blow. When Lin Feng saw the woman's appearance, he immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. Hu Mei Xian. It was actually this woman. Lin Feng's impression of this woman was too deep. Back then, in the ancient battlefield of gods and devils and Sky Martial continent, Lin Feng got to know this demon girl. At that time, this demon girl left an extremely deep impression on Lin Feng. Powerful, beautiful, charming, mysterious. At that time, Lin Feng's cultivation was still relatively weak. In front of Hu Mei Xian, he could be described as weak. Many years had passed. Lin Feng had already become a powerhouse of a region. He was no longer the weak Lin Feng from back then. And Hu Mei Xian? She was as beautiful and charming as ever. Demon girl, that treasure is ours, and you are also ours. The leader of the cultivators immediately let out a series of malicious voices. Hu Mei Xian was such a peerless beauty. It was indeed easy to attract the attention of many people. And these people in front of him were obviously not only coveting Hu Mei Xian's treasure, they were also coveting Hu Mei Xian's beauty. So many years have passed, I wonder how Hu Mei Xian's cultivation is now. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Hu Mei Xian was too powerful back then. But at that time it was still in Sky Martial continent, and could not be compared to the 9 provinces. So Lin Feng did not know what cultivation level Hu Mei Xian was at now. He did not immediately take action, but observed in the dark. If Hu Mei Xian was not a match for these people, at that time it would not be too late to take action. If Hu Mei Xian was a match for these people, he could also take the opportunity to observe Hu Mei Xian's current cultivation. A bunch of reckless fools. Yi Futian sneered. Hu Mei Xian curled her lips with a look of disdain. This woman was as arrogant as ever. The group of cultivators' faces suddenly sank. When we capture you later, you'll know how powerful we are. The attacks of the group of cultivators were very unique. Clearly, they had coordinated their attacks countless times. Thus, each of their attacks was able to complement the attacks of the others. Therefore, it was very difficult to find a flaw in the attacks of so many experts. There were 2 ways to break their combined attack. The first method was to use violence to curb violence. The second method was to look for flaws. Using violence to curb violence was simply direct and crude. That was to crush these people's attacks with even greater combat power. It was easy to say, but it was really too difficult to do. 1 against many was already full of disadvantages. In order to defeat the other party, one would need extremely heaven-defying battle prowess. The second method might work, but it also required a keen sense of observation. During the battle, he would find the opponent's weak point and then strike it with a sure kill strike, breaking their combined attack technique. Hu Mei Xian was a genius. When she was young, she was already a famous figure in the Sky Martial continent. Now that so many years had passed, perhaps only Hu Mei Xian herself knew how much she had grown. Humph! Facing the besiegement of a group of experts, Hu Mei Xian coldly snorted, and then coldly said, a group of self-righteous people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Boom! Following an intense shockwave, Charming Fox attacked. Destructive shockwaves spread out from her body. Those shockwaves were enough to cause people's expressions to change. Charming Fox Immortal is indeed the same Charming Fox Immortal from before, her cultivation is abnormally strong. The Charming Fox Immortal chose to deal with this group of people in a direct manner. A 7-colored ball of light condensed in Hu Mei Xian's hands. The rainbow light ball was taken out by Charming Fox Immortal. Then, the 7-colored ball of light turned into 7-colored beasts in the air. That kind of ferocious beast was very strange. It looked like a dragon but not a dragon, a lion but not a lion, a tiger but not a tiger, and a deer but not a deer. Although those ferocious beasts looked strange, their cultivations were abnormally terrifying. Rumble, ferocious beasts began to gallop in the void. The void shook violently. The ferocious beasts stepped on the void. Even the void was shattered. The attacks unleashed by the tens of cultivators were all crushed by the ferocious beasts. Retreat, a group of cultivators cried out in horror. It was only at this moment that they realized how powerful the charming fox immortal was. But it was too late to retreat now. The attacks of the charming fox immortal were simply too powerful. The condensed seven-colored ferocious beasts trampled through the void, destroying everything in their path, including those cultivators. Their bodies directly collapsed. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen cultivators had died. Charming fox immortal's attack dissipated. After collecting the storage rings of more than 10 cultivators, she was about to leave. Suddenly, the charming fox immortal looked in the direction where Lin Feng was hiding and said with a charming smile, "Your Excellency has hidden very deeply. You must have been hiding for a long time, right? Show yourself." Waves after waves of violent fluctuations were emitted from Hu Meixian's hands. Clearly, the charming fox immortal was ready for battle. Lin Feng did not continue to hide. He flew out, looked at her, and said, "Xian'er, do you still remember me?" Hu Meixian slightly frowned and said, "Who are you? How dare you call me Xian'er?" When Lin Feng and Hu Meixian first met, Lin Feng was only a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Many years had passed since then. Lin Feng's appearance had changed quite a bit. That was why Hu Meixian did not recognize Lin Feng at first glance. Lin Feng said, "In the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, you even snatched my roasted meat. It's you." Hu Meixian's eyes suddenly lit up. She thought of what had happened in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Later on, she heard some rumors about Lin Feng, but she later heard that Lin Feng had died. Then, she came to the 9 states. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right, it's me. I didn't expect to meet you here." Hu Meixian smiled. This woman's smile was so beautiful that it was suffocating. She said, "Back then, I thought you were dead. Looks like not only are you not dead, you're living a very carefree life." Lin Feng said, "There's a saying that good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. How can a scourge like me die so quickly?" Hu Meixian smiled and said, "That's a good saying." "When did you come to the 9 states?" said Lin Feng. "It's been more than 10 years. Did you join any sect?" Hu Meixian asked. "The Reincarnation Immortal Sect," Lin Feng said. Hu Meixian said, "The Reincarnation Immortal Sect seems to have a Lord Turtle, and he has some ties with us monsters. I once heard some old monsters talk about Lord Turtle in the ancient monster continent." Lin Feng said. Hee. Lord Turtle is my master." Hu Meixian looked at Lin Feng in astonishment and said, "Rumor has it that Lord Turtle took in a disciple, and that disciple is called scum by the disciples of the sect. It's to the point where everyone wants to beat him up. So that person is you?" Lin Feng said, "Don't listen to those rumors. Many of them are untrue. It's true that I'm Lord Turtle's disciple, but I'm loved by everyone in the sect. Everyone wants to beat me up. Such rumors can't be believed at all. I'm guessing that the person who spread these rumors must be someone who envies me." Hu Meixian smiled and said, "Is that true? Why do I feel that with your personality? It's very likely that you're just like the rumors say. You're simply a scum." "Slander. They're definitely slandering me. I want to strongly condemn these people who slander me." Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim righteously. Hu Meixian smiled and said, "I'm going somewhere. Do you want to come with me?" "What place?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Dragon's Pool," Hu Meixian said. "Dragon's Pool? What's that place?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of Dragon's Pool. Hu Meixian said, "It's said that it's a place where dragons gather. Inside Dragon's Pool, the dragons seem to be guarding something." Lin Feng was shocked. Something that the dragons were guarding? It must be something extraordinary, right? "Alright, let's go take a look at Dragon's Pool," Lin Feng said. Whoosh. Whoosh, Lin Feng and Hu Xian flew in the direction of Dragon's Pool. Clearly, Hu Xian had already found out the location of Dragon's Pool. They weren't too far away from it. 3 days later, they arrived at Dragon's Pool. Dragon's Pool was extremely large. Rather than calling it a pool, it was more like a lake. Mist lingered in Dragon's Pool. Visibility was very low. There were many cultivators scattered around. There were also cultivators flying into the depths of the dragon pond. The great demonic god was actually that guy. His cultivation was heaven-defying, and he had once chased after Lin Feng. At that time, Lin Feng was still no match for the great demonic god, but that was no longer the case. The great demonic god was extremely flamboyant, but he was so strong that no one dared to provoke him. Thus, despite his arrogance, he still lived a carefree life. The prodigy ranking battle this time was extremely lively. All sorts of monsters had appeared, and they were currently scattered among the 8 heavens. They had yet to gather. Once they did, an intense battle would definitely break out. The Paragon Battle of Heaven's favorites was naturally eye-catching. Of course. The Paragon Battle of Heaven's favorites would most likely not start early. It was very likely that the final battle would only start when everyone reached the top of the Prodigy Tower. The great demonic god quickly flew towards the depths of the dragon pond. Lin Feng and Hu Xian also entered the dragon pond. They flew for a long time, but apart from cultivators, they didn't find anything else. Many of the treasures in the dragon pond have already been taken away. And those giant dragons formed by Dragon Chi have all been killed. Now it's too difficult to find opportunities in the dragon pool. Many people in the dragon pond were discussing. They had been searching for a long time, but they hadn't found anything, so they were very depressed. There's also a dragon cave. That's the true secret of the dragon pond, but we'll just be throwing our lives away if we go there. Yeah, that's a place only the top experts are qualified to enter. Let's go, let's go. If we can't find anything in the dragon pond, let's go somewhere else. There's no need to hang ourselves on a tree. That's right. Let's go somewhere else and try our luck. Many cultivators flew outside and left the dragon pond. Lin Feng and Hu Xian flew towards the depths of the dragon pond. They were very interested in the dragon cave. Look, that place should be where the dragon cave is, right? Lin Feng pointed towards the depths of the dragon pond. The place Lin Feng pointed at was filled with rolling black fog. From within the black fog, roars could be heard from time to time. At the same time, the roars of cultivators could also be heard. Someone was fighting in the dragon cave. Whoosh, Lin Feng and Hu Xian quickly flew over. Inside the dragon cave, demonic light surged, covering the sky and the sun. It emitted waves of terrifying waves that made one's soul tremble. Within the demonic light, vaguely, he could see dozens of figures fighting against the creatures within the demonic light. The dragon cave is guarded by many powerful puppets. Many experts have been attacking for many days and destroyed many puppets. I estimate that the dragon cave's guardian puppets are not far away. It's just that I don't know what's in the dragon cave. It actually has so many powerful guardian puppets. I'm not sure about that. Everything will become clear after the dragon cave opens. Many people stood in the distance to watch the battle and did not choose to get close. Some cultivators were strong enough to participate in the battle of the dragon cave, but those cultivators did not participate. Obviously, he wanted to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. After the people inside defeated the guardian puppets, they followed them in. The battle had been going on for many days. Not long after Lin Feng and Hu Xian arrived, the battle ended. All of the guardian puppets were killed. The dragon cave's protective barrier was also completely destroyed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, immediately after, a number of figures flew quickly into the dragon cave and disappeared into it. Lin Feng and Hu Xian also flew into the dragon cave. Just as they entered the dragon cave, a massive demonic light surged. Someone attacked Lin Feng and attacked Lin Feng with a palm. Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. He turned around and attacked with a palm. Bang, accompanied by a dull sound of collision, Lin Feng was sent flying by the powerful palm. The person who attacked was so strong that it shocked Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng saw clearly who the cultivator who attacked him was. It was none other than the great demonic god. Kid, your cultivation has improved. To think that you can block my palm. The great demonic god looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile. Lin Feng looked at Hu Meixian and said, let's work together to kill this guy. Hu Meixian smiled and said, that's a good idea. What are we waiting for? Let's just do it. The moment she said that, Lin Feng and Hu Meixian attacking the great demonic god from the left and right. The great demonic god sneered, so what if it's 1 against 2? I can still crush the 2 of you. The great demonic god was extremely arrogant. He did not think much of Lin Feng and Hu Meixian. But when the 2 sides really started fighting, the great demonic god realized that something was wrong. Lin Feng and Hu Meixian's fighting strength was much stronger than he had imagined. After hundreds of rounds, Hu Meixian found an opportunity to send the great demonic god flying with a kick. As for Lin Feng, he activated the Dracophant arm and attacked the great demonic god. The great demonic god hastily blocked Lin Feng's attack. However, he was sent flying by Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha. Great demonic god, I've noticed that your cultivation hasn't improved much over the years, but your bragging skills have improved. Lin Feng suddenly laughed. He quickly charged at the great demonic god. At the same time, Hu Meixian also charged at the great demonic god. 1 against 2. That's an unfair victory. There's nothing to be proud of, alright? The great demonic god snorted coldly. He did not want to admit that he had lost. Thus, he found an excuse for himself. But when he saw Lin Feng and Hu Meixian charging at him, the great demonic god turned and fled. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The great demonic god was an extremely arrogant person. Why was he fleeing now? Lin Feng found it hard to believe that the great demonic god would do something like this. Great demonic god, when did you become a coward? Lin Feng shouted as he chased after the great demonic god. The great demonic god scolded him. You're the coward. Your whole family is cowards. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. F***ck. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard the great demonic god's words. The great demonic god was probably the only person who could make running away sound so refreshing. The dragon cavern's tunnels extended in all directions, and the great demonic god quickly disappeared into them. It wasn't difficult to avoid being hunted down in this kind of passageway that extended in all directions. A treasure! A treasure! A top-tier true treasure has appeared in one of the stone chambers. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the depths of the cavern. It attracted many people's attention. Such a violent fluctuation shocked the surrounding cultivators. They all rushed over, wanting to see what it was that could cause such a powerful fluctuation. Let's go and see what treasure it is. Lin Feng said. He and Hu Meixian quickly rushed toward the stone room. Soon, the 2 entered the stone room. The stone room was very large, and there were about 200 to 300 people inside. It was very crowded. There was a huge beast head in the stone room. It was the head of a Swanee. A Swanee was the son of a dragon. A dragon had 9 sons. The 9 sons were different. Among the sons of a dragon, a Swanee was an extremely violent one. This kind of beast could still be seen in some ancient forests. However, the bloodline of those Swanee had long become impure. It was very difficult to restore the Swanee to its former glory. However, this Swanee was different. This Swanee was not made of flesh and blood. It was made of bronze. Only a huge head was exposed. Its eyes flashed with a cold light, and its ferocious aura was monstrous. Bronze Swanee. Lin Feng was shocked. This bronze Swanee only had a head exposed. He wondered if the person who created this bronze Swanee had only created a head. Or did he create a complete bronze Swanee, and the other part of the bronze Swanee was hidden in the mountain? The bronze swan and I stared coldly at everyone who had entered the stone room. Lowly ants, this is not a place where you can intrude. Get out of here, all of you, it said in human language. A beast made of bronze can speak? Has it become a spirit? A demon soldier. It must have transformed into a demon soldier, right? It must have turned into a bronze form. Otherwise, how could it speak? That's right, it must be so. It belongs to whoever gets it. Many cultivators shouted, and then they began to fight for the bronze Xianxia. Demon weapons were extremely precious to begin with. However, demon soldiers were also divided into different grades. Without a doubt, among the demon soldiers, the most precious were the demon soldiers transformed from bronze or stone tools. Many people believed that the bronze Xianxia was a demon soldier made of bronze. Such a treasure was enough to make many people risk their lives. Pooh! 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 The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. Cultivators were killed one after another. Their corpses fell to the ground and blood flowed everywhere. Scram! All of you scram! The treasure is mine! Lin Feng roared and rushed towards the bronze Xianxia. It would be even better if the bronze Xianxia had a complete body. Lin Feng had heard that there was an ancient Taoist saint called Laozi who rode a green ox and was invincible. If he obtained the bronze Xianxia, in that case, he would be able to ride the bronze Xianxia in the future and be invincible throughout the heavens. The bronze Xianxia was much cooler than Laozi's green ox. You're courting death. Many people cast sidelong glances at Lin Feng. Daring to snatch food from the tiger's mouth was simply courting death. Boom! 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 Waves after waves of terrifying energy fluctuations swept through the world and surged out. A dense number of cultivators began attacking Lin Feng. All sorts of powerful divine abilities blasted towards Lin Feng. In the face of these terrifying attacks, Lin Feng waved his dragon elephant arm and smashed the surrounding cultivators' attacks with a punch. Then, all the cultivators around him were sent flying. Following that, Lin Feng quickly stepped towards the bronze Xianxia. That's the eternal and immortal path of purification. Lin Feng began chanting the incantation of the Great Purification Technique. The Great Purification Technique condensed the power of purification and lingered on Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng slammed his palm towards the bronze Xianxia's head, wanting to directly purify it. This was the best way to do it once and for all. The bronze Xianxia was a demon soldier. Some of its characteristics were similar to cultivators. If he directly purified it, he could completely control the bronze Xianxia. But at that moment, the bronze Xianxia suddenly opened its bloody mouth. A huge ball of energy directly shot towards Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng thought that he could purify the bronze Xianxia. Therefore, he did not expect the bronze Xianxia to be preparing an attack. It was too late to dodge now. Bang! Lin Feng was sent flying by the energy ball spat out by the bronze Xianxia. He felt his blood boil. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough to withstand the bronze Xianxia's attack. Are you all right? Asked Mei Xian hastily, helping Lin Feng stand up. I'm fine. Lin Feng shook his head. Serves you right. The others looked at Lin Feng with a gloating expression. Then, those cultivators rushed towards the bronze Xianxia. Rumble! Rumble! Suddenly, the entire stone room began to shake violently. Crack, crack. Then, the stone room's walls and ground began to crack. Roar! The bronze Xianxia let out an earth-shaking roar. Then, the walls collapsed. The bronze Xianxia's body was revealed. It was a body made of bronze and emitted a terrifying wave of energy. That wave was simply suffocating. The bronze Xianxia raised its huge claws and slapped at the surrounding cultivators. Bang, 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 one cultivator after another was sent flying by the bronze Xianxia. Those cultivators' bodies exploded in midair and died on the spot. His death was simply too tragic. Not good, the bronze Xianxia is free. Let's go. Seeing this scene, many people were scared out of their wits and hurriedly rushed outside. Move, move, don't block the way, Lin Feng shouted and squeezed through the crowd with charming fox. The bronze Xianxia was showing off its might. A single slap of its claws could kill a dozen or even dozens of people. Most importantly, the bronze Xianxia's body was not made of flesh and blood. It was made of mysterious bronze, and this bronze was almost indestructible. Therefore, the bronze Xianxia's defense was too strong. These cultivators' magic treasures and divine abilities could not cause any harm to the bronze Xianxia's body. This was also the reason why Lin Feng fled. The bronze Xianxia was such a terrifying existence that it would be almost impossible to deal with it once it escaped. If he did not leave, staying would be suicide. Lin Feng and Charming Fox rushed all the way into the depths and finally got rid of the bronze swanny. When they passed by an intersection, Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill on his back. It was as if something unclean had appeared behind him. He could not help but be shocked. Then, he quickly turned around and looked behind him, but there was nothing behind him. Lin Feng had always trusted his intuition. Therefore, that feeling just now should not be an illusion. However, Lin Feng really didn't notice anything, which made him feel puzzled. Didn't you have a special feeling just now? Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and asked. A special feeling? Are you trying to say that there's something evil targeting us? Xianxia was a very smart woman. Therefore, she immediately guessed what Lin Feng wanted to say. Her pretty face could not help but become serious. Lin Feng nodded and said, no one has entered this place for so many years. Who knows what evil things might appear here? I just happen to have a treasure here. Xianxia said and took out an alms bowl. What is that? Lin Feng looked at Xianxia in astonishment. My alms bowl is not simple. It was once used by Bodhidharma in the past. It has long been tainted with Bodhidharma's aura. Xianxia said. Bodhidharma was an extremely ancient existence in the history of Buddhism. This existence's cultivation was heaven-defying. It was said that in order to comprehend the Tao, he had sat under a Bodhi tree for 30 million years. Of course, this was just a legend. Whether it was true or not was already impossible to verify. However, the greatness of Bodhidharma was worthy of affirmation. In the Buddhist world, there were still Bodhidharma temples and Bodhidharma temples. The treasures used by Bodhidharma in the past were naturally extraordinary. They had long been tainted with Bodhidharma's Buddhist power. Even spirits, ghosts, and other things would be restrained. Lin Feng also took out the ghost-raising jar. He didn't want anything to jump out of it. If Bodhidharma's alms bowl could not deal with those evil things, there was still his ghost-raising jar. The ghost-raising jar was a very powerful treasure. It could devour all kinds of evil ghosts, malicious ghosts, ominous ghosts, and so on. No ghost could hide from the ghost-raising jar. The two of them continued to walk deeper. When they took out the alms bowl and the ghost-raising jar left behind by Bodhidharma, Lin Feng immediately realized that the gloomy and cold aura had also disappeared. He said, I can't sense that cold aura anymore. The thing in the dark seems to have left. It might really be a ghost. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so afraid of the thing in our hands. It's good that it left. We'll mind our own business as long as it doesn't provoke us. Xianxia said. Lin Feng nodded and continued to walk inside with Xianxia. Suddenly, an incomparably mournful scream came from the tunnel not far away. Lin Feng and Xianxia quickly rushed over. When they arrived here, more than 10 cultivators had already gathered at the scene of the incident. A cultivator was examining the corpse of a dead cultivator. How did he die? Someone asked. The cultivator who inspected the corpse shook his head and said, I didn't find any injuries. Some people felt that the cultivator must have been careless when he was inspecting, which was why he didn't find anything. Therefore, the cultivators also went forward to check, but they couldn't find anything wrong. Isn't this death too strange? Someone said with a trembling voice. The unknown was the scariest thing. And obviously, the cultivator's strange death struck fear into everyone's hearts. Lin Feng said, everyone, make way. Let me take a look. Everyone made way. Lin Feng squatted next to the corpse and examined it, but he didn't find anything. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly found a very faint green handprint behind the ear of the dead cultivator. Look, there's a green handprint here. Lin Feng pointed at the green handprint and said. That can't mean anything, right? A cultivator said. Lin Feng said, a normal handprint naturally can't mean anything, but this green handprint can mean the cause of death of this cultivator. What do you mean? Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Most handprints that can leave behind a body are bruises, but look, what kind of bruise is this? Lin Feng pointed at the green handprint and said. There's a black aura in the green. A cultivator said. A bruise has a dark purple blood print, but the green we see in front of us has a black aura. Under normal circumstances, there's only one possibility for such a strange phenomenon to occur. Lin Feng said. What kind of situation would cause such a situation to occur? Someone asked. Ghosts. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, a ghost must have appeared. When ghosts kill people, they will have a black aura, so this green handprint with a black aura should be left behind by a ghost claw. Hearing the word ghost, many people couldn't help but gasp. Cultivators would also be afraid of these strange existences. Brother, you mustn't joke with us. Someone said. Of course I'm not joking. Everyone, take out all the Buddhist treasures you have and carry them with you. Buddhist treasures can restrain ghosts. Perhaps they can scare away the ghosts hiding in the dark. Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone took out their Buddhist treasures. This was a must-have. Many people would bring their Buddhist treasures when they go out, just in case they encounter ghosts. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Lin Feng looked at the charming fox immortal and said. This place made him feel very uneasy. The charming fox immortal nodded and went deeper into the cave with Lin Feng. Since we've already gotten some treasures in the dragon cave, let's go out. Alright, let's leave this strange place. A cultivator said and went outside. There were also cultivators who went into other tunnels, not wanting to leave just like that. Suddenly, the ghost aura in the tunnel rolled. The ghost aura instantly drowned the cultivators. These cultivators' treasures didn't deter that terrifying ghost at all. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they were killed by the ghost. Something's not right. Something is approaching us. The charming fox immortal said. Her senses were very strong. She felt that something was wrong before Lin Feng did. Look behind us, Lin Feng pointed behind them. The charming fox immortal also turned to look, and her expression turned ugly. Behind them, darkness completely covered the tunnel. The ghost aura was eerie. The rolling ghost aura wanted to silently devour the two of them, but they noticed it first. Lin Feng and the charming fox immortal quickly retreated. But the ghost aura kept chasing after them. What is that? Suddenly, the charming fox immortal pointed at the ghost aura. Lin Feng looked carefully at the rolling ghost aura. He saw that a blood-stained white robe flew out from the rolling ghost aura. The blood-stained white robe flew out of its own accord and floated in the ghost fog. It was too demonic and terrifying, making one's hair stand on end. Lin Feng's expression also became serious. The same went for the charming fox immortal. The unknown was often the most terrifying, just like what they saw in front of them. What they saw in front of them was unknown, making one's heart palpitate and horrified. What the hell is that? Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. He still held the ghost-raising jar in his hand. The charming fox immortal held the alms bowl passed down by the ancient Buddha Bodhidharma. Lin Feng poured his powerful magic power into the ghost-raising jar. If the blood-stained white robe was related to the ghost, then the ghost-raising jar should be able to devour the blood-stained white robe. In fact, Lin Feng now suspected that there was a terrifying ghost that had a way to hide its body. And that ghost was now wearing a blood-stained white robe. But because the ghost could hide its body, they couldn't see the ghost's existence now, only the blood-stained white robe. Although the naked eye couldn't see the ghost's existence, the magic treasure should be able to sense it. Lin Feng activated the ghost-raising jar. The ghost-raising jar emitted a powerful devouring power that enveloped the blood-stained white robe. At this time, the blood-stained white robe suddenly shook in the air. A powerful force shook Lin Feng's body, sweeping directly onto Lin Feng's body. That powerful force. Lin Feng was blown away by the wind. Lin Feng felt his qi and blood churning, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. Lin Feng didn't expect the blood-stained white robe to be so terrifying. It even hurt him. And the ghost-raising jar obviously didn't have any effect on the blood-stained white robe. This meant that the blood-stained white robe. It had nothing to do with the ghost. Otherwise, how could the ghost-raising jar not work? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The situation in front of him was too strange. It gave him a bad feeling. The charming fox immortal activated the alms bowl in her hand. Namo Amaba, suddenly. An ancient voice came from the alms bowl. Immediately after, The figure of an ancient Buddha appeared. That ancient Buddha was very blurry. However, even though his body looked blurry, he was still able to make out what was going on. However, one could still feel the compassionate aura emanating from him. This was an accomplished monk. Ancient Buddha Dharma? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. The Bodhidharma ancient Buddha appeared, manifesting the various worlds in the sky. It was as if a god had descended. With every step he took, a new world would appear beneath his feet. Wherever Bodhidharma passed, the darkness was dispelled, and the ghost chi also dissipated. The scene before his eyes was truly shocking. What a powerful alms bowl. It shows an illusion of Bodhidharma. I wonder if it can subdue the blood-colored white robe. Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Bodhidharma in shock. Bodhidharma walked towards the blood-red robe. His large hand reached out, grabbing at the blood-red robe. At this moment, the blood-red robe suddenly unleashed its might, fluttering in the air. When Bodhidharma approached the blood-red robe, the robe directly enveloped Bodhidharma. It wanted to envelop the blood-red robe. Seeing this, the charming fox immortal's pretty face changed slightly. She continued to activate the alms bowl in her hand. Swoosh, a light flashed. A divine light surged out of the alms bowl. The divine light entered Bodhidharma's body. Bodhidharma's body became dazzling. Chanting sounds could be heard, and a small world seemed to be formed within Bodhidharma's body. In that small world, 3,000 old monks were chanting Buddhist scriptures. Bang bang bang, Bodhidharma slapped the blood-red robe again and again, trying to destroy it completely. However, the blood-red robe was too powerful. Bodhidharma's every attack was blocked by the blood-red robe. Then, the blood-red robe directly enveloped Bodhidharma. Bodhidharma wanted to tear the robe apart, but after many attempts, he failed. Bodhidharma's strength was constantly weakening. Clearly, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long before being destroyed by the blood-red robe. Let's go. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The blood-red robe was too terrifying. There was no way to resist it. He didn't know what it was. Lin Feng didn't have any fighting spirit left. The best thing to do was to think of a way to escape. Charming Fox Immortal naturally knew that leaving was the best thing to do. Therefore, without hesitation, she rushed towards the depths with Lin Feng. However, at this moment, the ghostly chi in the depths was rolling, blocking their way out. The blood-red robe wanted to completely trap Lin Feng and Charming Fox Immortal. We can't get out, Charming Fox Immortal said with a pale face. Don't worry, I've already thought of a way. Lin Feng said. Charming Fox Immortal's eyes lit up when she heard Lin Feng. Swoosh. With a flash, a treasure flew out. It was Lin Feng's natal treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Illuminating the way forward in the darkness, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp emitted a dense light, illuminating the way forward. The origin of this treasure was very special. Lin Feng was trapped in the mysterious dark space created by the Door of Slaughter. An ancient lamp appeared in the darkness, illuminating the way forward. Only then did he and Long Yushi escape. Lin Feng was enlightened. Therefore, he forged the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. And now, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was extraordinary. Just like the mysterious ancient lamp in the dark space, it illuminated the way forward in the darkness, searching for a way out. Under the guidance of the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, Lin Feng and Charming Fox Immortal rushed out of the ghostly chi. Lin Feng kept the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp and left quickly with Charming Fox Immortal. The two of them rushed into the depths. After a long time, they did not see the blood-red robe. Only then did the two of them let out a sigh of relief. Lin Feng said, previously, I felt that something was following us. It should be that blood-red robe. Charming Fox Immortal frowned, I don't know what that blood-red robe is. It's too strange and too terrifying. Lin Feng said, fortunately, we've already gotten rid of the blood-red robe. Let's go directly to the depths of the dragon cave and see if there's anything good. Whether or not we can get anything good, we have to leave this place quickly. This dragon cave is too terrifying. Charming Fox Immortal nodded in agreement. The two of them quickly rushed into the depths of the dragon cave. The dragon cave was very huge. After 2 hours, the two of them arrived at the depths of the dragon cave. There was a huge stone room in the depths of the dragon cave. The restrictions were powerful and would not be easy to break. Lin Feng saw a few powerful figures. One of them was a young man with a cold face and a terrifying aura. Even though Lin Feng had never seen that person before, this was the first time he had seen him. He could already sense how terrifying that person was. His aura was powerful and deep, making one feel suffocated. This cultivator was young Master Dragon Sparrow, the top prodigy of this ancient race. He was an existence that looked down on everyone. Lin Feng also saw the great demonic god. He was also studying the runes on the stone door. The grand formation is extraordinary. It seems that there might be something good in the stone room. Lin Feng said. Charming Fox said eagerly. Let's run after we snatch the treasure. Lin Feng nodded. Although he was proficient in grand formations, he did not go forward. Those people were strong enough to break the formation, but it would take a longer time. Zhou Tiantong is here, a loud voice rang out. Then, a green-robed man walked over, causing quite a commotion. Who is he? Someone who did not know Zhou Tiantong asked. He's a genius of the Geomaster lineage. It's said that he has a heaven taboo body, which is the best physique for learning formations. When he was born, he was surrounded by countless runes. Although he's young, his attainments in formations have long surpassed many of the older generation experts of the Geomaster lineage. Heaven taboo body. Isn't that a legendary physique? Legend has it that those with the heaven taboo body can comprehend any formation with ease. No formation can stump someone with such a physique. That's right. This is why the heaven taboo body is extraordinary. Zhou Tiantong's comprehension of formations is not something ordinary people can compare to. With him making a move, I'm sure the stone door's restrictions will be broken soon. Many people were discussing in low voices. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the discussions. Heaven taboo body? Zhou Tiantong? The successor of the Geomaster lineage? Lin Feng and the Geomaster's branch were enemies, and they would never rest until one of them was dead. He had not expected to meet the most outstanding successor of the Geomaster lineage here. Lin Feng had also heard of the heaven taboo physique before. It was said that when a person with this kind of constitution was born, they had already been branded with the most mysterious and ancient runes by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, their physiques were especially suitable for learning the Tao of formation runes. This kind of person's attainments in array formations were often far ahead of others. Brother Zhou, many of the cultivators lingering in front of the stone gate obviously knew Zhou Tiantong. When they saw Zhou Tiantong's arrival, they all saluted him. Zhou Tiantong returned the salute. Everyone stepped aside. Zhou Tiantong came before the stone door and carefully studied the array on it. And the formation above is indeed a little special. Zhou Tiantong said. It took him about 6 hours to break the array on the stone door. Rumble, after the formation was broken, the group of people began to push open the stone door. The stone door was pushed open gradually. When the stone door was pushed open, everyone rushed into the stone room. The stone chamber was extremely large. It was pitch black inside. Buzz, suddenly. Light rose from the darkness. Then, the luster gradually expanded and turned into 3 balls of light. There are treasures, many people exclaimed and then quickly flew toward the 3 balls of light. Roar. A high-pitched dragon's roar resounded. The 3 balls of light turned into 3 small golden dragons and let out a dragon's roar. Then, the 3 small golden dragons flew out as fast as lightning. Divine Dragon Tail Whip, the 3 small golden dragons swung their tails and whipped at the cultivators. Bang! 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 One cultivator after another was sent flying by the small golden dragons. The small golden dragons were extraordinary. They possessed terrifying power that shocked and moved people. Lin Feng saw that the great demon god and young master Long Ke were sent flying by the small golden dragons. He immediately knew that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to subdue these small golden dragons. At the very least, it was absolutely impossible to do it with brute force. Lin Feng directly took out the heaven-devouring jar. Then, he began to activate the heaven-devouring jar. Treasures. The heaven-devouring jar could devour everything. Moreover, the heaven-devouring jar's power had increased greatly after fusing with the third part of the jar. Not to mention treasures. Even cultivators could be devoured. There was nothing that the heaven-devouring jar couldn't devour. The heaven-devouring jar locked onto a small golden dragon and began to devour it. However, the small golden dragon was unwilling to be devoured just like that. Therefore, it began to struggle violently. However, the heaven-devouring jar was really powerful. The small golden dragon's struggle was futile. In the end, the small golden dragon was devoured by the heaven-devouring jar. On the other side, the charming fox immortal took out a mysterious Xianxia bag. The Xianxia bag Dharma treasure devoured a small golden dragon. The charming fox immortal also had many powerful Dharma treasures on her. The third small golden dragon was taken into a jade bottle by a mysterious cultivator in a black robe. "Go," Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice and turned to rush outside. "Where do you think you're going?" The great demon god, young Master Long Ke, and a dozen other cultivators locked onto Lin Feng. Their eyes were filled with coldness as they began to besiege Lin Feng. The charming fox immortal and the black-robed cultivator were also besieged by a dozen other cultivators. Bang! 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 There was a series of violent collisions. Lin Feng was completely suppressed by these people. The great demon god and young Master Long Ke were too strong. In a one-on-one battle, Lin Feng might not be able to defeat the two of them. Moreover, he was now being attacked by a large group of people. The charming fox immortal and the black-robed cultivator were in the same situation. Roar! Just as the situation was getting more and more dangerous, a loud roar came from outside. A huge bronze swan and I quickly rushed into the stone room and waved its huge claws, killing one cultivator after another. Then, the bronze swan's mouth suddenly sucked, and the flesh and soul essence of all the dead cultivators were devoured by the bronze swan and I. At the same time, the gloomy ghost chi covered the sky. In an instant, the stone room was sealed. A blood-red white robe appeared. Whoosh, the blood-red white robe floated in the ghost chi and fluttered. The blood-red white robe emitted waves of demonic and terrifying power. Any cultivator who was enveloped by the demonic power emitted by the blood-red white robe, their bodies instantly withered and turned into dried corpses. Many people who saw this scene were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Many of the experts who were besieging Lin Feng wanted to break out of the encirclement. Therefore, many people no longer continued to besiege Lin Feng. Instead, they chose to break out of the encirclement and quickly leave the stone room. "Let's kill him first," young Master Long Ke's voice was indifferent as he stepped toward Lin Feng. He did not want to let Lin Feng go just like that. "You and I can kill him together," the great demon god said and also charged toward Lin Feng. The golden dragon wasn't a real golden dragon. It was formed by dragon chi, and there was something mysterious inside. Young Master Long Ke and the great demonic god had already seen it, although they didn't know what was inside. However, they were very clear that the thing inside the golden dragon was definitely extraordinary. The two of them had locked onto Lin Feng for a reason. The great demonic god had locked onto Lin Feng because he had fought with Lin Feng many times. Last time, he was suppressed by Lin Feng and the charming fox immortal. Thinking about it now, he still felt quite depressed and wanted to avenge himself. As for young Master Long Ke locking onto Lin Feng, it was because he felt that Lin Feng should be the weakest among the three of them. Everyone liked to pick on the soft persimmon. Young Master Long Ke was no exception. Dragon Sparrow Claw. Young Master Long Ke attacked, condensing a giant claw with a divine ability. The claw made a grabbing motion in the air, as if it could tear the world apart. Its power was extremely strong. Young Master Long Ke's cultivation was indeed terrifying. As for the great demonic god, he swept a heaven-shaking demonic fist toward Lin Feng. A punch shattered the void. Lin Feng used his draconic elephant arm and attacked the two of them at once. However, young Master Long Ke and the great demonic god were too powerful, and they directly sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng felt his blood boil, and he couldn't help but cough violently a few times. "You actually ganged up on me. How shameless," Lin Feng cursed. The great demonic god rolled his eyes and said, "You still have the nerve to call us shameless?" You even ganged up on me with that woman before. Bullsh *T, it was the two of us who fought against you before, okay? Lin Feng shouted. Shameless to the extreme, the great demonic god glared at Lin Feng fiercely and attacked Lin Feng again. Young Master Long Ke also attacked Lin Feng. Go to hell, Lin Feng took out hundreds of jade talismans and held them in his hand. Lin Feng was the successor of the Celestial Master's lineage. He was a top-notch spirit array master. Therefore, he had many jade talismans with powerful formations drawn on them. Once these jade talismans were used, its power would be incomparably terrifying. Lin Feng took out hundreds of jade talismans. Bang bang bang, the jade talismans exploded. *CK, despicable, shameless, the great demonic god and young Master Long Ke both cried out in frustration. They were made of flesh and blood. So many powerful jade talismans exploded. No matter how powerful their cultivation was, they would still be injured. The two of them hurriedly retreated to avoid the terrifying destructive power of the explosion. At the same time, the two of them summoned defensive magic treasures to protect themselves. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to rush outside. The charming fox immortal and the black-robed cultivator had extraordinary means. He had already rushed out. The rest of the experts also broke through the encirclement. However, the bronze swan Ni and the blood-stained white robe were truly formidable. Most of the cultivators were killed by the bronze swan Ni and the blood-stained white-robed man. Only a few managed to escape. Lin Feng tore through the ghost chi and rushed outside. Whoosh, behind him, the ghost chi was eerie as the blood-stained white-robed man chased after him. This guy has his eyes on me? Lin Feng couldn't help but look at the blood-stained white-robed man chasing after him gloomily. The blood-stained white-robed man was too strange, and he didn't know what it was. Lin Feng took out hundreds of jade talismans again and threw them at the blood-stained white-robed man chasing after him. Bang bang bang, the jade talismans exploded. Next, the blood-stained white-robed man was submerged in the explosion's energy, while Lin Feng quickly flew out of the dragon cave. When he was out of the dragon cave, Lin Feng chose a direction and quickly flew in. He didn't know where the charming fox immortal had run off to. This woman had escaped earlier than Lin Feng, so Lin Feng didn't have to worry about her safety. Originally, Lin Feng thought that he had completely gotten rid of the blood-stained white-robed man, but what made him depressed was that not long after, the blood-stained white-robed man appeared once again. Big brother, did I offend you? Why are you staring at me and not letting me go? Lin Feng looked at the blood-stained white-robed man gloomily. Walala, the blood-stained white-robed man floated in the ghost chi and fluttered. No one answered Lin Feng's question. What exactly was the blood-stained white-robed man? Lin Feng still didn't understand. He originally thought that the blood-stained white-robed man was actually a piece of clothing worn by a powerful ghost after hiding its body. But now, it seemed that things weren't that simple. The blood-stained white-robed man swept out a terrifying force towards Lin Feng. He didn't kill Lin Feng, the blood-stained white-robed man seemed unwilling to give up. This made Lin Feng extremely depressed. He dodged the blood-stained white-robed man's attack in a somewhat sorry state. Heavenly fire, out, Lin Feng shouted in a low voice and took out the 4 heavenly fires. Purple earth core fire. Black flame god burning fire. Golden dragon divine flames. Hell netherworld fire. The 4 heavenly fires quickly flew towards the blood-stained white-robed man. Since the blood-stained white-robed man was made of cloth, the cloth was either made of hemp or silk. These things belonged to the wood element. Fire restrained wood. Therefore, Lin Feng's heavenly fire restrained the blood-stained white-robed man. When the 4 heavenly fires flew over, the blood-stained white-robed man quickly dodged the attacks of the 4 heavenly fires. Ahahaha, Lin Feng laughed with his hands on his waist. Previously, he was chased so miserably by the blood-stained white-robed man. Now, he could finally suppress the blood-stained white-robed man. I'll burn you to death, you bastard. Lin Feng shouted and urged the 4 heavenly fires to launch wave after wave of attacks on the blood-stained white-robed man. The blood-stained white-robed man was really powerful. He dodged the attacks of the heavenly fire time and time again. Swish, suddenly, a large amount of ghost chi gushed out. The ghost chi actually condensed into an illusory world. That illusory world. The yin chi was dense. It directly swallowed the 4 heavenly fires that Lin Feng took out. The blood-stained white-robed man tore through the void. In the next moment, he arrived in front of Lin Feng and suddenly swept towards Lin Feng. This happened in the blink of an eye. It caught Lin Feng off guard. Bang! With a dull collision sound, Lin Feng was directly sent flying by the blood-stained white-robed man. Strong as his defense, he couldn't dodge the attack of the blood-stained white-robed man. Wah! Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper. Before Lin Feng could react, the blood-stained white-robed man had already flown towards Lin Feng. The blood-stained white-robed man quickly wrapped around Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to use the heaven patching technique but found that the surrounding void had been completely imprisoned. The heaven patching technique couldn't be used. The ability of the blood-stained white-robed man was too terrifying. It restricted Lin Feng's heaven patching technique. Lin Feng condensed a dazzling blade light and swept towards the blood-stained white-robed man. He wanted to tear the blood-stained white-robed man. However, the blade light slashed on the blood-stained white-robed man but couldn't cause any damage to it. The blood-stained white-robed man directly wrapped Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng sensed an incredible coldness penetrating into his body. That coldness seemed to want to pull him into endless darkness and purgatory. This feeling was really terrible. Lin Feng smelled the scent of death. Lin Feng had seen the strange ability of the blood-stained white robe before. Those things that were covered by the blood-stained white robe were all turned into dried corpses. Lin Feng did not want to become a dried corpse. He struggled violently, but Lin Feng soon realized that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from the shackles of the blood-stained white robe. The scariest thing was that he could feel his strength weakening. His consciousness was also becoming more and more blurry. This feeling was really terrible. Lin Feng felt that if this continued and he could not think of a way to deal with it, only death would await him. Of course, Lin Feng was not someone who would sit and wait for death. He quickly activated the Great Karma Technique, the 3000 Great Daos. This was the top supernatural power of Buddhism. All things in the world, all methods, all things, all Daos, all spirits, all races, all have karma. Karma is inseparable from karma. Karma is inseparable from karma. The cycle of karma is endless. As Lin Feng activated the Great Karma Technique, mysterious voices resounded between heaven and earth. The power of karma poured out continuously. Then, it violently bombarded the blood-stained white robe. TSK 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 TSK. After being hit by the power of karma, the blood-stained white robe emitted a burning smell. Obviously, the power of karma had caused damage to the blood-stained white robe. As expected of the third-ranked top Great Tao, the power of the Great Karma Technique was beyond imagination. The blood-stained white robe flung Lin Feng away. Ghost Chi poured out and destroyed the Great Karma Technique. Then, the blood-stained white robe tore through the void and left. Lin Feng let out a long breath. The blood-stained white robe was too terrifying. Although he was wary of the Great Karma Technique, the power of karma had not caused much damage to the blood-stained white robe in the previous exchange. Therefore, if the blood-stained white robe wanted to kill Lin Feng at the cost of his own life, perhaps he could really do it. However, the blood-stained white robe did not choose to end up with both sides suffering losses. Lin Feng withdrew his heavenly flame and quickly left. He found a secluded cave and set up several concealment formations to conceal the cave. Lin Feng activated his immortal divine body. His injuries were recovering rapidly. When his injuries were completely healed, Lin Feng took out the little golden dragon that had been sucked into the heaven-swallowing jar. Now, the little golden dragon had turned into a ball of dragon chi. Lin Feng discovered that there were 3 things wrapped in the dragon chi. The first item was a golden dragon bone. The golden dragon bone was engraved with runes. This is an origin bone, the dragon race's origin bone. It's very likely that it records the dragon race's top divine ability. The demon lord said in surprise. The top divine ability of the dragon clan was called dragon language divine ability. Of course, draconic mystical powers were also divided into different grades. The most powerful draconic divine ability had definitely reached the level of an immortal art. It was said that there was an ancestral dragon in the past who had mastered the most terrifying dragon language divine abilities. He had once performed a skill called Samsara Oblivion, the shattered and ethereal Samsara world, burying countless foreign living beings within the Samsara world. Lin Feng's inner sight entered the dragon bone. Following that, a large amount of information flowed into Lin Feng's mind. After a while, his eyes became clear. True Dragon Seal. It's actually such a legendary divine ability. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The True Dragon Seal was rumored to be one of the top divine abilities of the dragon race. This divine ability was created by a true dragon great emperor. As an immortal art, this divine ability's power didn't need to be explained too much. But this immortal art had a special characteristic that no other immortal art could compare to. And that was the true dragon great emperor who had created this divine ability had not only created the True Dragon Seal, but he had also created the True Dragon Seal. He also created the powerful treasure artifact that was the True Dragon Seal. Because of that, when the power of the True Dragon Seal combined with the True Dragon Seal magic treasure was released together, the True Dragon Seal was released. The combination of the thaumaturgy and treasure artifact would unleash an unprecedented amount of power. Of course, the True Dragon Seal was the true dragon race's most precious treasure that had been lost for many years. It's nowhere to be found. It's very difficult to find it. The only unfortunate thing about the True Dragon Seal that Lin Feng obtained was that it wasn't complete. The True Dragon Seal was divided into 9 scrolls. These scrolls were respectively: True Dragon in the Sky, Dragon roars for miles, Twin Dragon takes water, Dragon fights in the wild, Hidden Dragon doesn't use frost, descends, Dragon shakes the sun and moon, Ancestral Dragon descends, Myriad Dragons destroys the world. The 9 heavens of the True Dragon Seal contained 9 different offensive moves. Every attack could be transformed into a powerful True Dragon Dharma Seal. Once unleashed, the power would be enough to destroy the world. Lin Feng currently had the first 5 forms of the True Dragon Seal. These 5 forms were True Dragon in the Sky, Dragon roars for miles, Twin Dragon takes water, Dragon fights in the wild, and Hidden Dragon doesn't use. But he didn't get the remaining 4 forms: Frost descends, Dragon shakes the sun and moon, Ancestral Dragon descends, and Myriad Dragons destroys the world. The True Dragon Seal had 9 forms of seals, each more powerful than the other. The first form had already reached the level of half-immortal technique. When it reached the 5th form, Hidden Dragon doesn't use, it had already reached the level of immortal technique. And the power of the following 4 forms was even more powerful. The most terrifying thing was that the 9 forms of the True Dragon Seal could be fused into one. Once fused, the power would be so powerful that it would shock people. Lin Feng's face revealed an incomparably pleasantly surprised expression. This time, he had really obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. Taking the risk to snatch a small golden dragon, it really wasn't a risk for nothing. Lin Feng then looked at the second item. The second item was actually a sheepskin scroll, but there was nothing on this sheepskin scroll. Lin Feng checked it carefully and didn't find any clues. Something that could appear in the dragon cave was naturally a supreme treasure. The sheepskin scroll must also be such a treasure. It was just that Lin Feng hadn't discovered the secret of the sheepskin scroll yet. Lin Feng finally looked at the third treasure. This was a porcelain bottle with a seal on it. Roar, a series of dragon roars came out from the porcelain bottle. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Could it be that there was a dragon spirit sealed in this porcelain bottle? He opened the seal on the porcelain bottle. Suddenly, a small blood-red dragon flew out. After the small blood-red dragon flew out, it actually emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. The small blood-red dragon quickly flew into the distance, wanting to escape. Dragon blood treasure pill. After seeing the small blood-red dragon, the demon lord couldn't help but exclaim. Something that could make the demon lord so shocked was naturally not simple. Lin Feng waved his hand and directly suppressed the small blood-red dragon that wanted to escape. The blood-colored dragon was immediately suppressed by Lin Feng and turned back into a blood-colored pill. This blood-colored pill was indeed the dragon blood pill. Lin Feng carefully observed the pill. He could feel the powerful undulations coming from the pill. The astonishing undulations made Lin Feng's heart beat faster. this dragon blood pill definitely contained an unimaginable amount of essence. Demon Lord, can I directly refine this dragon blood pill to increase my strength? Lin Feng asked. Of course you can. The Demon Lord said faintly, the dragon blood pill is infused with the essence of dragon blood and contains an unimaginable special effect. After refining it, it will have a huge effect on one's cultivation. Moreover, the essence of the dragon blood contained in the pill will not only help a cultivator increase their cultivation, but it can also greatly increase the strength of a cultivator's physical body. Lin Feng said in surprise, so powerful. It seems like this dragon blood pill is really an amazing treasure. Yes, the Demon Lord nodded and said, the dragon blood pill is extraordinary and extremely rare. To be able to obtain this pill is not a small fortune. Lin Feng swallowed the dragon blood pill in one gulp. Then, he began to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to refine the pill's medicinal power. Waves of powerful energy were refined and absorbed by Lin Feng. This pure energy was completely transformed into the purest source energy and was absorbed by Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng could feel his physical body continuously becoming stronger. Moreover, he felt that his magic power was also increasing by a large margin. The dragon blood pill was truly a treasure. While improving his physical body. While improving his magic power. Two things at the same time without any delay. It was really too powerful. This made Lin Feng very shocked. He was also very excited. The dragon blood pill's effect had completely exceeded his expectations. Lin Feng's cultivation was currently at the 8th stage of the true god realm. On the other hand, Lin Feng's fleshly body was at the late stage of the giant god realm. The dragon blood pellet was so extraordinary. If it could help Lin Feng break through his realm and body, it could be said to be a pleasant surprise. Cultivators like Lin Feng had accumulated too much energy. Thus, it was difficult for them to make breakthroughs. However, once they made a breakthrough, their combat power would increase greatly. Therefore, after every breakthrough, Lin Feng's battle prowess would often receive an earth-shattering increase. As the energy of the dragon blood elixir was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng felt that the magic power in his body was becoming stronger and purer. In addition to his own magic power, Lin Feng felt that his physical body was becoming more and more tyrannical. Finally, Lin Feng's body was the first to complete the transformation. From the late stage of the giant god realm, he had reached the peak of the giant god realm. He was only a step away from breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. And Lin Feng's realm had also broken through from the 8th stage of the true god realm to the 9th stage of the true god realm. After breaking through, Lin Feng felt that his magic power had increased by leaps and bounds. I'm even closer to the heavenly god realm. Lin Feng's face revealed an ecstatic expression. The heavenly god realm was an extremely important realm for Lin Feng. Because once he broke through to the heavenly god realm, Lin Feng would be able to activate his supreme domineering aura. Now, Lin Feng had two types of domineering aura. Although the epical domineering aura could evolve, it was only a transparent domineering aura now. It was still the first stage of domineering aura. One day in the future, the epical domineering aura might surpass the supreme domineering aura. But at the current stage, it was far from being comparable to Lin Feng's supreme domineering aura. Therefore, the supreme domineering aura was too important to Lin Feng. Activating the supreme domineering aura at the crucial moment was enough to reverse the situation in a life-and-death battle. Therefore, when Lin Feng saw that he was getting closer and closer to breaking through to the heavenly god realm, he could not help but be very excited. The huge harvest this time made Lin Feng very satisfied. After he came out of seclusion, he continued to be a bandit and went around robbing others of their dragon aura. As a bandit with moral integrity, Lin Feng basically did not rob beautiful female cultivators of their dragon aura. At most, he would tease those beautiful female cultivators. The targets that Lin Feng robbed were basically those male cultivators. Lin Feng sometimes lamented that he was too kind. What was wrong with beautiful female cultivators? He should treat all of them equally and rob them of everything. But he could not bear to do it. This was because the elite dojo would only open 3 months after the opening of the primordial ruins realm. Therefore, during these 3 months, everyone would try their best to find dragon aura in the 8 heavens. Looking for opportunities. There were also many opportunities in the eight heavens, just like the opportunities that Lin Feng had obtained previously. Whether one could obtain the opportunity they wanted in the eight heavens naturally depended on luck and strength. On this day, when Lin Feng passed by a valley, he found two groups of cultivators engaged in a great battle. One group of cultivators had lost 8 or 9 people, and there were still 7 or 8 people struggling to hold on. The other group of cultivators seemed to have more than 20 people. There were too many cases of killing and robbing because Lin Feng was also doing this. Of course, Lin Feng basically only robbed and rarely killed people, so there was still some difference between him and these cultivators. The more than 20 cultivators surrounding those cultivators were obviously extremely extraordinary and had an abnormally terrifying cultivation level because none of them had died. These people were wearing the Immortal sect's attire, so they were obviously from the Immortal sect. The Immortal sect might be related to the Immortal family, so Lin Feng would definitely have to cross paths with the Immortal sect in the future. Therefore, after seeing the cultivators of the Immortal sect, Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Brother-in-law. Help! Suddenly, someone shouted for help, interrupting Lin Feng's train of thought. Lin Feng looked over and found that the person speaking was a cultivator with disheveled hair and blood all over his body. Who are you? Why did you randomly call yourself brother-in-law? Lin Feng could not help but feel speechless. The cultivator hurriedly said, Brother-in-law, it's me, Xianxia. Xianxia? Lin Feng was very surprised. He had not expected this guy to be Xianxia. Xianxia's talent was considered good in the Mu clan. He was Mu Xianling's younger brother. Back then, he had come to find trouble with him, but Du Zhu had taught him a lesson. Before the primordial ruins world opened, Lin Feng had seen Xianxia from afar. However, at that time, Xianxia was dressed in white and looked handsome. On the other hand, Xianxia was now covered in blood. There was even a cut on his face, and blood kept flowing out. His face and neck were covered in blood. Moreover, this guy's hair was disheveled and covered half of his face, making him look like a bloody man. It was as if he had crawled out from a pile of corpses. He was worlds apart from the handsome young master from before. If Lin Feng did not take a closer look, he would not have believed that this wretched person in front of him was actually Xianxia. It's you. You've got the wrong person. I'm not your brother-in-law, Lin Feng said indifferently. He could not be bothered with Xianxia's life or death. He was Mu Xianling's younger brother. He was not Mu Xianxia's younger brother, so what did it have to do with him? He was not the savior of the world, so why should he save him? Brother-in-law. I know of a place. There must be something you want there. As long as you save me, I will tell you where it is, Xianxia shouted when he saw that Lin Feng was about to leave. Lin Feng stopped and said, If you dare to lie to me, I will break your bones. I would never dare to lie to you. Xianxia exhaled deeply. Lin Feng flew over and glanced at the experts of the Undying Immortal sect. I am now officially informing you that I am going to rob you. Hand over all your treasures. The people of the Undying Immortal sect were stunned. Someone actually dared to rob them. Moreover, the other party was only one person. Was he looking down on them? Xianxia and the others were also dumbfounded. Xianxia asked Lin Feng for help because he thought that Lin Feng was the disciple of Lord Tortoise. He might have some powerful treasures on him. With the help of his treasures, he might be able to coordinate with them from the inside. Breaking out of the encirclement like this was highly probable. However, Xianxia did not expect Lin Feng to be so arrogant. He wanted to rob the people of the Undying Immortal sect the moment he arrived. Xianxia could not help but smile bitterly. If they offended the members of the Immortal Celestial sect, even if Lin Feng had incredible treasures, if the Immortal Celestial sect didn't let them go, a bloody battle would be unavoidable. At that time, it would be extremely difficult to escape. You really don't know the meaning of death. A triangular-eyed cultivator from the Undying Immortal sect looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, Only my Undying Immortal sect would rob others. How dare you rob my Undying Immortal sect? Do you not know how to write the word death? Lin Feng said, Trash like you? I can beat you to the ground with one hand. If you know what's good for you, hand over your storage rings. Don't force me to make a move. Xianxia and the others almost fell to the ground. Lin Feng was simply too arrogant. He was so arrogant that they could only smile bitterly. Right now, these people from the Immemorial sect would definitely not let any of them go. Courting death, the triangular-eyed cultivator roared and leaped up. He raised his right hand and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Rolling thunder palm. This palm strike was accompanied by the sound of rolling thunder. Waves after waves of destructive energy surged out. Just as the powerful palm was about to hit Lin Feng raised his right hand and slapped the triangular-eyed cultivator. Bang! The two sides collided and the triangular-eyed cultivator was sent flying by Lin Feng as if he had been struck by lightning. Wow! In midair, he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as paper. With a thud, he fell to the ground. His body could not help but twitch violently as he breathed out more than he breathed in. It was obvious that after taking Lin Feng's powerful palm strike, the triangular-eyed cultivator had suffered serious injuries. The power of Lin Feng's attack just now was simply too powerful. A clown dares to jump around in front of me? You're asking to be humiliated. The clown who attacked has already received the punishment he deserves. You clowns, why aren't you surrendering? Lin Feng glanced at the group of cultivators from the Immemorial sect. Attacked together, more than 20 cultivators from the Immemorial sect all shouted coldly and rushed towards Lin Feng. Boom boom boom, all sorts of powerful sacred arts were unleashed. They all rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped forward and waved his hand. A river of death flew out. Bang bang bang, following one violent collision after another, the sound of violent collisions rang out. More than 20 cultivators from the Immemorial sect were all swept away by the river of death. One by one, they fell to the ground and wailed. This is too powerful, isn't it? No wonder he's so arrogant. If I was that powerful, I would be even more arrogant than him. A few of the surviving cultivators began to discuss. These cultivators were temporarily grouped together for a mission. Everyone looked at Xianxia enviously. With such a powerful brother-in-law protecting him, Xianxia would definitely gain a lot in the original ruins realm. Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. He did not expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. The cultivators from the Immemorial sect were so powerful, but they could not even resist Lin Feng. Xianxia felt that everyone might have underestimated Lin Feng's strength, including his sister, Xianling. Xianxia knew Xianling too well. Xianling wanted to marry a true heaven-defying monster. But obviously, Xianling was extremely disdainful of Lin Feng, who had just made a name for himself. She felt that Lin Feng was not worthy of her. Xianxia had thought so too. Therefore, he went to find trouble with Lin Feng, hoping to make Lin Feng back off. But he did not expect that he would be beaten up by Du Zhu instead. Later on, Xianxia became much more well-behaved. Only now did he know that Lin Feng was so powerful. Now, Xianxia felt sorry for Xianling. If he had known that Lin Feng was so powerful, wouldn't it have been better if he had agreed to the marriage back then? But now, it was all too late. Xianling looked down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not like Xianling either. Their marriage agreement had long been annulled. You should know how powerful our Immemorial sect is. You dare to rob us. Do you know what the consequences are? The triangular-eyed cultivator looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. As one of the top 10 immortal sects, the Immemorial sect was naturally powerful. So what if you're from the Immemorial sect? The law of the original ruins realm is the survival of the fittest. Don't you even understand this? Lin Feng looked at the triangular-eyed cultivator indifferently. The triangular-eyed cultivator naturally understood this. Anything that happened in the original ruins realm, even if one died, could only blame themselves for not being skilled enough. However, the triangular-eyed cultivator still wanted to use the power behind him to intimidate Lin Feng. Perhaps Lin Feng would let them go because he was afraid of the Immemorial sect's reputation, but obviously, the triangular-eyed cultivator was wrong. Lin Feng was not afraid of the triangular-eyed cultivator just because he was from the Immemorial sect. We can give you our storage rings, but please don't kill us. The triangular-eyed cultivator said. Said the triangular-eyed cultivator. He just wanted to save his life from Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, that depends on whether these people are willing to cooperate with me. How can we cooperate with you? The triangular-eyed cultivator looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng said, I'll ask you some questions. If you answer them well, I can spare your lives. If not, you can only meet the king of hell in the underworld. What questions? The triangular-eyed cultivator asked. Have you heard of the immortal divine body? Lin Feng asked. Upon hearing the words immortal divine body, the expressions of the immortal sect cultivators changed abruptly. It was rumored that the undying immortal sect was related to the undying divine body clan, but outsiders did not know if this rumor was true. However, from the changes in these people's expressions when they heard about the undying divine body, it was clear that this rumor was not baseless. The triangular-eyed cultivator took a deep breath and said, We have indeed heard of the undying divine body, but why are you asking about this? I heard that the undying divine body clan is related to the undying immortal sect. I wonder if this rumor is true. Lin Feng asked. We don't know about this, but it is said that the founder of the undying immortal sect had the undying divine body. Moreover, it was a great accomplishment undying divine body, reaching the peak of the emperor realm. The triangular-eyed cultivator said. Does the undying immortal sect not have any rumors about the undying divine body clan? Lin Feng continued to ask. There are some rumors, but it is not something that ordinary disciples like us can come into contact with. I even heard that there are a few extremely heaven-defying geniuses cultivating in a secret place. Some people say that those people are related to the undying divine body clan, but I don't know if the rumors are true. Perhaps only the higher-ups of the immortal sect know. The triangular-eyed cultivator said. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. It was unrealistic to want to find out about the undying divine body clan from these young cultivators. Hand over your storage ring and get the hell out of here. Lin Feng said indifferently. The group quickly handed their storage rings to Lin Feng and quickly left, not daring to stay any longer. They were worried that if they stayed any longer, they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. After the group left, Lin Feng collected the storage rings of the dead cultivators. Then, he looked at Xianxia and the others and said, Hand over your storage rings as well. The group of people was stunned. We have to hand over our storage rings as well. What was going on? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Didn't you hear? I told you to hand over your storage rings. Lin Feng said calmly. Everyone realized that Lin Feng wasn't joking. Then, everyone thought of the first words Lin Feng said to the cultivators of the immortal sect, which was to rob them. So now we're being robbed too, huh? Many people even had the thought of crying themselves to death. They looked at Xianxia. Previously, when Xianxia addressed Lin Feng as her brother-in-law, these cultivators were hoping that Xianxia would put in a few good words for him. However, Xianxia was also on the verge of tears. Because Xianxia knew. He no longer had any relationship with Lin Feng. Xianxia obediently handed the storage ring to Lin Feng. When the others saw that Xianxia had surrendered, they all cursed Xianxia for being shameless in their hearts. Just now, when Xianxia called Lin Feng brother-in-law, it turned out that she really did call him brother-in-law. The others knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Therefore, he did not dare to refuse. One by one, they obediently handed over their storage rings to Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng asked these people to leave. Xianxia stayed behind. Lin Feng said calmly, You said that there's a place that definitely has something I want. Where is that place? What is it? Xianxia quickly said, That place is filled with extremely powerful dragons. Some of the dragons are formed from dragon chi, but some of them are actually real dragons. Previously, we accidentally entered that place and many people died. This time, we came out to find more people to attack that place. If it's just that there are many dragons, this isn't useful information. If you want dragon chi, you can just rob it. Lin Feng said calmly. There's a mountain range where those dragons live. It's a Jade Leaf Mountain Range. Xianxia said. Oh? Jade Leaf Mountain Range? Lin Feng was shocked. The Jade Leaf Mountain Range could replenish magic power. It was extremely important for cultivators. For example, if two cultivators were evenly matched in a fierce battle, both of them would have exhausted their magic power and would not be able to continue fighting. However, if one of them took out the Jade Leaf Mountain Range and absorbed the energy stored in the Jade Leaf Mountain Range, his magic power would quickly recover. Wouldn't the other person die without a doubt? Another example. A cultivator was being chased and frantically tried to escape. However, his magic power was exhausted and he would probably not be able to escape. However, if he had the Jade Leaf Mountain Range, he could continuously absorb the energy of the Jade Leaf Mountain Range to replenish his magic power. Then, he would continue to run. In the end, he might drag on until the other party's magic power was exhausted and could no longer continue to chase after him. Then, he would be able to escape successfully. Therefore, the Jade Leaf Mountain Range was extremely important to cultivators in many ways. However, it was too rare. Back then, Lin Feng had obtained hundreds of Jade Leaf Mountain Range. But now, they were all used up. Since then, Lin Feng had not seen any Jade Leaf Mountain Range for many years. He did not expect that a Jade Leaf Mountain Range would appear in the Primordial Ruins realm. Xianxia continued, "This Jade Leaf Mountain Range is different from ordinary Jade Leaf Mountain Ranges." "What's the difference?" Lin Feng looked at Xianxia in surprise. He did not expect Xianxia to have done some research on these mineral veins. It seemed that the disciples nurtured by these major factions were not simple characters. Perhaps Xianxia's attainments in cultivation were not at a particularly monstrous level, but he had his own areas of expertise. Xianxia's expertise lay in the study of various mineral veins. "According to my observations, that Jade Leaf Mountain Range is likely to have produced jade leaf crystals," Xianxia said. "What's a jade leaf crystal?" Lin Feng looked at Xianxia in confusion. The formation of the Jade Leaf Mountain Range is rather complicated. However, to put it simply, the Jade Leaf Mountain Range is formed by absorbing a large amount of verdant wood power through various complicated processes. The verdant wood power is the wood attribute saint energy of the 5 elements. This jade leaf crystal is too precious. It would be a waste to use the jade leaf crystal to recover one's magic power. The greatest use of the jade leaf crystal is to nurture various natural treasures," Xianxia said. "Oh? Nurture various natural treasures? What do you mean?" Lin Feng asked. Xianxia said, "The jade leaf crystal is equivalent to a type of nourishment. This nourishment can allow various natural treasures to grow rapidly." Lin Feng could not help but stroke his chin. According to Xianxia's words, didn't that mean that he could use the jade leaf crystal to nurture the seedling of the builder tree? The seedling of the builder tree would grow slowly. However, with the help of the jade leaf crystal, the seedling of the builder tree would definitely grow rapidly. "Do those people from earlier know about the Jade Leaf Mountain Range?" Lin Feng asked. Xianxia said. I didn't tell them earlier." Lin Feng nodded. Then, he soared into the sky with Xianxia and quickly flew in the direction of the Jade Leaf Mountain Range. "Lin Gongzi, after passing through this foggy area, you'll reach the Jadeite Mountain Range," Xianxia pointed to a foggy area in the depths. Lin Feng had nothing to do with this guy, so he naturally wouldn't let him call him brother-in-law. Thus, this guy called Lin Feng Lin Gongzi. Lin Feng said, "Alright, I'll send you off here. You can leave now." Xianxia didn't stay and quickly left. He stood in the distance and watched Lin Feng enter the foggy area. He couldn't help but mutter, "Demon. He's simply a demon." Then, he couldn't help but sigh. Although he hadn't interacted much with Lin Feng, Xianxia instinctively felt that the strength that Lin Feng had displayed before was very likely just the tip of the iceberg. And back then, his sister Mu Xianling had looked down on Lin Feng. She had even broken off relations with Lin Feng. Their engagement had been broken because of this. This was very likely the worst thing that his sister Mu Xianling had ever done. But what was done couldn't be undone. There was no way to change it. Lin Feng didn't know what Xianxia was thinking, and he didn't care about what Xianxia was thinking. He walked towards the depths. He was very careful along the way. The surroundings were very quiet. There was no sound at all. Lin Feng discovered that there were many naturally formed great formations in this place. Many of the great formations were incomparably exquisite and also incomparably dangerous. Once one fell into one of these great formations, it would be extremely bad. These great formations might be quite troublesome for other cultivators, but to Lin Feng, they didn't pose any threat. He shuttled through the great formations. Soon, he passed through the foggy area. After coming out, Lin Feng saw many giant dragons flying in the air from afar. There were green dragons, golden dragons, winged dragons, and so on. These giant dragons belonged to the Western Dragon clan. There were also azure dragons, sky dragons, glass dragons, and so on. These giant dragons belonged to the Eastern Dragon clan. These giant dragons were basically formed from dragon chi, but Lin Feng discovered that there were more than 10 giant dragons that were actually made of flesh and blood. These giant dragons looked rather strange. They had the slender bodies of the Eastern Dragon clan, but they also had a pair of huge wings. The wings of these dragons were different from the wings of the Western Dragon clan. The Western Dragon clan's wings were very huge, but they were not covered by feathers. But the wings of the giant dragon in front of him. This was the biggest difference between the two clans. Could this be the winged dragon? Lin Feng couldn't help but mumble. The winged dragon clan. There were many legends of the winged dragon. Eastern classic of the Great Wilderness, Yinglong was at the South Pole. He killed Qiyu and Kuafu and could not return. Therefore, there have been several droughts, and the droughts have taken the form of a dragon, and thus, a heavy rain. The classic of mountains and seas, northern classic of the Great Wilderness, Yinglong has killed Qiyu and Kuafu, so he went to the south. Therefore, there is a lot of rain there. Chu Ci, Heaven's Inquiry, Yinglong of the Rivers and Seas, what is this painting? Where? Where the Yu River resides? Huainanzi. Winged dragon gives birth to winged dragon. Winged dragon gives birth to Jianma. Jianma gives birth to Qilin. These were all legends of the winged dragon. The winged dragon was a very powerful dragon clan. Their history was even longer than the divine dragons and the sky dragons. There was a saying that the first ancestral dragon born in the world was the true dragon. The second ancestral dragon born in the world was the winged dragon. Lin Feng wasn't sure if this legend was true. But the winged dragon in all kinds of legends was the incarnation of a powerful dragon. The auras of the winged dragons in front of him were also very powerful. However, compared to the winged dragons in the legends, the strength of the winged dragons in front of him was undoubtedly much weaker. It wasn't that these winged dragons weren't powerful enough. The main reason for this difference was that as time passed, the bloodline of these winged dragons was far from the purity of their ancestors' bloodline. This was the case with bloodline inheritance. Generation after generation, the bloodline would become thinner and thinner. Unless there was a phenomenon of atavism or some fortuitous encounter that caused the bloodline to become stronger. Or else, it was very difficult to make the already thin bloodline become stronger. There were so many dragons guarding the Emerald Leaf Mountain Range. If he wanted to take the Emerald Leaf Mountain Range, he had to first defeat these dragons. Lin Feng took out the Pseudo-Emperor puppet. Then he rushed out and killed those dragons together with the Pseudo-Emperor puppet. Roar, many dragons let out earth-shaking roars when they saw Lin Feng and the Pseudo-Emperor puppet. Then they pounced towards the two of them. These dragons were very powerful, but Lin Feng and the Pseudo-Emperor puppet's cultivation were even more terrifying. Bang bang bang, both sides engaged in a fierce battle. One by one, the dragons were killed and turned into dragon energy, which was then collected by Lin Feng. Roar, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded. Winged dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they flew over. The strength of these winged dragons was much more powerful than those dragons formed from dragon energy. Good, there are so many winged dragons. I'll convert them all and put them in the mountain river ring. In the future, I can form an army of beasts. Seeing those winged dragons flying over, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long roar and flew out. Then, all kinds of powerful divine abilities were displayed, and waves of destructive energy waves shook the void. Lin Feng fought with a group of winged dragons. The Pseudo-Emperor puppet fought with those dragons formed from dragon energy. The division of labor between the two sides was clear. Lin Feng displayed heaven-defying strength. Especially the true dragon seal that he had just learned. Although Lin Feng had only learned the first move of the true dragon seal, But as the most noble existence of the dragon race, the true dragon seal created by the true dragon seal had a suppressive effect on all dragons. The winged dragons were no exception. They were firmly suppressed by Lin Feng's true dragon seal. At the same time, Lin Feng used the great purification technique. He slapped the huge heads of the winged dragons one after another. A powerful purification power poured into the minds of these winged dragons. Suddenly, one by one, the winged dragons were purified by Lin Feng. It didn't take long for more than a dozen winged dragons to be purified by Lin Feng. After purifying these winged dragons, Lin Feng was in a good mood. He waved his hand. One by one, the winged dragons were directly put into the mountain river ring by Lin Feng. And Lin Feng helped the pseudo-emperor puppet continue to kill those dragons formed from dragon energy. Hundreds of dragons formed from dragon energy were all killed in the end and turned into balls of dragon energy. All of them were sealed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng put away the pseudo-emperor puppet. He floated in the air and looked at a mineral vein not far away. That mineral vein was emitting a shocking fluctuation. It was the emerald leaf mineral vein that Xianxia mentioned. Give me a monstrous amount of magic power was released, directly enveloping the entire jade leaf stone vein. Lin Feng wanted to directly put the jade leaf stone vein into the mountain river ring, but to his surprise, such a powerful magic power was actually unable to move the jade leaf stone vein. This jade leaf stone vein was very strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. It seems that this jade leaf stone vein is very likely to be fixed by a restriction. After observing for a while, he couldn't help but come to a conclusion. Of course, there could also be other reasons for this strange situation. However, Lin Feng needed to investigate carefully before he could come to a conclusion. He landed in the jade leaf stone vein, sensing the aura of the jade leaf stone vein. There's something wrong below. Soon, Lin Feng found something suspicious. He quickly sneaked underground. The ground split open, taking the initiative to open a path for Lin Feng. Lin Feng discovered that the jade leaf stone vein's underground area was very large. The surface area was about 3 to 4 kilometers. However, the underground area covered a full 50 to 60 kilometers. Such a large area contained an unknown amount of jade leaf stones. Although the amount of jade leaf crystal was extremely rare in the jade leaf stone vein, this jade leaf stone vein was so huge, presumably the amount of jade leaf crystal would be much more than imagined. Lin Feng discovered a huge yin tomb deep in the jade leaf stone vein. This yin tomb was enveloped by a huge 8 trigrams formation. And this huge yin mound was connected to the emerald leaf stone mine. The reason why Lin Feng couldn't obtain the jade leaf stone vein before was probably related to this huge yin tomb. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the yin tomb. He couldn't help but ponder slightly. A yin tomb was a strange place. Cultivators generally had 3 purposes for creating yin tombs. The first was to use it as a burial ground. This type of yin tomb was relatively common. Burial grounds were suitable to be built in places with dense yin qi. It was said that it could benefit one's descendants. This was what was recorded in the feng shui theory. Lin Feng had heard Taoist Wu Liang mention this before. The second was to use it as a place to temper weapons. The yin mound gathered the yin qi from all directions. Such a place was extremely suitable for refining all kinds of magic treasures. Of course, most of the magic treasures refined in the yin mound were dark attribute magic treasures. For example, some evil demonic weapons. The third was a place for refining corpses. Some evil sects liked to refine all kinds of devil corpses. For example, the corpse-controlling sect liked to refine all kinds of zombies. The yin mound was undoubtedly the best place to refine corpses. Lin Feng had no idea what was going on with this yin mound, but he had a feeling that this yin mound was connected to the emerald leaf stone mine. He must be planning something big. Lin Feng planned to break the seal of the 8 trigrams formation and enter the yin mound to see what was going on. For Lin Feng, breaking the array wasn't difficult at all. It took more than 2 hours. Lin Feng tore apart the formation. He entered the yin mound. Inside the yin mound, it was dark and gloomy. Lin Feng was constantly on guard against his surroundings. This place could be dangerous at any time, so he had to be careful. When he was outside, be careful. Especially in such a place, he had to be extra careful. Otherwise, he might die without a burial place. Swish. Suddenly, without a sound, a figure appeared behind Lin Feng, exuding an extremely cold aura, making people suffocate. Sharp claws suddenly surged in the darkness, piercing towards Lin Feng from behind. Lin Feng's perception was very strong. He instantly sensed the terrifying aura behind him. He had been on guard against his surroundings, so after sensing the terrifying aura behind him, he reacted immediately. Lin Feng's body moved to the left. He instantly dodged the terrifying attack. At this moment, he clearly saw what had ambushed him. It was a green-haired zombie king. The green-haired zombie king stared at Lin Feng with a pair of blood-red eyes, revealing an extremely cold light. Disturbing my slumber, human. Die. The green-haired zombie king let out a sinister voice, and then shot out, once again pouncing towards Lin Feng. His claws actually began to grow longer. Originally, the green-haired zombie king's claws were only a dozen centimeters long. But in the blink of an eye, they became more than half a meter long. They were extremely hard, just like the sharpest magic treasure. Moreover, a terrifying creature like the green-haired zombie king's body contained a highly toxic poison. If one was scratched by this creature, they would definitely be poisoned. Swish. A light flashed in Lin Feng's hand, and the wolf-tooth mace flew out and was held in his hand. I'll smash you to death, you big zombie. Lin Feng roared, jumped up, and used the wolf-tooth mace, directly smashing towards the big zombie. Clang. Clang. Clang, one after another, violent loud sounds rang out. Deafening, the two sides collided. The green-haired zombie king was extremely powerful. Lin Feng was actually unable to suppress him with the wolf-tooth mace in his hand. Have a taste of my Buddhist secret art. Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly, and began to display the supreme art of Great Karma technique. Boom, once the Great Karma technique was used, who could compete against it? The power of this third-ranked Great Tao of the 3000 Great Tao was too powerful. The most important thing was that this 3000 Great Tao restrained evil beings. Originally, the green-haired zombie king and Lin Feng were evenly matched. But now, facing Lin Feng's attack, the green-haired zombie king was unable to hold on any longer. The power of karma bombarded the green-haired zombie king's body, and the green-haired zombie king was sent flying again and again. Roar! The green-haired zombie king let out an angry roar, and wanted to come over and kill Lin Feng several times, but was repelled by the power of karma. All living things. Mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. That was the logic. The green-haired zombie king was firmly restrained by Lin Feng's sacred art, and his defeat was set. Lin Feng began to summon the gate of karma to suppress the green-haired zombie king. If he could suppress the green-haired zombie king, Lin Feng was confident that he would be able to purify the green-haired zombie king. Once he purified the green-haired zombie king, he would immediately have another terrifying guard by his side. Human, I will spare you for now. Once I cultivate the indestructible body of 10,000 evils, I will no longer be afraid of the Buddhist sacred art. At that time, it will be the time of your death. The green-haired zombie king let out a sinister voice. Then, he tore apart the power of karma that was sealing the mound. Then, he quickly escaped. Consider yourself lucky, Lin Feng snorted, and began to size up the mound. In the darkness, a ball of cold light attracted Lin Feng's attention. He quickly walked over and picked up the black object. It was a fist-sized stone, but it was extremely heavy. Although it was small, Lin Feng felt that it weighed at least 5 million kilograms. Most importantly, the stone was covered in runes and stained with ancient blood. This stone is so strange. Lin Feng looked at the mysterious stone in shock. When he saw it, he could sense that it was extraordinary. He tried to invade the stone with his spirit sense, but his spirit sense was blocked by the mysterious stone. Can I use a drop of blood to refine it? Lin Feng muttered. Just as he was about to use a drop of blood to refine the stone, swoosh. Suddenly, the stone broke free from Lin Feng's hand and smashed toward Lin Feng. Bang! Caught off guard, Lin Feng was sent flying by the strange stone. Ouch! Lin Feng screamed and fell to the ground. He felt that all the magic power in his body was about to scatter. That stone was very strange. It had a very strong suppressive effect on a cultivator's magic power. It seemed to be able to scatter a cultivator's magic power. Lin Feng's magic power was so vast and condensed. Just one hit from that strange stone was enough to scatter his magic power. It was clear how terrifying that stone was. He tried to circulate the magic power in his body, but to his horror, he found that he could not circulate the magic power in his body. Although the strange stone did not scatter Lin Feng's magic power, it used some unknown method to seal his magic power, making it difficult for him to circulate his magic power. "I'll kill you. I'll eat your bloodline." The stone suddenly let out a sharp cry and charged toward Lin Feng again. "Damn, I've seen a ghost." The stone can actually talk. Lin Feng stared at the strange stone, dumbfounded. He did not know what the stone was, but it was so terrifying. The energy waves it emitted were suffocating. It was the same as the previous time. This time, the strange stone wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng swung his mace with both hands and smashed it toward the strange stone. Clang! A loud sound was heard. The stone was sent flying by Lin Feng. "Wah! Eat, eat, eat. I'm going to eat your treasure." The rock cried out, and a big mouth opened on top of the rock. The big mouth bit down on the wolverine mace. Crack! The big mouth bit down on the mace. "Ouch, it's so hard, it's hurting my teeth." That strange rock couldn't help but yell. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. What the hell was that guy? Lin Feng swung his Dracofant arm and sent the stone. Damn, what broken stone? How can it be so? Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the stone. The stone was indeed too strange. Lin Feng felt that it would be troublesome to deal with. "Brat, you dare call me a broken stone? Do you know that you've committed a crime? Let me tell you, you've committed a heinous crime." The strange stone shouted angrily. It sounded as if it wanted to chop Lin Feng into pieces. Lin Feng was speechless. "What crime have I committed? You're blaspheming a great existence." The strange stone shouted. Lin Feng muttered, "Don't tell me that great existence you're talking about is yourself?" The strange stone said proudly, "When a person is too outstanding, they can't hide their brilliance no matter where they go. That's right, that great existence is myself." The stone was really shameless. It was actually boasting about itself. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "I really can't see how you're great. Could it be that you have some powerful background?" The stone said, "If I tell you my background, you'll be scared to death." "What's your background? Tell me, I'd like to see if I'll be scared to death by you," Lin Feng said. The stone sneered at Lin Feng and said, "And nobody like you wants to know my background? Dream on. I'm going to eat you and your treasures." The stone pounced at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng waved his wolverine mace and smashed it again and again. Clang! 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 Lin Feng struck the strange stone again and again and sent it flying away. However, the mace couldn't harm the stone at all. If this continued, Lin Feng would definitely be the first to give up. This was going to be troublesome. At that moment, the Demon Lord suddenly said, "I know what this thing is." Hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng was shocked. He asked, "What the hell is this thing?" "A heaven-splitting stone," the Demon Lord said. "A heaven-splitting stone? What the hell is that?" Lin Feng asked in confusion. This was the first time he'd heard of a heaven-splitting stone. It's a stone formed when heaven and earth were first created. There are many types of heaven-splitting stones, such as immortal stones, demonic stones, divine stones, and so on. However, it's said that heaven-splitting stones are too heaven-defying, so they were destroyed by innate life forms during the absolute beginning era, the Demon Lord said. Lin Feng was shocked. Was a heaven-splitting stone that terrifying? Even innate life forms were afraid of it. If that wasn't the case, innate life forms wouldn't have destroyed heaven-splitting stones. The Demon Lord continued, "This heaven-splitting stone was probably one that was lucky enough not to be destroyed. In all the heavens, there are probably very few heaven-splitting stones left." Lin Feng asked, "What's the use of this heaven-splitting stone?" It's said that it can be used to forge the most powerful treasures. In the past, innate lifeforms destroyed heaven-splitting stones, smelted them, and forged them into powerful treasures with terrifying power. The demon lord said. It seems that innate lifeforms destroyed heaven-splitting stones because of greed. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. The demon lord said, wherever there are people, there will be conflicts of interest. This is unavoidable. Apart from forging treasures, what other uses does a heaven-splitting stone have? Lin Feng asked. Yao Jun said, the sky-splitting stone is very strange. It has many shocking abilities, but different sky-splitting stones have different abilities. For example, the sky-splitting stone in front of us can disperse other people's Fa, but it probably has some other unimaginable abilities. How should I deal with this heaven-splitting stone? Lin Feng asked. Use heavenly fire to burn it. The heaven-splitting stone is of the metal element, so heavenly fire can restrain it. The demon lord said. Lin Feng had used his godly awareness to talk to the beast lord. Even though it was a long conversation, it happened in the blink of an eye. Heavenly fire. Come out. When the sky-splitting stone smashed down again, Lin Feng directly took out the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire burned fiercely. It enveloped the sky-splitting stone. Oh my God! It's burning me to death. It's burning me to death. You little bastard, how dare you use the heavenly fire to burn me? Do you believe that I won't swallow your heavenly fire? The sky-splitting stone screamed miserably as it was burned. It was simply laughable. Facing the burning of the heavenly fire, the sky-splitting stone had no way to resist. All things were divided into 5 elements. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. If it was just an ordinary flame burning the sky-splitting stone, the sky-splitting stone might be fine. However, it was the heavenly fire that burned the sky-splitting stone. The flame supremacy had managed to restrain the heaven-splitting stone. Lin Feng cursed. Grandson, who are you calling a bastard? I'll burn you to death. Lin Feng continued to use the heavenly fire to burn the sky-splitting stone. Hoo, the fire grew stronger and stronger. The sky-splitting stone was burning until it emitted green smoke. You're burning me to death, you're burning me to death. Quickly stop, or I won't let you off. The sky-splitting stone roared. It kept struggling and resisting, but it was useless. No matter how the sky-splitting stone struggled and resisted, it was unable to resist. It could not resist the might of the heavenly fire. Sky-splitting stone, it seems that your level is not that great. Lin Feng said proudly. You know my identity? The sky-splitting stone immediately shouted with a haughty look. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, you're already burned to such a state, yet you still dare to act cool in front of this young master? The might of the heavenly fire grew stronger and stronger. The sky-splitting stone had already turned from black to fiery red. It opened its mouth. It kept panting heavily. I'm going to die. Save me, who can save me? The sky-splitting stone wailed. Whoosh. Suddenly, the sky-splitting stone turned into a fiery red stream of light and quickly charged toward Lin Feng. Then, it fiercely slammed into Lin Feng. Lin Feng had long been on guard against the heaven-splitting stone. Seeing this guy rushing over, Lin Feng directly used the Vajra mace to smash the heaven-splitting stone away. Damned brat, consider it my loss, said the sky-splitting stone ferociously. Then, it tore open the void and left quickly. Lin Feng's heavenly fire couldn't be too far away from him, so it flew back of its own accord. Lin Feng didn't chase after the heaven-splitting stone either, although the heavenly fire restrained the heaven-splitting stone. However, if he wanted to suppress the heaven-splitting stone, this was not an easy task. It would be great if I could convert this guy. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The heaven-splitting stone was a treasure that everyone coveted. If it smashed into someone's body, it could disperse the opponent's magic power. If the heaven-splitting stone were to give the opponent such a blow during a great battle, it would scatter the opponent's magic power. Was there any suspense left in this battle? Unfortunately, it was truly difficult to subdue the heaven-splitting stone. Lin Feng began to regulate his body in the Yin mound. Previously, when he was smashed by the heaven-splitting stone, although his magic power was barely not scattered, he couldn't circulate it. This was no different from having his magic power scattered. Therefore, Lin Feng needed to spend a certain amount of time to recover his magic power. 6 hours later, Lin Feng's magic power finally returned to normal, which made him let out a long sigh of relief. The feeling of not being able to circulate his magic power was too terrible. If it was possible, Lin Feng didn't want to experience that terrible feeling again. After Lin Feng left the Yin Mound, he completely destroyed the 8 trigrams formation. Then, he flew out and put the entire Jade Leaf Stone mine into his mountain river ring. Lin Feng planned to wait until he got out of the original ruins realm before thinking about excavating the Jade Leaf Stone mine. For a period of time after that, Lin Feng spent his time searching for treasures and raiding houses. During this period of time, he snatched a lot of dragon chi. When all the dragon chi was added together, there was a total of more than 50,000 strands. Time passed by quickly. 3 months flew by. The teleportation array between the 8 heavens and the prodigy training grounds was about to open. A loud rumbling sound resounded between heaven and earth. Everyone saw 8 huge teleportation arrays appear in 8 different directions of the original ruins realm. A teleportation array appeared in every place in the 8 heavens. Cultivators in the 8 heavens could now head to the teleportation array and enter the prodigy training grounds through it. Cultivators who didn't need the dragon chi needed to leave the 8 heavens at this time. It was said that if one stayed in the 8 heavens without permission, they would be killed by the laws of the 8 heavens. Therefore, it was extremely irrational to stay in the 8 heavens at this time. The 8 heavens were 8 independent spaces. Therefore, cultivators in the 8 heavens could only head to the corresponding teleportation array. Lin Feng also flew quickly toward the teleportation array in the area where he was. When he arrived, Lin Feng found that the teleportation array was controlled by someone. A large number of cultivators had been intercepted. There were about 700 to 800 cultivators guarding the array, forbidding everyone from going over. Their actions caused public outrage. Therefore, many people joined forces to attack the defensive line formed by the cultivators. However, they failed several times. Those people were too strong and couldn't resist at all. The Exalted Immortal Sect, the Undying Immortal Sect, the Ascension Immortal Sect, the Sword Saint Immortal Sect, the Heavenly Tao Immortal Sect, the 5 major immortal sects, the Kinwa people, the Skeleton Tribe, the Sky Eye Tribe, and other factions. There are also 7 or 8 ancient aristocratic families, all of whom are experts from the top factions. The defensive line formed by these experts naturally can't resist. Someone lamented. Everyone. We only want money and don't want to kill. Hand over half of your dragon chi and we'll let everyone pass. A young man in an imperial robe said. Huangfu Qi. He's from the Ascension Immortal Sect. Someone recognized the young man's identity. The Ascension Immortal Sect was too powerful. It was one of the 10 major immortal sects with a long history and a strong foundation. It was also said that this faction could communicate with exalted immortals. No one was willing to provoke such a faction. You want half of our dragon chi? Aren't you going overboard? Do you want to become enemies with all the cultivators in the world? A cultivator said coldly with a gloomy expression. Naturally, they were unwilling to hand over half of their dragon chi. Many people also began to shout. It could be said that the crowd was furious. However, the people from the major factions looked at them with cold expressions. Either you hand over your dragon chi and enter the prodigy training hall or wait here until the teleportation array disappears and you leave the primordial ruins realm. A holy son of the Taishang Immortal Sect said coldly. Many people's expressions were gloomy as they weighed the pros and cons. This is robbery. Hand over all your treasures. Who is this? How dare he be so arrogant? Is he tired of living? Is this brat crazy? He actually dares to rob the cultivators of the Supreme Immortal Sect and other forces. He's simply courting death. He's simply courting death. Madman, he must be a madman. Seeing Lin Feng jump out to rob the cultivators of the Supreme Immortal Sect and other forces, everyone felt as if their heads were about to explode. There were more than 700 cultivators from the Supreme Immortal Sect and other forces, and each of them was very powerful. Previously, when everyone had joined forces to attack their defensive line, they had suffered heavy losses. But now, Lin Feng had jumped out to rob them by himself. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? the 700 people from the Supreme Immortal sect and other forces were also completely stunned. Then, the corners of their mouths twitched violently. This brat jumped out to rob them alone. Could it be that he looked down on so many of them? The cultivators of the Supreme Immortal sect did not think that Lin Feng was a madman. F***ck, what are you still standing there for? Hand over all your storage rings. Otherwise, do you believe that I won't beat you into a pig's head? Lin Feng shook his fist and said fiercely. Damn, this brat is serious. From the looks of it, he really wants to rob the people of the Supreme Immortal sect. Where did this guy come from? He's actually in such a hurry to throw away his life? Many people began to mutter. No one knew Lin Feng. This guy seems to be Lord Tortoise's disciple. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and recognized Lin Feng's identity. The rumored #1 scum of the 9 provinces, Lord Tortoise? That's right, it's that Lord Tortoise. Several of Lord Tortoise's disciples are dead. It's said that he took in a disciple a few years ago called Lin Feng. Could it be this person? Yes, it's this guy. I saw this guy in the Dragonfire province before. Does this guy think that just because he's Lord Tortoise's disciple, he can jump out and rob people from the Supreme Immortal sect and other forces? Lord Tortoise's reputation is probably not that useful, right? Who knows what he's thinking? The surrounding people started to discuss. They didn't understand why Lin Feng would jump out at this time. In their opinion, jumping out at this time was too abnormal. Lin Feng? Lin Feng from the Reincarnation Immortal sect? One of the holy sons from the Supreme Immortal sect looked coldly at Lin Feng. The saint who spoke was called Tang Senator. This person was slender and very handsome. He was very prestigious among the younger generation of the Supreme Immortal sect. He was a top genius who had risen in the past 200 to 300 years. The grudge between Lin Feng and the Supreme Immortal sect had been going on for a long time. The Supreme Immortal sect had even spent a lot of money to find assassins to kill Lin Feng, but they had never succeeded. The experts of the younger generation of the Supreme Immortal sect naturally also wanted to kill Lin Feng. If he could kill Lin Feng, he would be able to gain a lot of attention within the sect. Moreover, killing Lin Feng would give them a huge reward. That's right. I am Lin Feng, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said arrogantly. Many cultivators nearly fell to the ground when they saw how arrogant Lin Feng was. Wasn't this guy a little too arrogant? Don't they know what kind of people they're facing? Humph. So you're Lin Feng. Just nice, I'll capture you and hand you over to the Grand Elder. Huang Fuqi from the Ascension Immortal sect looked coldly at Lin Feng. The Grand Elder he was referring to was Huang Fuqingtian's mother. Huang Fuqingtian's mother used to be the saintess of the Ascension Immortal sect. However, she had now become the Grand Elder of the Ascension Immortal sect. Moreover, she was the #1 Grand Elder in the Ascension Immortal sect. She was extremely important in the Ascension Immortal sect. Naturally, the grudge between Lin Feng and the Ascension Immortal sect could not be resolved with just a few words. I think it's better for the Supreme Immortal sect to suppress this brat. Bring him back to the sect and let the elders deal with him. Tang Sen said indifferently. The Supreme Immortal sect and the Ascension Immortal sect had fought with Lin Feng before. They knew that Lin Feng had many powerful divine abilities, Dharma treasures, and Lin Feng possessed a shocking amount of wealth. Therefore, these people coveted Lin Feng's treasures and wanted to capture Lin Feng. Lin Feng shouted. I can deal with a bunch of small fries like you with just a flick of my finger. If you want to fight, then come at me together. Why are you still chattering? The people from the Supreme Immortal sect and the other top forces were filled with killing intent. How dare Lin Feng look down on them, how dare he humiliate them? They wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. As for the cultivators who were stopped from entering the Tianjiadao field, they could only smile bitterly. Naturally, they had seen those arrogant people before. In the world of cultivators, there was no lack of such people. However, this was the first time they had seen a cultivator as arrogant as Lin Feng. You're courting death. Tang Sen and Huang Fuqi shouted angrily and shot out towards Lin Feng. 2 pieces of trash dare to make a move against me? You really don't know what's good for you. I only need 1 punch to get rid of trash like you easily. Lin Feng said with disdain. Brag. Keep bragging. Many people rolled their eyes, obviously thinking that Lin Feng was bragging. Tang Sen, Huang Fuqi, both of them were at the third layer of the giant god realm. They were definitely considered top experts among the younger generation. What about Lin Feng? This was the first time many people had heard of this name. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Feng's master was the famous Master Tortoise, who would care about who it was? Kid, you're too arrogant. Tang Sen's eyes were gloomy. Have you thought about the scene of you being trampled under our feet later? I really want to see you kneeling in front of us like a dog, wagging your tail and begging us to let you go. Huang Fuqi also sneered. The two of them were very confident in themselves, not to mention that they were attacking together. Could it be that they couldn't deal with Lin Feng? Huang Fuqi used the Feather Immortal Fist divine ability. Tang Sen, on the other hand, had used the 10,000 kills annihilation palm. Everyone's gaze shifted to the three of them. The cultivators of the Supreme Immortal Sect, Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, and other forces watched this scene coldly. In their opinion, there was no suspense in this battle. Those who were blocked and couldn't enter the Tianjiao Dao field looked at Lin Feng with pity. In their opinion, Lin Feng was also in a situation where he would definitely die. But then, everyone revealed a look of disbelief. Because they saw Lin Feng strike out with his palm across the void. An energy palm print descended from the sky. It rushed towards the two experts, Tang Sen and Huang Fuqi. The two sides collided. Tang Sen and Huang Fuqi, the two experts, didn't even have the strength to resist under Lin Feng's attack. They were defeated. Plop. Plop, the two of them fell to the ground. Then, they each spat out a mouthful of blood. This, everyone cried out in disbelief, unable to believe what they were seeing with their own eyes. Tang Sen, Huang Fuqi. These two were at the third layer of the giant god realm. In the eyes of many people, this realm was a high and mighty existence. It was like a towering mountain peak. It was enough to make many people unable to breathe. However, it was precisely these two powerful experts that appeared so weak in front of Lin Feng. It made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. However, everyone knew that everything they saw was real. Just now, Lin Feng had indeed defeated the two experts in one move. The word crush was not enough to describe the huge gap between the two sides. Now, everyone finally knew why Lin Feng was so arrogant. It was because Lin Feng was simply too powerful, such terrifying strength. Wasn't it normal to be arrogant if he had such powerful strength? Who knew how arrogant he would be? Many people couldn't help but become excited. Lin Feng was so powerful, but now, he was facing off against the Supreme Immortal Sect and many other forces. These cultivators who were blocked from entering the Heaven's Chosen's training grounds suddenly had a backbone. Even if Lin Feng wasn't a match for these cultivators who were blocking everyone from entering the Heaven's Chosen's training grounds. However, there were so many cultivators gathered here. When the time came, with Lin Feng as the leader, they would join forces. If they really fought, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. Lin Feng didn't know what the surrounding cultivators were thinking. After defeating Tang Sen and Huang Fuqi, he looked at the two of them with a smile and said, "Now you know the huge gap between us. Calling you cats and dogs is already praising you. You're simply a bunch of ants." Arrogant. Lin Feng's words were simply too arrogant. However, when everyone heard Lin Feng's words, they felt that these words coming from Lin Feng's mouth were only natural. This was because they had witnessed Lin Feng's powerful strength. When one's strength was strong enough, naturally, he could say whatever he wanted. So what if he wasn't convinced? Without sufficient strength, no matter how indignant they were, they could only hold it in. "We'll fight it out with you." Tang Sen and Huang Fuqi got up from the ground and rushed toward Lin Feng. Both of them were top-notch geniuses. They were usually high and mighty figures. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Naturally, he could not bear this humiliation. One by one, they roared and charged towards Lin Feng, looking as if they wanted to perish together with Lin Feng. "Since you want to die, I don't mind killing you." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he slashed out a sword chi. In the blink of an eye, Tang Sen and Huang Fuqi's divine ability was destroyed. Puff. Puff, then, two ripping sounds were heard. Tang Sen and Huang Fuqi's bodies were directly cut in half by Lin Feng. Lin Feng had always been a decisive person. Moreover, Tang Sen and Huang Fuqi were from the Supreme Celestial Sect and the Ascendant Celestial Sect respectively. He and these two forces were like fire and water. So what if he killed their people? Their hatred was already formed anyway. Lin Feng did not care about adding more hatred. Let's attack together. There are so many of us. Even if this brat has 3 heads and 6 arms, he'll still die. The cultivators from the Supreme Celestial Sect, the Ascendant Celestial Sect, the Qinwu people, and the other forces shouted. Then, more than 700 people attacked Lin Feng. A bunch of trash. I can suppress all of you with a raise of my hand. Lin Feng could not help but snort coldly. He immediately unleashed his epic dominance to shroud these people. Everyone was enveloped by Lin Feng's epic dominance. Epic dominance was a group attack. Once it was unleashed, its power was boundless. Now that Lin Feng had unleashed his epic dominance, these cultivators were no match for it. Thud. Thud. Thud, the cultivators knelt on the ground one after another. They could not move their bodies at all. In the blink of an eye, more than 700 powerful cultivators from various forces were all kneeling on the ground. Oh my God, am I seeing things? The cultivators who were blocked from entering the Chosen One dojo all shouted in disbelief. The scene in front of them was too shocking. Those were more than 700 top experts, and they were all kneeling on the ground just like that. That guy was too powerful, wasn't he? Could it be that he could already compete with a peak giant god or even a half-step emperor? At the thought of this, many people were shocked. Originally, no one had considered Lin Feng in the Chosen One dojo contest. Now that they saw Lin Feng's might, they could not help but wonder. With such terrifying strength, what kind of ranking would Lin Feng achieve in the Chosen One dojo contest? After Lin Feng suppressed these cultivators, he looted their storage rings, including their dragon chi. All of them were looted by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng quickly flew towards the teleportation array of the Chosen One dojo. He took out 100 balls of dragon chi. After the teleportation array absorbed the dragon chi, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Fellow Taoists, teach these guys a lesson. Do they really think we're easy to bully? After Lin Feng left, many people roared and took out all kinds of Dharma treasures. Offensive and defensive Dharma treasures flashed as those cultivators began to besiege the cultivators of the Taishang Immortal sect and other forces. Previously, they were suppressed by these people and could not resist. However, now that Lin Feng had taken away the storage rings of the cultivators of the Taishang Immortal sect and other forces, they did not have any Dharma treasures on them. Their combat strength plummeted. It was time for them to take revenge. It was chaos outside. Lin Feng had already guessed that this would happen. He did not take action to deal with the people of the Taishang Immortal sect because Lin Feng knew that someone would take care of them. There was no lack of experts among the cultivators who were suppressed earlier. Since there was a chance to vent their anger, how could they let go of such a great opportunity? At this time, Lin Feng entered the Chosen One dojo. This was the first level of the Chosen One dojo. The spirit chi in the first level was even denser. It was 10 times denser than the spirit chi in the 8 heavens. It was truly a holy land for cultivation. Roar! Suddenly, a roar shook the sky as a terrifying beast pounced over. The beast had a strange appearance. Its body was like a lion's, but its 3 heads were a dragon's head, a tiger's head, and a crocodile's head. Its ferocious aura shocked Lin Feng. This was definitely an overlord-level existence. Bang! Lin Feng raised his fist and punched the ferocious beast. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. Damn, aren't these beasts too powerful? Their bodies are so terrifying, and they look so strange. What kind of race are they? Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in frustration. Roar! The 3 overlords roared and charged at Lin Feng again, their sharp claws swiping at Lin Feng once more. Dracophant arm, Lin Feng began circulating the archaic Dracophant art. The Dracophant arm was activated. Bang! Next, he and the 3 overlords clashed once more. Accompanied by a dull collision sound, it was as if 2 immemorial mountains had collided together. Lin Feng and the ferocious beast couldn't help but move backwards. Lin Feng had activated his draconic elephant arm and was now evenly matched with the three-headed ferocious beast. Lin Feng's heart was pounding like a tidal wave. Because he knew how powerful his dracophant arm was, and it was precisely because he knew how powerful it was that he felt shocked. Even the dracophant arm couldn't defeat the three overlords. From this, one could see how terrifying the physical strength of the three overlords were. The world was so big, and there were all kinds of strange things. Lin Feng finally understood the meaning of this saying. There were countless mysterious and unknown races in the world. Although those races were unknown, they were abnormally strong. After the second clash, the three overlords stopped attacking Lin Feng. Instead, they floated in the air and closed their eyes to rest. What the hell is this guy doing? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. He really didn't understand what the three overlords were trying to do. This beast seems to have acknowledged your strength. It seems to be waiting for something. Don't leave for now. Wait here and see what's going to happen. The demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded. He was very curious about the actions of the three overlords, so he began to wait. While waiting, Lin Feng observed his surroundings. He was currently floating in the air, and below him was a huge abyss. Within the abyss, there was a river flowing. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless ancient forest. In the distance, there were numerous black mountains. Those mountains were heavy and oppressive. This place was very quiet, and there wasn't even the sound of insects or birds. This was a little abnormal, because normally, the sounds of insects and birds wouldn't stop. There was only one kind of place where the sounds of insects and birds wouldn't be heard. Even birds and insects wouldn't be willing to set foot in such places. Such places were places of extreme threat. These places included places of death, forbidden life, or the territories of powerful beasts. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of place he was in, but this place gave him a faint sense of uneasiness. Obviously, it was extremely dangerous. Whoosh, not long after, a stream of light was. The streak of light stopped, revealing a strange beast. This beast looked very much like a huge ape, with a white head and red feet. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw the strange beast. Scarlet ape. Lin Feng looked at the beast in bewilderment. There was a record of scarlet apes in the classic of mountains and seas. 400 kilometers to the west, there is a mountain called Xianxia. Above it is white jade and below it is red copper. There is a beast that looks like an ape, but has a white head and bare feet. It is called scarlet ape. This was the record of scarlet apes in the classic of mountains and seas. These beasts had a violent temperament, but were extremely powerful. Since ancient times, whenever a scarlet ape was born, it would alarm everyone. The scarlet ape was one of the most powerful ape creatures. After arriving, the scarlet ape looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when he was stared at by the scarlet ape. The scarlet ape then looked away, no longer paying attention to Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng very puzzled. This scarlet ape seemed to have acknowledged him. Could it have something to do with the three overlords' acknowledgement of his strength, so the scarlet ape also acknowledged his strength? The scarlet ape closed its eyes and rested. Just like the three overlords, it seemed to be waiting for someone else to arrive. Not simple at all. It seems that these beasts are up to something, so they agreed to appear here. After I entered the Prodigy Training Hall's teleportation array, I happened to be teleported to this place. Then, I encountered the three overlords and was attacked by them. The three overlords fought me to a standstill, so they acknowledged my strength. Now, I seem to be qualified to participate in what they want to do. I just don't know what they want to do. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He waited patiently. Not long after, another ferocious beast came. This ferocious beast was actually a hell demon beast. Hell beasts were rumored to be hell's guardian beasts. Together with the three-headed hellhound and the hell god-eater, they were known as the three guardian beasts of hell. Seeing such a hell beast here was somewhat out of Lin Feng's expectations. The hell beast was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see its appearance clearly. Only a pair of bewitching and terrifying eyes could be seen. After the hell beast appeared, it didn't pay attention to Lin Feng, Zhu Yan, or the three overlords. It found a place to close its eyes and rest. The three overlords and the scarlet ape didn't open their eyes either. Similarly, they ignored the hell beast that had just arrived. Only Lin Feng was looking around. Another powerful existence has arrived. This is already the third one, but these guys still haven't made a move. Looks like they're still waiting for another terrifying existence to arrive. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He continued to wait. 2 hours later. Rain suddenly fell from the sky. The scarlet ape, the hell beast, and the three overlords opened their eyes at the same time. It's here, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. To be able to make three terrifying existences react at the same time, it was obvious that the last existence had arrived. Usually, the strongest existence would appear at the end of the show. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that it was probably the strongest of the four ferocious beasts. Coming with the rain. Just what kind of existence is it? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. The rain grew denser and denser. Lin Feng suddenly felt a cold and sinister aura enveloping his entire body. The aura made him feel a chill run down his spine. Clearly, that existence was staring at him. Lin Feng was someone who had seen great storms, so his expression was normal. He didn't reveal anything out of the ordinary. In the distance, a beast walked out of the rain. A dire beast that walked in the rain might not even be called a dire beast. It was a small beast that was half a meter tall. It stood upright and looked like a bear. However, its appearance was different from those fierce bears. The bear in front of him looked very cute. The fur on its body was also very unique. It was black and white, especially the fur around its eyes. It looked like dark circles under its eyes. A panda. It's actually such a creature. The demon lord was shocked. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "What kind of creature is a panda?" "This is the first time I've heard of it." The demon lord said, "The panda is an extremely ancient creature. If I remember correctly, this creature should be a terrifying creature that appeared in the same era as the Xianxia lifeforms. Although this clan has a cute appearance, don't be deceived by the appearance of the panda cat. The panda cat is an extremely terrifying creature that has mastered many incredible and terrifying abilities. Some of their abilities can be said to be heaven-defying. Originally, I thought that creatures like the panda cat had long disappeared. I never thought that there would be one here. It's really incredible. I'm afraid this panda cat is not simple. Let's see what this panda cat wants to do later." Lin Feng nodded and looked at the approaching panda. The panda was holding a huge banana leaf in its hand. It carried the banana leaf on its shoulder. It probably used the leaf as an umbrella. "Tisk, tsk. You're all here early," the panda said with a grin. The three dire beast overlords, Zhu Yan, and the hell fiend did not say anything. The panda seemed to be used to it. It looked at Lin Feng and said, "Not bad, not bad. A new member has joined us. You should be a cultivator participating in the prodigy ranking battle, right?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. I'm indeed participating in the prodigy ranking battle and accidentally entered this place. I wonder what I'm going to do next." The panda smiled and said, "Everything is predestined. There's no such thing as accidentally entering. Do you understand the meaning of this sentence?" The panda was implying something. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The predestined thing that the panda was talking about. Could it be that he was fated to be here? It sounded a little too sinister. However, the panda was unfathomable. Lin Feng had a feeling that it knew something. "What do you mean?" Lin Feng asked tentatively. Panda said, "We were just short of someone to do something, and you came to this place. It just so happens that you are evenly matched with the three-headed monster. This is destiny." "Humph." The dire beast overlords seemed to be very dissatisfied with the panda calling it a three-headed panda, so it couldn't help but snort. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He more or less understood what panda was trying to say. Panda continued, "We are not from the primordial ruins realm." "Oh? Not from the prodigy ranking? Then, who are you? How did you enter the Yuanxi realm?" Lin Feng looked at Panda and the others in surprise. There was a huge age limit for entering and exiting the prodigy ranking. Those with a lifespan of more than 1,000 years couldn't enter the prodigy ranking. Any cultivator with a lifespan of more than 1,000 years would be attacked by the prodigy ranking when they entered the prodigy ranking. When that happened, they would inevitably end up dead. There was only one situation for living beings with a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. And that was, they were originally living beings of the prodigy ranking. The panda, the dire beast overlords, Zhu Yan, and the hell fiend had a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. If they said that they weren't living beings of the prodigy ranking, wasn't that the same as saying that they came from outside, having a lifespan of more than 1,000 years and being able to enter the prodigy ranking from outside was a little beyond Lin Feng's understanding. There is a kind of person who can ignore the rules of the prodigy ranking and enter the prodigy ranking when the prodigy ranking opens. What kind of person? Lin Feng asked. Ferrymen of souls. Of course, you can also call us nether messengers or hell messengers. The panda said with a smile. Holy sh*t, Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in surprise, almost falling to the ground. He had naturally heard of ferrymen of souls, nether messengers, and hell messengers. Previously, Lin Feng had mistakenly entered the sea route to the underworld several times. On the sea route to the underworld, Lin Feng had seen many ghost ships. Every ghost ship had the soul of a dead cultivator sitting on it. The souls of the dead cultivators were led to the underworld by the ferrymen of souls, also known as nether messengers or hell messengers. In other words, they were heading to the world of the dead. Lin Feng hadn't expected that these four beings were actually the ferrymen of souls. It was really unbelievable that he would be able to meet a ferryman of souls one day. However, Lin Feng soon felt that something was wrong. He said, shouldn't the ferrymen of souls be living beings of the underworld? Apart from the hell-fiend beast that is somewhat related to the underworld, the rest of you have nothing to do with the underworld, right? The panda said, there are many types of ferrymen of souls. People like us belong to the category of ferrymen of souls that live in the world of the living. Usually, we are no different from ordinary cultivators, but every once in a while, we will receive a mission to ferry some souls that are extremely difficult to handle. Lin Feng said, in that case, are we going to do a mission now? That's right. This time, we were summoned to the original ruins realm to complete a mission. The panda said. Lin Feng said, what does that have to do with me? I'm not a ferryman of souls. Not now, but maybe after this mission, you will be. Kid, join us and do missions together. If you can become a ferryman of souls, you will gain a lot of benefits. The panda said slowly, tempting him. Lin Feng looked at the panda and couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. No matter how he looked at it, this guy was deceiving him like the big bad wolf deceiving Little Red Riding Hood. Zhu Yan said faintly, it seems that we don't have a choice now. The hellfiend beast and the three overlords looked at Lin Feng with an inexplicable light in their eyes. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. It was indeed as Zhu Yan had said. He didn't have a choice now. Convince people with virtue. We have to convince people with virtue. How many times have I told you? Why won't you listen? The panda couldn't help but shout loudly. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Since he couldn't refuse, he might as well agree to these people. Lin Feng had always been very interested in ferrying souls into the underworld. Lin Feng said, I can agree to your request, but I have some questions that I'd like to ask you. Of course. A smile appeared on Panda's face. Lin Feng asked, can't a soul ferryman escort the souls of the dead to the underworld? Why do we need so many soul ferrymen? Panda said, you don't seem to know much about the underworld. The underworld is not as simple as you think. Moreover, the place where the underworld recruits souls is the underworld, but the underworld is not the only faction in the underworld. Many factions fight for souls of the dead. Panda said. Hearing Panda's words, Lin Feng knew what was going on. He continued to ask, if that's the case, we might be attacked by the other factions in the underworld? Panda nodded and said, that's right. But don't worry. Although we might be attacked by the other factions in the underworld, the truly terrifying existences, such as the underworld emperors, have already fallen into a deep slumber 2 billion years ago. As long as those underworld emperors do not awaken, we don't have to worry too much. Although Panda seemed to be making a solemn vow and spoke with such confidence and calmness. However, Lin Feng could not help but feel a little worried. The underworld was a place where the dead went. There must be endless dangers and dangers hidden there. How could it be easy to enter the underworld and escort souls to the underworld? After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng asked again, what benefits do you get from escorting the souls of the dead to the underworld? Panda said, we can cultivate some of the top divine abilities of the underworld, and we can also receive various resources as rewards from the underworld. Those resources can only be found in the underworld. Cultivators from the outside world can't get them. Divine abilities of the underworld? Resources of the underworld? Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Panda said, of course, you'll also receive these things. After we go to the underworld, we can help you apply for the identity of a soul ferryman. Then, you'll have the ability to travel between the two realms. Lin Feng grinned and said, traveling between the two realms? Not bad, not bad. Let's get the identity of a soul ferryman for fun. Panda looked deeply at Lin Feng and smiled. Hee hee. Of course. The identity of a soul ferryman is useful in many cases. There aren't many cultivators who can be chosen as soul ferrymen in the underworld. Lin Feng asked, are we sending the souls of the original ruins realm to the underworld this time? That's right. The original ruins realm opens once every 800 years, and every time it opens, countless people die. Their souls are trapped in the original ruins realm, and they can't enter the underworld. They can only enter the underworld by relying on our souls. Panda's the underworlds as underworlds to reincarnate. The underworld's underworld? Panda smiled and said, we traverse the two realms of yin and yang all year round, but we've only heard of the 6 paths of reincarnation and have never seen it. Even the creatures of the underworld have probably never seen it. That can't be, right? Then why is there talk of reincarnated experts? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The experts you're talking about must be existences with heaven-defying cultivation. After they die, their corpses can be dissected. Once they're dissected, they won't fall into hell or enter the cycle of reincarnation. Instead, they'll be directly reincarnated. In fact, it's equivalent to a remnant soul entering the body of a pregnant woman's fetus. Because the fetus's brain hasn't developed yet, these experts will be reincarnated after their corpses are dissected. Panda explained. Lin Feng was very surprised. He hadn't expected the legendary reincarnation to be like this. Only peerless experts could dissect their corpses. Presumably, there were many restrictions to dissecting their corpses. Even if one's cultivation was high enough, whether or not they could dissect their corpses depended on other conditions. What's the fate of the dead souls that enter the underworld? Lin Feng asked. Panda said, that's not necessarily true. Some might become nourishment for the underworld's creatures to cultivate. Some might have their souls scattered, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, earth to earth, turning into the most primitive energy and returning to heaven and earth. Some might become underworld soldiers, I see. Lin Feng nodded. The conversation with Panda had given him a new understanding of the underworld. Swoosh, at this moment, there was a flash of light. Panda took out a black robe and threw it to Lin Feng. What's this? Lin Feng asked. The underworld envoy robe. After wearing it, it can isolate the aura of the living. If you don't wear it, the living will enter the underworld and stay there forever. Panda said. After hearing Panda's words, Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate and quickly put on the underworld envoy robe. Why aren't you wearing it? Lin Feng looked at Panda and the others. Panda pointed to his forehead. At this moment, Lin Feng saw a rune appear on Panda's forehead. Zhu Yan, the Hell Fiend, and the 3 overlords of the great beasts had mysterious runes on their foreheads. Panda said, this is the underworld envoy rune. With the underworld envoy rune, we naturally don't have to wear it. You don't have the underworld envoy rune, so you have to wear it. Lin Feng nodded. At this moment, the surrounding wind howled. Black fog rolled. Ghostly aura filled the air. Soon after, hordes of dead souls swarmed in from all directions. Give me back my life. Give me back my life, I died so miserably, I died so miserably, I want all of you dead, I want all of you dead. The countless dead souls let out eerie voices that made one's hair stand on end. Some of the dead souls had even turned into evil spirits. These dead souls were all top-notch geniuses when they were alive. They entered the primordial ruins realm to participate in the prodigy ranking battle in search of opportunities, but in the end they died in this place. However, this was the cruelty of the world of cultivators. Everywhere was filled with death and slaughter. It was the same in the primordial ruins realm. Panda took out a soul-summoning bell and held it in his hand. He gently shook the soul-summoning bell. 108,000 years in the mortal world. An instant in the underworld. Lonely souls will not be reincarnated. We will send you to the 9 underworlds. Panda was chanting some kind of incantation. When the dead souls heard the incantation, they immediately quieted down. Line up, Zhu Yan shouted. The densely packed dead souls lined up. The black fog churned with a sinister aura. Wherever it passed, all living beings avoided it. Otherworldly soldiers are passing through, retreat. Some cultivators in the distant forest saw the army shrouded in black fog and turned pale with fright. As the saying went, all living beings should retreat when otherworldly soldiers pass through. Those who stood in the way would be sent to the Yellow Springs. Many cultivators knew that otherworldly soldiers passing through wasn't a myth or legend. It was something that happened in reality and could be seen on many occasions. Now that these cultivators saw otherworldly soldiers passing through, they were both frightened and depressed. Many cultivators believed that it was extremely inauspicious to encounter otherworldly soldiers passing through. Damn, so escorting dead souls into the underworld looks like otherworldly soldiers passing through. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He'd seen otherworldly soldiers passing through a few times. Only now did Lin Feng understand what otherworldly soldiers were. There are many types of otherworldly soldiers passing through. Escorting dead souls into the underworld is one type, and otherworldly soldiers or otherworldly soldiers appearing is another type. Lin Feng asked, which faction of the underworld do those otherworldly soldiers and otherworldly soldiers belong to? Many factions of the underworld recruit otherworldly soldiers, and otherworldly soldiers belong to the underworld. As emissaries of hell, you must be very familiar with the underworld, right? Lin Feng asked curiously. Lin Feng had heard too many rumors about the fleeting underworld. Things like Yama's Palace, the Yellow Springs River, the Gates of the Abyss, and so on and so forth. They were all legends about the underworld. Actually, we've never entered the underworld. Oh? Why is that? Aren't you escorting dead souls into the underworld? Why haven't you entered the underworld? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. It's true that we're escorting dead souls into the underworld, but the living beings of the underworld will hand over these dead souls at the Bridge of Helplessness. Only after crossing the bridge can you be considered to have entered the underworld's territory. We're not allowed to cross the bridge. If they don't let you cross, you can sneak over and take a look. Lin Feng said. Zhu Yan rolled his eyes and said, do you think those people from the underworld are idiots? If you sneak over, you'll definitely be discovered. It's not like no one has ever done such a thing in the past. They secretly crossed the bridge, but the final result was that they became one of the souls of the dead. He was killed? Lin Feng asked. Zhu Yan nodded and said, yes, that's right. The black fog swept up a large number of dead souls and quickly left. The cultivators in the forest could finally breathe a sigh of relief when they saw the ghost soldiers leaving quickly. Lin Feng and the others escorted this group of souls into the passage to the underworld. This passage exuded a cold and terrifying aura. Living people were not allowed to enter. If a living person accidentally entered this place and had no way to escape, they were destined to die. About 3 days later, a huge whirlpool appeared in front of him. Streams of yin qi were emitted from the vortex. We're here, Zhu Yan said. The netherworld. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. They'd finally arrived at the netherworld. The netherworld was a place. It was full of mystery, strangeness, and the unknown. Now that he was about to enter the legendary netherworld for the first time, even though Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of storms and waves, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Zhu Yan said, we'll be passing through the Yin Corpse King's territory first. The Yin Corpse King isn't a good person. He loves to hunt down the emissaries of hell, so be careful later. Lin Feng said with a wry smile, it looks like the netherworld is really full of danger. Zhu Yan said, of course. Do you think we're going on a trip to relax? The netherworld is a place full of dangers. The slightest carelessness can lead to death. Who knows how many living beings have died in the netherworld since ancient times? Just as Zhu Yan finished speaking. Whoosh. There was a flash of light, and Lin Feng and the others entered the netherworld with the souls. Endless death energy surged, wanting to devour Lin Feng's life. This was the netherworld. There was death energy everywhere. This was the reason why living beings would die when they entered the netherworld. The death energy would continuously devour the lifespan of living beings. And if a cultivator's lifespan was taken, only death would await them. Lin Feng realized that the netherworld envoy robe he was wearing had a miraculous effect. The surging death energy was all blocked by the netherworld envoy robe. The netherworld envoy rune on Zhu Yan's forehead also emitted a mysterious power that protected his body, preventing him from being corroded by the death energy. Speed up! Panda Cat, who was at the front, shouted. He wasn't willing to stay for long because the netherworld was very dangerous. Although the strongest power in the netherworld was still the underworld. However, other than the underworld, there were many terrifying powers in the netherworld. Some powers weren't much weaker than the underworld. The current underworld was no longer the underworld that could unify the netherworld. This was because when the great sage equaling heaven caused trouble in the underworld, many living beings saw that the underworld wasn't invincible. Thus, some of the forces that had originally submitted to the underworld began to resist the rule of the underworld, which led to the current situation of the netherworld being divided. Lin Feng and the others escorted the army of dead souls and quickly flew into the depths. Suddenly, a series of sharp and ear-piercing screams flew over from afar. Black fog rolled in the distance. In the black fog, terrifying living beings appeared one after another. Those living beings were wearing loose black robes and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. Only a pair of pale green eyes could be seen. The soul catchers are here, kill them. Panda Cat shouted loudly. Boom! 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 Panda Cat, Zhu Yan, and the Hell Demon Beast, the three overlords of the ferocious beasts, all attacked those soul catchers. Both sides were engaged in a great battle. Soul catchers were constantly killed, but there were also many soul catchers that devoured a large number of souls. Soul catchers? They should be ghosts. Lin Feng directly took out the ghost-raising jar. Then, he activated the ghost-raising jar. Whoosh! Whoosh! Cold wind swept through heaven and earth. The powerful devouring power enveloped the densely packed soul catchers. One by one, the soul catchers flew quickly toward Lin Feng. Many soul catchers let out sharp and terrifying screams. This was a type of soul attack. Sensing danger, the soul catchers wanted to use the soul attack to defeat Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's soul was strong enough, and Lin Feng's soul was protected by a supreme treasure like the Chaos Ancient Lamp, so he wasn't affected by these soul catchers at all. However, these soul catchers couldn't resist the devouring power of the ghost-raising jar. This treasure was simply too powerful. It directly devoured the densely packed soul catchers. Damn, you're good, brother. You're still the best. Zhu Yan suddenly exclaimed. Hee hee, it's all thanks to this treasure. Lin Feng said with a smile. Underworld. One of the three supreme realms. It was on par with the Heaven Realm and the Chaos Fantasy World. This was a world that was a level higher than the 3,000 Great Worlds. The underworld was not as dark as one imagined. This was a foggy world. There were all kinds of strange flowers and herbs growing here. These were all strange flowers and herbs of the underworld that could not be seen in the outside world. The ghost army continued to move forward. There were countless underworld creatures attacking Lin Feng and the others to steal their souls. But they were all repelled by Lin Feng and the others. We're about to reach the Ing Corpse King's territory, everyone be careful. Cat Bear said in a deep voice. The Zhu Yan's expression became serious. Lin Feng's heart trembled. Ing Corpse King, one of the overlords of the underworld. When he was chatting with the Zhu Yan, Lin Feng had also asked about the Ing Corpse King. He had obtained some information about the Ing Corpse King from the Zhu Yan. The Ing Corpse King was said to be an emperor-level existence. He had already lived for an extremely long time. So long that many people did not know how long the Ing Corpse King had lived. The Ing Corpse King had spent most of his time sleeping. Because the Ing Corpse King had already reached old age. Although an emperor had an incomparably long lifespan, an emperor would still grow old. In order to continue living, these ancient experts would usually choose to sleep. This was because sleeping could reduce the consumption of one's life energy to the greatest extent. The Ing Corpse King would occasionally wake up. Normally when the Ing Corpse King woke up, it would be time for the Ing Corpse King to eat. The most worrying thing about going through the Ing Corpse King's territory was that the Ing Corpse King would wake up from his sleep. If the Ing Corpse King woke up, it would be extremely troublesome. An existence like the Ing Corpse King, even if he was old and weak, no longer had the strength of the past. But the Ing Corpse King's strength was still unimaginably strong. An existence of this level would need to personally appear. As long as a portion of his power descended, he would be able to kill gods and demons. Along the way, everyone was praying that they would not encounter the Ing Corpse King awakening. At the end of the earth, a low voice sounded. Unknown time. Finally awakened from his sleep. Laughing at the world. I am still unparalleled in the world. When the voice rang out, the Zhuyan's expression changed. The Ing Corpse King has awakened, his voice became extremely solemn. The awakening of the Ing Corpse King was not a good thing for them. Panda Cat said, "Speed up, we need to rush out of the Ing Corpse King's territory as fast as possible." Everyone nodded and increased their speed to the maximum. The black fog rolled violently in the air. Within the black fog, the army of the dead trembled. These dead souls were also afraid of the Ing Corpse King's arrival. Because if the Ing Corpse King appeared, they would become its food. Buzz, suddenly, a pair of cold eyes appeared in the sky. It was a pair of eyes that could not be described with words. Those eyes seemed to contain billions of worlds. Ing Corpse King, Scarlet Ape's voice trembled. At the very least, Panda could not help but stop. A great emperor, Lin Feng was shocked. In the past, great emperors only existed in various stories and legends. Lin Feng had heard too much about the great emperors. But he had never seen a real great emperor. For example, the Demon Lord could no longer be called a great emperor. In the past, he was a great emperor at his peak, but now, he was only a remnant soul. But the Ing Corpse King was different. Although the Ing Corpse King was old and weak, and its battle strength was not at its peak, it was still terrifying to the point of suffocation. Emissary of the underworld. The cold voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth, causing everyone to feel a chill all over their bodies. At that moment, Lin Feng had the urge to turn around and leave. The Ing Corpse King's strength was indescribable with words. "Yes, Lord Ing Corpse King, we are willing to offer you 10,000 souls. Please let us pass, so that we can report to the underworld." Panda Cat said. "Ha ha ha ha," the Ing Corpse King suddenly laughed and said, "Every time this king revives, I have to devour more than 1,000,000 top-quality dead souls. And the dead souls here are all top-quality dead souls. There should be more than 1,000,000 in total, which is perfect for this king to devour." These dead souls were all living beings that died in the original Ruins world. Including the cultivators that entered the original Ruins world, the pets of the cultivators, the various fierce beasts of the original Ruins world, etc. Those dead living beings had powerful cultivation when they were alive, and their talent was astonishing. After death, their souls were even purer. The purer the soul, the purer the soul, the more valuable it was. "Lord Ing Corpse King, your appetite is a bit too big. If you devour all the dead souls, how can we report to the underworld?" Panda Cat said. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. This Panda Cat's guts were really not small. He actually dared to bargain with the Ing Corpse King, a great emperor-level existence. Humph. The Ing Corpse King could not help but let out a cold snort and said, "If you 5 emissaries of the underworld leave now, you can still live. If you don't know what's good for you, this king will devour all of you as well." The Ing Corpse King said coldly. "Ing Corpse King, you are old," Panda Cat said with a grin. "What did you say?" The Ing Corpse King's eyes suddenly shot out endless killing intent. The Ing Corpse King was indeed old. But he would never allow others to say that he was old. This was the Ing Corpse King's biggest taboo. Many powerful beings were like this. When their lives came to an end, they would fear death. They would not allow others to mention the word old in front of them. And Panda Cat had clearly violated the Ing Corpse King's taboo. Lin Feng could not help but wipe away his cold sweat. Panda Cat's words had completely angered the Ing Corpse King. No one knew what Panda Cat was thinking. This fellow was truly the best in the world of acting tough. He dared to act tough in front of a great emperor-level existence. Acting tough had reached a new height. But after acting tough, he would have to face the wrath of the Ing Corpse King. He might have had a chance to escape earlier. But now the Ing Corpse King would not let anyone go. Am I wrong? Ing Corpse King, you are really old. You are really old. You are really old. Panda Cat continued. Couldn't this fellow just say it once? He actually repeated the words, "You are really old," 3 times. Do you know the price of angering this king? The Ing Corpse King's cold eyes were filled with endless killing intent. The surrounding space began to distort. A terrifying emperor's aura spread out, covering the entire world. Fuck, this lunatic, now that he has angered the Ing Corpse King, this is troublesome. Zhu Yan could not help but curse. Lin Feng also gave a bitter smile. The Ing Corpse King was enraged. Now that the Ing Corpse King was truly enraged, its killing intent soared to the heavens. Feeling the terrifying killing intent from the Ing Corpse King, Lin Feng's expression turned solemn. He was not familiar with the underworld and had been following Panda Cat. Now that he wanted to escape, it would not be easy. It was very likely that he would be lost in the underworld. It had to be said that Panda Cat was truly a scammer. Panda Cat said, "I was just speaking the truth. Is there a need to be so angry? Being angry is something that only weaklings do. Ing Corpse King, you are strong enough. Now that you are angry because of a single sentence, it is not because your cultivation is weak, but because your heart has become weak." Shwa shwa. At this time, the Ing Corpse King seemed to have reached the end of its patience. 2 cold eyes of death shot towards Panda Cat. It contained a terrifying might that could destroy the heavens and earth, causing people to be shocked and moved. Great space shift. At this time, Panda Cat roared and stomped his right foot on the ground. Immediately after, lines of formation runes condensed and enveloped everyone within. Shwa, light flashed. Everyone disappeared without a trace. The Ing Corpse King's attack landed in the air. Shwa, 1,000 miles away. With a flash of light, Lin Feng and the rest appeared with the ghost army. Damn, what kind of technique is this? Zhu Yan suddenly exclaimed. It was clear that Zhu Yan did not know much about Panda Cat's techniques. Although Zhu Yan had interacted with Panda Cat several times, he knew that Panda Cat's cultivation was unfathomable. But he never thought that Panda Cat would be so heaven-defying. Under the eyes of a great emperor, he actually brought so many people and escaped without a trace. This kind of technique was truly unfathomable. Powerful, truly powerful. Lin Feng's heart was also filled with shock. Panda Cat's techniques were truly too shocking. He had screwed over a great emperor. The Ing Corpse King should be furious right now, right? Furthermore, Lin Feng was the successor of the Heavenly Master's bloodline. He knew how terrifying Panda Cat's teleportation array was. The Great Spatial Shift Array was an extremely difficult ability to perform. Every time the Great Spatial Shift Array was activated, the more people it transported, the more difficult it would be to perform. Not only did Panda's teleportation array cover Lin Feng, Zhu Yan, and the Hell Demon Beast, the 3 overlords of the ferocious beasts, it also covered millions of souls. Lin Feng didn't know how difficult it was to use this kind of space-shifting array. And there was something else that was even more shocking. Lin Feng found it hard to believe that Panda Cat was able to use a teleportation array right under the Ing Corpse King's nose. This was setting up a teleportation array without being detected by a great emperor's senses. Lin Feng finally knew why Panda Cat wanted to anger the Ing Corpse King. Panda Cat had infuriated the Ing Corpse King in order to set up the space-shifting array. When the Ing Corpse King was extremely angry, the Ing Corpse King's perception of the outside world would decrease. That was why Lin Feng felt that Panda Cat had schemed against the Ing Corpse King. And the actual situation was exactly as Lin Feng had guessed. Panda Cat was truly not simple. His methods were shocking and his intelligence was outstanding. Not everyone could scheme against a great emperor. Speed up, leave the Corpse King's territory. Panda Cat said in a deep voice. The ghost army's speed was raised to the limit as they quickly rushed forward. The underworld creatures had a very strong concept of territory. An existence like the Corpse King would not easily leave his territory and set foot in other territories. But as a nether emissary of the underworld, he could lead the ghost army to quickly pass through various territories. Of course, there was a reason for this. Because the current underworld was equivalent to the central dynasty. And a powerful existence like the Corpse King was equivalent to a powerful marquis that ruled over a region. It was just that the underworld could still rule over the underworld and the various territories in name. But the reality was that the underworld had already lost this kind of ruling power and was unable to centralize power. The lords of the various territories also had an attitude of paying lip service to the underworld. Of course, although the lords had an attitude of paying lip service to the underworld. However, the underworld emissaries bringing the dead souls back to the underworld was a kind of order and rule of the underworld. The lords did not dare to break this rule. Any world had its own rules. When these rules were broken, it was not far from destruction. However, some powerful lords had tyrannical cultivations. Although they would not break the rules of the underworld, they dared to kill the underworld emissaries and devour the ghost army. An existence like the Corpse King dared to do this kind of thing. Under Panda Cat's lead, everyone quickly rushed out of the Corpse King's territory. They continued to rush forward. Woo 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 woo, not long after, a bugle horn sounded in front of him. From afar, Lin Feng saw two torrents colliding. It was two huge armies of underworld soldiers fighting against each other. The leader of one of the Nether Legion stood on the back of a huge black bone dragon. The leader of the underworld soldiers was wearing a black armor that covered his body tightly. One could only see a pair of blood-red eyes that flashed with a cold light. The leader of the other underworld soldiers' army was riding on a huge white bone beast. It was unknown what kind of beast it was, but it was abnormally huge and had a pair of terrifying wings. As for the leader, it was a golden skeleton. In the skeleton's hand was a battle sword. It's the Black Hell Devil King and the Skeleton Evil King. Zhu Yan was shocked. Who are these people? Lin Feng asked. These are the two terrifying territories of the underworld. Their territories are next to each other, so there are frequent battles. Zhu Yan said. The underworld was the same as the outside world. There were conflicts of interests. There were also large-scale battles. Compared to the battles in the outside world, it was even more tragic. Let's take a detour. Panda Cat looked deeply at the Black Hell Devil King and the Skeleton Evil King, then led everyone to change their original route. There was no way they could pass through the battle in front of them. If they insisted on going, death was the only way out. The ghost army changed their route and left quickly. About 5 days later, Zhu Yan finally showed a relieved expression and said, "We will reach the underworld's territory in at most 2 hours. By then, our mission will be over." Lin Feng could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Everything he had seen and heard along the way had broadened his horizons. Now that the mission was about to be completed, he could not help but feel excited. After the mission was completed, he would receive a huge reward. After another half an hour, the originally slightly dim world instantly became as dark as ink. It was as if there was a terrifying existence. It chased after them. It seems like something terrifying is chasing after us. Lin Feng's expression became extremely grave. Behind him, something terrifying was rapidly approaching, and the surrounding world had become dark. It was also caused by that terrifying creature, but as for what that creature was, it was still unknown for the time being. Perhaps Zhu Yan and the others would know. After all, they had been Netherworld envoys for many years. They definitely knew many things that he didn't know. Don't look back. That's a creature in the darkness. It's extremely terrifying. If you look back, you'll suffer a great calamity. We don't need to pay attention to those creatures in the darkness, said Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan said. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. It seemed that there were truly too many terrifying existences in the netherworld. Many of them were filled with mysteries and unknowns. They had to be careful when dealing with those terrifying existences. Otherwise, they might lose their lives. Lin Feng calmed his mind and quickly rushed forward. I know your secret. You have a huge secret that very few people know about, but I know about. Do you want to know? If you want to know, then stop. I can tell you this secret. Suddenly, a gentle and enticing voice rang out in Lin Feng's mind. The voice was very alluring. It was very bewitching. Lin Feng knew that the owner of the voice was the creature in the darkness. He ignored the owner of the voice. He wanted to use this method to confuse Lin Feng. It wasn't an easy task. Your secret is extremely shocking. Don't you want to know? This secret is related to your origin. The voice rang out again. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This fellow was truly a little strange. The undying god's blood once lit the 9 prefectures' lantern, illuminating the world. The sovereign's blood dyed the world's mountains and rivers blood red. Your ancestor is really amazing. The voice rang out again. This time, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This guy was too strange. He actually knew about his origin? How did he know? Lin Feng hadn't revealed anything. Could it be that this guy could steal his soul and memories? If that was the case, it was too terrifying. You must be wondering why I know so much about you. You don't need to be curious. I've lived for a very long time and I know too many things. I can see through your origin, your secrets. There's nothing I don't know. Stop, we can have a good talk. Aren't you curious about your third identity? Your identity isn't simple, it's really not simple. The Undying clan and the Sovereign clan's bloodline inheritance are powerful enough, but your origin isn't limited to that. The third identity is the most shocking. I can tell you that in this world, perhaps only I can solve the mystery in your heart. The voice rang out once again. Stop and have a chat with him, the secret of my birth is about to be revealed. How exciting. At this moment, a bewitching voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. This voice seemed to be the demonic will in Lin Feng's heart. This demonic will. It had been awakened by the mysterious existence in the darkness. And this demonic will. It continued to bewitch Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes became a little confused. In his heart, he was struggling. The secret of his third identity. How could Lin Feng not want to know? Of course, he wanted to know. And he really wanted to know. This might be the root cause of Lin Feng's demonic will. When there was desire in his heart, it was easy to give birth to demonic will. Just like Lin Feng now. But there was another voice in Lin Feng's mind. Don't agree to it. Don't agree to it. Once you agree to it, you will be doomed eternally. This voice was dissuading Lin Feng. And the other voice was bewitching Lin Feng. 2 different voices. They continued to resound in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng felt like his head was about to split open. Gradually, the bewitching voice gained the upper hand. Lin Feng's eyes became more and more confused. He seemed to want to stop and have a good talk with the existence in the darkness about his third identity. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly realized that someone was calling him. Brother, are you okay? Brother, wake up. The voice came from afar, like a ray of light in the endless darkness, and this ray of light pointed out the way forward for him. Lin Feng's confused eyes became clear in an instant. Lin Feng realized that Zhu Yan was waving its big claws and patting him, calling him. Zhu Yan said when it saw Lin Feng wake up. It seems that you were tricked. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel scared. He had indeed been tricked. If it wasn't for Zhu Yan, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, Zhu Yan had woken him up in time. Many thanks. Lin Feng said. Haha, there's no need to be so polite. When I first entered the underworld, I was tricked just like you. Fortunately, there was an old man who led me. Otherwise, I would have been done for. Zhu Yan looked cold, but after getting to know it better, Lin Feng realized that it was a very warm person. Zhu Yan was the type of person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. The creatures in the darkness are very strange. They know a lot about me. Lin Feng said. That's right. This kind of creature is extremely strange. They can steal other people's soul memories and use the weaknesses in other people's soul memories as a breakthrough point to bewitch them. I didn't tell you this before because I wanted you to experience the terror of these creatures and let you know their methods. Next time, if they use the same method to bewitch you, you will have a countermeasure. Zhu Yan said. Lin Feng nodded. The group continued forward. It didn't take long for them to enter the underworld's territory. After entering the underworld's territory, the creatures in the darkness left. Now that we're in the underworld's territory, we can relax. There won't be anyone who's so reckless as to cause trouble for us anymore. Zhu Yan said. The ghoul army moved through the underworld's territory, occasionally seeing patrolling Yin soldiers. When the Yin soldiers saw that the netherworld envoys were sending the ghoul army over, they didn't question Lin Feng and the others. The next day, Lin Feng saw a surging river. That's the Yellow Springs River. Zhu Yan said. Zhu Yan nodded. Lin Feng was shocked. According to myths and legends, after death, one had to pass through the gates of hell and pass through the Yellow Springs Road. Between the Yellow Springs Road and the underworld was the River of Forgetfulness. The River of Forgetfulness's water was blood yellow in color, filled with wandering souls that could not be reincarnated. Insects and snakes were everywhere, and the stench of blood filled the air. There was a bridge of forgetfulness on the River of Forgetfulness, and an old woman sat beside it. Her name was Mengpa. To cross the River of Forgetfulness, one had to cross the Bridge of Forgetfulness. To cross the Bridge of Forgetfulness, one had to drink Mengpo soup. Without drinking Mengpo soup, one could not cross the Bridge of Forgetfulness. Without crossing the Bridge of Forgetfulness, one could not reincarnate. Only by crossing the Yellow Springs River could one reach the Yellow Springs Road. Lin Feng saw the first river, one of the three great rivers of the underworld. The other two rivers were the River of Styx and the River of Forgetfulness. Lin Feng looked at the Yellow Springs River and saw the water flowing endlessly. There were countless vengeful evil spirits in the river, and their roars shook the sky. These vengeful spirits wanted to pounce on Lin Feng and the others and kill them. However, they would never be able to get out of the Yellow Springs River. Those who fall into the Yellow Springs River will never be reincarnated. These evil spirits are evil spirits that can never be reincarnated. Scarlet Ape said. I heard that the Yellow Springs River is highly toxic. I wonder if that's true? Lin Feng asked as he recalled some of the myths and legends about the Yellow Springs River. When he was young, Lin Feng had been cultivating in Jialan Academy. Back then, when the demons were wreaking havoc, Lin Feng went underground to slay the demons and obtained the Yellow Springs River. However, Lin Feng guessed that the Yellow Springs River he obtained back then was only called the Yellow Springs River. It was not the Yellow Springs River of the underworld at all. After all, how could the water of the Yellow Springs River of the underworld flow into the mortal world? That's right. The Yellow Springs River is extremely toxic. It is said that if a great emperor falls into the Yellow Springs River and is washed by the water for a period of time, his body will be destroyed. Scarlet Ape said. Lin Feng was shocked. Wasn't the Yellow Springs River a little too terrifying? I heard that the weak water of the undying world is highly toxic. I wonder how it is compared to the Yellow Springs River. Lin Feng said. Weak water is also highly toxic, but I have never seen weak water before, so it is difficult for me to evaluate it. Zhu Yan said. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the surging yellow springs. Lin Feng took out a spatial porcelain bottle. A powerful suction force gushed out from the porcelain bottle. A large amount of Yellow Springs water was swallowed by the spatial vase. The Yellow Springs River was such a treasure. How could he let it go? It was not easy for him to come to the underworld, so he naturally had to collect more Yellow Springs water. Kacha, however, what made Lin Feng gloomy was that after the spatial porcelain bottle swallowed the Yellow Springs River water, the Yellow Springs River water was swallowed up. The spatial porcelain bottle began to crack. Ordinary spatial porcelain bottles were unable to withstand the Yellow Springs River's poison and were corroded. Lin Feng took out the primordial magic cauldron. Large amounts of Yellow Springs water were sucked into the primitive magic cauldron. Although the water of the Yellow Springs was highly toxic, it couldn't destroy Lin Feng's primordial demonic cauldron. After filling the primordial demonic cauldron, Lin Feng was finally satisfied. TSK. To be able to withstand the corrosion of the Yellow Springs River water, your demonic cauldron is not simple. Zhu Yan smacked its lips and said. Hee hee. I got it by chance. Lin Feng said with a smile. The army of dead souls crossed the stone bridge above the Yellow Springs River, then walked along the Yellow Springs Road, heading deeper into the underworld. Dense blood-colored flowers grew on both sides of the Yellow Springs Road. Those blood-colored flowers emitted a demonic power. That power seemed to want to pull people into an endless illusion. Those were red spider lilies. They were also known as flowers of death and flowers of illusion. They could create extremely terrifying illusions, causing people to lose themselves in them and be unable to extricate themselves. However, Lin Feng's netherworld envoy robe was extraordinary and was able to withstand the power of the red spider lilies. Is the Yellow Springs Road connected to the River of Forgetfulness? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Zhu Yan nodded and said, that's right. The Yellow Springs Road is connected to the River of Forgetfulness. Once we get to the River of Forgetfulness and turn in our mission, we'll have completed it. They walked for about a day. Lin Feng finally saw the River of Forgetfulness. Above the River of Forgetfulness, there was a dense ghostly aura. The evil spirits in the River of Forgetfulness were even more terrifying than the ones in the Yellow Springs. Lin Feng saw a huge stone tablet beside the River of Forgetfulness. There were 3 blood-colored words written on the tablet. These 3 words were River of Forgetfulness. These 3 words exuded a demonic and terrifying aura. Below the 3 blood-red words was a line of ancient poetry. My soul lingers on the 3 roads river, only pity the red spider lilies. Never see each other, missing each other forever. Drinking the water of my river of forgetfulness, not knowing the heartbroken person. Helpless bridge of helplessness, broken village terrace. This ancient poem mentioned the red spider lilies, the river of forgetfulness, and the bridge of helplessness. It was a perfect match for this place. The water in the river of forgetfulness is called the water of forgetfulness. This water is very terrifying. It can erase anyone's memories. Zhu Yan said. The water of forgetfulness. I've only heard of it before, but now I've seen it with my own eyes. I'll collect some of this water of forgetfulness. Who knows? I might be able to use it in the future. Lin Feng took out a porcelain bottle and began to collect the water of forgetfulness. The water of forgetfulness was not as poisonous as the water in the Yellow Springs, so the porcelain bottle was not damaged. Lin Feng was only satisfied after he had collected an entire bottle of water of forgetfulness. The army of dead spirits arrived at the Bridge of Helplessness. From afar, Lin Feng saw many netherworld operatives. The one leading them was a general. We've sent the army of dead spirits. Panda Cat said. Good. Here's your reward. The netherworld general took out 4 storage rings and tossed them to Panda Cat. This time, we've brought a new comrade. He can become a netherworld envoy and fill the gap from before. Panda Cat said. Lin Feng walked out and cupped his fists at the netherworld general. The netherworld general looked at Lin Feng and nodded. Since that's the case, I'll report this matter to the higher-ups. Let the magistrate make the decision. After saying that, the netherworld general took out a talisman and chanted a few incantations on the talisman. The talisman began to burn fiercely. Not long after, an ancient voice rang out. You can become a netherworld envoy. After that voice rang out, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck Lin Feng's forehead. The bolt of lightning turned into a netherworld envoy talisman. The ancient voice from before did not speak again. Lin Feng touched the netherworld envoy talisman on his forehead. He could vaguely feel that he had formed a strange connection with the netherworld. This is your reward. The netherworld general tossed a storage ring to Lin Feng. Lin Feng kept the storage ring. Let's go. Panda Cat said. Lin Feng and the others did not dare to hesitate. They quickly followed Panda Cat and left. Clearly, they were a small team, and Panda Cat was the strongest. She was the leader of this small team. Now that you've become a netherworld envoy, from now on, unless it's a ghost emperor or a ghost immortal, other evil ghosts will not be able to harm you. Zhu Yan said with a smile. Underworld envoys can suppress evil spirits? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Of course, Zhu Yan pointed at the Underworld Envoy rune on his forehead and said, "Do you see that? This Underworld Envoy rune gives us the power to suppress evil spirits. When the time comes, you can also sense the power of the Underworld Envoy rune and try to use it for yourself." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could he use the Underworld Envoy rune to subdue the Ghost Emperor in the Ghost Rearing Jar? If he could subdue the Ghost Emperor, then he would have another heaven-defying expert by his side. He nodded and said, "When I have the chance, I will try out the power of the Underworld Envoy rune." When they arrived at the outskirts of the underworld, Panda looked at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, are you wondering why we need another Underworld Envoy?" Lin Feng was indeed wondering about that. Panda, Zhu Yan, and the Hell Demon Beast were the three overlords of the great beasts. The four Underworld Envoys could complete the escort mission, so there was no need for him to join them. All things are divided into yin and yang, and heaven and earth are divided into the 5 elements. When the 5 elements are complete, the great Tao will return to one. There are only 4 of us, so we can't complete the 5 elements. There are many things that require the 5 elements to be complete before they can be on the right track. Once the 5 elements are missing, there might be unforeseen changes that we can't even imagine. Especially in a place like the underworld, we have to pay attention to these things. Panda said. Lin Feng could understand Panda's words. When the 5 elements were complete, they might be able to prevent some evil things from happening. This was related to a mysterious and profound problem of luck. It was difficult to explain it with words. Some things were destined by fate. Just like what Panda had said before. Lin Feng would appear at the place where they would meet up. This was destined by fate. How often will we be out on missions? Lin Feng asked. Not necessarily, Panda said. When the time comes, I will inform everyone. Through the Underworld Envoy rune, I can send messages to the 4 of you. What about during normal times? Will I receive a mission on my own? Lin Feng asked. However, the specific arrangements will depend on the Netherworld's arrangements. Us Netherworld Envoys are different from other Netherworld Envoys. Many Netherworld Envoys have fixed missions. For example, the Netherworld Envoys in the Sea region are each in charge of an area of the Sea region. The souls of the dead cultivators in the Sea region are led by them. However, us Netherworld Envoys are not in charge of an area. We will go wherever there is a mission. Panda said. Lin Feng laughed bitterly and said, "It seems like we are considered to be contracted Netherworld Envoys, and those Netherworld Envoys are considered to be part of Hell's staff." Ha 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 ha, Panda, Scarlet Ape, Hell Demon Beast, and the 3 overlords burst into laughter when they heard Lin Feng's explanation. The Zhu Yan nodded and said, "Actually, you're right. We don't belong to the underworld, so we're not part of its staff. We're under a contract, and our relationship with the underworld is one of cooperation. There's a way to break this cooperation." Panda said, "That's why I don't like to call myself Netherworld Envoys. I like to call myself Spirit Ferrymen, ferrying those vengeful spirits that wander between heaven and earth." Panda paused for a moment, then continued, "Let's not waste any more time here. Follow me to do something big." Something big? What big thing? Lin Feng and the others looked at each other. Aren't the Black Hell Demon King and the Skeleton Evil King fighting? Now that the 2 of them are not in their nests, let's go take a look and see if there are any treasures in their nests worth taking. Panda said with a grin. "I'll go." Lin Feng and the others could not help but cry out. They almost fell to the ground. Panda was really fearless. If they really stole the Black Hell Demon King and the Skeleton Evil King's treasures, wouldn't those 2 underworld lords go crazy with anger? They would definitely lead an army to hunt them down. Although they knew that the consequences would be unimaginable, Panda's suggestion was too tempting. Lin Feng, Zhu Yan, and the Hell Demon Beast were all eager to give it a try. "Alright, let's do something big and rob the 2 underworld lords of their treasures before leaving," Lin Feng said. Lin Feng's personality was also fearless. All these years, in order to obtain all kinds of treasures, he had been to many dangerous places. This place is closer to the Skeleton Evil King's territory. "Let's go there first," Panda said. The others naturally had no objections. Then, the 5 of them quickly rushed to the Skeleton Evil King's territory. 3 days later, they arrived at the Skeleton Evil King's territory. There were underworld soldiers patrolling the Skeleton Evil King's territory. However, as an underworld envoy, it was not difficult to avoid the underworld soldiers' detection. They went deep into the territory. Finally, they arrived at the Skeleton Evil King's base. It was a huge mountain range that stretched out into the distance. The mountain range was called the Skeleton Mountain Range. It was rumored that the Skeleton Evil King was a skeleton at the bottom of the Skeleton Mountain Range that had awakened his spiritual wisdom and cultivated his skills. In the end, he became an underworld lord. Within the Skeleton Mountain Range, the security was extremely tight. Moreover, there was a huge skeleton mirror floating above the Skeleton Mountain Range that could see through the sky. Panda almost drooled when he saw the mirror of skulls. Do you see that? It said that the skeleton mirror was forged from immortal bones. It can see through mountains and rivers. Its power is unimaginable. It was placed in the Skeleton Evil King's territory to protect it. If we can obtain it, we'll be heaven-defying. Panda kept rubbing his hands. Clearly, he was very interested in the skeleton mirror. Lin Feng said. It has an owner. I don't think we can get it. Let's think of a way to sneak in and see if there are any other treasures. However, with the skull mirror hovering above the Skull Mountain Range, I'm afraid we'll be discovered if we barge in recklessly. Zhu Yan said. I remember that Boss Panda has a death cloak here. It's said to be a supreme treasure refined by the first death god. Wearing the death cloak can make one invisible. It's that powerful? Lin Feng was shocked. The name of the first death god was enough to tell that he was an extraordinary existence. He might even be an immortal realm expert. The death cloak was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. Panda waved his paw, and the death cloak flew out. Come, let's go in and take a look. The death cloak enveloped the 5 of them. Lin Feng and the others headed deeper into the Skeleton Mountain Range. There were countless patrolling underworld soldiers all around. Above the Skeleton Mountain Range was the skeleton mirror that could see through the sky. However, Lin Feng and the others relied on the death cloak to deceive everyone and enter the depths of the Skeleton Mountain Range. In the Skeleton Mountain Range, there were many huge caves. Many of the caves were filled with underworld soldiers and underworld generals. Zhu Yan said, the treasury must be heavily guarded. I don't think it'll be easy for us to enter. Panda said, let's not enter the treasury. Let's go to the Skeleton Evil King's training ground and see if there are any amazing treasures there. Everyone began to search for the Skeleton Evil King's training ground. There was a huge canyon in the depths of the Skeleton Mountains. The canyon emitted a terrifying aura that made Lin Feng feel suffocated. 2 huge stone statues stood at the entrance of the canyon. The one on the left was a god of darkness holding a demonic sword. It looked like it was about to transform into an immortal demon god. The one on the right was a skeletal god of war holding a bone blade that could shatter the heavens. The entire canyon was surrounded by a huge array, and the security was extremely tight. Wanting to enter it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It looks like the Skeleton Evil King's training ground is in the depths of the canyon. That guy is really careful. He didn't feel safe in his own nest and set up so many powerful formations. The Hell Demon Beast said. It's better to be safe than sorry. The Skeleton Evil King should know this very well. The 3 overlords said. The formations here are very complicated. It won't be easy to break them. The most troublesome thing is the skeleton mirror. It's too difficult to not cause any disturbance when breaking the formation. If we cause any disturbance, we'll be discovered by the skeleton mirror. When that happens, we won't be able to hide anymore. Lin Feng said with a serious expression. Zhu Yan said. It's really troublesome. Panda said, I'll be in charge of breaking the formation. Old Mo, you'll be in charge of isolating the fluctuations from the formation. Is that okay with you? Old Mo, that was what Panda called Lin Feng. He was the 5th underworld envoy to join them. He was also the last underworld envoy to join them. Panda had given Lin Feng such a nickname. Lin Feng nodded. No problem. Heh. It's great to have 2 people who are proficient in formations. Scarlet Ape grinned. Lin Feng and Panda began to work together to crack the array. The array was extremely complicated. Lin Feng did not have any confidence in cracking it, but Panda seemed to be able to crack it easily. Clearly, Panda's understanding of formations had reached the point where he could appear and disappear unpredictably. It was enough to shock Lin Feng. Even Lin Feng's attainments in array formations could not be compared to Panda Cat's. Of course, this had something to do with Lin Feng's short cultivation. After all, Lin Feng was the successor of the Celestial Master sect. As his cultivation increased, his study of array formations deepened. When the time comes, Lin Feng believed that in this world, there were only a handful of people who could be compared with the Celestial Master Taoism in terms of formations. With Lin Feng's current attainments in formations, it was naturally not difficult for him to be responsible for isolating the sound and the energy fluctuations generated when breaking the formation. 6 hours later, the formation cracked open. After the 5 of them entered the array. Then, Panda closed the array again, and it looked exactly the same as before. From this point, one could see how powerful Panda Cat was. It was easy to destroy, but hard to repair. That was the reason. After entering the canyon, everyone continued to walk inside. The yin qi in the canyon was extremely heavy. And a large number of yin spirits had formed. Those yin spirits wandered around. If they saw living beings enter, those yin spirits would pounce on them without hesitation and immediately kill the living beings who dared to trespass into the canyon. First, it was the array. There were densely packed yin spirits in the array. One had to admit that this skeleton evil lord was really too cautious. These yin spirits did not discover Lin Feng and the other 4 hiding under the death cloak. They came to the deepest part of the canyon. There was a white bone hall in the deepest part of the canyon. This white bone hall should be the place where the skeleton evil monarch cultivated. Now, the door of the white bone hall was tightly shut. The door was densely covered with restrictions. In order to enter the white bone hall, one had to break the restrictions. The restrictions on the white bone hall were more powerful and complicated than the ones outside. Zhu Yan cursed. Damn, why is the skeleton evil lord so cautious? Is there some shocking secret in the place where he cultivates? Could it be? Is there some powerful treasure in the place where he cultivates? The eyes of Lin Feng and the others lit up. They also felt that Zhu Yan's words were very likely. Otherwise, the skeleton evil lord would not have to be so careful. Break the array, Panda Cat said. Lin Feng and Panda Cat continued to work together. This time, the time needed to break the array was twice as long as the previous one. The array was broken. The 5 of them pushed open the door, entered, and then closed the door again. Inside the white bone hall, the ground was paved with white bones. The area of this palace was very large. It was about 10,000 square meters in size. And such a huge hall. Below it were all white bones. It was unknown how many people's bones were needed to cover the entire hall. Moreover, the bones were very thick. It was probably no less than 10 meters thick. The entire hall was emitting a cold and terrifying aura. Look, 5 stone steels. Zhu Yan exclaimed as he pointed to the depths. The 5 of them quickly rushed over. The 5 stone steels were suspended in midair. Each of them was emitting a terrifying aura. They did not know what the 5 stone steels were made of. They were emitting an ancient aura, as if they had been around for hundreds of millions of years. It's actually these 5 stone steels. Panda Cat exclaimed in disbelief when he saw the 5 stone steels. What stone steels are these? Lin Feng asked. Zhu Yan, the Hell Demon Beast, and the other 3 overlords looked at Panda Cat curiously. The reason the skeleton evil lord was guarding the white bone hall so carefully. Obviously, it was because of these 5 stone steels. These 5 stone steels probably had an extremely powerful origin. This is the legendary pentakill steel, Panda Cat said. Pentakill steel? Lin Feng and the others were puzzled. This was the first time they had heard of this name. I once read a rumor about the pentakill steel in a Taoist scripture. It was said that the pentakill steel was made from an ancient demonic stone that was formed when the era collapsed. It was refined by many experts and gradually became a great killing weapon. In the primordial era, countless connate lifeforms died under the suppression of the pentakill steel. Panda Cat said. After hearing Panda Cat's words, Lin Feng, Zhu Yan, and the hell demonic beast all took a deep breath. If the 5 stone steels were really the same as what Panda Cat had said, that would be too heaven-defying. Lin Feng and the others were filled with excitement. The pentakill tablet was so powerful that it could drive anyone crazy. Anyone would want to have such a treasure for themselves. Lin Feng said, "It seems that the skeleton evil emperor hasn't refined the pentakill tablet yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been placed here." Panda Cat nodded, "That should be the case." Eh? Panda Cat suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He seemed to have realized that something was wrong. What's wrong? Lin Feng and the others looked at Panda Cat. Something's wrong with the pentakill tablet. Panda Cat frowned. Something's wrong? What's wrong? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The pentakill tablet lacks a special feeling. Panda Cat frowned. A special feeling? What kind of feeling? Zhu Yan asked. Even though the chi of the pentakill tablet is extremely strong and terrifying, it has killed many Xianxia cultivators in the past, so its chi should be even more bloodthirsty and cold. I wouldn't be surprised if the chi of the pentakill tablet was 100 times stronger, but the chi of the pentakill tablet in front of us hasn't reached that level yet. Panda Cat said. Could it be that the pentakill tablet in front of us is a fake? Zhu Yan couldn't help but ask. Or is it a replica? No. It shouldn't be a fake, nor is it a replica. Panda Cat narrowed his eyes and said, "The scripture I read in the past also said that the pentakill tablet had to be refined many times before a perfect pentakill tablet was created. The pentakill tablet we see now might not be the legendary pentakill tablet, but an imperfect one. But even if it's imperfect, the chi of these 5 tablets is terrifying enough. I can feel the terrifying power contained within them," said the hell demon beast. A complete pentakill tablet is a treasure that can kill Xiantian lifeforms. Although these 5 tablets aren't perfect, the materials used to refine them are exactly the same as those used to refine a perfect pentakill tablet. Even the evil skeleton king couldn't refine the 5 monoliths, which means that they're extraordinary. Once they're refined, they'll be terrifying. But refining 5 monoliths like that won't be easy, said the evil skeleton king. Panda Cat said. If the 5 of us refine 1 tablet each, we should be able to refine the pentakill tablet, right? Asked the 3 overlords. This method is indeed worth a try. Refining such a treasure requires the use of origin essence blood. Panda Cat forced a drop of his blood essence. The origin blood essence emitted intense waves of energy. Soon after, the drop of essence blood landed on a stone tablet. After the stone tablet absorbed Panda's origin blood essence, the word suppress appeared on it. It was a blood-red word that emitted an extremely demonic chi, which made people tremble in fear. When he stared at the word suppress, he would feel a sense of oppression that made it hard for him to breathe. It was as if there was an ancient mountain pressing down on them. The word suppress was exceptionally terrifying. Thinking about it, the word was just a word that appeared on the tablet. It was obvious how terrifying the pentakill tablet was. Lin Feng also took out a drop of his blood essence and dripped it on a tablet. The word kill appeared on that tablet. Zhu Yan, the hell demon beast, and the other 3 overlords also dripped their blood essence on the pentakill tablet. The words destroy, slash, and rend appeared on the other 3 tablets. Suppress, kill, destroy, slash, rend. It seems like each pentakill tablet has a different function, and the 5 tablets can form a very special connection. Panda said. Dripping my blood essence on the pentakill tablet only activated the words on the tablet, but there was no connection between me and the tablet. Obviously, even my blood essence couldn't leave any mark on the tablet. Lin Feng said. Zhu Yan said. Yeah, if the pentakill tablet could be refined so easily, the skeleton evil king would have refined it long ago. It wouldn't be our turn to refine the pentakill tablet. Let's try and see if we can refine the pentakill tablet. Panda said. He took the lead and injected his spiritual power into the pentakill tablet, trying to refine it. After all, the pentakill tablet had absorbed his blood essence, so there was more or less a connection between them. It might be easier to refine it. But when he tried to refine the pentakill tablet, he realized that it was just a dream. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. A moment before, when he was refining the 5 kills tablet, he had realized that there was a strange strength inside that prevented people from refining it. That might be the real reason why he couldn't refine the pentakill tablet. I have an idea. Hell Demonic Beast said. What is it? Everyone looked at Hell Demonic Beast. I have an ancient method called Hell's Covenant. This method is to sign a contract with something that has spirituality. It's a cooperative relationship, not a relationship of refinement. For example, we can cooperate with the pentakill tablet. Normally, we can activate the pentakill tablet's power, but when the pentakill tablet needs us to do something, we'll have to help the pentakill tablet fulfill its request. If we can't do it, we'll be controlled by the pentakill tablet. Hell Demonic Beast said. Damn. Isn't this Hell's Covenant a little too much? If the pentakill tablet wants us to do something that we can't do, we'll just be courting death if we go there. Are we really going to do it? Zhu Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you want to get something, you'll have to pay a price. Think about it. If you think you can take the risk, we'll use Hell's Covenant to sign a contract with the pentakill tablet. If you don't want to take the risk, we'll give up. Hell Demonic Beast said. Everyone fell into deep thought. But soon, they came to a decision. Wealth came from danger. Even though the 5 kill tablets in front of him were not the 5 perfect 5 kill tablets in the myths and legends, these 5 kill tablets were terrifying enough. It was worth taking the risk. Alright, we'll use Hell's Covenant to sign a contract with the pentakill tablet. Everyone nodded. Hell Demonic Beast started chanting an incantation when he saw that everyone had reached a consensus. It was an ancient incantation. When the incantation ended, Hell Demonic Beast asked for a drop of blood essence from Lin Feng and the others. The blood essence burned. It fused with the incantation and entered the pentakill tablet. Hell's Covenant has been formed. The immortal execution tablet of the pentakill tablet will form a contract with you. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. The pentakill tablet with the word execution written on it flew toward Lin Feng. The other 4 steels flew towards Panda Cat, Zhu Yan, and the Hell Demon Beast, the 3 overlords of the feral beasts. The pentakill steel had a spirit. Otherwise, it would not have communicated with Lin Feng through spiritual consciousness. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Panda said after keeping the pentakill steel. Lin Feng also kept the pentakill steel. Everyone used the death cloak as cover and left the Skeleton Mountain range. After leaving the Skeleton Mountain range, the 5 of them headed to the Black Hell Demon King's territory. They looted the Skeleton Evil King's pentakill steel. Lin Feng and the rest were naturally looking forward to getting something good from the Black Hell Demon King. After all, the Black Hell Demon King was a powerful existence many years before the Skeleton Evil King. When the Black Hell Demon King became an overlord, the Skeleton Evil King was still a nobody. The Black Hell Demon King's headquarters was in the Black Hell Demonic City. The security here was also extremely tight. There were Netherworld soldiers patrolling everywhere in the huge city. Lin Feng and the rest used the old method to enter the Black Hell Demonic City with the help of the Death Cloak. There was an army of Netherworld soldiers stationed in the Black Hell Demonic City. Although the Black Hell Demon King led the army to fight against the Skeleton Evil King, only a portion of the army was left. However, the Black Hell Devil King had only taken away a portion of the Nether soldiers. There were still a large number of Nether soldiers stationed within the Black Hell Devil capital. Lin Feng and the rest arrived at the Black Hell Demonic City's Imperial City. This was the residence of the Black Hell Demon King. The Imperial Palace was huge and had many halls. After the 5 of them sneaked into the Imperial Palace, they began to look for the Black Hell Demon King's palace. Ordinary treasures could not pique the interest of Lin Feng and the rest. There might be something extraordinary in the Black Hell Demon King's palace. That palace should be the main palace. Zhu Yan pointed at a huge palace in the depths. The palace was as black as ink and was 300 meters tall. It was as majestic as a mountain. Even from a long distance away, they could feel a heavy sense of oppression from the huge palace. That palace was like a crane and a flock of chickens amidst the densely packed palaces. That palace should be the main palace. The five of them quickly walked towards the main hall. Soon, they arrived. There were no patrolling guards around the main hall, which made Lin Feng and the others puzzled. Something's not right. Let's be careful, Lin Feng reminded. Panda and the others nodded. They pushed the palace door open and entered the palace. It was pitch black inside the palace. A pair of pale green eyes stared at him through the black fog. He looked at the five people who had entered the palace. When they saw that pair of green eyes, the faces of Lin Feng and the others changed. Let's go, Cat Bear shouted in a deep voice. That mysterious existence made his hair stand on end. There was actually such a terrifying existence in the main palace of the Black Hell Devil King. Fresh flesh and blood, how nostalgic, a cold voice sounded. A withered hand reached out from the black fog. It was a hand that had already rotted away. The palm was still emitting a foul smell. That palm directly enveloped Lin Feng and the others, making it impossible for them to escape. Do it, Cat Bear shouted in a deep voice. He was the first to attack. He slapped his palm towards the withered hand. Then, Lin Feng, Zhu Yan, and the Hell Devil Beast, the three overlords, all attacked. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 Boom, Lin Feng and the others all gathered their powerful attacks and blasted at the withered palm. Boom, the two sides suddenly collided fiercely. Cat Bear, Lin Feng, Zhu Yan, and the Hell Devil Beast, the three overlords, were all blasted away. Damn, so powerful. Panda Cat immediately yelled and turned to dash outside. The mysterious existence in the darkness waved his right hand. The black fog rolled and blocked the way. That terrifying existence did not intend to let Lin Feng and the others leave. Such delicious flesh and blood should stay and become my food. The existence let out a sinister voice. His voice was very hoarse. It was also very old. Obviously, this existence was old and weak. What kind of existence is this? Lin Feng's expression was serious. He opened the heavenly demon snake eye. Then, he saw the terrifying existence in the black fog. That existence had the body of a human and the tail of a crocodile. Its body was densely covered in dragon scales. Its head was neither human nor beast. It was extremely ugly. After seeing that ugly existence, Lin Feng could not help but exclaim, "A foreign god." It's actually a foreign god. In the past, Lin Feng had killed dozens of foreign gods in the ancient celestial city with the heaven-shaking stone steel. He had also seen the foreign god on the ancient celestial ship that carried Great Emperor Grimm. Therefore, he recognized at a glance that the terrifying existence in the hall was a foreign god. The foreign god was very terrifying and ambitious. The end of many great eras was related to the foreign god. Since ancient times, countless beings had died tragically at the hands of the foreign god. The otherworld gods were definitely the most powerful enemies in this universe. The three highest realms. The 3,000 great realms. They had fought the foreign god countless times and suffered heavy losses before they were able to temporarily seal the passage from the foreign world to this universe. The foreign god was the public enemy of this universe. Therefore, when he saw that the mysterious existence in the hall was actually a foreign god, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. What? A foreign god? The expressions of Panda Cat and the others changed abruptly. Obviously, they knew how terrifying the foreign god was. That's right. I am a foreign god. I was suppressed in the underworld in the past. A few years ago, I was released by the Black Hell Demon King. The foreign god's cold voice sounded. The foreign deities are punishable by death. As the Lord of the Underworld, the Black Hell Demon King actually released you? Why is that? Lin Feng asked. Heh. The foreign god sneered but did not answer Lin Feng's question. At this moment, Lin Feng could not help but think of a certain possibility. He could not help but frown slightly. Panda Cat said, "It seems that the Black Hell Demon King wants to get something important from you, right? But he's asking a tiger for its skin." The foreign god said faintly, "Ambition can often make people take risks." Not only is the Black Hell Demon King ambitious, he is also extremely dissatisfied with his current situation. The Black Hell Demon King has been cultivating for far too long. He has begun to move from the peak of his middle age to the beginning of his old age, but he has been unable to break through his shackles. He needs to take a gamble. If he does not, when he enters old age, he will no longer have any hope of breaking through his shackles. An old overlord is bound to be targeted by many overlords. End of chapter 2342. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.